building for the adults and one was for the kids. I think the kids setup was even better than the adults. But anytime you go with 3 kids that are 5 or under, it's still going to be a little bit chaotic. It was, but it was good. It's chill. Probably should have taken off an extra day today to recap, but it was good to get away. 3 hours there, 3 hours back.
You always need the extra day.
Always need the extra day.
You always need that extra day, one extra day. There's no point in taking one day off. You got to do the Friday and the Monday.
Yeah. Now, I got my hopes up yesterday. I was talking to one of our sales guys, Scott Scooterlong, in case you want to think about advertising on the station. And he goes, hey, when you get back in town, call this person. Let's try to set something. I said, I am back in town. He goes, oh, really? He said, I thought you were off tomorrow, being today. And I was like, our program director, Tim Collins, does not put on our schedule anymore who has off. I don't understand why, but it's not on or off. And I was like, did I take off Monday? Usually I take off Friday and Monday. So I got my hopes up, and I'm like, Scott saw my name off on Monday. So I text him, and I was like, dumb question. Am I off? Did you schedule me off? And he's like, no, you're on. And I was like, crap. There you go.
Well, I want it off, so.
Yeah, well, I don't want to work. So
yeah.
There you go.
All right, so we'll get the entire crew back together with Bobby at 6 momentarily. Texas Rangers action yesterday against the Oakland Athletics, a team you just have to deal with and put away and not screw up the series like you did against Cincinnati, and they did.
This next pitch is hit high and deep out into left. Rooker goes back to the track. He turns to look. Grand slam, home run, Adolis Garcia.
So Adolis helps the Rangers with an 8-run inning after they gave up the 2-run lead. Jonathan Hernandez, you're like, crap, here comes the bullpen with the game that they screwed up earlier in the series. But the Rangers with Tavares' legs, Heim, Simeon, Grossman with big plays, big hits in the inning, and then Adolis ended this bad boy with the grand slam. The Rangers win. They go 7-3 on their West Coast swing. Their 25-15 record, the best 40-game start that they have had since 2012.
This you said it right there. You got to deal with the A's. Like that's just what it is. You just got to deal with them. And the key is just don't lose series. You're not going to 4-game sweeps are very, very difficult to have. That game on Friday, I mean that's a tough one. But you win 3 or 4. Wash used to talk about just winning series. Just win the series. That's all they did. That's all they had to do. You cannot do anything but win a series against the A's. You just have to deal with it.
Rangers have not lost back-to-back games against the AL West this season. So that is pretty good. And then you had Saturday's action. John Gray taking the no-hitter into the 7th, finishing with 8 scoreless innings. Nate Lowe homered to extend his hitting streak to 12 games. They win 5-0. Sandler's boy, Zeke Duran, also connected with a 2-run shot. Then Friday, it was 7-5 in 10, as that was a devastating bullpen incident yet again. That was Friday, right?
9-7.
9-7. Okay, I got my days mixed up with the Thursday off.
Yeah.
It was 7-5 in the 10th. You had a 2-run lead.
Right.
And you ended up losing that game on Friday.
That's another game that this team has lost. I mean, how many games they lost now? It's like 7, where they've had a...
What stats should we find? 8th inning or after? What's their record? 8 innings and after, or up 2 runs and lost? What's the best stats to call it the bullpen?
Yeah, I would go, 7th or 8th inning with a 2-run lead or more.
Well, I think before the series, I believe we said, maybe this was Friday, that the Rangers had 11 save opportunities and they had blown 6 of them going into the series against Oakland. So and they blew the save obviously on Friday, 2-run lead in the 10th, so make it 7.
Yeah, this is going to be a point of emphasis for them at the trade deadline or before. And everybody loves going after bullpen. Like teams will sell their soul to get bullpen help if they think they can make a push for a postseason berth or beyond. The only thing, with if DeGrom and Evaldi are healthy and pitching well, it's a very difficult team to face in the postseason. But not if the bullpen's awful. And you can't expect those guys to go 8-9 innings every game. Let's just say they go 7. You still got to deal. You still got to get 6 outs with garbage at the back end of the bullpen.
And now things get really fun this evening because you get the Atlanta Braves in town. same exact record as us. The good news is they've lost 4 straight. So Atlanta reeling a little bit, but tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch against an awesome baseball team.
What it's amazing. It's amazing that because Kevin Gray was talking about this with Sandler about how hard it is to face the A's and then turn right around and face the Braves.
Why is that?
It was a question we played on Friday. I was trying to keep Peyton up, but he obviously wasn't paying attention.
Oh yeah.
He could not figure out how to ask Sandler how the Rangers were going to face the A's, knowing the Braves were coming up just after the series.
I got it if we want it.
Kevin Gray said this?
Gray was asking Sandler in a crosstalk.
Kevin Gray?
Yes.
On this show?
No, on their show. Oh, no. We would never let him on this show.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is just a snippet of the question and stuff and a little bit of Jared's answer.
So as I look at not only this series as they finish up their West Coast road trip, I look forward to the series that begins on Monday with the Atlanta Braves. If this team is able to take 3 or 4, let's say, from Oakland, how do you feel after this road trip knowing that you're going to be playing one of the best teams in baseball starting on Monday? Obviously, business has to be handled here, but what are you looking for them to be able to do that in this series?
Were you asking me about
the Rangers
playing the Braves or taking care of business? I was confused by the. I just want to make
I'm
sure.
sorry. Not looking forward to the Braves series, knowing what you have to do in Oakland before you get to Atlanta starting on Monday.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, are you asking me? Sorry, are you asking about what I'm looking forward to about the Braves Rangers?
I'm doing a horrible job asking this question.
I mean,
no. It's on me. It's on me.
I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to go a totally different direction than what you're doing.
I'm a horrible broadcaster in this very moment. How do the Rangers ensure they handle business against Oakland before taking on Atlanta in what is going to be the most anticipated series starting on Monday?
Yeah, I mean, so they are the better team.
He had no idea still.
He was trying to say, don't look ahead. That's
right.
it.
Yeah.
How do you deal with the sorry Athletics without looking ahead?
Right.
It's like losing a regular season game to the Hornets because you're looking ahead to the playoffs.
Well, did that happen twice in a week?
It may,
10 days?
It may have happened. It may have happened.
No one's dying.
So there you go.
Oh, Jason.
Off to the Monday start. Here, are you allowed to tell that Jason Kidd story on the air? A little bit later.
It's all part of it, yeah.
Okay. Little youth kids run in. Meet and greet with Jason Kidd. Don't know how well the meet part went, but we'll get to that maybe a little bit later on. Roberto's going to join us at 6 o'clock. We got headlines at 7. The play-by-play voice for Game 7 tonight on ESPN. Whale Alert will join us at 8. But why did the NHL screw everybody again last night? Did you deal with the rain out at the Byron? And NBA chaos everywhere. Coaches getting fired and Ja Morant getting suspended again. Monday edition. Just getting started right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
showed it. He showed you 50.
Wow. That was Game 7 yesterday on ESPN. Actually, that was Boston Radio. You could watch the game on ABC, ESPN. This is Sean and RJ, and the Philadelphia 76ers are the new punching bag of the NBA after blowing the 3-2 series lead. You had the game in filthy. You lose it. And yesterday, Jason Tatum was an absolute superstar, scoring 51. Boston survives and advances to take on the Miami Heat in the East Finals.
I do believe... Ooh, that's a frog right there. I do believe the term that you're looking for is gutless. And that's what the Philadelphia 76ers are. And they've always been gutless. And they always will be gutless. They were gutless on Thursday night when they had a lead heading into the fourth quarter at home with a chance to clinch the series. And they scored 13 points in the fourth quarter at home. And then in this one, 10 points in the third quarter. That, my friends, is gutless. That's what they were. It's a gutless franchise. We are in a very odd moment in time. We have arguably four of the best players in each individual sport. Now, maybe not one of them, that have never even reached a conference final. Embiid, MVP, never reached a conference final. Justin Herbert, tremendous talent, never reached a conference final. Mike Trout, never, let's just say Final Four of your sport. And I'm pretty sure Connor McDavid has never reached the Final Four of his sport. Pretty sure. So that's a very odd time that we live in. Very odd time.
Everyone is going after Joel Embiid and Doc Rivers. Oh, I guess everyone except for Joel Embiid, who's going after the rest of his teammates.
Yes.
Here's what Embiid had to say after the game while scoring 15. 5 of 18 from the field. 15 points. And Embiid backed up the bus.
I got to be better, and I will be better. That's what I'm focused on. All of us, we got to, come back and find ways to just keep improving and, help the team. You can't win alone. I can't win alone. Me and James, we just can't win alone. That's why basketball is played 5-on-5. So, we just need everybody to just, try to keep finding ways to get better, and, we'll be fine.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, so it's not the guy who's got a terrible track record in Game 7s and elimination games in James Harden. And it's not the guy who's ever been in the conference final. It's not Doc Rivers, who has lost 10 Game 7s by himself as a player and a coach, or was that 7 series where he's blown 3-1 or 3-2 series leads? It's not that. It's Tobias Harris and Tyrese Maxey.
The most Game 7 losses of any coach in NBA history. He's never won, ever, a Game 7 on the road. We'll get to him in a second. The criticism of Embiid is he already got his title. Joel Embiid only cared about the MVP. That's the criticism of him, with the whining and the tears and the crying. Like, yeah, everyone's going to be sad you don't win MVP. Joel kind of acted like it was devastation. And then he went ahead. No one has lobbied for MVP more than Joel Embiid. He finally gets it, and then you shrink some in the playoff games where it really counts. He scored 33 a game and Embiid, I'm starting to make the turn on him. Usually when Joel Embiid talks, it's absolute gold.
Yeah.
He is one of the best personalities, one of the best quotes in the entire league. And now I've turned positive towards Harden, and I'm turning negative towards Embiid, who scored 8 fewer points a game in this series than he did in the regular season. He was 33 a game regular season MVP, 25 a game in this series. Shut your mouth, man. Shut your mouth. Stop letting old man Al Horford block your shots. Stop sitting there shooting fadeaways past the free throw line. Stop jacking up 3-pointers, and then you want to call out your teammates. And now the question will be this morning and moving forward, when and if Doc Rivers gets the axe. But Jason Tatum is the lead story. Obviously, He was magnificent. He is a baller. And He's making me look bad after calling him out. I think he was justifiably called out in the NBA Finals last year. I was like,
yeah, it wasn't very good.
Is Jaylen Brown the better player on this team? Jason Tatum is he, him, whatever pronoun.
He was, look, he to have that kind of performance in a Game 7 is something that he can hang his hat on. Like, that's, while we're going to be dogging Embiid and Harden and Doc for however long we do, you got to give it to Jason Tatum. Like, that was being back against the wall, trailing in the fourth quarter of Game 6.
Yes.
And then basically for 5 quarters, just absolutely putting it to him. And that's what they did. This was a really tremendous final 5 quarters by the Celtics. And the absolute complete difference and result of this series was because of those last 5 quarters. And Tatum was a major part of them. Major part.
And then late, there must have been 4 other NBA games on that I'm not seeing on the highlight sheet. I'm not seeing it. There must have been all types of crazy sports chaos because the National Hockey League decided to give us this late last night.
Colasar is there to kill the clock. The game is over. The series is over. Knights advance to the Western Conference Final. Dispatch the Oilers in 6 games. Final score, Vegas 5, Edmonton 2.
This was inexcusable for the NHL to put this game on at 9 o'clock. And then it was on ESPN2 for a minute because they had to finish the Red Sox-Cardinals game. So they put this on after Sunday Night Baseball. Now, I get it. Sunday Night Baseball's already there. Put it on ESPN2 at 7 o'clock. Why are you doing this to us? You have Connor McDavid and Draisaitl out there. Why are you not letting us watch arguably the 2 best players in the sport? I mean, it's Ohtani and Trout. Why are you not letting us watch this at 7 o'clock at night? Why are we sitting there at 9 o'clock trying to watch this damn thing? And by the way, this game started off amazing. Vegas scores the first 20 seconds. And Edmonton scores like 30 seconds later. And then they scored again a couple minutes later. Like, they had 3 goals the first 5 minutes of this game. And then Vegas just completely dominates the second period. It was over. And they move on. And they'll get the Stars. The Stars finish up business tonight.
Await the winner. Hopefully, it's your squad tonight. Earlier puck drop.
Yeah.
How about that?
Look at that.
We get some primetime treatment finally.
How about that?
It took a Game 7 to do
Game
it.
7. So they do the Stars Game 7 at what, 7 o'clock.
Yep.
And then, but the one on Sunday where you had all day to do it, couldn't get it done. Couldn't do it until 9 p.m. Cool.
And how much did you follow the Byron over the weekend with Jason Day winning for the first time in years?
Yeah, a little bit. Followed a lot on Thursday, a little bit on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Get it out.
Weird. I haven't been doing that. I haven't been doing that all week. A little bit on Friday and Thursday and Friday.
A little different when you wake up at 4, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit different. But then they had some weather delays out there in McKinney, but it was a good day for Day. Now, the problem is if it's not super windy, that course has no protection. These players can absolutely go out there and put up huge numbers. We saw a guy do like 11 under the first day. Like you just have no hope at that course if the wind is not howling. I'd say you get 23 under winning.
We'll get you set for the Stars and Game 7. The play-by-play voice tonight on ESPN will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. And what do you do now with Ja Morant? Des Bryant couldn't believe it. The rest of us couldn't believe it. He showed another gun on IG Live. What do the Grizz and the NBA do with dumbass Ja Morant? Next on The Fan.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for checking us out to start off your week. Got the entire squad here with Sean, RJ, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Ja Morant creating all the headlines again. What was your first reaction when you saw this? I saw it from Peyton on the group text. I think it was Peyton who said, this is another gun video from Ja. And I was in Oklahoma, in the sticks of Oklahoma, so when I would reset my phone from bad cell service, you know how sometimes the text messages come back up on your phone that you've already gotten as new? I was like, this is the first
from
incident.
February.
My phone is glitching. Let me go ahead and turn this off and back on again. And I could not believe it. You go check out the video. Ja is coming to the Mavericks. He's wearing a Texas Rangers hat, riding shotgun in his boy's car.
Or pistol, but yeah.
With the gun in the 13-second mark of it. The Memphis Grizzlies, this is the funny part, immediately spend Ja Morant from all team activities.
All the team activities are happening now.
I was like, they got practice today?
There's all kinds of team activities happening during the Western Conference Final.
The gun wasn't mine. The gun wasn't mine.
It's not who I am.
No, it's not who you are. It's not who you are. You didn't almost... Did you brandish a gun against a teenager, 17-year-old? Did you do that? Yeah, it's... Ja might not be the sharpest tack. Might not be.
Yeah, I was trying to remember. I think it was one of these NBA podcasts that are out. Oh, Draymond.
Oh, well.
Draymond was talking about that Ja Morant is one of the smartest individuals as a basketball player and off the court.
Oh, yeah, Mensa.
This is a while ago. These types of stories now fascinate me because I'm trying to figure. Now I just want to get to the reason why. Is he a moron? Does he just not give a blank? Des Bryant suggesting he's got to be sending a message to somebody else out there who may be threatening him. Is there something psychologically wrong where this guy needs to get talked to by a lot of different therapists? Now I just want to know the why, because he's moving up the all-time dumbass list.
Yeah.
Sorry, cover your ears, Jay Williams. He's starting to carve out his piece in the Mount Rushmore of dummies.
He's just an idiot. Let's leave it at let's start there. We'll give you the let's get him some help after he shows that he needs it or even wants it. How about that? He's just a moron. Why are you in a? Yeah, I don't know.
Let me make this comparison. Try to separate it, but it's the guy. It's the only guy I could think of because this is the path we seem to be heading down towards. And I watched a lot of his different documentaries. They were very good. I could argue that Aaron Hernandez showed more intelligence in covering up murders than Ja Morant just holding a gun on his own Instagrams. That's what Stephen A. Smith was saying yesterday. He's like, Ja's not getting caught by TMZ. It's not some girl, with a secret cell phone when he's in bed, taking a picture of the gun on his mantle.
Yeah.
He's hitting live. He's hitting the button twice. Him and his buddy to go ahead and expose themselves. Aaron Hernandez covered up murders more so than Ja Morant showing off these gun videos. What a dummy.
Yeah, when Peyton sent it, my first thought was, he got burned by a buddy. A dumb buddy. And then I watch and I'm like, oh no, the buddy tried to protect him and immediately put the phone down. Is like, oh dude, what are you doing? Let me put my phone down. And Ja's trying to get caught. Breathing techniques clearly are not working anymore for him. The breathing techniques he was given, you talked about with Jalen Rose. He is a moron. And then that's the thing is that there was a small section of people last time that when you'd say Ja Morant's a moron, then it's You try being 23 with all that money, and it's easy to talk about somebody being a moron. You don't know what he's struggling with. Okay,
you've never been a target.
I think we can safely say now he's a moron. He's an idiot. Yeah, that's just what it comes down to.
He really is.
And then Tim McMahon kind of tied the pieces together of the friend. So the IG Live was Devontae Pack's account. Devontae Pack. Devontae has been banned from all Memphis games because he kind of like walked out on the court like Ja's father did. Devontae was with Ja when they allegedly punched that kid in the head. And then the teenager went and told police that Ja went in the house, came back outside with a gun in his waistband. Does anyone not believe that now happened? That Ja walked back out in a pickup game with a gun to scare the kid. This guy was escorted out of the courtside seats after stepping onto the floor. And then this was after the game, the Pacers team bus allegation when the red laser was pointed from an SUV in which Ja was riding. Does anyone now believe that the Pacer red laser incident did not happen with this friend, with this buddy at that game and with him afterwards? Same guy.
No, this definitely happened. These incidents definitely happened.
With the same dude that he's not going to separate from.
Yeah, the same guy. These incidents 1,000% have happened. As the FedEx brings up, LeBron went like 20 years without getting in trouble. This is the perception of the NBA. It's not the reality of the NBA. This is the perception of oh man, all these NBA guys just get in trouble. They don't really get in trouble at the rate that we think they do. John Morant does. Nobody else does.
There was a tweet yesterday. I can't remember who said it, but they're like, we default a lot of times to Ja's got to get these bad people out of his life. Ja's got to get these bad friends out of his life, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you may start to look at this and start saying Ja may be the bad friend.
Yeah.
Ja may be the bad one in the group. Right. Ja may be the one stirring things up. As Twitter has started fondly calling the guy Ja Wick. I think that's the best nickname we've gotten out of this.
So now the fascinating question is, what does the league do? What do the Grizz do? What does the NBA do? Woj with an update.
Ja Morant is facing the very real possibility of a suspension, a lengthy suspension, to start next season after this latest incident with he and an apparent firearm in his possession. This is twice in 2 months now. The league suspended him for 8 games, really 2 of them retroactive to really just 2 games earlier this season. I sense already today that Adam Silver is going to feel increasing pressure from other teams in the league who see this as much as it impacts the Grizzlies, that it impacts them and their ability to market their players and their teams. The league's investigating. They're still going now to make sure that this was a legitimate video, that it wasn't doctored in some way. But I think there is a real possibility, if that is what it appeared to be, a weapon in Ja Morant's hand, he again is going to likely face a significant suspension to start next season.
And now the question is, what is significant? One of my favorite tweets yesterday was, oh, wait, you mean an 8-day suspension and 10 days in rehab and a Jalen Rose interview?
That's significant.
Didn't fix him.
I mean, look, if I had to sit down, or anybody had to sit down and talk to Jalen Rose for 10 minutes, I mean, that's a punishment enough.
Oh. Molly Kieram
would agree.
Agree.
Well, she would agree. She would agree with that.
She would agree.
Oh,
so what do you do now? You got to be Adam Silver. Chandler Parsons was very vocal about this yesterday. He said, you got to suspend them all next year.
Well, that's a lot.
It's not who I am.
It's got to be. Well, it's got to be at least 20 games. Like Adam Silver has to drop a hammer. I think the max is half a season. 20 games, 30 games. I think you got to get within that ballpark here to send a message, because Ja Morant just took his middle finger and stuck it up at the league. What do you do?
It's a good question. The defense attorney in me is moving. And if I'm Ja's attorney, I'm like, okay, do you have a concealed carry license? Were you legal in your state? Then there's no problem. They can't suspend you for that. They can't. If I have a concealed handgun license, I'm allowed to carry a gun. There's nothing I did illegal. So what are you suspending me for? If he brought on the team plane, then you automatically, right? Or the team facility. So that's what I'm saying. Like if I'm the Ja's defense side of it.
Yeah, and then so if I took out my AR and was waving it around 2 or 3 times on my social media, Odyssey would say.
I think it's about, it depends on how you're doing. If you're pointing at the camera, like who was the guy with the Raiders, just tapping the phone.
Oh yeah. It wasn't Gary on Conley, Damon Arnett.
Yeah, but if you're just sitting like
menacing,
hey, look at my weaponry.
Right.
Or Connery would say weaponry.
Yeah.
Like look what I have. Here, this is what I got. That's one thing.
What did he get suspended for last time then?
Well, he had it in it was on a road trip.
No, they proved it. Yeah, but they said it was not on the team plane.
Yeah.
And his whole claim last time was it's not my gun. So
yeah.
Sounds a little that would be a little weird because that would mean that sometime between his suspension and now, with everything that went on with the league, if he does have a permit for it, he went, let me go buy a gun.
Well, come on, we got to start throwing out a number. That's the fun part. What does the league do?
Man, he really did give them the middle finger doing this. Probably minimum 20.
I was thinking 20. I don't think they go a full half season.
Yeah. 8 to 20 though, that doesn't feel like a big enough increase.
Well, especially when the NBA players have shown you that they don't care about the regular season. And the NBA has basically admitted that anyway.
What I don't want to hear is I don't want to hear the counseling thing again. Where it's like, oh, he's going to this. Okay, that was such a show last time. I don't want to hear, the Grizzlies talking in press conferences about, hey, it's really inappropriate to ask when he'll be back. We're worried about Ja right now and him getting better. It's like, no, this is not a get better thing. He just needs to stop being stupid.
I think I feel comfortable with like 25 to 30 saying that. 25 to 30 games. 8 to 20 doesn't feel like enough. 25 to 30. But look, Adam Silver has shown he will drop the hammer when needed. Donald Sterling, bye-bye. You are out of here. So that is the Ja video. Hey, what do you do if you're the Grizzlies, by the way?
Well, if you're the Grizzlies, you're stuck because you need Ja Morant. You're stuck. You're not. We know the answer to that question long before that. They're not going to get rid of Ja Morant.
5 for $194 is the contract. It could have escalated to a supermax if he made All-NBA. So he cost himself $39 million in future earnings waving around the gun the first time. He's got endorsements from Nike and Powerade. Powerade pulled an ad featuring him after the first video. So he lost $40 million, not making All-NBA, and he's locked in at 5 for $194. Bobby, is there any way they pick up the phone and start trying to unload him? No pun intended.
Yeah. Man. I don't know, because if you've got other teams
is your
around
hold the phone sideways like on speaker,
if what Woj is talking about is right, that other teams are saying you have to suspend him because of what it's doing to us, who wants to then acquire that is the problem. Is that I mean, he's a great basketball player. He's incredibly talented. He is old school Russell Westbrook, the way he gets up and attacks the rim. But man, I don't know what anybody'd be willing to give up for a guy who's clearly such a risk and can't even lay low for 10 weeks, whatever it was.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Suns fired Monty Williams after the Suns get embarrassed in another Game 7 situation, losing to Denver.
They did a redo of the Luka Devin Booker meme, which I thought was very, very creative. But they fire Monty Williams, and Woj has already amended his story on ESPN. He had it written down initially that, quote, Matt Ishbia has taken full control over basketball operations. Well, that line has been taken out of the story.
Oh.
So they don't know. Maybe he got some pushback, or that's not really true. Who knows? But Ishbia was apparently never a fan of Monty Williams, and he bought the team recently from Robert Sarver and decided that he gone.
More fair than, or the same or less than Budenholzer getting whacked in Milwaukee?
Well, that's tough.
To me, the Monty one feels more legit. I know Bassett was talking about Budenholzer's in-game adjustments.
Yeah.
And I know it's an 8 versus a 1 that you lost to. I'm never going to let people forget they were missing Giannis for 3 games.
Right.
And I think your point also lands here. You can lose to Denver in Game 7, but you can't get smoked and embarrassed again. Stephen A. Smith saying DeAndre Ayton cost Monty Williams his job.
Oh, yeah, they chose DeAndre Ayton in this situation over Monty Williams. Phoenix lost to the 1 seed and a guy that was an MVP candidate for like 85% of the season. But you can't get embarrassed in elimination game 2 years in a row. And they did. They got embarrassed in elimination games back-to-back years. Monty was the coach of the year last season. And then a couple of years ago, everyone thought he should have been, and Thibodeau wound up winning it. But, man, you cannot get embarrassed back-to-back years like this in Game 7s. Is Doc going to keep his job? The NBA coaches, they just recycle. Because you see already who's in the running for these things? Budenholzer and Nick Nurse.
And Mark Jackson.
And Mark Jackson in Milwaukee.
Oof.
Like, it's like they're just going to say, okay, your problem is now our solution. And they're just going to keep rotating these guys.
So that's where we stand with the association. Monty Williams and the Phoenix Suns super team, a failure. So mark that down. And we'll talk about acquiring all these stars.
And we'll see. Do they try to get somebody that Kyrie likes?
Oh, Kyrie to Phoenix.
Yeah.
It's Kyrie's chosen coach there with the Suns. All right, let's get you set for Stars Game 7. What happened to the Stars over the weekend? And is John Gray upset with Jared Sandler for what happened on your home of the Rangers? All the audio next. But
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
On the move, there's a shot, pass in front, flip score, Eberle! Told it and got it to the net, Eberle with patience to the backhand. A power play goal for the Kraken, they've got the lead back.
Well, that did not go as planned over the weekend. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. It's going to be a real special shout out at 6:40. We'll explain why with Bobby and Corey Majors out on Friday to start your weekend. That was the call on ESPN as the Kraken stay alive to force Game 7 tonight. They beat us down. And you just talk about the energy. That's the word. That's the magic word for any playoff game. Who brings more energy? 6-3 Kraken to go a second straight Game 7 like they did in round 1.
Yeah, and, look, the way the Stars rebounded from the Wild series being down 2-1 and then just sweeping them, I thought they were going to do the same thing here. That was just a terrible performance on Saturday. And Ottinger's not had a great series by any stretch. I did not think it was possible. After he did the first game, and then he did, the third game, and then he did it in the sixth. You don't expect this from a guy of his caliber.
He's like the Anthony Davis of hockey right now. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, at least he plays. Well,
Anthony Davis.
Well, he plays before his coach pulls him.
24 minutes and 23 seconds, shortest start of his career when he was pulled. 24 minutes, just like that. And what are you going to get from him? Thankfully, this is at home, but the Kraken are the 6th team in league history to go to a Game 7 in each of a franchise's first 2 playoff series.
Yeah, this was, you mentioned the energy. That was one aspect of it. This was just as great as Robertson, Pavelski, Hintz, as great as that top line was in Game 5. Game 6, Robertson went back on the milk carton again. Hintz was not the same. You had Pavelski played well. Pavelski's played well the whole series.
Plays well all the time.
But other than that, other than Pavelski and the fourth line, I guess, there was not a lot of really good about this game at all. Ottinger getting pulled as early as he did. This was an awful game, and I realize we're early on in my hockey education, but this looked like this was a terrible game for Esa Lindell. That was one of in the 2 weeks watching hockey here. That dude is terrible. Holy crap. He was bad.
Ottinger didn't get a ton of help defensively from his teammates.
Lindell or Hakanpää.
And that hurts. I mean, that makes it much more difficult on a goalie. You just don't see goalies like elite goaltenders getting pulled multiple times in a series. It just doesn't really happen that often. Now you've got other guys that are in our past that we grew up with, and the Hasiks and the Brodeurs and the Waz. And these are the best of the best ever. So it's hard and it's unfair to compare him to those guys, but this is one of the best net miners in the league right now, and he's having a tough series.
Gave up 4 goals on 18 shots. before he was pulled 4.5 minutes in the second period. Wedgwood came on and stopped 9 of the 10 shots that he faced. Shout out to Tolo Boomer 81, who passed along. Nothing like a good, swift kick in the balls. This is from NHL Public Relations. The Stars will contest the 16th Game 7 in franchise history, 6-9 overall.
Nice.
And we'll skate in this winner-take-all for the 4th time in 5 years. Dallas's last Game 7 win in Dallas came 23 years ago. So that is the NHL hyping up the Stars hosting Game 7.
That was a long time ago, man.
This is 2 games of this series where Ottinger's save percentage is under 80.
Yeah, it's
2 separate times. That's so bad. And Grubauer hasn't been great. Grubauer's been really leaky in this series, and he's been better, you could say, which is just he's been completely inconsistent. I'm gonna believe in the big Ottinger bounce back, partially because I have to. Like if you want this to continue, if you want this to go on, he's gonna have to be better tonight. But Hakanpää is gonna have to be better. Lindell's gonna have to be better. Those 2 are just gonna have to be better on defense.
Well, I mean, you want it to keep going as long as they don't keep the games at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. Then other than that, y'all can have it. But look, Dave. And you mentioned Grubauer hasn't been great either. The league has just changed to the point where there's really the goalies have no help. Like the game is so open now, and scoring is just is getting much higher than you. There's no neutral zone traps, 2-line passes. It's just such a more open ice game. These goalies they're gonna have games like this.
All right, let's talk about what happened over the weekend on the Diamond. The Rangers take another series. They handle their business against the Athletics. You see that? Well done to the Tolos. After yesterday, I reacted to C.J. Nikowski on TV going, the same guy caught that home run. Mm-hmm. The same fan in center field caught a second fly ball. The grand slam off the bat of Adolis Garcia, and the Tolos were like, well, dude, it's not as hard when there's 17 people in the stands, as that was more entertaining than watching the Athletics talent on the field, the lack of people showing up. But you had John Gray on Saturday taking a no-hitter into the 7th.
By the way, I'm not going to let you do. There was almost 8,000 people there for Mother's Day.
Was there?
Oh yeah, that's what it says. That's what it says.
8,000.
That's what it's 7793.
They count the ushers though. They count the ushers.
I don't buy it. This is a 2,000 seat crowd right now. That's what they got going on in Oakland.
Jared Sandler on the call as John Gray was looking to make Rangers history.
So we go to the bottom of the 6th. John Gray coming back out with a no-hitter. The Rangers leading 3-0 on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network. Rangers are leading the A's 3-0. John Gray with 5 no-hit innings thus far. 71 pitches through 5. So 2 outs on 3 pitches. Here's Noda. First pitch. He swings and slices one in the air to left. Bubba Thompson's right there. Over to his right. And John Gray with a 4-pitch inning. He needs that as he continues to push towards a no-hit bid. 6 no-hit innings for John Gray. We go to the 7th, 3-0 Rangers. Well, the Rangers lead the A's 3-0. We go to the bottom of the 7th. John Gray, a no-hitter through 6, facing J.J. Bleday to begin the inning. Well, the last Ranger to throw a no-hitter was Kenny Rogers in 94. That was a perfect game. First pitch to Langoliers misses outside. The Rangers have tossed 5 no-hitters since moving to Arlington. Nolan Ryan responsible for 2 of them. Bert Blyleven threw a no-hitter against the Angels in Southern California in 77. Then Nolan no-hit the A's right here in 1990. Nolan then no-hit Toronto in 91. The pitch is hit into right field, and that drops for a base hit. Chase Peterson, first pitch swinging, takes the changeup from John Gray and deposits it in the short right field. And John's no-hit bid is over after 6 2/3 innings.
I have 10 written down. I have 10 different references made by the Sandman, and the Tolos were not happy about it. I stopped down all the festivities in Broken Bow. I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, all right, everyone has to watch now. Everyone has to watch till this thing is broken up. And then I start getting these social media alerts that Jared Sandler butchered this entire thing and spit in John Gray's face.
The entire thing. Yeah, you can allude to it. Hey, something's going on here. Something's happening. Like you even say, maybe you say it once. Maybe you can say it one time. Mm-hmm. But to just give the double barrel middle finger to the baseball gods 10 times
10 times.
Is not on the advisable. It is not advisable.
The Ja Moran of play-by-play guys.
Yes.
Jared, Josh Sandler.
Josh Sandler.
Josh Sandler just giving the you-know-what to authority.
Jared Sandler.
Jared Sandler.
Jared Sandler is doing what he wants to do. And
I don't feel pressure.
And the Tolos came after him strong.
Yeah, of course they should. I mean, you want to be Mr. Play-by-Play guy. You want to be Mr. Newsworthy. This is what it is. I'm breaking news. I'm telling the news. No respect. No respect for the baseball gods at all. By the way, the A's had 25,547 combined for the 4 games in attendance.
How many?
25,547.
It's a lot of people.
That would be good enough for 18th in baseball per game. If they added up their 4-game attendance, they would be 18th, right behind the Rangers, who are at 27,000. The Rangers are 17th in attendance per game. The A's would be 18th per game in attendance if they got to add up all 4 games this series.
It's a big boost. The Rangers were a big boost to their attendance this weekend. Rangers and Mother's Day. Look, we talked about this a couple weeks ago when Jared refused to do our home run calls, that he routinely taunts the baseball gods.
He does.
And this was something that I mentioned, is that he's said it on the air before. He doesn't believe in the jinx, and he'll outright taunt it sometimes. And that's what he was doing.
He wanted to come on.
Everyone.
He wanted to come on and talk about it. I'm like, that would probably be as polarizing as having Ted Cruz on right now. And we were scared of that interview. So I don't know if we want the 6 a.m. club ratings to plummet by having Jared on with the likability. And then we got the paragraph text. Oh, the paragraph tweets were being pounded out by the Sandman. 1, if people believe what we say impacts the field, I can't help them. 2, if I was in the dugout, that would be a different story. I'm not. 3, sat next to Gray on the bus. Name drop. Well. Showed him the tweets. He laughed. If he doesn't have a problem, then no one should. 4, part of why it was mentioned so much, because we were giving historical context. Could that have waited until the 8th? Maybe. But at that point, you're really dialed in on every pitch. Appreciate you guys listening, though. But my job is to share what's going on. We have people tuning in and tuning out all the time. That's why, as a broadcaster, you're supposed to give the score every 90 seconds or so. A no-no in the 7th is a big deal. People need to know. It's my job to tell them. And the great Eric Nadel and Vin Scully and others say to update it as much as I did.
Do you think Jared
took the poor body of Vin? Wow. Took the poor body of Vin and held him up.
Poor body.
Held him up and take the baseball bullets.
Yeah,
John Red Sandler couldn't handle the bullets himself.
Is that what you want to do? You want to shield yourself with the most overrated announcer in sports history?
Oh,
is that what you want to do?
Weekend at Scully's. They took that poor man's body out of the ground and held it up.
What seems to be inferred there is, if John Gray would have told him, "Hey, bro, I really don't like that you did that," that he would have reversed course, which I could see. If a player ever did tell Jared, "I heard you reference the note, don't ever do that again," right, then I think he would stop probably. But that also tells me there are plenty of players. As Sandler said on Twitter, it's different if he's sitting in the dugout with the guys.
Oh, for sure.
He believes that's where the superstition extends, yes. is right at the end of the dugout. If you're in the dugout, you can't say anything. But outside of that, as an announcer, it's free. I think it's fine. I think it's fine to reference it. I agree with Jared. The thing is just
he referenced it.
The taunting. Doesn't it feel like he's spiking it a little bit? It feels a little bit like he's trying to rub everybody's nose in the fact that I can do this and I'm gonna do it.
He is absolutely rubbing everybody's nose in it. There's no doubt. He is letting the world, because he wants to have this happen and then prove there is no jinx.
Free drinks if you're part of the 6 a.m. club. Did it actually happen this weekend? And do not kiss your family after losing a playoff game. You better not do it, or you're going to get called out and destroyed. That's next with Sean, RJ, and Roberto right here on The Fan. But look, Mother's Day. Headlines at 7 o'clock. Best and worst of the weekend at 7:20. The play-by-play voice of ESPN this evening will join us at 8 for a Whale Game 7 alert here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. It's 105.3 The Fan. And Bobby, I heard that you had a little payoff for the 6 a.m. club as we're trying to make that the number one audience yet again of the show. We've had a little bit of a drop-off here as of late, as I'm looking at the 19 cars on the road. But you provided a little incentive last Friday.
Yeah, if you were listening at 6:40 and you heard the secret password and you brought it to me or Corey Majors at Jake's Game Day on Friday, I would pay for your first round.
And the password was Fidelio.
Right, that was it. And also, Sean has tiny hands. Or Sean. Basically, if you just came up to me and made some reference to Sean's hands, I was going to buy you a
More
drink.
like a sentence, not a password there.
Could be.
You know?
I mean, potato.
Okay.
But I ended up having like 6-7 people come up and drop the password on me. So they ended up getting their first round bought. But we had a lot of people come out. A lot of turnout is really good. We had a video we put up on social media of this guy coming up to us and saying, you know, you guys make me happy every day. That's what you do for me. And so it was a great time out there in McKinney. A lot of Tolos showed up, converted some listeners to other stations. That was good. Gave them some fan shirts. And so
buy them off.
Yeah, exactly. It was a great experience. My thing was I ordered a double vodka soda, as I tend to do.
Double.
And I pounded it like you guys have seen me do. And Tolo Steve was there with me. He wanted to do drinks real quick, and so we did it. And as I drank it, he just kind of was looking at me, and he goes, I always thought Sean was just doing a bit when he said you do that. Like, I thought that was just like a radio theater thing. He's like, you really do that? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, oh, okay. He's like, I this whole time, I just thought you guys were exaggerating for effect on radio. I didn't realize you actually drink like that.
Yeah, you drink like I eat. You don't enjoy the beverage.
No, it's like medicine. I'm trying to get a result. I'm not trying to enjoy it.
Well, that's why I take shots. I enjoy taking shots, right? It's just more efficient.
Yeah.
But you
can't shoot vodka though. That's a psycho.
No, you can. You just gotta chase it with whiskey.
Wish I could. I can't. Soda, baby.
Gin. Shooting gin is not. It's better than vodka. If you shoot vodka, you gag.
Yeah.
You shoot gin, it's like, okay, that was bad, but I'm still here.
So how many did you have?
Oh, I lost count. It was way up there.
Did you go to that Super Bowl place?
I didn't get as sick. I probably drank more than I did at the Super Bowl.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't get as sick. It was spread out over 3 hours instead of 90 minutes, though.
3 hours.
Plus, you'd have to wake up
or
4 hours later.
Yeah. I didn't have to wake up 4 hours later. Got actually like 7 hours sleep. But it was, I had a designated driver, so I felt free to go really aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
And it was good.
Corey cut loose?
He had a few drinks. He did not get anywhere near where I do, obviously. He just had a couple because he was driving later, but I got loose with pastry chef Eric, Tolo Steve, Scooter, and I had a couple drinks together. I saw Tim Collins made an appearance, came out, said hey to everybody.
Hey!
And so it was great. It was a good time, and can't wait for the next one. Can't wait for my next opportunity to just pound double vodka sodas over the course of 3 hours.
What's stopping you from doing that on any night of the week? If that's what you want to do, if you can't wait for your next opportunity, don't wait for it.
See, the event, the station event is a community thing. It's a chance to engage in community with our listeners. The other, without a station event, without a sponsor, is a drinking problem.
It does become a drinking problem.
So that's what I'm waiting for.
Thanks to the Tolos, the payoff. If you were there on Friday at 6:40, 6 to 7, insulting me and wetting the whistle because of it. All right, speaking of wetting the whistle, yesterday, RJ sent over this audio. Julius Randle's getting killed in New York.
Yes, he is.
He's getting crushed. They're tearing up like his posters.
Yeah.
After Stephen A. Smith says they should trade Julius Randle. They cannot win with him. And Kenyon Martin. Remember him?
Oh, Kmart. Absolutely.
Kenyon Martin, I think best friend of the KMC Masterpiece, as Corey, I think, has some Kenyon Martin high school stories, was on the Gilbert Arenas podcast. He took issue with something that Julius Randle did after the Knicks loss.
I saw something last night at the end of the game, and it bothered me, right? We just got done playing a hard-fought game in a playoff series, and the first thing you do is you go kiss your wife. Like, that's the first thing you do. Well, where's your mind at?
Yeah.
Dog, the very first thing he did, dog, when the game was over, walked over and kissed his wife. And I'm sitting there watching the game with my wife. I'm like, I love you to death, but ain't no way in that incident I'm going to walk over. I'm going to be with my guy. We just got done winning. I'm not even thinking about you.
Well.
In that incident.
And that incident was just a friendly little kiss of his wife. I am like, I don't know why this bothers him at all. He is getting completely dragged on social media. Like and not all ex-former players need to have opinions on things. One of the all-time dumbest takes that ever happened. Like, does this not happen all the time in sports? Like we even see football players go on over and like hug their mom or dad in the stands
after a win.
This was after Game 5.
Okay,
this was the Game 5 win.
Oh, so wait, this after the Knicks won?
Yeah, this was in the Garden. You know, Julius Randle he got his wife like, amazingly, third row seats, second row seats. I don't know how he did it. You know,
they won the game.
They won the game, and he goes over and kisses his wife. Whoop-de-doo.
Kevin Durant would always hug his mom, front row.
Yes, because that's what normal, functioning human beings do.
Need to be like Kenyon Martin. You got to get the lips tattooed on your neck. That way you don't feel the need to go over.
Oh, it could be it. It
could
be it.
How much would it change you at all? Could you make an argument if the Knicks lost that Kenyon has more of a point?
I mean, he may have more of a point, but I still think it would be a little bit ridiculous. Like the series is over. The season's over.
Yeah.
You know, like 24-hour rule, whatever the hell you want to call it. I don't know.
So Julius's wife went on social media. Slow news day, I guess, because Fox News put up a headline. Ex-NBA player criticizes Julius Randle for kissing wife right after playoff game. She said, both of us grew up in single-parent homes. We never saw our dads respect our mothers. So I'm so grateful my kids get to grow up watching their dad be the best father and husband. Heart emoji. Man, Kenyon Martin's looking like a little bit of a jackass here.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. It's just, I don't know. It just doesn't make, I don't know where it was. I've never heard this take.
I can't find this video anywhere, by the way. Have you seen it?
Oh, yeah, I said it. Yeah, I've seen the video.
Oh,
the video of the kiss.
The video of the kiss.
Oh, no, I have not seen the video.
I can't find it.
Yeah, I couldn't find it either. I have not, so I've not seen the video of the actual kiss.
I mean, not that it matters, but I just can't believe he said it after a win.
I know. That was very
makes
odd.
it stupid.
Very odd to me to see that.
Really dumb.
Kenyon Martin, though, wasn't he always one of these over dramatic nitpick everything? And you remember how much he lost his mind on Mark Cuban during that 08 playoff series, Chop, or 08, 09? They were in the divisionals, or divisionals. They were in the semis, and Kenyon Martin was screaming at him, leaving the floor.
Yep.
He's one of these guys who gets worked up over nothing.
He's one of those guys I feel like but I always put him in the you don't want to fight category.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't want to fight him.
No. Kenyon Martin looks like he's serious. He would be a problem. But there he was sitting down with the Gilbert Arenas podcast. Peyton, I'm very proud of you because on Friday, after the show, you sent out the news, and it was very, very sad for me personally. Well, not that personal.
Real quick, I did find the video.
Okay. Let's see.
Just goes over, grabs his kid.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, wow. What a family man. Let's just rip him apart.
After they won.
Let's rip him apart.
After they won. So Julius Randle's getting destroyed in New York, and they're ripping up his posters. And, getting ready to burn the jerseys and everything.
Terrible.
Maybe the number one college football fan of all time passed away late last week. Bobby, are you familiar with Phyllis from Mulga?
Nope. Choppy and Peyton were stunned. I didn't know who this was. This is how young is Bobby Belts, I guess. I had no idea who she was.
Yeah, I think I had heard, I think it was on Cowherd's radio show all the time. He would play, it could have been Dan Patrick. One of the national shows is how I came to know who Phyllis was. The rage, the passion, the intensity, calling up Paul Feinbaum's show all the time. Like in Alabama, this radio station gets like all of our radio station ratings in the city combined. They just dominate WJOX. And Phyllis was the number one Bama fan. Here's a couple of examples of her defending her Tide.
A few games cannot make the SEC look bad. You hear me, Cowtard? The SEC don't look bad, not because of something you say. Nobody's going to take your word at heart. I certainly am not. I'm proud of Bama. Thank you, Bama, for the season you've had. I will never forget it, and I'm looking forward to next year. And, Paul, Bama did great. I'm proud of them. And roll tide. That's all I can say is roll tide. Bye.
Bye. Gosh, I love that. That's number one. And then she felt the need to defend the SEC in one of her rants.
Hey, Paul, touchdown, Alabama. Let me tell you something, Bama. Look, you've come too far. You've come too far. You have worked for years, and you've missed a couple, and you've won several. But listen, remember, every single day in that locker room and on that field, the blood, sweat, tears, all your family, all the pride of the fans for you. You've got to get out there. Pull it out. You got it. This is the national touchdown. I mean, the national trophy. This is what Cowtard said you could never win again, but you can.
He said the dynasty was over.
No. The dynasty will never be over because this team I'm watching on this TV right now
Phyllis, let me give you some advice.
Not going to let it be over. Not now.
Phyllis,
not ever. Bama, go do it, buddy.
Phyllis,
you can do it. You're my team.
Okay.
I believe.
Thanks, Phyllis.
Touchdown.
I believe in you, too.
Touchdown. So the Bama Avenger, the First Lady, the Feinbaum Show, or simply Phyllis from Mulga passing away. Sports Talk Radio Hall of Fame caller. All right, let's get to the headlines. We have bubble rematches in the NBA. Stars Game 7, a brand new starter for the Rangers tonight, and a football championship in Arlington, Jerry. Headlines to recap the weekend, get you ready for your Monday next. But
Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 2-1. Swing and a hard hit ball up the alley in right center field, and that falls for the base hit. Ruiz doesn't get it, and neither does Laureano. It rolls all the way to the wall. Garcia scores. Heim is on his way to third, and Tony Beasley will hold him there.
It was an 8-run 8 that helped the Texas Rangers get the win yesterday over the horrific Oakland Athletics. This is your Monday morning headlines to recap the weekend, get you ready for your week with Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on your home for Rangers baseball. 105.3 The Fan. Adolis Garcia hit the grand slam. Listen what he did in the inning. Home run, double, 4 runs batted in, 2 runs scored in the inning.
Is that good? Is that a good inning?
7-3 on the West Coast swing. 25-15, their best 40-game start since 2012.
So, every American League team will go on their 10-game West Coast trip. Sometimes it's a 9-game trip. But you come away with that 6-4, you're generally happy. Anything beyond that is gravy. It really is. Now, Oakland throws a wrench into it because they're so bad. You cannot split a 4-game series with Oakland. You've got to win the series. And they did the job. They, outside of a 2-inning stretch on Friday night, or not even a 2-inning stretch, the 10th inning really, they really dominated the series. They just did.
The bullpen issues are kind of also take your turn, rotating.
Mm-hmm.
Like, first it was Leclerc.
Yeah.
The other night I think it was Burke. And he had some nice outings. Hernandez has taken his. He gave it the 2-run lead yesterday. Will Smith started off great, had a little blip. Then he gets named the closer. So it's been equal opportunity.
It has. And this is part of the issue with the modern way the game is that pitchers generally don't go beyond 6 innings very often. So you need to go and you need to manufacture 9 outs from 3 different guys, and you've got to hope they're all on. Because if even one of them is off, if it's a 1-run game, you're screwed. And that's how the Rangers have, 7 of their last 9 losses?
Yeah, 7 of their last 9 losses. They've given up the go-ahead run in the 7th inning or later.
And that's what happens, like when you have to have 3 innings or 9 outs from, your relief from your relievers. Look, someone's going to have an off day. And when you're tempting fate that much, it just happens.
Well, they went 7-3 on that West Coast road trip. The Oakland loss was in there, and remember they started that West Coast road trip. That was when they were up 4-0 in the 8th inning on the Angels and blew that game and lost an extra. So if they just don't blow really easy leads late in the game, they go 9-1 on this road trip.
So they have a 4-game lead in the West over the Armpit. All right. Then you have a 4.5-game lead over the Angels. You're 5 up on the Mariners, and you're 17 up on the Athletics. So now you get a big dog right here in Arlington. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch for the Atlanta Braves. But the Braves have lost 4 straight games, coming in with the exact same record as us, 25-15. And Peyton sent us some info on the Rangers making a move. They are calling up Cody Bradford. When you look at his Round Rock numbers, 5-1 with a .91 earned run average, 37 strikeouts in 39 innings.
You want to catch teams at the right time. You hate when a team as talented as the Braves are coming in and loses a 4 straight. Chances are it's not going to continue. Teams with the Braves don't lose 7 in a row, right? They're just too good. So you hate seeing that. You want to catch them at the end of you win 11 in a row, you lose a game, and all of a sudden you go a little bit of a downward spiral. That's when you want to catch them. You don't want to catch them if they already lost 4 straight.
Tonight, you got Braves, Rangers, and it's 7, not at 9. Don't tune in late.
Yeah.
Game 7, where hopefully the Dallas Stars will meet this team.
Colasar is there to kill the clock. The game is over. The series is over. Knights advance to the Western Conference Final. Dispatch the Oilers in 6 games. Final score, Vegas 5, Edmonton 2.
That was the call on Vegas Radio. The Stars, of course, lost Game 6 over the weekend. Puck drop tonight, 7 o'clock, AAC.
This game started off quick. Vegas scored the first 25 seconds. Edmonton scored shortly thereafter. Edmonton scored again, and then Marchessault had 3 goals in the I think it's 3 goals in the second period. And he was that Vegas team was off and running, and they are really, really good. And I think they're going to wind up being the favorites against whoever they play. Stars are cracking, but Carolina would probably be the favorite overall against any of them in the Cup finals.
So the Panthers advance over the Maple Leafs. Mm-hmm. They win that series 4-1, and then you have the Hurricanes wrapping up over the Devils. That was 4-1.
That was 4-1. Yeah, so both teams in the East made quick work of Jersey and Toronto.
David Hellman had a pretty funny tweet. The Stanley Cup champion is either going to be a team that's existed for less than 5 to 10 years or a city where it'll be 90 degrees during the finals.
This is probably, let's be fair, this is probably the NHL's worst nightmare. Like, they've got Carolina, they got a good following there, but nothing nationally. Florida, who's got nothing nationally. The Stars, who don't have much nationally. And Vegas, who is kind of the cool team because it's got a really cool pregame over there. But again, it's going to be, no matter where they are, it's going to be 90 degrees. This Vegas, DFW, Carolina, or Florida. I mean, Seattle obviously could win, I suppose.
No.
We know it's not going to happen.
They're not even winning
I'm not
tonight.
even going to think that. I'm speaking this into existence. So it's going to be 90 degrees wherever the Stanley Cup Finals are played.
And the Stars are minus 210 for tonight. How much of a favorite is that?
That's big time. I mean, they're 2-1. So that's a big time favorite right there.
We need the Pete DeBoer redemption here. We need a Western Conference final so that he can go take out Vegas after getting unceremoniously dismissed by the Golden Knights last summer.
His history says they're going to get there
6-0 in Game 7s, best record in NHL history.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Who's that with?
Pete DeBoer, 6-0 in Game 7s.
So history says that they're going to get there anyway because his first year with the last 3 teams he played or coached, Vegas, Conference Finals first year. Sharks, Stanley Cup Finals first year. Devils, Stanley Cup Finals first year.
And the Stars have not lost 2 in a row since March 15th.
Whoa.
2 months.
March 15th, 2 in a
2
row.
months to the day.
Have we checked on the prices for tonight? Let's do
Yes.
that a little bit later on. Stars ticket prices. Where's the chain?
It's up there. Hold on.
All right, did you guys jinx it by putting on the chain on Friday, or how did it work? No one wore it and they lost? Is that?
I wore the chain.
Yeah. Well, he wore it, but it was he doesn't count.
Because I win when I go.
Game 7 this evening. Let us know.
Let's go tonight, Peyton.
If you're heading in.
You want to go?
Yeah, let's go.
I'm down.
All right, I'm going to look up prices right now.
Okay. 877-881-1053. Let us know if you're rolling in. Tolo Michael, just go ahead and text me what the prices are for the fellas to experience Game 7 this evening. There was a Game 7 yesterday in the NBA.
Tatum, right corner against Embiid. Tatum for a 50-piece.
And you know what? He showed it. He showed you 50.
Jason Tatum took over. The third quarter was the difference in this game as the Boston Celtics let Filthy off the hook. And after the game, Joel Embiid calls out the rest of his team saying, I can't win by myself. Me and James, we cannot win by ourselves. Right after Embiid scored 15 points, RJ already went off on the 76ers, Bobby. Before you got in, what would you like to say to them?
You don't get to talk when James Harden is playing completely passive basketball, won't drive to the rim other than to commit flagrant fouls. When Joel Embiid put up, 4 air balls yesterday, I think, on the way to 5 of 18 shooting. And this is this is in the wake of the Game 7 performance he had against the Raptors 3-4 years ago, Embiid, where he went 6 of 18 in the Game 7. Go send that trophy back to its rightful owner in Denver. Give it to Jokic, the guy who actually has dominated this postseason.
Gutless. Simple as that. Yep. It was gutless by Philadelphia. This is what they do. They predictably fail as much as anybody. Not the Sixers in general, but the suspects involved. Doc Rivers, 10 Game 7 losses in his lifetime. 7 series blown where he had a 3-1 or 3-2 lead. James Harden, who never performs well in elimination games. Joel Embiid, who's never made a conference final. Didn't Daryl Morey say James Harden was a better offensive player than Michael Jordan? How'd that work out?
I think Barkley said that.
Daryl Morey said a lot.
Yeah. Like this was predictable. And for Joel Embiid to go at his role, guys.
Man.
All right, dude. I mean, what do you
he won his championship. He got his MVP. That's all he cared about.
Is Tobias Harris supposed to go for 28?
Did Maxey not have a pretty decent series?
He had a pretty decent series.
Ask Micah. Micah's not going there wearing Embiid's jersey or Harden's.
No.
He's repping Tyrese Maxey. So we'll see what happens with Doc Rivers. Another Game 7 loss. Is he going to be gone? We know Monty Williams is gone out of Phoenix. Mark Jackson, who was apparently a finalist for Sacramento last year, interviewing for the Milwaukee Bucks job. And the big story in the league, Ja Morant with a second gun video that emerged over the weekend. He was immediately suspended from all team activities. I don't know what they're doing in Memphis. They're not playing. The Grizzlies have suspended him, and now we wait and see what the team and the league do with one of the faces.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting what they do. I wonder how much of it has to do with the laws of the state and that he's in with the gun. I don't know that it does or should.
Yeah.
Because your employer can, I guess, make their own rules on that. But this is I think we're really seeing, and we don't need much more evidence to be able to say with some conviction that Ja Morant's a moron.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt. 25 to 30 is going to be my guess for the suspension. 25 to 30 games. Because he basically gave the finger to Adam Silver and the league. And this guy either has a psychological issue, he's got a peer pressure issue, or he doesn't care, or he's just a freaking idiot. Those are one of the four things right now that I'm trying to figure with Ja Morant. A second gun video while wearing a Texas Rangers hat. Speaking of Texas, we finally have a football championship in Arlington.
The live line is moving rapidly. Perez gets out of pressure. End zone! Caught! Cinderella has entered the building. It's another touchdown for Arlington. It's Tyler Vaughns.
And the Renegades upset the favorite, Greg Williams, DC Defenders, 35-26 with the improbable run, Peyton, for your Renegades, who entered the playoffs with a losing record at 4-6. The Defenders were 10-1, championship Renegades.
My goodness, this team might have averaged 12.5 points per game throughout the regular season. Half of that because of their defense, but man, when the lights were shining bright, they did their absolute best. And Big Game Bob, I mean, congrats to Bob Stoops. He did it again. He brought home another championship.
Big Game Bob. He finally got over the hump of Boise State and USC and LSU and all those bad games. Florida finally got over the hump. Took him away to the XFL, but he got over the hump there.
Did we get a parade here? Does The Rock give us a parade? Did we get a parade in downtown Arlington?
Oh man,
get one around Texas Live. we just go in circles.
Just go to parking lot.
Just go around.
Go
circles.
down Randall Mill and then ballpark away.
No, Sean meant literally in Texas Live. Just walk around
the conga line, you'll be fine.
Go from Punch's Pizza to Punch's Coffee to Punch's Tequila, and that'll be the parade route. You're welcome, Punch, for the free advertising. And Jason Day with his first win since 2018 at the Byron. You didn't say anything about the Byron. You're not going crazy over the local golf.
I was in baseball all weekend. I didn't have much time to check out the Nelson. I did watch a little bit on Thursday, but look, this Jason Day is a player that was so good about 6-7 years ago, and then he really kind of tapered off. It does seem like he's back. It does seem like he's on his way back. This is a good tournament, good start for him heading into the PGA next week. This week. Yeah.
Headlines to recap your weekend here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have a brand new giveaway for listening. Smashing Pumpkins tickets. The next Dak Prescott has been announced, and how Gordon Ramsay saved Bobby Belt's weekend. Who had the best weekend? Who had the worst weekend? Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway next.
But let's get you over to number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, Bobby. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. It is time for best and worst of the weekend. Give us the crazy stories. Give us the awful stories at 877-881-1053. This hour during the Expressway, every day this week, commercial free, 7:20 all the way till 8 o'clock, a Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway. I was in Oklahoma. From Thursday to yesterday in Broken Bow. Great getaway. Thanks to Tolo Chris, who Choppy and I have had dinner with. He's a big participant in Jared Sandler's charity events. My wife and her friend, they were plotting on a little Broken Bow getaway. So Chris is like, hey, go ahead and check out my Three Little Bears cabin. So it was a nice little getaway. Wish I had probably taken off the Monday, but came back yesterday in the rain. 3 hours up, 3 hours back, and 1 day escape. I think it's a day and a half escape.
Yeah, that's at least, right? 2 days, really. 2 full days there.
Work escape.
Yeah.
Day and a half work escape. Got any questions?
No.
Okay.
The cell service out there is terrible. That's the biggest downside to Broken Bow.
It's awful. I can get it in the cabin, and then driving home, nothing. And I was like, let me turn off my phone and put this thing back on. And then, bam, John Morant gun. Bam. Star stories. Bam. All the group messages were sitting there. I would advise, if you're going to go, I would have picked a few months from now, get a little cooler. It's humid. It's crap. I mean, it was just hot. And you want to be able to go sit out there and sit outside the entire time on those beautiful decks or the hot tub and have it be about 15 degrees cooler than it was. That would be my only little minor adjustment. I guess my big drama from the trip is restaurant etiquette on sitting a party. So we were all going to go to like this little hiking trail, show off the water, blah, blah, blah. It started raining. My kid wasn't feeling great anyway. So we're like, nah, we're not going to take him out when it's a downpour. On the way back home, we stop into the names that they have, the innuendo of all these places. I mean, Grateful Head Pizza.
Oh, good.
They have wine names. They have head shop names. They have liquor store names, and they all have some utter. It must be a community rule that you have to name something silly with your local businesses.
It's a one-up. You got to top the next guy.
Yeah.
You open up a new establishment, and you see that they've got a really cool name. You've got to one it up.
Got to top it.
Yeah, you got to be a topper.
Yeah. So
got to.
We walked in with our party, right? It was 4 of us and Ollie, and then we got the text message from the other family that still went on the trail that they were leaving. And we're like, okay, come in and join us. We ordered more than enough food, sit down, lunch is on me. And we'll just pull up some chairs. So this is the pizza place everyone says you got to go to, Grateful Head Pizza. You got to go Grateful Head Pizza. I guarantee you everyone on the fan text will text that they know about it. Well, I asked the waitress, hey, we got 4 to 6 more coming. Can we pull up another table? No, you can't do that. You're going to be blocking the outside door. Okay, can we pull up some chairs and squeeze in? No. And the answer, that was the problem, the delivery of the message and the reply. No, you can't. So I look outside and you got open bench seating. And I'm like, can we move outside and get a table for about 8 to 10? No, they're reserved. And I'm like, ma'am, it's empty out there. There's like 4 people in the lobby. No, like that. And I was like, okay. So my wife, I think Bobby saw the last time my wife got riled up. Normally she gets mad if I get into it.
Last time she got riled up that I saw was my fault.
Yeah. Was it your fault?
Yeah, it's when I said your shirt didn't properly replicate the DiNucci logo, and I was wrong, and she came up and told me how wrong I was.
And by the way, congrats to DiNucci, Sean Payton bringing him to the Broncos. Yeah. No, it was Kristen's birthday when she was getting mad at the server.
Oh, yeah. I just forgot because Kristen got more worked up by the end of the night.
Yeah.
So by comparison.
So my wife
got a $30 pizza.
Yeah. Whew. They know they got you out there.
Oh yeah.
Firewood, $10 firewood. I'm like, how many sticks come in it? 5. I'm like, so $2 for a little piece of wood like this. You go down the street, $5 for the bundles of firewood. But they know they got you on gas. Where are you gonna go? Because if you don't get gas, driving out there or back,
no, you better wait till Paris.
The vultures will get you. The amount of dead bird meals I saw. Yeah, you're waiting till Paris. So they got you on groceries. They got you on gas. They got you on alcohol. There ain't nowhere else to go.
No.
It's a one-stop shop.
That's it.
So they refuse to let us expand our party. And my wife is getting furious. And now at this point, I'm like, okay, I'm going to sit back and have my beer and let her deal with it. She goes up front. She talks to a different person. All of them are like cold-blooded, like, no. And I'm like, sweetheart, you ran front of house for probably the #1 steakhouse in town or the country for a long time. Didn't y'all have this party? Everyone must be present to be seated. And she said, well, it depends. It depends on how important this person is. Or if you have other seating in the restaurant. She wasn't having it. I was trying to be like, well, their policy. A lot of restaurants have this policy. Yeah. They weren't having it. So I was like, screw this. Oh, she said, screw this. When the other family gets here, we're going to get up. We're going to leave. And they're going to sit down at our table and they can finish their meal and drinks. That didn't go over well.
I can't imagine that would have gone over well.
That didn't go over well with the swap out.
That's like the Korean barbecue in California, how they kicked you and Sarah out because you guys showed up late and they were like, nope, you cannot sit here. And they kicked Chop out.
Was the place packed?
No.
No, it wasn't that it was crowded. It was just that we had already eaten. So we were going to eat. We were just going to hang out.
Yeah.
And they said, well, you can't be at the table if you're not eating because it's like one of those all-you-can-eat things. So we don't want you to take food. So I was like, okay, I get that. It's still kind of BS. Like, dude, no, we're seriously stuffed. Like, I will throw up looking at the food. Like, I'm not.
So they asked you, are you going to eat?
Yeah, they said, are you going to eat? And then we said, yeah. I said, no, we're just going to drink.
And then leave.
And they said, no, we're going to leave.
And that's what my wife was saying. She's like, you're going to stop us from spending more money here. We'll stay here another hour or two and drink because it's going to be a party at 10. And there's seats open outside. They're like, nope, sorry. And then I caved in. Oh, she got mad at me when they brought me that stupid tip machine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
they get you on that one.
And
they want to see.
I want to see, since the invention of that tip machine, how much higher tips have gone up because you feel the pressure. I feel the pressure.
Yep.
And I'm sitting there and the waitress is there and I can feel my wife glaring at me because she wants me to tip 15% at the most. At the most, 15 or under. And if that waitress would have given me the card machine and walked away, I would have sent a message. I would have given it to them.
Negative 10%, and they would have had to given you money back.
Negative 10%. But that young girl just stood right there staring at me, and I signed off on the 20%.
Yeah, they get you, man. They get
my wife.
You go to the Stars game tonight, right? So you go to the Stars game tonight. They'll turn that screen around on you.
Yep.
Okay. And they literally they went. Somebody else prepared the the chicken wings, the fry, whatever it is, and they just turn to hand it to you 20%.
But
but you're pressured.
That splits between them. I
know, but you're still pressured into
but
doing it.
You know what I like is when they turn it around, they don't tell you what it is. They just turn around and say, "I'll ask you a question here."
Yeah,
that's what they said. They make it sound like there's some sort of survey question you got to fill out.
So, what's the protocol? What do I do
in that instance?
No. We're trying to get people sat with you. You know what I mean?
Oh, I mean, they should have been more amenable to it, is what I think.
It sounds like they were just stonewalling from the start.
Yeah.
That there was
Policy's policy.
Policy's policy. You asked for the manager? Did you Karen it?
I did not. My wife just went around to each person in the restaurant, and they were on the same page. I give them props. If the Dallas Cowboys could run the final play of their season like these staffers at the Grateful Head Pizza restaurant, we wouldn't be a national embarrassment. Zeke wouldn't be playing center. But they were on the same page. Communication was great between them, and they were all stonewalling.
469 says you should have gone to the Eat Out in Broken Bow because he said that guy, the owner there, literally pulls tables around the store to make sure that people
Hopefully
have
went
enough.
there more than just the.
My dad taught me to eat it out.
I bet he did.
Tolo Chris sent me the names of these businesses. Grateful Head is the pizza. The Eat Out, American food. Shuck Me.
Oh, they got one in Southlake.
Is the seafood. Gutter Chaos.
Oh, good one.
Is the bowling alley and arcade. And those are some of the name plays there.
Gutter Chaos is good. It's a good.
I
name
like
for
all
bowling
those
alley.
names.
Yeah,
They're all
really
good.
name.
Yeah. So there you go. So that was my weekend. All right, Roberto, how did Gordon Ramsay save your Mother's Day?
So Kristen is her go-to favorite meal of all time is just steak and a baked potato. That's her favorite. So yesterday when it was Mother's Day, I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna just make it. I've made steak before. And
what a palate on her, steak and a baked potato.
Yeah, what a Mary cheap there.
I've made steak before. I've been able to do it, but it's been 8 years.
8 years since you made a damn steak.
I haven't made a steak in 8 years.
On, Bobby.
I've been too busy making money, and so I haven't been. So
Amanda says, I'm like, Bobby's cooking a steak first time in 8 years. She's like, Bobby doesn't cook, and I was like, no,
it is nothing.
He does nothing.
No, nothing.
But grind, but produce.
Exactly. But I went in there and I wanted to make the steak and I got the baked potato. So I was like looking up YouTube videos.
But hang on.
What?
What steak did you get? Where'd you go and get it? How'd you pick it out?
I don't know.
You know what you got.
I went
you know what you got. You know
I
exactly
don't.
what you
It
got.
was
went
a
to the
strip.
store to
It was
look-
a strip thing.
It wasn't
a strip thing.
I think it said New York strip.
Perfect.
I don't know which one it was.
You weren't trying to find like a fillet or anything? Or
I looked and saw what was the most expensive 2 steaks that looked like they fit in the pan.
Okay.
So that's what I picked.
So it was strip. You got strip steaks.
Yeah, New York strip steaks.
Okay.
And so I went and looked up on YouTube. I was trying to find best way to cook a steak.
And
Best
you're
way
in
to make
an
a baked
apartment,
potato.
so you don't have the grill outside.
Right.
Is there a grill outside though? Like, do you have an apartment?
There's one
grill?
by like the pool area. I'm not going to do that.
It's too far away.
I'm not.
It's
no,
raining.
It's not about too far away. It could have been sunny and 75 outside. Shout out Joe Nichols, and I still wouldn't have gone out there and done it.
Okay.
But so we were inside, and I found a YouTube video of Gordon Ramsay. It's like a 3-minute video where he goes, "This is how you cook the perfect steak," which I sent you the video last night. I don't know. Did you get a chance to watch it?
I did not watch it.
Okay, so I didn't know if you thought his tips were right.
Question:
What?
Iron skillet?
No, I didn't do the cast iron. I did do like it's like a searing pan.
Do you have a cast iron?
Yes, but like we haven't seasoned it or whatever they tell you to do
Okay,
yet.
okay.
So
But you have a searing pan.
Well, I mean, I just got it yesterday. While I was out shopping.
All right.
I got that. So no, it's like it's a very quick video. You know, he's like, salt, pepper the hell out of this thing.
Yep.
You know, let it sit there for a little bit. Get the pan really, really hot.
Yeah.
Some olive oil.
Smoke alarm issue.
Oh yeah, big time.
It got smoky in there. Lay the steaks away from you. Then he
Yeah.
talks about like, hey, turn over the steak, render down that fat on the back. Was doing all this. He said, get some garlic in the middle of it. Just, you don't even need to peel it. Just crush it. Throw it in there for flavor.
Yep.
Some butter.
You
Start
get some
basting
thyme or
the
rosemary.
thing. I didn't do that. He just said to. I didn't do it though.
Okay.
He said start, just basting the thing with butter. I was doing all this. I was doing all of it correctly. I missed one step, which was he said get the pan really hot, and then he said to like bring the heat down. I did not bring the heat down.
Oh no.
And so
Because you want that.
Yeah,
for the sear.
And then he said, let the pan do the work and it'll be hot enough. And
Don't turn it over. Don't keep flipping it.
So, no, he said flip it every minute. He said flip it every minute.
Flip the steak?
Yeah,
Bad
he said
advice.
flip the steaks.
Terrible.
No, he said flip the steaks every minute, and he said they'll cook evenly.
Okay.
And he said it's about 6 to 8 flips for medium rare.
Oh.
And so I was like, okay, I think I should get this. Because it was too hot, the outside got cooked faster. And then I put a little meat thermometer in there, and I think it was supposed to be, 135?
You got a meat thermometer.
Yeah.
Wow,
I
look at
think it was
you.
supposed to be 135.
Yep,
It was not a digital.
Yeah.
And
It's
so
not a
I didn't know.
So it takes a while to
So-
go.
But it didn't. 120 is the minimum. It was not like the outside looked done, and it did not even get up to 120. I was like, this is bad.
Yeah.
This isn't good. I think the meat thermometer was broken.
Yeah.
Kristen was like, it's done, I think. She's like, I think that is medium rare. You can give it to me.
Okay.
I was like, fine, you can get E. coli or whatever. Here, you take this. I'm
Right.
going to worry about the. And then I ended up overcooking mine. Hers looked fine.
So I have a picture of it.
Okay.
And I want you to go ahead and judge it yourself.
All right.
That is that's the belt steak. The Gordon Ramsay belt steak.
That's not terrible color.
I think it looks good.
I would not ask you to leave.
Is that-
if you there are people
That
if you
one
cook
was
a,
mine.
If you cook a steak more than like medium in my house, I'm gonna say leave. Please leave.
That was yours?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is fine.
That's
There's nothing wrong
fine.
with
You
that.
got good color on the outside. It doesn't look burnt. It's medium rare.
I don't care for the plates, but this is fine.
So, and then the baked potato, we did the America's Test Kitchen baked potato.
What is that?
Which they say I didn't. I always microwaved them or put them in foil, and they said that's the 2 worst ways to do it. So they have you poke some holes in the potato, and they say brine it. Salt water just on the outside for a few seconds because you're just trying to brine the skin, not the whole potato. Stick it in there for 45 minutes in the oven at 450. Get it out. Baste it in some vegetable oil. Put it back in for 10 minutes and bring it out. And they say the outside of the thing is like a chip
Crispy.
almost. It's crispy. And it was good.
Did it
Kristen,
work?
Yeah, Kristen said it was the best potato she's had at home.
Wow.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Is brine just salt water?
Yeah,
Why
I
they
guess
call
so.
it that?
Yep. Salt.
Why they call it that?
Salt it. Brine it.
I don't know.
Okay.
But it was
Salt
good.
water.
It was good. And the flavoring was really good. The garlic, the butter, everything about the steak was good. It just, I felt like I overcooked mine.
But your number one achievement was baking.
Was the upside down peach cake, which is
Yeah.
something that I recently saw. The girls like watching cooking videos and Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, you want to
and
train
everything
them.
else.
Maybe like your futures
Exactly.
in the kitchen.
Exactly. Your husband goes and makes the money. You make the food.
What's
So
what's Barkley say? Oh, that she always knows the time.
Because there's a clock on the stove. God, man. Y'all are bad.
We're bad. It's the biggest caveman in here.
It's a dice
said
bid.
we're bad.
It is a dice bid. It's an Andrew Dice Clay thing.
Yeah, I know,
It's
I
dice
know.
bid. Relax, Chop.
It
I
is,
love the dice bed.
Dice
So-
said the
yeah.
clock.
Dice, just
Yeah.
everything Dice said was
Awful,
was
but good.
awful. Yeah.
Awful but funny.
Awful.
So,
Awful but funny.
No, it was. We were watching this YouTube chef where he recently made a 3-course gourmet meal, but he could only buy things at the dollar store, so including like butter and
Yeah.
stuff. And the dessert he made was this peach thing, and Kristen had seen it and goes, "Oh, that actually looks good. I wonder how he makes it." So get some you get this this brown sugar mixture together. You lay that down, put some peaches around. Then you just make a basic cake batter, pour the cake batter over, and then you flip it over. It's this upside down cake, and it was good. Put a scoop of vanilla ice cream on it.
And she was very happy, very impressed.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know how impressed she was. She was like, when I was talking about how I'd overcooked my steak, she's like, yeah, next time just listen to me.
Oh,
I was like, yeah, because she's like, I told you they were done. You did, because I put it back on the heat. I put mine back on. That's why I
Right. I
overcooked
I don't think
mine.
that's really overcooked.
Did you let it
And
rest?
I do think, to be fair, I don't know what it is. I think my phone gave that a better color with the photo than existed, because I was like, it did not look that pink there.
Did you let it rest?
Yes, I let it rest.
Good job. Well done, Bobby.
Nicely done.
Pepe, you do anything fun?
Yeah, so Friday night had a graduation party for my friend Chad, who's
You held it?
No, he did at his parents' place. They had brisket and stuff, pork butts.
How graduated what?
Masters at UTA. He's going off to the Dominican Republic.
Well,
for athletic training.
Did Chad play lacrosse?
No,
like
he
a
did
common
not.
lacrosse name.
No, football, hockey guy, baseball guy. So
Athletic training in the Dominican.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know that guy.
Yeah.
But as soon as the party was winding down, I'm thinking, it's 11:30. We're all going to go home. Let's walk to the door. Someone says, let's go to WinStar. I said, stop it. I opened the door, and everyone's like, whoa, let's go. We're only an hour 20 away. I said, guys, it is 11 o'clock. Do not make us go to WinStar. And everyone goes, man, Peyton, lame guy, party killer over here. So
peer pressure.
I had to do it. I had to go up to WinStar.
You went to WinStar.
I won $40, baby.
Yeah.
We made money. The other guys lost it.
And you stayed?
Yeah, we stayed till 2:30. We got there around midnight.
Oh, you didn't stay overnight?
Oh, no. The rooms are too much, though.
Okay.
No free rooms on the weekend.
What a 26-year-old move. Let's go up to WinStar and drive back in the middle of the night.
Living the life.
And then it stormed, on the way back, and it's terrible. But got back home around 4 and went to bed.
He's living the life RJ used to live every weekend.
Every weekend.
Drive to the casino.
I did, but the difference is I was 40 minutes away in Roanoke.
Yeah.
Than you are. My gosh, it's a long drive.
I wish I was still at UNT. UNT is 35 minutes away.
Yeah.
So there it is. Peyton living that WinStar life. Best and worst of the weekend. Any great tales? Any disasters? Any nightmares? Let us know. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. What do we got, boys?
Some guy said he sauteed sliced onions and bell peppers, crushed garlic with a steak. It was superb.
Okay.
All right.
512, we did a boat ride in Rockwell this weekend. The captain kept calling out a friend for trying to comfort her 1-year-old son while he was talking, then came up and told her she was being disrespectful. What a D-bag. Okay, all right. Well, that's Peyton. That's,
I was driving through Rockwell and back yesterday. Driving through the Rock.
Oh, yeah?
That's you, Peyton. That's your people. By the way, there's a lot of people going off on
me
the
for the
head
table?
shop. The
Grateful
no, not
Head
you,
pizza?
the people. Yeah, that they're like, pizza's not even good. So,
Well, I do have to say,
how was the pizza? You didn't even say.
it was good.
Was it?
Well,
For $30 is better.
It was insanely expensive. But the policy of entire party has to be here to be seated.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you got to respect the policy? The policy is the policy. I mean, everyone has worked in restaurants, so how can I really fight it that much? My problem was outside, it was empty. And I was just like, let's just get up, let's grab the food, and let's go over here and sit down. But the other couple we were with, I think, they weren't trying to be combative.
Did you say, our signal reaches into your city, right?
Yeah.
You know what I can
The
do.
signal did reach a long ways
We got a
driving.
blowtorch, baby.
That's right.
It does. Up Oklahoma goes pretty far.
So 100,000 watts right there. All right, so there it is. Best and worst of the weekend. Let us know anything else crazy that may or may not have happened.
Went to the Byron Nelson, got a sunburn, can barely walk from soreness. Celebrated 41 with the family
Congrats.
last night.
And the Mother's Day tales. Bobby doesn't have any.
No, I don't.
Choppy
My mom's dead. Thanks
was
for
on the
reminding me.
road nonstop. And Ryan, you shouldn't be laughing so hard at Bobby's joke. Ryan's in the back.
We all laughed on Friday.
I heard that driving in.
903 came in, which we opened. We for those of you that missed it, we said during the expressway, roast us as best you can. We wanted to see the best, and 903 within a minute said, I bet Bobby's saving a lot on Mother's Day this year.
Because that was off the Richard Jefferson burn, right?
It was Kendrick Perkins roasting Richard Jefferson when Richard Jefferson said, you're splitting hairs here. And Kendrick said, you've never split any hairs.
Oh.
Split hairs forever.
Yeah.
I thought Richard had a mom issue or something. They were talking
No,
about.
it was just that. And we were like,
No,
So splitting hairs led to dead mom jokes?
No,
because we asked the truckwreck.com fan text. Choppy said, what's the worst you've ever been burned? I was like, I don't know. I bet the fan text would come with it.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
And they did.
And 903 did.
Mm-hmm.
And shout out to Kroger. I heard that they brought you guys in Mother's Day flowers.
They did.
Yeah, they got we still have one of the cupcakes here that they brought in. They made by hand that morning. They brought in chocolate covered strawberries. It's great.
Are you going to say thank you?
Yeah, we did. Thank you. We put them on the air.
To me.
Oh, no, not to you.
Y'all take advantage of my hookup, steal my flowers,
No.
and then don't say jack squat.
Thank you, Sean. My mom loved the flowers and stuff.
My mom loved the flowers.
Did you even give them to her? You probably gave them to Sarah.
No, I took two. I gave one to Sarah. I gave my mom the other one. So I took Bobby's because Bobby doesn't have a mom.
Exactly.
So I just took his flowers for his mom.
Exactly. He took so I only got one. He got two.
Did they just bring them in for the morning show?
No, they brought in, how many were in here? They brought in like 20.
20 sets of flowers in here.
Wow. Awesome. I guess mine is in the fridge. I'll go check over there next to the hot sauce. So thank you to Kroger.
Yes, again.
For hooking it up. All right. The next Dak Prescott apparently has been drafted by the Indianapolis Colts. This is the fan in Indy sharing a story about Anthony Richardson's character.
Did you see the story about Anthony Richardson that Chris Ballard shared? I received this text yesterday. Hey, Jake, I went to the Indiana Sports Corps luncheon on Tuesday, and Chris Ballard was the speaker. He told a story about Anthony Richardson and the NFL's rookie orientation program. Troy Vincent of the NFL called Ballard after the draft to tell him what an impact Anthony Richardson had left on him at the orientation program. Specifically, after the dinner attended by all potential draftees, the room was left a mess. Everyone was leaving, and Troy Vincent saw one person who stayed behind and was bussing tables before the staff came back into the room. Vincent walked up and approached him and said, "You don't need to do this." To which Anthony Richardson responded, "We left this room in an unacceptable condition, and it's not right for us to expect the staff to clean it all up." Vincent said that Richardson told him that he was free to go, to which Richardson basically said, "No, it's all right. I'd like to stay and help." And he did until the room was cleaned up entirely, and he was the last person working along with the workers at the shift.
That's a cool story.
Wow. So the Dak picking up the garbage on the sideline has been replicated by Anthony Richardson.
He has Dak-like leadership qualities. He's going to be the best quarterback out of this draft class. The only difference between him and Dak is that this guy's got a really high ceiling. So he'll be the best leader in the NFL before his career's up. Now, maybe we're being fooled here. Maybe he knew Troy Vincent was going to tell a team.
That was my first.
Yeah.
Or if he knew Troy Vincent was in the room, I don't know. Are we giving him too much credit
But
here? I got
you know what that is?
I got to pick this apart.
That's a 99 awareness. If he knew Troy Vincent was in the room, that's a 99 awareness to pull off this move.
Yeah.
My question is, why is Troy Vincent calling teams and telling them this?
Right. Like
conflict of interest?
Conflict of interest.
Is he trying to get teams to draft quarterbacks high?
Are there any kids in your Little League dugouts that do this? I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't. I had the debate. I can't remember who it was. We were talking about, do you always... Oh, the movie theater. The movie theater cups and popcorn off of the baseball player with the popcorn on the plane.
That was Anthony Bass.
Yeah. When do you clean up the other mess around you? I always take up the tray in like a fast food joint. Movie theater. If I have my kid, I leave it. If I don't have my kid, I take it.
Yeah.
Like the drink and the other
yeah,
stuff. I'm just
yeah.
trying to pick him up, get all his crap out of there. But this, I wouldn't have cleaned the whole place if I thought there were workers there.
Right. No, I wouldn't have either. But look, I mean, credit to him. This is a good movie. And if you didn't know that Troy Vincent was going to tell a team, that even makes it even better.
Yeah.
If he did, you look at it with a little side eye, but this is cool. This is good leadership. Colts, Super Bowl champs, 2026.
All right. So I would watch every single team's release schedule after I checked out the Titans and Jacksonville. Now, of course, the Cowboys on Friday, I'm sure y'all went over and played it, did a little Yellowstone play. Now, you're a Yellowstone fan, RJ Choppy. What did you think of it? And is that the guy who's causing all the drama? He seems like a little bit of a jerk.
It's one of the guys. It's Taylor Sheridan. He's the creator, the writer, the director, all that stuff. Him and Coster are kind of in, at least the reports say they're embattled in a back and forth, little bit of a feud.
Because Yellowstone's getting canceled.
It's coming to an end. It's getting canceled at the end of this season 5, which will come out in the fall, and they're going to do some kind of a sequel. They think the speculation is with Matthew McConaughey. So he and Jerry teamed up to do the Cowboys schedule release, which was very different than the other ones, right? Like the other ones, the Titans one, for example, they went through each game specifically, and they had people on the street guessing the logos.
That was amazing.
Fantastic.
So
Stole the TikTok bit.
Really? They had the incorrect guesses, and then it showed the actual team they thought it was. It was hilarious.
Yeah, so they said, Red Stallions for the Falcons. And the Atlanta Falcons changed their Twitter handle to Red Stallions. So clever stuff like that took place.
And a lot of these were 6-7 minutes long. I would watch every single one of them.
Yeah.
It was really entertaining. And then Jacksonville's did a bit on script writing.
Right. Remember, so everybody said there was that
Arian.
Was it Bruce Arian?
Arian Foster.
Arian Foster.
Yeah, he started.
Yeah, that's right. He said the NFL was scripted. So they went and did a play on that, and they said, I'm the Jacksonville Jaguars script writer. Yeah. And they talk about how they have to go to each team. It was pretty good. The Jerry one.
Did you see the Dak insult?
Yes.
In the Jacksonville one?
Yes, I did.
So they're like, okay, we're going to lose. You're going to beat. Did they beat the Cowboys last year?
Yeah.
They did.
They go.
Noah Brown beat the Cowboys last year.
That's what they reference. He said,
he called up Jerry, and he said, Jerry, can Dak.
The script writer.
The script writer called up Jerry. Said, Jerry, can Dak throw? the ball off Noah Brown's helmet.
No, game-winning pick.
Game-winning.
He said, we want Jacksonville to win. We're going to script this out. Game-winning pick. But he called Jerry and said, to make it an even better script, can he throw it off of Noah Brown's hands? And they had the Jerry character on the other end say, no, he can't do that.
He can't do that. He's not accurate enough to do that. He can't do that.
Bobby's doing a good job of biting his tongue right here. So the Jacksonville one was hilarious. The Titans one was hilarious. I guess the Raider one is getting killed. It was like 23 seconds. Some teams just mailed it in. I think the Rams, they said the Rams are also rebuilding their video department because they just list the teams that they're playing.
Yeah. Just Sean McVay fired everybody.
Yeah.
Threw everybody on the bus.
Those were some of the highlights. Did you see any other ones or any other ones that were talked about? But the Yellowstone one, The Athletic ranked them. They called it kind of corny. Like they dinged the Cowboys for being like, oh, more attention for Jerry Jones. What a shocker.
Well, my issue with the Cowboys one wasn't the Yellowstone bit. It was that, they just scrolled the teams at the end.
Yeah.
They gave no, so the Chargers have always gotten a lot of credit for how they do their videos. And the Chargers video guy said, the guy who's in charge of it said, our job, what we're trying to do is we're trying to make this appeal to every single team. So we want Cowboy fans to watch our video. The Cowboys basically just did it as an appeal to their own team. And then they just scrolled everybody else up. All the schedule at the very end. I was like, all right, I would have liked to have done more with Sheridan and the bit they did involving the other teams, but whatever.
And by the way, Bobby, we got a Mike McCarthy surgery. We got Coach.
Yeah, he had back.
You sent him some Kroger flowers?
I did not. No. He had a back procedure, and so he missed rookie minicamp. He was not there. He was not present for it. Not physically present. He's not always present in reality.
Shut up.
But this time he was physically not present. But yeah, back surgery. So he ended up missing it. He's on the recovery, and I'm guessing that's why. He initially had a press conference scheduled for Friday that got canceled early last week, and I was like, I wonder what was going on.
One time we could have had our show interrupted by a presser.
Yeah, one time.
And McCarthy gets surgery. We wouldn't have had to talk for an hour.
Oh, you're glad. You're glad because it was going to be Friday, and you wouldn't have even been here to get the benefit, so you would have been more bitter that it occurred on the day you were off.
Very true. Very true. All right, there it is. Let's hook you up, though, for turning it on, leaving it on. Thanks to our promo department. Always, they do a tremendous job of going and getting the different tickets to thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. So we're going to hook you up right now. And then the play-by-play voice of tonight's Game 7, Bob Wischusen from ESPN, joins us for a Star Seattle preview next.
All right, Tolos, call in number 10 right now at 877-881-1053. We'll win a pair of tickets to see the Smashing Pumpkins along with special guests, Interpol, and Rival Sons at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 15th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's call in number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Overskated by them. Robertson back to the point. Heiskanen, wrist shot. Score! Unanswered! Dallas strikes on the power play. And they are back within 2 with a ton of time left.
And now we are set for Game 7. Hopefully you get a lot more of that tonight. Stars lose Game 6. And for the second series in a row, Seattle is set for a Game 7, 7 o'clock puck drop tonight on ESPN. And the man who will have the call is Bob Wischusen from ESPN, joining us, also play-by-play voice for the New York Jets. So he's got some drama there.
Excitement there, huh?
And excitement in his life. We had on Buchagras last week. He was phenomenal. So, Bob, good morning. Thanks for joining us here in DFW.
I've been on the road. What happened with the Jets? There's drama?
Were you rooting for? We're selfish, right? We just want storylines. We want entertainment. I'm guessing you were rooting for that quarterback to join you, no?
Nah, we've had so much success. Why would I want Aaron Rodgers? Why mess with a good thing?
He could be done. He could be done, Bob. I don't know. He could be done.
Well, we'll see. You know what? It's funny. I mean, I know we'll talk hockey, but I did speak to a couple of people in the building this past week. I haven't been there, of course. I've been on the road nonstop doing this. But I've been told that his level of, like, investment and buy-in, and there every day with a big smile on his face and just experiencing life outside of Green Bay, that there's life in the NFL past that city. He's really excited. Like I have to admit, like, borderline shocked or surprised for a guy that not that long ago said he was like 90% retired when he came out of a dark room. And, you know, I was a little worried when he said that, you know, what is going to be his level of investment in this? But I've been told it's amazing. Like, he's really excited to do this. So optimism.
What are they going to do with Zach Wilson?
They'll put him behind Aaron Rodgers and hope that he becomes a sponge. Is really what I mean, and maybe he will benefit from doing what we used to do with quarterbacks. Well, if you think about the NFL, and when we were growing up and watching it, it was a quarterback developmental league.
Yeah.
Like, it was unusual when a quarterback was drafted high and then immediately was just inserted, right? You know, there were teams that did it, and legendary quarterbacks did it successfully. But by and large, you know, guys would sit for a year or two and learn the position. And I hope for Zach's sake that now he'll be able to learn the position from, you know, arguably a top 5 guy to ever do it. And I think Aaron Rodgers, unlike a lot of veteran quarterbacks that might come in and kind of look down their nose and be like, well, you know, my job isn't to mentor you. You're trying to take my job. I actually think Aaron Rodgers is looking at this as, you know, I'm going to be here for 2 years, you know, maybe 3. So he's not threatened that Zach Wilson is going to take his job. So why not put your arm around him and be a mentor to him? And I guess he's already said things to that effect. I think he really likes Zach.
We will get this Game 7, I promise. But are they on the same level as Buffalo now that Rodgers is there?
I think so. I think you have to still – Buffalo has earned being considered the favorite. But I think what the Jets have done by bringing Aaron Rodgers in is announce to the world, we're good enough. We think the rest of the roster is good enough. You don't go get Aaron Rodgers, give up what they got to get him, and now turn this over to him and basically, you know, kind of like stop the experiment with the second overall pick in the draft, at least to this point, unless you think you are a whatever, like AFC championship team or bust this year or next year. So Jet fans and the media, like, everyone has every right to hold them to that standard. And it would be fun to call a home playoff game. I have to admit, I've been doing this for 22 years now. This will be my 22nd year of doing the Jets on the radio. And the first year we did it, they won the division and won a lopsided home playoff game. And I remember walking out of the stadium with my partner and saying, you know, that was fun. That place rocked. Like a home playoff game. That was great. That's the last one we did.
Wow.
We haven't done a home playoff game since then. It was 21 years ago.
Wow.
So they clearly think that their roster is good enough to go win, or else you don't do this.
It's like us with conference title games. Bob Wischusen has the ESPN play-by-play call tonight. Star Seattle, 7 o'clock on the 4-letter, joining us here on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Bob, can you kind of just give us your overall thoughts on how this series has gotten to this point so far?
Well, it hasn't surprised me because I called the vast, I guess the majority of the games in the first round, Seattle and Colorado, as well as Dallas, Minnesota. I obviously know Dallas very well, called them a bunch of times this year, had them last season in the playoffs as well. Know what kind of a team they are. Wasn't totally sure what we were going to get out of the Kraken in the postseason. And I, like everyone else, became a believer in round number 1, that they are an extremely consistent team that is not going to easily go away. So I think tonight's game will be close. I picked Stars in 7 at the beginning of the series just because I think the Stars are a tick better. Obviously, the goaltending matchup, I would lead towards Ottinger over Grubauer in a goaltending matchup. A lot of times that can be the determining factor in a series. But, I mean, by picking it in 7, I'm basically saying I don't know, right? Like, I mean, because anyone can win a game 7. But I think the Stars will find a way to win the game on home ice tonight, but I'd be surprised if this is not a close game in the third period because, as my partner Brian Boucher puts it, in the most flattering possible way, Seattle is like a relentlessly annoying team. They've got 4 lines, the top 3 of which can all score basically as an equal threat, and they just keep coming at you and coming at you and coming at you for 60 minutes or more if necessary. And if we didn't learn that already against the defending Stanley Cup champions in the first round, we certainly are learning that again in this round against a team that led their division for like 150 of 160 days or whatever it was for Dallas. So, you know, I'll lean on Ottinger. His bounce back numbers off of a loss are incredible. The Stars being home, I think being home definitely helped Seattle in Game 6. I think it will definitely help Dallas tonight. But, you know, hockey's more like baseball. It's less predictable than football and basketball. There can be a bounce of the puck or, you know, a deflection off of a stick or a key power play that flips the momentum in a game. There's more uncertainty in hockey games than there are in some of the other sports that we watch, and that's why it's really hard to say with confidence I like my pick tonight, but I do think Dallas will find a way to win.
By the way, real quick, I love that you just broke this play-by-play code of making a prediction. I don't remember in 12 years any other play-by-play guy doing that.
Well, and if you knew my record in terms of what my predictions have been in the past, then Stars fans right now be gripping their steering wheel and shaking their head going, God, why did he pick us? I mean, I am, you know, for 20 years I've been doing Jet games. So, like, I don't carry a lot of success along with me. But maybe everything's going to change. Maybe I've got Aaron Rodgers now as a quarterback I get to watch, and maybe I'll be right tonight. Who knows?
Bob, has the inconsistencies that Ottinger's had this series like really, really surprised you? I can't remember a goalie of his caliber getting pulled multiple times in a series.
It has in terms of him in a silo, but I guess it shouldn't in terms of the playoffs as a whole. Like we put this stat on the other night, 18 times teams have yanked goalies so far in the playoffs. It's the most through the first 2 rounds, I think, since 1993. So the offense has been through the roof. There have definitely been games, though, where he has been very un-Ottinger-like. You know, he like given up 4 goals in a period in the opening game. I mean, he came back and then stone them just about the rest of the game, and Yanni Gord had to win it in overtime. But, you know, getting pulled in the second period, the earliest he's ever been pulled. He's very young, obviously. It's a young career, but the fastest he's ever been yanked from a game. And Pete DeBoer very quickly said that we did nothing to help him, right? Nothing happened in front of him that was good. So this was not on him. I think that was as much as a wake-up call to the team and also getting him now in a place where, hey, you know what? Like, go gear up for Game 7 because we know it's coming. So, like, let's get to a mental place where we're ready for that. I guess that, you know, I think that all factored into Pete DeBoer pulling him. But, you know, I never thought in this series that I would see Jake Ottinger pulled from a game. So, yes, he has been at times very unlike himself. But, man, when, you know, I mean, I called the game last year in Calgary, even in the loss, where he made 64 saves. So, like, I've seen what he's capable of, and I would expect that he would be sharp tonight.
You know, you mentioned there that Pete DeBoer had said that, you know, we got to do a better job protecting Otter, you know, with what's in front of him. And it was a really rough game the other night for Essa Lindell and Yanni Hakanpää, a couple of other defensemen there. You know, I think Lindell, they gave up 5 goals, I think, in the 15, 16 minutes that he was on ice. How much of you know, Otter being able to step up and have a great Game 7 is going to be about those guys on the defense, making sure that they're protecting him?
Yeah, I mean, those guys were out there. I have to say, we went back and looked at some of the goals, and there was one where I think it was Lindell blew a tire. I mean, you know, like that happens sometimes. They didn't do nearly as aggressive and I think good a job on the forecheck and in the neutral zone to support those guys. So, like, it's not just the two of them that are out there. The forwards that are out there that are giving up rushes and that are not winning pucks, not getting it deep, not doing what you have to do on the forecheck in the playoffs, you know, they bear just as much responsibility as the two defensemen that happened to be out there when the goals were scored. So I actually don't think that the 5 goals that those guys were out there for are as much on them as maybe on the surface you would think. You know, I think Pete DeBoer was unhappy with his team as a whole. I don't think he would ever think it was this, you know, I mean, usually those two guys are rock solid, you know, very dependable, physical, you know, I mean, that pair, like, I'd put them back out there tonight in a heartbeat and expect that I would get their normal performance, because I would hope that the 3 guys in front of them, whoever they might be in the rotation, do a better job as well.
Stars Kraken Game 7 tonight on ESPN. We're joined by Bob Wischusen. He has the call here on 105.3 The Fan. Does it look like Robertson has kind of gotten his legs under him finally after a slow start to this postseason?
I don't know. I think he has benefited from playing with those other 2 guys and how those other 2 guys have produced. I mean, it feels like Joe Pavelski finds a way to score a goal every game. Rupe Hintz, you know, was right there with Draisaitl and McDavid leading the playoffs in points going into the last game. I think McDavid had 19 and Draisaitl and Rupe had 18. So you're going to get some assists playing with those guys. But I have not seen, and I don't think Stars fans have seen, the Jason Robertson really at all so far in the postseason that we saw in the regular season. And what did he score in the regular season? 46 goals, and I think he's got 2 in the playoffs, and one of the 2 he scored was in Game 1 against Minnesota. So he scored 1 goal since Game 1 against Minnesota. Like, he needs, I think he needs to be more of an alpha dog, assertive player that, like, looks a little different than he looks right now. That would be a guy that I would circle tonight, where I would like to see him be really aggressive, because it's hard to imagine that. I mean, they may get past tonight's game, but it's hard to imagine they're going to make potentially a Stanley Cup run without at some point a 45 plus goal scorer looking like he looked like during the regular season, and he has not looked like that yet.
You mentioned if they get by tonight, how do they match up with Vegas if they do get past Seattle?
That'll be a hard series. Vegas is, I think, kind of like a bigger, more physical version of Seattle, where they roll you with all of their lines. I mean, down to the third line, we've got Mark Stone, who's like a 30-goal scoring capable player. They have, like, massive defensemen. I mean, if you look at the roster of the size of their D, it's a big physical group. They're very, I think, similar stylistically to Seattle. It's like, we're going to get pucks deep, and we're going to go hit you, and we're going to outwork you, and we're going to win them, and we're going to grind. And they're hard to play against. And I think Dallas is a little bit more finesse, a little bit more on the fly, not quite as physical. They're going to get out hit again, I'm sure, in that series. But I think they've got the better goaltender. So that would always give you hope. Ottinger as opposed to Aiden Hill, who now has taken over, because of injury in Vegas. And, I think Dallas could win the Stanley Cup. I really do. But it's going to be a grind because of the style of teams they're going to have to get through to get there.
Do you see Carolina as clearly the best team left?
They're really good. I think I don't think they're that much better than Dallas or Vegas. And I guess I'm still shortchanging Seattle by saying that. Could they lose to the Panthers? Of course. I mean, the Panthers have pretty much dominated the Leafs after they beat the Bruins 3 times in Boston. I mean, the Bruins won this year at a rate that, like, the Bulls used to win with Jordan and Pippen. But you're not supposed to do that in hockey. You don't win, 120 points worth of games. You don't win 63 or 64 games or whatever they won. And they couldn't get out of the first round because the Panthers, again, are a team that we have been overlooking over and over again. So I think this is a very, no matter what conference final foursome we end up with, Dallas, Vegas, obviously Carolina, Florida, or Seattle, Vegas, I think both conference finals are at least 6, if not 7 game series. I would pick Carolina and Dallas if those were the matchups, but both of those teams could easily lose. Like, it could be Florida, Vegas in a heartbeat.
We would like to thank your network for the 7 o'clock start time. And we'd like to thank you for your time and enjoy the football drama to come, Bob. We'll be listening and watching tonight. Thank you, man.
We do what we can to try and please the fans, as you know. And look, if you guys would like to, as a central time zone team, just pick up and come east and join the Eastern Conference, you'd get 6 o'clock start times left and right. Yeah. You'd love it.
Yeah, we would too.
Yeah,
we would love it.
We would too, with the 4 a.m. wake up. Thank you, Bob.
All right, guys, take care.
Fantastic. Bob Wischusen joining us. He'll have the call on ESPN for Game 7.
Being the fact that we either belong in Mountain Time or in the Eastern Conferences. One of the two. We do not belong playing West Coast teams all the time like this.
The man who screwed up the Rangers no-hitter joins us next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. But first...
Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Bert Blyleven threw a no-hitter against the Angels in Southern California in 77. Then Nolan no-hit the A's right here in 1990. Nolan then no-hit Toronto in 91. The pitch is hit into right field, and that drops for a base hit. Jace Peterson, first pitch swinging, takes the changeup from John Gray and deposits it in the short right field. And John's no-hit bid is over after 6 2/3 innings.
That was the call from our boy, the Sandman, Jared Sandler. But my social media was popping off before this because some of the Tolos were very upset that Jared Sandler broke the unwritten rule and code. See if y'all can count how many times Jared referenced the possible John Gray no-hitter before it actually got broken up right here on the Fan.
So we go to the bottom of the 6th. John Gray coming back out with a no-hitter. The Rangers leading 3-0 on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network. Rangers are leading the A's 3-0. John Gray with 5 no-hit innings thus far. 71 pitches through 5. So 2 outs on 3 pitches. Here's Noda. First pitch. He swings and slices one in the air to left. Bubba Thompson's right there. Over to his right. And John Gray with a 4-pitch inning. He needs that as he continues to push towards a no-hit bid. 6 no-hit innings for John Gray. We go to the 7th, 3-0 Rangers. Well, the Rangers lead the A's 3-0. We go to the bottom of the 7th. John Gray, a no-hitter through 6, facing J.J. Bleday to begin the inning. Well, the last Ranger to throw a no-hitter was Kenny Rogers in 94. That was a perfect game. First pitch to Langoliers, misses outside. The Rangers have tossed 5 no-hitters since moving to Arlington. Nolan Ryan responsible for 2 of them. Bert Blyleven threw a no-hitter against the Angels in Southern California in 77. Then Nolan no-hit the A's.
Okay. All right.
My anxiety is at about a 9 right now. And I don't really get anxiety. I don't really get it. But it's about a 9.
Palpitations starting to come back a little bit, just even listening.
What if you go to the heart monitor today, the doctor, and say, I need the heart monitor back? And they go, why? Are you smoking? Are you drinking? Like, no. Our Rangers play-by-play guy,
Sandler,
who is now joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline, wanted to give the Sandman an opportunity to defend or explain himself with that radio broadcast. Good morning, brother.
Good morning. A few things. One, just to make sure everyone's aware, that audio was chopped together. It wasn't like I said no-hitter 10 times or whatever in 5
Yeah, we know how
seconds.
montages work, Jared. Thanks.
Yeah. 2, RJ's got anxiety because sharing all that information would require prep. And I used to do play-by-play next to RJ, and his idea of prep was showing up to the arena early and talking to a specific lady for about 3 hours until tip-off. I don't need to mention a name. And 3, I will make sure tonight to let you know after every batter whether or not Cody Bradford has a perfect game or a no-hitter. I promise you that I will make sure to give updates batter by batter because, I mean, obviously what I say from 150 feet away has a really, really big impact.
So now you're into bits.
Now let's do bits now. If there is no bigger bit than the idea that a broadcaster is impacting the play on the field.
Yeah, well, here's my
true. Then I should get paid way more money.
Here's my evidence to back that up, which none of these conspiracy theory numbnuts mention at all. Why didn't it get broken up during the 2 previous innings that you mentioned it?
Sean, why didn't it get broken up when I told Matt Hicks after the first inning that, hey, this A's lineup sucks. John Gray looks okay. He's got a chance to make a run at this. But, lasted another handful of innings. I guess the baseball gods were dealing with other things during those 5 innings. I mean, like, it's just the dumbest thing. It's fun. If someone wants to, like, give me a hard time because it's like they're having fun with it, that's totally cool. I don't care about that. But the sad thing is there are people out there who genuinely believe that I have an impact on this, and they also believe that it is not my job to let people know what's going on. This is not TV. We cannot throw up a graphic. This is radio. Someone tuning in has zero idea what is going on.
But okay, in all seriousness, how do you approach it, and how do you deal with like maybe just suggesting in the innuendo or dancing around it to keep the whole myth going?
So I talked to Eric about this a lot. And there was when I first started, I would do things like zeros on the board, and I'll still do stuff like that. I'll still reference it without explicitly saying no hitter. And could I have mixed in like one of those in the moment? Sure. The problem is with the pitch clock, you don't have as much time to like get creative with stuff. You just, hey, let's get to the point. In the moment in the 7th inning, Hicksy and I decided, hey, this is a good time to provide a little context, because starting in the 8th inning, that's when it's really like you are dialed in. People don't cut into no hitters in the 7th inning on TV. They start cutting in the 8th inning and definitely in the 9th inning. So wanted to get that context out there. Now, because of the pitch clock, these innings are shorter, and so it's all crammed together. And could we have saved some of that for the 8th? Yeah, absolutely. 100%. But yeah, you can mix stuff in, but the idea that you just don't say it, like the idea that, hey, I want to be cool, and so I'm not going to reference a no-hitter explicitly, that's laughable. Any respectable play-by-play person will tell you, whether you're Eric Nadel, Vin Scully, or even RJ Choppy, will tell you that is not doing your job when you are on radio. Again, when you're on TV, you can get away with it a little bit more because you can throw graphics up, you can show the line score, you can do different things to let people know.
Do you feel? Now, I agree, because the first time you did it, it didn't matter. The baseball gods were sleeping. Do you feel like you spat in their face doing it too many times?
I don't feel like I spat in their face any more than people spit in Jesus Christ's face when they say that they want to thank Jesus for giving them the opportunity to win when there's another player or team on the other side that lost. And clearly they're spitting in their face by saying, hey, yeah, Jesus didn't care about you tonight. So to me, there's like very little difference.
How many mentions did you get? Like, what ratio of the audience do you think was actually worked up about it?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there were like a few people on Twitter, which I'd imagine like 98% of the audience didn't really care.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, good.
As the trucker,
I do. Hey, but I'll say this: I appreciate people listening. Here's the deal: at the end of the day, the last 6 years, I know we've had people listening, but there are clearly way more people in tune with Rangers baseball this year than there has been in a long time, and I love it. I think it's great, and I love that that the apathy that sort of manifested over the last few years has sort of withered away for a lot of people. I know there are people out there that are like, yeah, it's only May, whatever, and they got to prove it. And that's fine. I get it. They're entitled to feeling that way when the team hasn't competed for a playoff spot in quite some time. But there is clearly a heightened sense of awareness of what's going on in Rangers world. For Sean Sharif to stop down his lavish vacation in Broken Bow to watch a John Gray no-hit bid tells you all you need to know.
Yes, or when the Rangers bullpen comes in. So you're a diehard you're a diehard sports fan. Are you not superstitious whatsoever? I could see you being a little maniac with your own beliefs in terms of your sports teams. And before you were doing play-by-play with them, did you ever say, don't bring it up, don't bring up the no-hitter or the perfect game? Be honest.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So I first of all, when I played sports, I was a psycho superstition. Like it got to the point where like I had to like break it all, otherwise I was going to drive myself nuts.
What were you doing? What did you do?
Oh my gosh! Like before and at bat, the routine I had, all the different handshakes playing baseball. Before and after every event or inning or whatever. Basketball. The way I would warm up, like how many shots I would take. I had to swish. It couldn't hit the rim. I had to swish 3 shots from 5 different spots. It got to the point where it's way too cumbersome. So yeah, as a fan, absolutely, 110%. For sure, there are things that I do watching all my teams that are probably a little bit crazy. And I have broken some remote controls. I've broken some things in the house. I punched a hole in the wall, and I once kicked an ottoman that was way sturdier than I thought, and I cracked a bone in my shin.
Oh no!
So I am not going to sit here and say I'm above superstition, but when I'm doing my job, I just can't. We have superstitions in the booth, like or routines before the game, but as far as that sort of thing, I can't. But I do understand. That's what I get. Like, if I'm emotional with the Rangers, I've got to be way more rational than I am about other teams, like when I am on air and stuff. But you better believe that when I'm watching Tottenham throw a season away, that I want everyone fired and I want them to sack the manager for the third time. It's like, I get it. I appreciate fans and their emotion, the passion. That's what makes being a sports fan so great.
Last one, Jared Sandler here on the Fan. What happened with John Gray on the bus?
Well, he went on the bus and we were joking and everyone was dapping him up and I said, "Hey Johnny, I gotta show you something. I need to apologize." And John Gray's someone who's like, he wears like a pendant with a feather. He's like spiritual, not like I don't know, in a religious way, maybe not, but he's like kind of one of these Zen guys who, if there's someone who is going to buy into that sort of thing, it would be John Gray. And he just laughed and was like, "Oh my gosh, that's so funny." Like they get it. Now, I will say, and I think I tweeted this, if I was in the dugout for whatever reason, like I was getting ready to go on the field for an interview, or if I was like if I'm John Radigan or Emily Jones or Leslie McCaslin, because when they do their reports in Oakland, they are literally right outside of the dugout. Like they are 2 feet away. I would, there'd be a little bit of a different feel because players can hear what I'm saying. And that is a little bit different because I know that they can be superstitious in game. But yeah, John didn't care at all. And again, he's smart enough to know that what I say from 150 feet above has nothing to do with what goes on the field.
All right, we brought in a very special guest for the last question of the interview.
So as I look at not only this series as they finish up their West Coast road trip, I look forward to the series that begins on Monday with the Atlanta Braves. If this team is able to take 3 or 4, let's say, from Oakland, how do you feel after this road trip knowing that you're going to be playing one of the best teams in baseball starting on Monday? Obviously, business has to be handled here, but what are you looking for them to be able to do that in this series?
I mean, that last second just veering off course threw me off.
The Rangers.
Playing the Braves or taking care of business? I was confused by the. I just want to make
I'm
sure.
sorry. Not looking forward to the Braves series, knowing what you have to do in Oakland before you get to Atlanta starting on Monday.
Yeah, I mean. Sorry, are you asking me? Sorry, are you asking what I'm looking forward to about the Braves Rangers?
I'm doing a horrible job asking this question.
I mean,
no, it's on me. It's on me.
I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to go a totally different direction than what you're doing.
So I'm a horrible broadcaster in this very moment. How do the Rangers ensure they handle business against Oakland before taking on Atlanta in what is going to be the most anticipated series starting on Monday?
Yeah, I mean,
all right,
so they are the better team.
Third time's a charm, Jared.
Yeah, this is going to be a most anticipated series for sure. 2 teams with 25 and 15 records. I love KG. I just was so confused. I didn't want to make anyone look like a you-know-what by – I think it's always like a weird feeling when you ask me a question, I answer something totally different, and then people are like, "Yeah, you clearly didn't hear." And I just didn't know. When that second time when I was like, "Yeah, I mean," and then I was trying to stall and process the question in my head and think like what I'm supposed to answer, and I came up empty. So I love KG though. I always love talking to him on the weekends before games. I just wasn't sure where we were going, but this should be a really fun series, guys. And Cody Bradford expected to make his Major League debut tonight. That should be fun. You've got, if you look at the leaderboard, Major League Baseball, some of the relevant offensive categories, they're littered with Braves and Rangers. Ronald Acuna Jr., Sean Murphy, Matt Olson, Marcus Semien, Jonah Heim, Adolis Garcia. I mean, these guys and the players on these two teams have been among the best players in Major League Baseball so far this year.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. We'll be listening.
See you, fellas. Don't jinx anything the rest of the show, please.
Sandman, Jared Sandler on the Diamond Factory Hotline.
How many Rangers no-hitters has he called?
Oh,
okay. All right. So maybe the bid is true.
Did the NFL punish teams for complaining about the schedule? Below the Belt. Next on the home of the boys, 105.3 The Fan. the great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not. Okay, update before tease. Peyton Russell and I got tickets.
Whoa!
Stars.
We will be in there for Game
Alex.
7. So we're going to find out whose power is stronger. My Jinx power, since they lost the one game I went to, or Peyton's good luck, since they won the game.
Well, if they lose, it's on you. If they win, it's on me. So
Look at the morning show dedication. Who else is starting at 5:30 a.m. in the city? Other people don't even watch the game. Who else is going to the game like us? Half the show. Roll into the AA seat tonight.
And not going just with like comped tickets or anything. Well, I mean, Peyton did the other day, but not like
Choppy
that.
didn't make a call for you.
Going,
Nobody asked. Nobody asked.
You heard him talking about it. You could have offered it up.
Just ask.
You're
ask.
in here.
Just ask. All you gotta do is ask me.
You got the hookup?
I do.
Oh, okay.
While Bobby's quoting $400 tickets, Choppy just like
Here's the thing. I want to go to the next series.
I don't know that I want. I don't know.
You didn't want to burn it all.
I don't want to cash in my chips.
I knew it.
I don't know. I don't know that I want to. I don't know that I want to tap into some of Choppy's weird connections though, because Choppy's always got the like.
Yeah.
I got a guy who paints houses. He does it for $20. Same guy who also a landscape, and same guy who also tracked down your ex-girlfriend.
This is a good guy.
Some shady connections.
No, this guy worked. This guy worked.
All right, so Mike Flory over at Pro Football Talk, friend of the show.
So where are you
Mike Flory.
sitting?
301 Double D.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we're in the pores.
Okay.
But they were significant for this time. I think it ended up being like $500.
Well, I don't know if poor people can afford these tickets, so I don't know if we're worth
It's
it.
expensive.
Wow.
But if you're at the game tonight, K-Twiz, I know you're always out there, and anybody else who's out there at the Stars game, come see Peyton and I. We'll be in 301 Double D. Should be easy to remember.
Yeah.
Mike Florio over at Pro Football Talk wrote this yesterday. Found that he observed this, and the opening line over at Pro Football Talk says the technical term would be possibly F around and find out.
That is a very technical term.
So apparently these teams that oppose the Thursday flexing, which there were a couple teams that complained about this, the idea of the ability to flex into a Thursday game, teams were like, that's ridiculous. The short rest, like not being able to prepare for that this is a dumb idea. Apparently a lot of the teams that oppose this ended out getting 2 short week games on the schedule this year. So Commissioner Roger, this is from Florio, Commissioner Roger Goodell wanted to incorporate late season flex in a Thursday night package, fell 2 votes short for now. As a more than acceptable consolation prize, Goodell got the ability to assign teams to a maximum of 2 short week Sunday to Thursday games. This season, 7 teams will play twice on Thursday after playing on the prior Sunday. Steelers, Bears, Saints, Commanders, 49ers, Lions, and Packers. Of those 7 teams, PFT has learned that at least 6 of them opposed late season Thursday flexing.
Wow.
So Goodell said, okay, all right, you want to do this? This is very interesting. So
You really do we believe that?
It's awfully coincidental.
It is awfully coincidental.
It's awfully coincidental. I mean, that's really bogus. I mean, you're allowed to have like an opinion on your organization without having it being. See, this is the problem. You know, now this is gonna make teams fearful forever. You know, voicing.
That's how organizations shut you up.
Yeah, it's also how organizations crumble.
Man, they have not had an issue in the past. This is the league that spent
this whole Cuban pigs get slaughtered was really stupid. It ended up being really dumb.
This league spent millions fighting to suspend the face of its league in Tom Brady. This is a league that Ezekiel Elliott coming off an incredible rookie season, being one of the biggest stars, did everything they could drag into court to be able to have the power to suspend him and keep him off the field. And, you know, when La'el Collins tries to appeal an offering of a 2-game suspension, they go, okay, we're going to take it to arbitration. You're getting 6 games now. Like they are very serious about, you respect our power. And if you don't, you'll bow your knee one way or the other.
But an owner should be allowed to vote against something,
yeah,
and not be fearful that they're gonna punish his team. I mean, that's just Yeah, that's
What's the reality, though? What are you talking about? You're talking about a $1 billion organization that if Goodell feels like you're blocking more money, he's going to, okay, all right, you're going to pay then.
And your punishment is you're getting put in primetime again.
Yeah.
You're getting put in primetime, but you're getting put on short rest.
Yeah.
And those games historically, that's been tough. Those have been tough turnarounds
Tough
for
for
teams.
road teams,
It beats the hell out of your team, and it makes it difficult to pick up those games. It makes it more likely that you're picking up an extra loss on the schedule by having those on your schedule. So only 8 teams were against this proposal, and so 6 of the 8 were included in the 7 that got short week games. This is interesting. Amy Trask wrote a book. She's the old Raiders CEO. Wrote a book a number of years back. I can't remember for the life of me what it was called, but she was Al Davis's right-hand woman for a long, long time. And she had talked about there was one year where she had heard rumblings out of the league office that basically out of all the NFL schedule and the schedules made, there were discussions at the league office that how did it look, and that they said it's patently unfair to the Raiders is what we have. And that the commissioner, and I don't remember if this was Goodell or Tagliabue at the time, but the commissioner, whoever it was, who had an issue with Al Davis, and Al Davis had been a pain, she said she had heard he basically said, good, leave the schedule the way it is then. And
wow,
that's the way they will use the power of the schedule on you. I mean, it's like a couple years ago, I've wondered this. This was right after Jerry went to war with Goodell in 2019. The schedule was made, and they didn't have back-to-back home games for the first time in the history of the franchise. Not one time did they get back-to-back home games. So, just kind of makes you wonder. They definitely will use their power as best they can. Now, speaking of Thursday night games, remember last year just how disinterested Al Michaels sounded?
What'd you call him?
Alsomnia.
He was not about those Thursday night matchups, which were awful. Had no problem. You talked about earlier how, Bob had no problem telling us or making a prediction for the Stars game. You're like, wow, you never hear an announcer do that.
Yeah.
You never hear an announcer just go, these games are awful. These suck. I hate calling these, basically. Right. And that's what Al Michaels was doing a lot of last year. So
he's a godfather.
The New York or Sports Illustrated had talked to Al Michaels about the schedule release because there were some really intriguing matchups on the Thursday night slate this year. He says, love the way we come out of the gate. 3 A-grade games, 2 Aaron Rodgers games, Baltimore, Cincinnati, another good one. League did us a solid. I was raring to go the minute I saw the whole slate, already thinking of storylines for each game, of which there is no shortage. So Al Michaels back, invested, ready to go, hopefully with better games this year. It felt like, just looking at the schedule, it felt like there were some more intriguing games that Monday Night Football got with ESPN that Thursday Night Football is getting. It did feel like, and I don't know if this is because of the stripping away of the AFC has to be on CBS, NFC has to be on Fox. I don't know if that opened things up a little bit more, but it does seem more evenly distributed, like some big games are getting into those cable-only or streaming-only primetime games.
I'm interested to see if the Giants are one of those teams that opposed the Thursday night thing because they play 7 road games before Thanksgiving.
Ugh.
They have 7 of their first 11 games on the road.
Wow. That's a brutal stretch.
They play week 2, week 3 on the road. They play week 5, week 6 on the road. And then they have a 3-game road trip after, so week 6, 7, 8, week 9 through 11, they're on the road. All 3. That is a brutal start to the season.
Well, the one thing that's clear about this, whether the Giants were involved in that or not, you look at this schedule story from PFT, you look at, in general, the way the league has approached guys who are suspended or whatever else, is that if you cross the league has no problem very publicly smacking you back and telling you, fall in line, understand who the power is, protect the shield, all of that.
Bobby Belt, Below the Belt, every single day, 8:40 here on your home of America's team. It's DFW Sports Station. So what did y'all end up with the Cowboys record as on Friday?
At 11-6. Chop had 10-7.
10-7.
Ooh, 10-7. That Dak stab, I like it. You're following through.
It's just, I didn't like the way the schedule shook out. And, the way they got some tough games. They play 5.
Choppy and I split on very little. I think we only had 3 games where we had different outcomes.
Yeah, they play 5 really, really difficult games in a row to end the season. I think after Thanksgiving, they're basically playing playoff teams from last year.
What needs to happen, what is going to happen to Ja Morant? Is he on the Mount Rushmore of dumbasses? And is there any way that LeBron can catch or pass Michael with what just happened against the defending champs? And is anyone going to miss the dynasty of the Golden State Warriors? Final hour, then the Hockey Hawk in studio to preview Game 7. It's all coming up right here on The Fan.
Oh, let's get that carpet.
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Even sends a block by Davis. Final seconds, Reeves. And Canada goes. Oh, he puts it in from half court at the buzzer.
Final hour fist pump time on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. It's Sean RJ. What are you doing?
Who? I'm doing Arsenio.
That's not very enthusiastic.
Who?
Bobby is too busy. Texting back to Tolos, who are going to Game 7 tonight. Bobby and Pepe representing the morning show in the 300s. We'll preview with Gavin Spittle in studio at 9:20 on DFW Sports Station. But that was part of the call from the weekend of the Lakers eliminating the Warriors on ABC. Anyone sad? A couple different questions. Anyone sad that the Warriors run may be over or totally not the same? Does this change, and can LeBron change his legacy whatsoever? And then we'll get to Ja Morant and what happens to him. But let's pour one out for the Warriors. Bobby's already shaking his head. He's glad that they're gone.
I'm neither glad nor sad that they're gone. There's no. I wasn't rooting for them this year to win it. I enjoy seeing them, make deep runs. But I have no problem. Like I am not losing. At least I get to see LeBron. And I want to see. Look, I wanted to see Denver and Philly. That's what I wanted to see.
You wanted to see Denver and Philly.
Yes, I wanted something new.
Okay.
All right, something a little fresh.
Let me make this statement and see if anyone agrees. The Golden State Warriors are the second most likable dynasty in the history of sports or our lifetimes. The Patriots became hated. The Lakers with Kobe and Shaq had a lot of hate. The Yankees hated. Duke hated. I feel like Golden State, like Spurs were boring. They weren't loved. The Bulls and the Warriors, I think the two most liked or least hated dynasties in the history of sports.
I think
at least in our lifetime, I don't think I could think of another one.
I think people really liked the 49ers in the 80s. People love Gio Montana, Jerry Rice.
Gio and Joe.
I think that 49ers would be up there. I mean, obviously, if you want to go back to the Packers in the 60s were like an American institution or whatever else. But I think 49ers in the 80s were a likable franchise.
What's your phone think?
I have no idea. I just started talking.
Hold it up. Is it talking still?
No, it's a privacy content.
Oh, I thought y'all's phones are the best. I thought.
My phone is the best.
Your phone's not that good because
made my steak look edible.
You're the only.
Yeah, that camera.
You're the only phone number. You and someone else this whole weekend. I could text everybody else, but your phone, it was not getting my text going through.
That sounds
Android
like a
iPhone.
you problem.
No, that's us. You have no
iPhones
service.
would never.
When I texted back the group, you got them, but my individual messages to Bobby, all rejected. All bouncing back.
Interesting.
So suck on that. All right, back to you.
Yeah,
Suck it for charity.
I have no hate for Golden State.
Right? I have hate for Draymond. I
don't care for Draymond. I'm trying to think if there's another likable dynasty out there. Because, the word dynasty is very fluid.
Yeah.
Like, what does it really mean? What is a dynasty? So, I don't think
to me, it's like adult entertainment. You know when you see it. I mean, I feel no one hated the San Francisco Giants. No one really cared. What?
903.
Well, except for us in the one World Series.
903 says Bama isn't hated. Strong disagree, 903.
Yeah, people are tired of Bama.
I think people really dislike Saban and Bama.
Yes. So, look, the Golden State Warriors should be giving credit and, in my opinion, appreciated for making basketball fun again. They did their best. Their style of play, changed everything. Steph Curry and the passing and the shooting, they forever changed the stigma that a three-point shooting team can never win a championship. That was Charles Barkley forever and always on TNT. You live by the jumper, you're going to die by it. And Golden State proved that you can not only win, but all these other teams are going to build around that. So I'm a little bit sad if it's over. If it ends, I will be a little bit sad. What do you hate about him?
Getting KD ruined it.
No.
When they got Kevin Durant, that ruined it.
It didn't help. Didn't help.
Draymond stepping on, or what was it, Zaza that stepped on Kawhi's ankle.
Yep.
And that series ruined it.
I mean, there were some unlikable characters along the way. I don't think Jordan Poole's very likable.
Nope.
I don't think Draymond's likable. I think Clay has become a bit of a beatdown. Steph's always been likable. I always hated Andrew Bogut. He always drove me nuts.
Ooh.
And so, I mean, I think there have been some unlikable people along the way, but Steph is the main part.
There's some people suggesting, yesterday Jalen Rose suggested Steve Kerr go and coach the Suns to replace Monty Williams after Kerr said this.
Just want to also say how proud I am of our guys. It's been a long and difficult season in many ways, but our guys hung in there. And to be here, to have a chance, in the conference semis, when for much of the season we were kind of adrift, it shows the character of our group and how they stuck together. And our guys hung in there, and we had a shot, and we just couldn't quite do it, but the better team won. And as I said, couldn't be more proud of our group.
He was also quoted, though, as saying this is not a championship team. This isn't a championship roster or team. And people are like, oh, well, if you bring back Steph and Clay and Draymond, should you be the head coach? So people are throwing that out there after Monty Williams got fired. So that is RIP for Golden State.
Yeah, look, I mean, are they a champion? Is Golden State a championship team? Yes. I mean, now it's hard to say that, though, when you lose that many road games.
Yeah, but what's the difference in the roster of the team who won it last year?
Well, I mean, one of their key contributors last year got punched before the season and never recovered.
Yeah, but the roster's the same. All right, now let's get to the juiciness of Ja Morant and a second gun video that emerged over the weekend. He's riding shotgun with a Texas Rangers hat as his buddy who has gotten in trouble with him in the past. So in terms of separating yourself, keep better company, Ja did not listen. Even after the NBA suspended him for the incident in March, this comes out. The Grizzlies immediately announced they're suspending him from all team activities, to which there are no team activities right now in Memphis.
No, there won't be for several weeks, several months.
Yes.
Really, like, why would you have team activities? The NBA Finals haven't even started yet. We don't even know who's in the finals.
How you get fired on your day off?
I know this is a really, really broad question, but can we think of other similar dumb moves that move into this category? I even think Jaws is dumber than Plexico.
Joseph Randle.
Who's
not as good.
Diving into 2 feet of ocean?
Yeah.
That
training camp.
Was that Fish's story?
Yeah, that was exclusive.
Oh, you're talking about the underwear theft.
Sorry, I didn't get behind the paywall. I was talking about the underwear and the cologne and everything else involved with Joseph Randle.
I actually think Jaws is dumber than that. Stealing from a store.
Let's see
Real
here.
quick, the Randall thing. They go to hey, Dan Bailey, come on out here and make this 11-yard kick so we can go to the beach that day.
When we go out in Oxnard.
In Oxnard. So Jason Garrett took them all out to the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to see the Pacific Ocean, guys. You want to run laps, have some lemonades. It's good to see the ocean. There are 2 oceans in the United States, the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. And in the middle are 48 contiguous states, the United States of America. It's a country. It's a continent. It's a land.
He teach him about like rip currents, and he's like, see, underneath the water, it's really violent, but on top, it's still. That's what I want you gentlemen to be as football players.
So Randall goes out there, and he decides that he's going to dive into the ocean. But he didn't get out far enough, and he dove into about 2 feet.
That's the Joseph Randle story. But now, what do you do if you're the league? Chandler Parsons was fighting with a ton of Grizzlies fans. Shut your mouth, you thief. Give us our money back. Give us back the $90 million you stole. And Chandler tweeted back, $94 million. I loved it. Very Bobby S. response.
Yeah,
no, I didn't steal 90. I stole 94. He said, you got to suspend Ja Morant for the entire NBA season. You got to send a message. You got to crack down on him. I'm going to say 25 to 30 games feels appropriate. And do the Grizzlies think about shopping him?
No, the gun wasn't mine.
I would be stunned if they thought about shopping him. From the situation that you've got a very rare talent And teams just don't give that up if the guy doesn't ask out.
Sauce Gardner, yo, man, everybody has a gun. Why are you posting yours? Dez, Ja got to be sent. Dez went back and forth with some people after Dez called him out. He said Ja has to be sending a message to somebody if he's flashing a gun. I don't get why he would be doing that after he just came back from a suspension. Stupid ass blank. And then people are like, oh, you're a target. And Dez is like, yo, man, I was born and raised in the ghetto, okay? Don't talk to me about being a target with money. I lived that life already. So that was Dez Bryant going after Ja Morant as well.
Plenty of names on the truckwreck.com fan text. Let's see what you think about these. Gilbert Arenas.
Gilbert was pretty dumb.
Gilbert was dumb.
Was that the gun in the locker room?
It was the gun everywhere.
Javarius Crittenton?
Yep.
Crittenton?
Yeah, Crittenton.
This is fair. Some people may push back, but it was definitely fair the first few years. Zeke was dumb first couple of years. He did some dumb stuff.
But this is the second act of recording yourself.
Zeke was on camera in Vegas pushing over security guards right after getting off suspension.
He didn't know he was on camera, and he didn't know. He probably wasn't thinking about it.
Alden
and Ja hit the button on his own phone. That's what takes it to another level of stupidity. TMZ didn't catch him. It wasn't some bitter ex-girlfriend. Him and his buddy are hitting go. They're hitting the light.
It's dumb.
They're hitting the button.
Okay. Jameis Winston posing on draft night with crab legs.
Posing?
Yes, he posed. He got crab legs delivered to his draft party after that was a huge storyline.
This is worse.
Alden Smith, who went on Instagram Live, and she goes, "You shouldn't be on there." And he's got it turned away, and he goes, "My face isn't on here. What? They're gonna listen to my voice and say, oh, that's Alden Smith." That was pretty dumb.
Remember the Raider? The Raider was pretty dumb, being all menacing.
Yes.
But
yeah, because he was actually looked like he was threatening.
But I almost feel like this a second time is still dumber, still worse. The second time.
I mean, Alden was a second time, and like being on a video where his face isn't shown and go, they won't catch me, they won't listen to my voice and say that's Alden Smith. It's like, well, you idiot! Now they know it's Alden Smith.
All right, how many games? 877-881-1053. What should it be? What will it be?
What is it? What does it matter what it is this time? It's just going to be laying the foundation for eventually you're suspended for the whole year whenever he does something else dumb.
I will
30.
I will say 30 games.
Okay.
And people on the text line are saying, like, what if he just goes to the shooting range and he's shooting a gun? That's different.
It's different.
There's brandishing a gun. You just keep it holstered. You don't. If you're at a shooting range, obviously you're in a relatively controlled environment.
Here's the difference from a shooting range and listening to NBA YoungBoy in the driver's seat and like just throwing a gun up on Instagram Live.
Here's why it's a problem. And we asked this the first time around. It's like Sauce said, we all have guns. So I have something legal. What's the big deal? Why is it a problem? Michael Wilbon was quoted as saying, my son asked for Josh shoes, and I said, absolutely not. We're not paying money for that type of representation or money to go in his pocket. And that is why the NBA has to treat it like this and crack down. You cannot have a face of your league or any player portraying this image. It's an image thing.
Oh, it's definitely an image.
It just is.
It's given the NBA a perception that they've worked hard to get rid of that perception that they had back in the early parts. Yeah, the 2000
dress code,
2001, the dress codes.
Blame Iverson.
And to their credit, the NBA, the perception is that the NBA has a lot of guys that are doing bad things. They really don't.
No.
Look
at the model. Give me the faces of the league.
LeBron, Giannis.
LeBron, no blemishes. Giannis, no blemishes. Joker, no blemishes.
Joker's the biggest one. He's the
biggest dog.
Yeah, he is, man.
Him and his brothers.
His brothers, dude.
Steph Curry.
Nothing.
Steph Curry, untouchable. Only his parents cause some of the drama. Like, the NBA has incredible faces setting the examples for them. And then you got Ja. So I think it'll be 25 to 30 games. What a dumb. All right, let's preview Game 7 tonight. The Hockey Hawk Gavin Spittle is in the house. Is he going to be going to the game like the morning show with Bobby and Peyton? Who is winning tonight and why? Let's preview the Stars and Seattle next.
But let's get...
Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
On the move, there's a shot, pass in front, flip, score, Eberle! Tolman and got it to the net. Eberle with patience to the backhand. A power play goal for the Kraken. They've got the lead back.
Hopefully the Stars don't pull a filthy with what the 76ers did, up 3-2. The difference is we're going opposite. Stars have the home ice. They got the advantage. And tonight, Game 7, taking place at the AAC. The Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spittle, a.k.a. our boss, is in studio to preview it. What happened in Game 6?
The exact opposite of what should have happened. So, I mean, we talked about this. We didn't want to go overly negative after Game 6. But for like it's not like this year. For the last 5 years, I cannot figure out why this Dallas Stars team, no matter who the coach is, no matter who the players are, they get off to slow starts. And it doesn't make any sense. So here you are in a Game 6 elimination period up in Seattle, and you have 2 shots on net. And you show no emotion, no physicality. And I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And then the whole series, you have forced Seattle to the outside. And then Game 6, all of a sudden, you're like, come on in, come straight through. It was a frustrating watch Saturday night.
How concerned are you with Otter?
I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned because I don't think it's Ottinger as much as it is the defenseman in front of him. And that also counts as the forwards in front of him because they have to play defense too. Seattle's getting too many chances. Seattle, they're a relentless team. And I just feel as though they're getting the chance. It's just a poor defensive effort, specifically Lindell Hockenpah on Saturday night. I expect changes on that defensive pairing. That was just bad. And so, like, I was surprised they pulled him, but in hockey, you are limited in what you can do. You can juggle your lines or you can pull the goaltender. Those are your two choices. So
how do you judge bad goals let up?
I would say the last goal that Ottinger let up, that was a sizzler. But that said, you have to stop that. You did have a clean look. It appears as though most of the Seattle goals are coming from the short side. But other than that, I thought he played okay. I think we have to look at the goaltender like the quarterback. And if the Cowboys lose, it's Dak. And no one really talks about anything else. And the reality is it's the same with, goaltending. You have to have support. Like, was Philip Grubauer terrific on Saturday night? I don't think he was, but he got tremendous defensive support.
Is Seattle doing something to force these defensive lapses by the Stars, or are they just having defensive lapses?
What I love about Seattle is they are one of the quicker starting NHL teams. They're out of the gate, and they're like a horse that does not know, like, hey, pace yourself. I mean, they just keep coming at you. So what they do is they send 1 to 2 people in a deep forecheck. And a forecheck, for those that don't know, is when you basically dump it into the zone and you go after the puck. And the goal is to put defensemen on the heels and make the other team work to get it out of their defensive zone. Seattle's really, really good at that. The other thing is they're a 4-line team, as Bob Wachusson pointed out. They're coming at you, all 4 lines. I'd say their third line, featuring Yanni Gourde, is their best line. So that's supposed to be like a checking line, but that line has given the Stars a lot of issues. If the Stars can match the physicality, if the Stars, like they did in, let's say, Game 5, they've played this series like they can win this series. I just don't know what Stars team's going to show up.
How is it that you can, it was a 2-goal game going into the third period. It's a really critical time. You get 5 minutes in there, you get the first power play. Dallas doesn't even get a shot off on that first power play. Not a single shot on goal. I mean, it just felt like Pavelski had a good game. Some guys on the fourth line, it felt like, had a good game, but it felt like everybody else was just kind of checked out. And you were allowing a team that in Seattle, we raved about, all the talk was about their depth and how deep they are, and not necessarily that they've got stars. You had their top line beating Dallas's top line and their second line beating Dallas's line. And
I think in that third period, one good thing, they finally started to crowd Grubauer, but you're right, Bobby. And I think you need to simplify that power play. They were trying that like extra pass. And sometimes you just got to put it on net. You got to hope there's a rebound. You got to get in front of Grubauer. I mean, I'm not one of those guys that's like, wow, 52 shots on net. If they're coming from the outside, your goalies are going to save them most of the time. But what I am is, you have to create kind of a havoc in front of the net. And a lot of times, if you're doing that extra pass, looking for, the perfect play, those are going to fail. Get it on net and just continue to get it on net.
The Hockey Hawk, Gavin Spittle, join us here at 105 through the Fan. Let's just say they win tonight. Can they advance past Vegas with Robertson playing the way he's played?
Yes. Vegas is a good matchup for them. I think they
were
can.
3-0 this year, I think, right?
Yeah. Were they 3 or 2? Well, it doesn't matter.
We have computers.
3. Yeah.
I saw last week.
I mean, they play well. They play well.
That wasn't for you, boss. That was for our team.
I saw it last week. That's why I said
I like the Vegas matchup better than the Edmonton matchup. Yeah. Because that Edmonton power play is really good.
Edmonton got to Otter this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jason Robertson can come out. I mean, one game ago he had 3 assists and he looked really good. I didn't think he looked awful on Saturday night. There was one, like, he had a clean look and the puck just unfortunately bounced over his stick. That happens. That's not on Robertson. I would like to see him get a little closer, capture some rebounds, really muck it up, kind of, because that's how you're going to create goals for yourself.
Is he like a finesse guy? Is he known as not soft, but just a little finessey?
He is a guy that would be more, he's not going to be out in front of the net like some of your guys. But, it's a Game 7. Time to get dirty.
Are you proud of Bobby and Peyton for buying tickets?
Absolutely.
We're going.
Yeah, I'm proud of all the Stars fans. I mean, this ride has been amazing. The feedback that we've received has been amazing. We ask, get your questions in. and we'll have to answer like 30 questions. It keeps us up later, but just I'm very proud of Stars Nation, how they've rallied in this town. It's been special. That barn will be loud tonight. And the Stars have to equal that loudness. They have to create energy to keep that barn loud.
So what would be considered a disappointment? If they lose tonight 3-2, 4-3, the season still a success? Is it a blowout thing like the Phoenix Suns where you consider it a failure? What constitutes success and failure based upon tonight?
I would say, and Stars fans will disagree with me, I would say that this is a successful season. Yes, I think they've achieved further than I had them. So therefore, in my mind, I thought they would make the playoffs, but I thought they'd be more of a wild card team. Granted, some of the Central Division had some disappointments, but I think they've achieved, and I will say there's more coming. Like Maverick, Bork, they have some really good young talent in the system. So this isn't a one and done. Like, we saw the bubble, and I thought that was a good run. I think this is sustained success.
Do you have a feeling on what's going to happen, or is it just impossible?
It really is impossible, Sean. I mean, how can I go against a Seattle team that went into the defending Stanley Cup champs, granted they were injured, in Colorado and beat them?
Yeah.
So how can I go against them? Yet how can I go against the Stars team, which has looked really dominant at home, minus that game one showing? So it's I think the Stars, if they play their game, absolutely can win this game.
Thoughts on the East?
It's crazy. I had Carolina going.
You were saying they were the Boston threat, right?
Yeah, they were the Boston threat. Absolutely. I think, what's so fascinating is we talked about this on the podcast is you have Carolina, Florida, and then let's just say Dallas or Seattle versus Vegas. Those are not large market situations, although Seattle has turned out very profitable. The thing about it is that, TV ratings might not be good, but let's think about the generations of fans in that city. I don't know if Dallas is where they are right now without those cups, or without the cup in 99 and those playoff runs that the Stars had. So that's why you look at a Madonna with Ludwig, and they kind of created the Dallas Stars, which are today. So, I mean, they're creating the future in Florida and Seattle and Vegas. So I think that's really good for hockey.
Struggles with Lindell and Hakanpää. More Thomas Harley tonight?
I would say Harley is getting more ice time. I would not be surprised to see Colin Miller reinserted into the lineup. If you're going to sit one of them, I think they sit Yanni Hakanpää.
Were you cringing when Jared Sandler kept bringing up the no-hitter? What was your radio boss advice?
No, man, it's good. Jared's good. Listen,
that's a no.
That's his call. It is, you do have to inform.
Yeah.
So you do, and I do. Now I am the guy that if my team starts scoring goals or if there's a no-hitter and I'm making dinner, I'm watching the rest of the game from the kitchen.
Yeah.
Staying there.
So I stand there and don't move. I've held a pee for minutes because of this stuff. So I think, listen, he's got to do what he's got to do.
It's one thing to inform. It's another thing to
taunt.
Keep trying to jab the baseball gods just right in the face.
Poke the bear.
Don't poke the bear. Don't be Dylan Brooks.
Thank you, boss. We'll see you soon.
All right, guys, let's go.
Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hog, getting you ready for Game 7 tonight at the AAC. Roberto and Peyton will be there. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece, and let's find out how wasted, how overboard Bobby really got with Corey Majors next. Talk with the KMC Masterpiece. Got the entire squad, Kevin Hageman, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. Good morning. What's coming up on the program?
Guys, at 10:20, who's going to struggle more to find greatness going forward? Ja Morant or the Warriors? We'll get into that at 10:20 today. Plus, I got an update on Lucy at 1 o'clock for the C Block today. It was awesome, man.
Nice.
I was wearing my Lucy shirt yesterday.
That's my
walking
man
around
right
Flower
there.
Mound.
I think Nike's excited about their May 25th release of their brand new Ja collection.
25
Second Amendment, yo.
to 30 games. Feel right?
Why?
Are you being
35 games?
Oh, you talked to Ted Cruz one time, and now
Oh, Kevin.
25 to 30 games feels right to me. He got 8.
The fact that Memphis immediately was like, hey.
You're not doing any basketball activities that we're not doing currently.
Yeah, which I was like, good job, I guess.
Right.
I'm honestly not sure what they're going to do. Man, that is a lot. I thought 20 would be a lot. 35.
My only reason
I don't
being,
know.
He just got 8, and 2 months later, he does the same thing. He's basically giving a middle finger to the league, and it's the same exact thing.
Do you argue he got 8, or do you argue that he took that own time so the league could be like, no, we suspended him like 3 games?
Yeah.
I'm seriously asking.
Yeah.
18 games minimum is what he'll get.
Why?
Because that's going to disqualify him from NBA awards.
Well,
if you miss 18 games, you lose. I bet they're going to give him minimum what will disqualify him from winning an award.
Yeah, by 65 total. Is that what it is?
65 is the minimum. So if they take 18 right there, then he's out.
They have to give him 20 minimum, I think.
I agree with Sean.
Just because he flouted it in their
he
face.
He pooped all over the NBA.
Yeah, he did.
He just did it.
Steamy.
Yeah.
What would you do? Second Amendment?
I was just kidding about that, by the way.
Okay.
No, I mean, I do believe in that, but it seemed like a weird deal, especially it was just days after he didn't make all NBA because of this exact reason, and it cost him $39 million on his Supermax. That's why I was surprised that it happened again. I don't think he's in danger, but I am concerned about some of the decisions of hey, just don't film it, and you're fine.
I watched all of the Aaron Hernandez stuff.
Oh.
And my state.
Oh, no.
It's gonna be
again?
Huh?
Again?
No, when they came
okay,
out.
all right. I was
very good documentary.
Like a weekend venture?
You think he's going down this path?
No, my statement is, I think Aaron Hernandez was smarter in covering up his murders than Ja Morant hitting the button on himself. And again, the only other athlete, I'm like, has anyone gone down where are we heading here? And the only other name I could think of was, obviously Aaron Hernandez is much worse, but it took more police work to figure out what Hernandez was doing, and Ja's just going. I love all the videos on Twitter of, hey, we're going on IG Live, and then Rambo gets all the military, you get geared up.
You gotta act cool, man. You gotta act cool. Now there's a difference there's a difference between acting menacing with the gun, and just showing it. There's a difference. There is a difference, but
he's definitely not been menacing.
No, he's not being menacing, but
except to the Pacers.
What is
right?
What is the point? What
in Nike?
What did he benefit? What did he gain from this? As Sauce Gardner said, dude, everyone's got a gun, man.
Yeah.
You're not oh my God, look at that.
The
You're
only
so
thing
unique.
the only thing that made sense was Dez suggesting, Ja's telling someone else out there, back off, stop. Maybe it's that. That's the only thing I thought Dez brought up.
Where he loves
Interesting.
NBA YoungBoy, and he's just into the music.
What just got shown over here?
Yeah, so we're investigating this because I know his
Okay.
signature shoes were supposed to come out in a few weeks, and we thought if you're Nike, you have to also be like, oh, thanks for that.
It's still, one of the links I clicked on Nike, it said this product is no longer available, even though it hasn't come out yet. But then I went to their kind of
And
launch.
it's still there?
And it
Oh, yeah, I
does
see
say
it.
still available on 5/25.
What are
at
they
9
called,
a.m.
just out of curiosity?
Hunger.
Hunger?
Yeah. But
because it got postponed
Should've
already
called
once,
Ruger.
right? It was. It
Don't
says here.
remember.
Sports Illustrated says April 1st.
I think it did
It was supposed to be released on April 1st, and then it got postponed until April 19th.
But could you not also see this driving up demand? I'm not being sarcastic, but you You know the way society works
Yes, my hope is that they end up in Nordstrom Rack and I get them for like half the
I
price.
was just about to ask,
Yeah.
what would they have to be discounted to for you to buy them for your kids?
Oh, 30%.
30%? And they go, Dad.
What, so what are they going to think
for your kids?
What do they cost? 110, Mike? 110?
Yeah, 110.
That's the same as the Lucas shoe.
Yes.
Right? So you knock it down to $80.
That's my question for all the Tolos. What would it have to be discounted to in order for you to buy the Jaws today? You're not even hesitating.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Don't you think that they
I
think you
guess it
might be
depends on what
sending a little message to them of, don't worry about all that stuff. Like he's still cool.
How
But
about
wear
my kids
shoes.
the Paul George shoes? I wasn't sending a message that I want them to fail in big games.
Holy moly.
Man,
I think that's a
after
little
everything Sarah went through
different.
on Thursday, you would think you'd have more seriousness about guns just being waved around.
On
Sean.
Thursday?
Yeah.
What
She had
happened?
a bullet shot through Sarah's window.
The bullet shot through her window?
You act
We-
like I
Oh,
wasn't
we
here.
talked about it on Friday. You should Tolo, Sean.
Yeah.
Oh,
tell the
he's
woods
got
of
you there.
Oklahoma.
Wait, were you not on that text? I didn't
I have
send
no
that
idea what
text
you're
to
talking
you.
about.
I wasn't on the text either.
I didn't send that. I sent the text just to Peyton and Bobby.
Got her
I
window
guess.
shot.
Yeah, her window got shot out.
At
Where?
her apartment?
Her
apartment.
Yeah.
Oh my
so like
gosh.
She wasn't in the car.
no, it was in her. It was her window, her apartment window, her bedroom window,
She's just sleeping or just
Wait a second.
she
No,
got
came
home?
home.
Which window got shot out?
her bedroom window.
Her bedroom
yeah,
window?
bedroom window.
And she was up there?
No, she was at. We were actually in Mexico when this happened, and we didn't know. We did like the glass did not shatter. The bullet just pierced a very small hole through.
Holy crap.
And she's like she was doing laundry, and like she noticed a little bit of glass on the windowsill, and then she like kind of raises the curtain, and oh wow, there's a bullet. Cool.
Wow.
Yeah, there was a bullet right there. So
Oh my god.
yeah. By the way, bang up job on the Fort Worth Police Department. Still has not returned our phone call about what they're going to investigate with this thing.
Oh, nice.
It's only been 5 days. We're still waiting.
Sounds like they're not.
Sounds to me like they're not either. It's like, oh, bullet got shot out. Oh, cool.
Ja was wearing a
we,
Texas Rangers hat.
We have other things going on.
You should ask me for tips on how to get the police to come after my noise complaint
That's right.
issues.
I should have.
I got all the tricks of the trade now. How many games do you think Ja gets?
10. That sounds right. Yeah,
2 more
10.
than the first time.
Yeah, just about 10.
Same.
I guess the second part of it. Yeah, 10 sounds good.
Okay.
Spin him again.
I'm going to guess 20 because I think at 20, I don't think the union will help him. I do think if you get to, let's say, 30 or 40, I do think the union's going to fight back. And I think at 20, I think the Players Association, union head, I'm sorry, I don't know the union head of the NBA PA, but
Donald Fear.
That's NHL.
It's a girl.
Gary Bettman.
But I do think that they'll say, hey, we understand the 20 game
Michelle
suspension.
Michelle Roberts. That's it.
So I think if you go past 20, I think you start pushing into somewhat litigation.
Corey, did Bobby conduct himself appropriately on Friday with the Tolos with these double drinks we've heard about?
Yes. Bobby was, I use the term, he was good and bobbied. He was kind of at that point where he had a driver. So that's the first thing.
Had a
It was
driver.
much louder.
Yeah, his wife.
Oh,
The volume went up as it tends to when I drink.
Listen.
How annoyed was his wife with him as the night went on?
He was standing up working the room.
Okay.
She was hanging out with some Tolos and eating some food and everything. So everything was fine there.
Nice.
We had a lot of Tolos that came up and told us great things. But yeah, Bobby gets louder with every drink. That is a fact. He gets loud on air. It happens sometimes. The room gets really, really small though as Bobby gets louder. That's the one thing that we got to work on, Bobby. Like there were some Tolos. He was showing off his golf moves. So he was showing them the whole approach and everything. They said they wanted to be there for it. So that was a lot of fun to see. Yeah, man.
And I, because I had enough drinks and somebody came up and asked me, which shout out one of the Twitch people's there in a Twolo shirt that you can buy in the fan store. ELJ Viking was there. Got to meet him. Got to take a picture with him and Corey. One of the Tolos did manage to come up to me when I was good and sauced up, Sean, and say, "So what is this Papacito story?" And so I went, "Okay," and I just told it to him.
Yeah, that's a crazy story.
Was he
speaking
disturbed?
I didn't see
He
that.
laughed.
Did he give you that look that we all did? Like, whoa, we didn't know you were capable.
No.
Yeah. I was not familiar with your game.
Yeah.
I also have this, and I didn't tell you this, Bobby, but whenever I tried to tab out, and I was buying drinks for other Tolos as well, whenever I did try to tab out, the waitress said, They're all on his tab.
Oh
And
yeah, I told them that.
Okay, I
No,
didn't know.
I told her.
So I was like,
Wow.
well,
So you
I'll
cover
see you later.
Corey's tab too?
Man. That was awesome.
No,
that was
you're,
awesome.
when is he?
He'll never move out.
He'll never get in a
never
house.
move out.
Never move into a house.
I'm be like Peyton, living
I didn't have
with
that
mom
many
and dad. Well,
drinks,
not mom,
though, so-
but living with dad. You know?
Yeah.
Do most people get louder when they get drunk?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I get.
You tell
much-
us.
You haven't been around yet, I don't think. When I've been.
Oh,
Really...
no, I was.
Oh wait, maybe once. Okay,
Yeah.
no, it
No, I
gets,
definitely was.
It does get aggressively louder.
They generally get louder, closer to you. Ask Chris
I can
Arnold.
see that.
Yeah.
More charming.
They generally spit in your face when they talk more.
Yeah.
Why do they get closer?
We feel
I
like
love you, man.
Yeah.
I just love you so much, man.
I hugged a lot of
man,
people.
Love you,
I
man.
hugged a
Sorry
lot of
about what
people on
happened
Friday.
In 1993, man, I was out my rocker, man.
So they become more affectionate,
Yes.
louder,
You
and
become
closer.
a Dazed and Confused character.
Yes.
Apparently.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds very like drunk pothead. The man, like that
Yeah.
sounds Tommy Chong.
And then you either become angry, funny, or like you just sit in the corner of the couch.
and it can teeter. You can go any one
Yeah,
of
you
those
can do
three
all of them.
directions
You can
depending
do all of
on
them.
what gets said.
guess.
All of them could very
And
well
you become a
happen.
great dancer.
And that's how Bobby and Peyton will be tonight. Game 7. They just bought
Up
tickets.
in the 300s, right?
Yeah,
With the real fans.
Section 301, row double D. Come say hey.
What do you call that section, Mike?
Call
The
it.
poor section?
Oh my God.
Hey, how about this?
Those tickets were at least $150.
Yesterday, we were driving back from
500.
our Mother's Day kind of dinner. I had to do the Ranger game, so we get done eating at Pie Tap. Really good food.
I thought Ted Cruz was gonna fix that.
Y'all's microphones are on, and I know you
Idiots.
know that.
And we drove by a place that had Double D's on it. It was called
Yeah.
Double D's.
Yeah, the bar.
And,
Everyone loves going there.
And my son asked what Double D's are. So, Kevin, could you explain right now to all the people in the car that might not know what Double D's
The pizza
are?
place, Double Dave's.
How would you explain that?
I believe it is a scientific measurement.
Oh, good
That's
job.
a good one.
Of
What I
what?
will-
It's also a weight. It's a weight and measure,
Of
really.
bust size.
Yes.
Yeah, so
What's a bus size?
Yeah, what's a bust?
I mean, if you don't know that, then you're just uneducated. You should
no,
Google it.
it's simple. It's what the
Tell your kids to Google it.
what's in
Yes.
the Canton, Ohio.
Kids,
Rabbit
Google
hole.
Google DD bust.
No.
Bustard in Canton, Ohio.
No, buy the Josh shoes instead.
Bra sizes,
gosh.
bra sizes are using two measurements: the band, which is the measurement around the rib cage,
Bands
which
that
the
make
bra
bands.
underband sits,
Bands that make
and is a number. Then the cup, which is a letter, represents the difference between the underbust measurement and
Say
that's why they-
brassiere. That makes it feel more scientific.
Makes it sound sexier.
No,
Yeah,
what?
brassiere.
You want a cup size that's like a failing grade. Sean looks like he's gonna go.
We have a meeting right after this.
Oh my gosh, good luck with that.
I know. Enjoy Game 7 tonight. Go Stars. KMC is next on 105.3 The Fan.
I love you all.
Always a welcome sign for this. studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and then I do believe for most of the week, Reginald Atatula. Gentlemen, how's it going?
Well, Kevin, I'm exhausted.
Is it Mother's Day?
I'm on the backside. Well, I didn't even spend much time with Adrian or my mom yesterday.
Is everything okay?
I was driving back from Memphis all day. Drove 2 hours in the rain, by the way.
Oh, you went to go take care of the John Morant thing?
I was in Memphis. I was talking to John. I was like, look, bro.
Quit going live!
We got to have a conversation about this, man. Like, you can have the gun. It's perfectly fine. Some people are going to be mad if you show it off. Some people aren't going to be mad if you show it off. Shoot it at a target. Protect yourself from a wild boar if you need to. But everything, like,
did that happen?
I don't know. I mean, don't we feel like if Paperboy had his gun at that time, he would have protected himself from that wild boar?
I thought that happened in regular
He
life.
used a frying pan instead. So, keep a frying pan in your pocket. Is anybody going to be mad about that? No. All right. So, yeah, it was a tough weekend, man. I'm pretty exhausted right now, but I'm here. I'm here for you, the Tolo out there that needs this in your life today. Because, Kevin, maybe the best moment from Friday night, I tweeted out the link. Bobby tweeted out the video. There is a video of a Tolo that walked up, and he said, "You guys just make me happy."
Yeah.
And I was like, holy crap, like, this is awesome. But then he kept talking, and we didn't quite encapsulate everything that he said. No, the talking didn't go bad after that. We didn't quite encapsulate everything he said in that video. But one of the lines that really got to me was, all of your voices are very unique, and all of your spirits work so well together. And I know, Kevin, you're probably like, gross. But the way he said it, he was like, because Corey, Mike, and Kevin are not the same, but somehow they get along. And I was like, okay.
Oh, no. Oh, well.
And I think that's what he's talking about right there. So I really appreciated that, Tolo, and I hope the Tolos out there are having a great Monday so far.
All right. Reggie, Mike, how are y'all?
Good.
I'm here.
No, I'm good.
Reggie, you're going to be with us like almost all week.
Right, so I'm pacing myself.
Thursday, right?
I'll be happy tomorrow.
Does that mean you'll get better as the week goes along?
No promises.
How about this?
Okay.
I didn't get to see it because I had to do the Ranger game yesterday, but my son was playing 8th grade baseball yesterday, and my dad said he thinks he might have seen the best 8th grade baseball player he's ever seen in his life.
Your son?
No.
Oh.
There's some kid that's going to Prestonwood Christian next year who is ranked in perfect game, the number 3 best player in the nation.
See how we extrapolated that was your son from that, though, right?
My son had a great weekend. I mean, he honestly played great. Very proud of Jake, but I wasn't there. But my dad's like, yeah, he might be the best 14-year-old I've ever seen play baseball.
Perfect game, you say?
Yeah, I think he's the number 3 ranked player in the nation.
All right, I'm looking forward to
Your
it.
dad should go Sonny Vaccaro and like sign him to some.
Nah, he ain't not an agent.
Oh, yet. All right, let's go ahead and get to the business at hand, which unfortunately means we have to play cut number 3 because it didn't go great on Saturday.
On the move, there's a shot, pass in front, flip, score! Everly! Tolman and got it to the net. Everly with patience to the backhand. A power play goal for the Kraken. They've got the lead back.
And they would maintain the lead. So my question for y'all here is, what went wrong for the Stars in Game 6 that they have to get right to win tonight?
Kevin, I was bowling during this game. All right, so remember the situation that I had on Friday as I was like, do I just turn the TV on?
Did you lose
They
this
took
situation?
that out of my hands completely. They said, you don't even get a chance to watch this game. Here's what I did happen, though. At the end of the bowling alley, huge, massive TVs. So I just kept looking up and seeing that we were getting scored on a lot. So, Kevin, here's the deal. My answer to your question is, what do they need to fix? They need to fix giving up all the goals. How do we stop that from happening? Because that was not fun to look up and see that it was happening every few minutes.
Take Lindell and Hakanpää off the ice?
Okay, all right. That sounds
I know
like
they won't really just take them off the ice altogether.
Hakanpää's missed a game. I think, was it Hanley that was in for Hakanpää while he was out a couple? So maybe that's the approach.
Was Hakanpää turning over the puck? Was that what was the issue?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that that was an issue in general. And my favorite quote of the night was from DeBoer who he was asked about those two in particular because Lindell was on ice for all 5 of the non-empty net goals. Like, obviously, they put another one in late. And then Hakanpää was on the ice for 4 of them. So that looks pretty bad. But DeBoer wanted to make it very clear that he wasn't going to isolate just those 2. He said, quote, they weren't worse than anybody else.
Okay.
Which is not it's not necessarily a glowing reinforcement for them, but I really feel like that shows his general thoughts about how the team played on Saturday. They weren't worse than anybody else, but that line they have got to play better in the defense. And then obviously you can't have people I know it happens, but you would hope you wouldn't have more people just fall down. That would lead to very dangerous chances for the Kraken.
Yeah, and maybe, Kevin, one of the key factors just might be home ice for the Stars to get back away from Seattle and take this. You hear DeBoer say, look, home ice, Game 7, I'll take it. I love it.
Sure.
And I think, tonight's crowd is going to be in favor of the Stars for sure. They're going to push them through those moments when things might get a little iffy, and I think that's going to be a huge factor for tonight. So I think one of the other factors, Kevin, and I think we've seen it happen over and over again, we'll get the autocorrect.
Yes.
Get the autocorrect, and everything's going to be fine.
And you're going to need that after a game in which, you look at this series, he got pulled earlier than he has at any point in his entire career. That's the bad part. The good part is he's 21-1-3 this season after losses, which is pretty damn incredible. And so I like my chances with this, though. You look at this game and you look at the trends for the NHL playoffs in general. These have been shockingly high-scoring NHL playoffs. Not just this series. You look across the board. Goals against are way up, or goals scored are way up in this playoff.
Yeah, and Kevin, listen to Seattle talk. Listen to the way that they're talking about their team. My brother-in-law lives up there right now, and he's like, dude, I've never seen so many jerseys, so many sweaters.
Yeah.
And he's like, they're everywhere. He's like, in Dallas, they come out for the games.
Sure.
He's like, but you're going to the grocery store and dudes are just they're in their gear. They love what the Kraken are doing right now. They're feeding off of what this is, and that is everything that they are doing. They even said it is making history. They feel like they're making some sort of history when they're doing what they're doing up there. So that's another tip of what they had going on. They knew that was a crunch time. We talk about G-Bag's desperate team situation. They were the more desperate team in Saturday's game for sure. Now, when the Stars come in tonight, they have to have that mindset, and I believe
if you don't going into Game 7, you should quit the sport because you ain't got it. If you don't go into Game 7 and be like, oh my God, we have to win, then you should probably just stop doing this.
I do wonder though, other than oh my God, we have to win. Again, the Stars are the more polished, skilled team. Maybe not even more polished, but the more skilled team.
Yeah.
The Kraken have proven that they're a good team. They're good across the board.
Sure.
And I do wonder if that edge of, hey, we are doing something different, rather than the Stars are we're just trying to accomplish something. I wonder how much that outweighs things for certain teams whenever they're playing like this.
It could, but I would go up to players like Pavelski and Ben and be like, hey, you never won a cup.
Valid.
Are you trying to do something?
Wasn't that kind of Dirk's whole approach through that championship run? Was I have one of those Western Conference Finals trophies. Yeah. Put it in the laundry.
From the 817, all series, the Stars have struggled exiting the defensive zone, and Seattle has been much cleaner exiting. I agree with that 1,000,000%. We've talked about not turning the puck over, specifically not turning the puck over in the neutral zone, because that has been problematic for the Stars in keeping control of the flow of play. But there's at least a couple of these goals that you can look back on that Ottinger for sure takes some of the blame, but also inability to clear out is problematic. I had a couple of other points, and somebody just brought up Jason Robertson, and that's 1,000,000% fair.
All right,
Did you
Kevin,
want to talk about him?
I am now calling for it. Tonight, you have to see the Robertson game.
Yeah,
we saw the 3-assist game. That's fine. That's great. Tonight, you have to see the Robertson game. I've been saying this over and over, and here's why. He doesn't look right to me. I've asked Spittle about it. He has some thoughts about that too, but he just doesn't look like he's playing like we saw him during the regular season. They just look like this. He had this bouncing in his step, in his ice, the way he was skating. He just had a different bounce about him that I haven't been able to see lately. And somebody did text in. They asked if he was tired from the regular season. He doesn't look the same. I don't know what it is, but this is okay, dude. You got to leave everything. And he has to tell himself that. I got to leave everything out there tonight.
And I mean, I think you bring up a really valid point because we have now reached a tie for season-long goalless run. Remember we talked about in December, I want to say, he went 7 straight games without a goal. He is now currently at 7 straight games without a goal, I do believe. And see, that's fair. That's 100% fair.
He needs to beat the puck and throw himself.
That I get it. Mine was going to be the first line in general, but I think you make a lot of great points about Robo. Is you only scored 2 points off the top line on Saturday, with Hintz being shut out, though clearly he's been phenomenal this postseason, as opposed to 8 in Game 5. There's probably a happy medium, because I feel like if you score 8 points off the top line, you can pretty easily be like, I believe we're going to win this game. But like, there probably has to be a happy medium, and you want everyone on the top line to score. And if you could get anything like Game 5, where all the people on the top line had multiple points, I think that's going to be a win for the Stars. The next thing I looked at is you got to get back to controlling the faceoffs. We talked about this prior to Game 5, and they responded huge. The Stars only won 53% of the faceoffs on Saturday. Now, I know on one hand, you're like, but that's still more.
Yes, Kevin.
And that is true, but it is the lowest of the series.
All right.
And so that just shows you, while people think that the Kraken have dominated the physical aspect, which I certainly get, is the Stars have dominated the face-off aspect. The magic number is 57%.
Okay.
They've hit that 4 times in the series. Did not hit it in Game 6. And what happened? They lost. The games where they hit it, 3-1. So you need to win 57% of your face-offs and reassert your dominance there.
All right, Kevin, what about 60%?
Sure.
And what if they did that? Then what?
I actually think their high for the series is, and I swear I'm not making this up, it really is 69%, I do believe.
Nice.
So
hold on, Kevin. So if they get to 60, what happened in that game? Did they win that game?
Yes, they did.
What if they win 70%?
Okay, then if they win 70% of the faceoffs, I'll be stunned.
All right, but what about 80?
Okay, then
I like where Reggie's
now we're
going
setting
with this.
playoff records, probably. I didn't research
That would be nice.
the all-time playoff face-off win percentage.
Whoever wins Game 7 wins the series 100% of the time.
That is
Mike,
true.
What if they win 90% of their face-offs tonight, though? Do you think that they'll win the game?
Then at some point, I think the Kraken are going to stop doing face-offs,
Uh-huh.
and they're just going to concede.
Whoever
every
scores
face-off.
more goals will win 100% of the time.
I'm
That
shooting
is
for
probably true.
100%. This is what if I'm Pete DeBoer, Kevin, I'm walking in tonight and I'm saying, guys, if y'all lose a single one of our face-offs tonight, I'm making you do gassers in the middle of the game. All right? Right there on the ice.
They will lose if he says that.
Yeah, because I feel like, would that be in the flow of play?
Don't worry
Because
about
then
that,
you're going to
dude.
give up a goal for sure, right?
Yeah,
Do
well,
they call those gassers? Is that even like a thing that hockey players do?
I don't know, but that's what I'm telling them. I'm going to tell them that. I'm going to be like, y'all know this is the new thing. You guys are doing
Kind
gassers.
of do burpees.
And then I
On
want
the ice.
And here's the thing, Kevin. If you don't want that to happen in the middle of the game, because what's going to happen? They're going to be out on the ice, too many people on the ice, and now they're having to be in the box. Do you guys want to be in the box during Game 7? Or do y'all want to be on the damn ice out there winning all the face-offs? All right? That's all I'm asking is win all your face-offs tonight.
Man, I like the idea of like Robertson's about to go off for a shift, and he's like, nope. You saw that last face-off. Sit your ass down. We'll cycle back around.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be... Oh, man. That
Yeah.
would be something to see. The Stars, as you could probably guess, because they're the home team and the higher seed, they're pretty heavy favorites going into tonight. The last I saw was minus 210. So
Okay.
the Stars are heavy favorites going into tonight. But then again, Seattle was a heavy underdog against Colorado in Game 7, and that made no difference.
What are you doing right now?
Oh, I was just saying.
Kevin, that didn't feel very positive.
Okay.
I need you to give a speech now. All right. I need you to give a speech to all the Tolo Stars fans out there that are going to this game or rooting from home. And I need you to tell them how to make the difference in this game.
Look, have you ever seen Jamie Benn angry? Yes. I have. And it was in the middle of a regular season. He slammed a door and stormed out of the locker room because of a question about a shirt. What do you think is going to happen if you lose this game to a second-year Kraken team? All right? So if you see a Seattle fan, of course, do not harass them inappropriately. Right, so that would be wrong. But wrong. You cheer your head off tonight every time. If you're up on the front row, you bang that glass when there's a Seattle player there. Exactly.
Bang it.
Because you know Jamie Benn is going to be furious and go on a rampage if they lose. But what if he goes on the good kind of rampage if they win?
Oh, my gosh. This city won't know what to do.
You're halfway there.
Love it.
Plus,
they'll go to work the next day.
Come on, Dallasites. You love good events. If you make it to the Stanley Cup final or even the Western Conference final, you could go pretend you're a hockey fan. It's a great deal for everybody.
No,
we're the KNC masterpiece.
Anything can happen tonight.
There you go.
Right here.
There you go, Mike.
That is fair.
Thanks.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who's going to struggle more to find greatness going forward? Ja Morant or the Warriors? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford, it's 35 minutes of commercial.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Stevens sends a block by Davis. Final seconds, Reeves. It'll count if it goes. Oh, he puts it in from half court at the buzzer.
That's the highlight?
Yeah.
What happened yesterday? I don't know. Play something besides Reeves hitting a half-court shot.
Sorry, Mike. That fits into the segment. Who's going to struggle more to find greatness going forward, Ja Morant or
Austin Reeves?
The Warriors?
Oh.
I mean, because you'd still say Austin Reeves is going to struggle more, right? I know they.
I don't know. He's in the next round, right? So doesn't that make it
true.
easier for him to find greatness right now?
If they win, do you think anyone is going to be like the greatness of Austin Reeves?
Yep.
Okay.
Making sure to get those free throws.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Austin Reeves.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and that's why we didn't do that.
I think that was the worst thing of the
mock
weekend.
free throws, Reggie? Did you
No.
just mock how many free throws did the Mavericks miss? That
Yeah, he's
cost
a
them
Mavs
games?
fan. You have to mock them. You have to say they're not worth anything because they could care less to make free throws.
Yep. We'll fix the Mavs later.
Yes.
That was the worst thing of this weekend was Friday. It was Friday night.
I'm sorry.
When the Lakers won. I actually turned it off. I was at Bally's and it was like, I don't know, late in the third quarter or early in the fourth. And I was like, I just turned off the TV and I was like, nobody's watching this anymore because I can't stand to watch this.
I just want to get this out of the way, Mike. Do you remember the stat I told you about this Western Conference Finals matchup?
Yeah, Denver's never won. Well, guess what? They've never had Jokic. They've had to rely on Mutombo or Fat Lever, I assume, in these games.
Well, not only have they never won, all 3 times they lost to the Lakers won the title. But I definitely hope you're wrong, and the Nuggets are favored in this series.
Good. Take that.
So,
were the Lakers favored in this series they just won?
No, the Nuggets are favored.
Don't worry about
No,
that.
the one.
Oh, in the last one?
This last one, when they beat, was Golden State favored or LA?
Golden State was favored.
Great.
Sorry about that.
I'm glad you're overcoming all the odds, Lakers and Laker fans. You guys deserve it.
Don't worry.
I don't think he means that.
The best player in the NBA ready to shut them down is all right.
Giannis isn't playing.
Exactly.
Think
That's
Anthony,
what I said, the best player
what,
in the NBA.
Think Anthony Davis will get hurt?
No, stop saying that, Mike.
Probably.
No, just say maybe
I like
he'll
your
play
answer,
bad.
Corey.
Just say
He gets
he'll play
hurt,
bad,
Kevin.
maybe.
He gets hurt. dude.
Okay,
That's
but
just
the
what
way
he does.
said that with excited tenor in his voice is not.
A Colorado Rocky got hit in the head with a 100-mile-an-hour comebacker, and he walked off the field and then walked to the clubhouse. Anthony Davis got an elbow in the head and needed a wheelchair, right? A wheelchair? Yeah.
Well, he's a big man. I mean, just think about it. If he's walking and he gets dizzy and falls, that's a lot further than that baseball player.
Altitude.
Yeah.
Lower altitude if you're 6 feet to 7 feet.
That
Less
is
oxygen.
I don't know if that's
That's a
exactly
fact,
how that
Kevin. You
works.
can't deny it.
But I hear what you're saying. All right, I'm going to go to cut number 10. We will start with the Warriors, and Draymond has thoughts for the haters.
A lot of people saying the Warriors dynasty are over, which are the same people that said it was over in 2019 when KD left. 4 years later, they're still saying it's over. Great. They're always wrong. It's not. Those same people are the same folks that said I'd never make it in the NBA. Those people are the same folks that said they're a jump shooting team and they won't win. It's those people. But also know and pay attention to who the people that are saying the dynasty are over. It's always people that have never been a part of a dynasty. You never really see Shaquille O'Neal, the great Shaq, my favorite
All
player
right,
as a
I'm
kid.
done with this. But you get the idea. He said, if you think it's over,
He was saying you never
you're
see
wrong.
Shaq say something like this.
Yeah, Shaq's been in
gotcha.
a dynasty.
Yeah, okay.
So he understands
Yes.
what it takes to be in a dynasty.
Gotcha. Okay, and that was kind of confusing at first. I was like, hold on, he calling Shaq out, and that makes sense. I mean,
No, I think he was calling Charles Barkley out, honestly.
Gotcha. And because we hear when Michael Irvin talks, aren't you like, I want to hear what he has to say because he knows what it takes to win. When Troy Aikman talks, a lot of times you're like, I want to hear what Emmitt Smith, same way. So I get what
Unless it's
he's
about Zeke, then I don't want to hear.
Well, Kevin, have you ever been a running back that rushed for the most rushing yards in the history of your career?
Yeah, but the
When?
record book wouldn't count it. 1997. That's a whole different story. I'll have to tell you another.
What if they told you in one day, if you just make it up and down a football field for however many yards? Like, I don't think we'd all fail doing that.
Oh my God, I would fail so much.
I don't even know how many yards it is, but
yard per carry average would be -5, like, or something like that.
We're gonna put one tackler out there. Good luck.
No. We just have to just keep walking the field until we get to the record. Can we do it in one day?
I could 100% do that in one day.
How many? I'm gonna revisit this.
The record
How many
all
yards is it?
time?
Yeah.
What is it, like 21:05-ish, something like that?
Yeah, so that's-
I can walk the length of a football field back and forth 21 times. No
21
problem.
times?
No problem.
It's 121. I don't know if that's right, Kevin.
I don't think you're right on that. Your math.
What?
All right, what's the question on basketball?
Okay, and so who are you more optimistic about going forward, the Warriors or Ja Morant? Because we were talking about suspensions with Ja Morant. The thing that I can't get around is that Ja Morant just saw his absence, which was at least in part from the All-NBA team, which was at least in part due to the time he had to miss because everything with the first gun incident. That cost him $39 million on his Supermax. And we're a few days removed from not making the All-NBA team and a few months removed from the incident, and then it happens again.
I know there are a lot more. Look, there's some politically driven conversation, racially driven conversation. There's all sorts of ways to go about this. What I wanted to start with is the locker room, because it's already kind of falling apart, isn't it? Like the Memphis locker room is already kind of in a weird place. So him now, you're like, dude, you're probably going to serve another suspension.
Yeah, which you're lower on than the rest of the crosstalk people.
I don't know, man. There's a lot to that conversation of the gun popping up. I know there is the way he's going about it. The fact that he doesn't care. You talked about this with Randy Gregory. It's not about what he was doing as much as it is about the fact that he's done it again. And you're not supposed. They told you not to do it, and then you're like, I will do it again. And that's a bad teammate. Is somebody who's not doing the things that it takes to be on the court, to be playing next to you the entire time. When it came to Randy Gregory, that was your big point was, I don't care if he's smoking weed. That's perfectly fine. Just the fact is, the rule is don't be smoking weed and getting caught.
Yes.
And when he did get caught, that's when it became more of a problem because you're not on the field. You're not there to be a teammate. So I think if I'm in that locker room right now, and I don't know who the leader of that locker room is, to be quite honest. I don't know who the person is that everybody respects in that locker room.
In Memphis?
Yeah. But if I'm in that locker room, every time I see him from now on, I'm like, dude, I can't follow you. You're just a guy in this room right now because you keep doing dumb things that get you off the court.
I mean, I guess their veteran guy was just thinking of Steven Adams. I can't tell you he's the leader or not, but that would be kind of their veteran guy that maybe you would turn to for stuff like this. My answer to your question is Golden State. Golden State still has 2 lottery picks under their control. And what I mean by that is they have Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga. Now, they have not done much to really help out the Golden State Warriors throughout winning the championship last year. And then this year, they really didn't make any type of strides forward, which I really thought they would in the regular season. So they didn't really do much in the playoffs to help out the old big three, if you're looking at Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. But I do think they have a smart organization. Curry is still in his prime, even though it's near the end of it. Klay Thompson has exited his prime because of injuries. Draymond Green has probably exited his prime, but he's still a solid role player. I think that they can't bring back that same team, but they can make some moves and make that back into a championship contender. Memphis / Ja Morant, I don't know. Like 2 months later?
Yeah.
This is like, this would be like, in a weird way, this would be like today we get the news Fernando Tatis Jr. is suspended for the rest of the season and next year for doing steroids. And you're like, dude, you just got suspended for this. You just came back from this. What are you doing? Then we know that he really is a roid head. Like, he has to do roids to feel like he's going to be successful. Now, I don't think Ja Morant has to flash a gun to be successful, but you'd be like, What are you doing, dude? Like, this is literally just a few months later.
The statement from the Memphis Grizzlies yesterday, short and to the point. We are aware of the social media video involving Ja Morant. He's suspended from all team activities pending league review. We have no further comment at this time. And they also turned off comments on social media, which people, I assume, just usually quote tweet if they like really want to get in on that. I don't know what all team activities are taking place right now, but I'm really curious to see what the suspension looks like. And I'm also curious to just hear from Ja Morant. I really would love to hear from him, because after the first time it happened and you're like, yeah, no, I get that. And he was like, look, I made a bad decision. I got to be smarter. I got to be a better leader, on and on and on. You can't say that again this time, right? Because you're like, but you just said that and then you did it again.
Yeah,
so.
I gotta think about, I mean, the optics, it is an optics game, right? You got to think about all the ways that you're seen by people, and whether, like, that's what he has to think about. Now, you're right. Having said what he said, your words are empty, bro. Sorry. Like, everything from here on has to be actions more than anything else. It can't be that. And that's why I think, you know, when we're talking about the who's going to find that faster, that is, Ja Morant has everything against him now. They have time against them, but like maybe they can still find some level of success, maybe not the Giannis success. Where you're like, hey, was it a failure or not? Maybe they can find some level of it. But Ja has everything stacked against him right now.
By the way, just a side note that I thought was really funny, and this is a cool gift for Lonnie Walker, is did you see he got an autographed jersey from Steph Curry once the season was over? And it says, to Lonnie, keep balling. We will never forgive you for game 4.
Good.
And I love that not only do you have the Steph Curry jersey.
Oh, Mike is sick right now.
Yeah.
I think that's amazing.
I'm sorry, Mike.
No, it is. I will say this. If the Lakers win it all, and it's different, but we've gone through it one time in our lives, and it's Corey Brewer randomly stepping up in a game.
Yeah.
It's the Lakers.
It's Jan Mahinmi making a shot at the end of the third quarter that you just wouldn't expect. Like, when you win a championship, you can say, yes, it was all Michael Jordan, or it was all Dirk Nowitzki, or it was all LeBron James. But you'll usually find yourself looking at dudes like Austin Reeves, Lonnie Walker, you know, I know there's other guys too. Obviously, I'm forgetting the dude's name from Germany, who's the point guard.
Dennis
Schroeder. Like, you just like, these guys are having moments.
Yeah.
And you're just like, these SOBs are going to help the Lakers win another championship. I'm not against LeBron. I'm against the Lakers. I'm against everything Lakers.
Yeah.
But they have their role players just stepping up in a tremendous way right now. And hopefully, for my heart and soul, the Denver Nuggets guys step up, whether it's Michael Porter Jr.
Is that your pick? Are you thinking the Lakers are going to win this series?
I'm so biased.
Yeah.
I will say this. My buddy asked me in betting, and I said, look, I do think the Lakers can beat Golden State and will if they're healthy. What is your percentage of the Lakers stay healthy throughout this? Now, the Lakers do get the nice break here. They start off tomorrow, the night the Mavericks get Wembanyama. But
you love to hear it.
But I do think the every other game, if Anthony Davis stays healthy and LeBron stays healthy, I would pick them to beat Denver. What's the odds that both of those guys stay healthy throughout this 7-game stretch? I don't know, but the Lakers feel like a team of destiny. They just keep stepping up. Some random dude keeps stepping up. Just hoping Austin Reeves gets a lot of money from somewhere else and isn't a Laker next year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
That was a great road trip. On pace for 100 wins. How many do you think they can win
200.
next?
Coming up in the next
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet had the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
So the Rangers don't sweep the Oakland Athletics, but they do win 3 of 4 games. And that, on that 10-game road trip, put them at 7-3. 10 games over 500 for the year at 25-15. Guys, that is very good.
I was thinking I'd be pretty stoked if they went 6-4, and then to add another win on top of that, this team has been incredibly fun to watch and listen to.
The way you said that, Mike, I was like, is Mike about to say that is scoregami? Because the way you were doing that,
I have no clue.
And now I'm looking up, there is MLB scoregami, so I'm going to be lost for a little while.
I feel like that's going to be a lot tougher because each team plays 16 to 17 now football games, and every team plays 162.
It's definitely the high scores that are very difficult to find.
Okay, so when looking at this Texas Rangers team, they're on pace for 100 wins. At 25-15.
101. Woo!
Now, here's my question to you right now. If you had to guess, if you can remember your guess before the season and what you would guess now after 40 games, what are you changing to or what are you sticking with?
I think my guess was 84. And now I think 91 or 92 is viable.
I think I went with like 82. I was like, if they can be 500 baseball this year, I am happy.
Yeah.
And now I think they're going to win the rest of the games this year. And that'll put them at what, Kevin? What was that?
147 and
there you
15.
Go. So I think they can do that.
So I guessed 84 wins before the season, and I'm going to stick with it.
Oh.
Interesting.
Losing record rest.
Wow. I guess that would be, which is a little bit tough. Honestly, that's a little bit tough to see because this team has been, I'm not negative on this team.
Yeah.
I love the start they got off to. Now remember, my son early on in the season goes, "Dad, look at this schedule." And going like, they should be over 500 easily at the end of April. And they're over 500. And they've done the road trip, awesome road trip, going 7-3. Obviously, there was a big scare yesterday as the Rangers were up 3-1 in Keller's own. Shea
Gilgeous-Alexander.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Oh, guys, come on.
Keller's own. Shea Langeliers, who went to Baylor from Keller High School. He hit the home run to tie it up at 3. Luckily, the Rangers came back and scored 8 in the bottom of the 8th.
And I saw what Bochy said afterwards, and I don't want to undercut because he's done such an amazing job. He's like, what a great bounce back inning. I definitely agree with that. They score, you score. But then that kind of brushes off the, oh man, let's still tighten some things up in the bullpen.
And that's where I have to right now go, I still see this team getting above 500 at the end of the year. I know they're above 500 right now.
Yeah.
But playing above 500 baseball for the season, but I am super concerned about the way these last innings are going.
Yeah.
So I was sitting there and I was just thinking about Bruce Bochy when Jonathan Hernandez gives up the 2-run home run. And if you look at the roster, if you want to pull up the Rangers roster real quick, you can. I don't know what he can do. I don't know who he should turn to in the 7th and 8th inning. Now he's turning to Will Smith in the 9th inning. And I think in a perfect scenario, Will Smith would be part of your 7th and 8th inning crew, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The Braves are coming in town, and I can't wait to watch this series. And I know there's a big Game 7 for the Stars, so I hope you have 2 TVs tonight. And also, maybe I'll get to it. If I don't get to it here, I'll get to it later in the show. Cody Bradford is making his MLB debut for the Texas Rangers.
He's going to start.
He's starting for the Rangers today.
Against the Braves.
And I think that's going to be really fun to see a guy who earned his spot right now by pitching so well in AAA.
Have you seen his AAA stats?
They're insanely good.
7 starts, 0.91 ERA.
Is that good?
Yes.
And I'll get to it now, I guess. I'll go back to maybe a little bit of what I think of this team. But let's talk about Cody Bradford now. So why are they doing this? Nobody's hurt. Nobody's pitching really that bad. We can talk about Martin Perez, and I am a little bit concerned about what Martin Perez has done so far this year. But
or the last two starts specifically, right?
Well, they're batting over 300 for the year against him. So if you just want to look at, the last two starts have been his worst.
Do they have a breakdown of like per game? Because I wonder how much, since it's still early, those two starts like shifted those numbers. You know,
I remember looking before his cutter, they were still batting over 400 against him on that pitch. And that was the pitch last year that really started trending him into the right direction. All the other pitches were coming along fine, but when you start looking at Martin Perez, you keep taking me off of every topic I want to talk about.
I'm sorry, Mike. I'll be quiet.
No, but I actually have I could talk about the Rangers for an hour. You know, after a weekend series and you're doing great, I have like a zillion things I can talk about.
Let's do it. Let's just have an hour
Martin Perez is one that I'm a little bit concerned with, but I don't think he's hurt. Why are they calling up Cody Bradford? And I do like this from Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers because they don't have any off days. They just went on a 10-game road trip. They don't have an off day today. Usually you would think after 10 straight days on the road you'd have an off day. They don't. They played 3 games against Atlanta, and I don't know these guys, as in nobody knows these guys. Only Mike Maddox, only Bruce Bochy know what their pitchers are going through right now. Nathan Eovaldi is in a just lockdown stretch right now. He can't make a bad pitch, it feels like. Every time he throws the ball, he is making a quality pitch, it feels like. Martin Perez right now is really struggling to put together quality pitches. He's frustrated on the mound, but they don't want to wear these guys out. This is the one thing about the pen, to go back to them.
They don't have a pen.
They are getting the most innings pitched in baseball from their starting pitchers. The pitchers are actually going as deep as you can possibly go early in the year. So they are getting used. I don't know if it is the least right now, but about the least you can be used is this bullpen. But Bradford is getting called up. 1, because he's doing great. But 2, they want these guys to get a little bit of a rest. I expect this. I don't know this. I expect Bradford to start tonight, and after the game is over, he gets sent back down to the minor leagues. I don't know this for a fact.
Even if he throws a no-hitter?
You're not going to, even if he throws a no-hitter.
No, I like that he said that. I'm very serious.
I don't know what he can do to stay. Because...
No, I hear you.
I think this is interesting.
Let me ask you this. Who are you taking out of the rotation if he does? Well, you're not taking anybody out of the rotation. You could push Dane Dunning back to the bullpen if you want, but why? He's doing great in the rotation so far, and you're trying to build up his arm. And it looks like Jacob deGrom isn't going to pitch for the next 2 to 3 weeks in the major leagues. So when you start looking at it, it's to give guys rest, but one, he's pitching so great. Let's see how he does against the Atlanta Braves. Now, the Braves, as Jared Sandler has let me know, are very good against left-handed pitching. In fact, the best in Major League Baseball. So this isn't what you'd look at on a piece of paper going, our lefty that we really want to get a look at the Major League level is getting a team that doesn't hit lefties well. In fact, they are the best in baseball at hitting lefties. But you're giving guys an extra day. You do have an off day, I believe, on Thursday. I don't believe you have a game on Thursday. But I look at the Bradford situation and I go, man, I'm excited to watch him pitch tonight. I'm excited to see the Atlanta Braves. They're coming off of getting swept in Toronto. So they are not coming in playing as well as they were playing 4 or 5 days ago. But when I look at this team and where their record is, I love it. I love watching this team play. But I worry in the next 120 games. I do think that eventually you'll make trades for relief pitchers. But I don't know what to do. I don't know what Bruce Bochy, going back to the point, is who does he give the ball to in the 7th and 8th inning and have confidence with? I do think now it goes to Brock Burke. But Brock Burke hasn't been perfect either, but he's given the ball to Leclerc. Leclerc is now going to be used in non-pressure situations. So yesterday he got to pitch in a 11-3 baseball game. If you're losing by 2 or 3 runs, hey, there's a little bit of pressure there. Obviously there's pressure at any point, but like if he blows up, if he can't throw strikes, if he gives up 3 runs in this inning, we were losing by 2 or 3 runs anyways. We didn't lose a lead. We've just now put ourselves in a tough spot to ever come back and win this game. Jonathan Hernandez is a guy right now that it's really tough to say I have confidence giving him the ball in this situation. But I don't know who Bochy's supposed to turn to. So that's the tough thing with Bruce Bochy right now is when he is in the dugout watching the 7th inning or 8th inning in these close games. I don't know how you have confidence in a certain guy, but there's also nobody to turn to say he's done it and is doing it. You just have to keep giving the ball, I think, to Jonathan Hernandez or to Burke or to Sporgs or to, John King, who you just called up from the minor leagues. Yeah, it's a really tough thing. And if that's the case and you can't fix it and you're hoping your guys fix it, but if you can't fix it, which right now doesn't look super fixable until you get to kind of more trade time, which trade time kind of starts in mid-June. Maybe you can do it earlier, but mid-June is more when you'll start seeing moves being made. I just wonder how they get to 90 wins if you keep having to come back from the bullpen, maybe blowing a lead, or it's a tie game and they give up that kind of tie.
Kevin, you got Atlanta. I know Pittsburgh's like 2-8 in their last 10, but Baltimore, and that's to total out May. To what Mike's talking about, that stretch could tell you if you lose a couple games that are real close against those teams, you're like, we can compete. We know we can, but this is that clear thing. We got to make those trades, and then June hits.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from back procedures to Parsons' position to the dire state of kicking. There's quite a bit of Cowboys news to go through. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It feels like it's been a minute, but are you ready to talk some Cowboys?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I am, Kevin, because
big weekend for the Cowboys.
Mike predicted Super Bowl.
Yeah, they saw a team win a championship right across the street.
Yeah, they just saw the Arlington Renegades play football and win the games.
That's huge.
They won 4 games this year, but won the one that matters.
They've won 6, thank you very much. They moved up to 500 with that last win.
Oh, good for them.
For the championship.
Good job. Everything changed when they got their quarterback situation squared away. So that's all that matters there. Yeah, man, Cowboys, bro. They're going to the Super Bowl, Mike says. We got to get into this.
That is true.
And we had Schoonmaker on Friday.
I do still think that.
Oh, my gosh. Which I love to hear. All right. Do you want to start with Micah Parsons, the kicking, or our head coach?
Well, according to football players, kicking is the stupidest, dumbest thing, and they're worthless human beings on the face of this earth. I've heard that from every football player.
A player say
you
that.
Think we should have asked Scooney that.
Yeah, but it's implied.
Oh no!
I've never heard a player say that, nor have I heard them imply that.
Are you kidding me?
I've never heard the Cowboys players
they
say
imply
that.
it all the time. Kicking doesn't matter. Even Jerry Jones, who obviously is not a player at all, he's like, well, if we're kicking field goals, there's an issue anyways. I'm like, no, I don't agree with that. But every Patrick Creighton, Jesse Hawley, Tom Rafferty, whoever I've got to kind of meet and talk to, they will tell you kickers are worthless, even though they are very valuable. But they, as a football player, find them as like, I can't believe these human beings get to wear a jersey.
Okay.
All right. So let's go with Micah Parsons.
Okay. So I guess not that. So obviously Micah Parsons talked about how he was beefing up and he was going to be on the defensive line and everything like that. Did you see, I really like Dan Quinn's explanation because he goes, yeah, well, he's a pass rushing linebacker.
Yes, he is.
And then he went on to add, he goes, look, we're all focusing on pass rush this year, which to kind of like, it feels like it was a very intentional idea of like, hey, let's not make this a bigger deal. It of course didn't work, Corey, because you know how the media works. And I saw an article on like a real actual big website nationally that was like, are the Cowboys going against the wishes of Micah Parsons? Will that cost them come extension time? And I was like, come on.
Because he was wearing the Philadelphia 76ers jersey, and everybody's like, oh, he's moving back to Pennsylvania.
God, that would be the worst. I actually don't think this is that big of a deal because when Dan Quinn's like, oh, yeah, he's a pass rushing linebacker, you're like, he line up mostly at defensive end last year. And if you're like, well, he can do both. Okay, great.
Yeah, you want him to be able to move all over the field. I do. The simple fact is he's going for a sack record this year, right? Isn't that what what you believe? That's what I believe.
Probably.
I think he knows he faded last year on the defensive front. And Kevin, look at this. They started the season off in their first 3 games. They had 14 sacks. Or I'm sorry, 13 sacks.
But that's still pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's very impressive. They had like 4 to 5 sacks in every game up until the bye week. And then against Minnesota, they did have 7.
Oh.
Right? Against Minnesota, after the bye week, they have 7. After that, 3-3, 0-1, 0-2-3. Late in the season, they didn't have that.
Yeah.
And whenever they played San Francisco, they needed even more of it. So, yes, we are more focused on the pass rush and making sure that throughout the entire season, we can do all of those things. I believe Dan Quinn when he says that. And that's one of the reasons when we talk to Schoonmaker and we're listening to him talk about Mozzie, Bobby is like, hey, that's a 2-down guy. And the Cowboys are like, no, he's not. He's going to be everything for you. I don't expect him to have 6 sacks in the first game, but I expect him to be an impact and help out everybody else across the board.
Do you want to know about our head coach, our kicking situation, or our ex-running back?
Not kickers, Mike, is what I'm hearing.
You know what?
Okay.
Let's give them the respect that football players don't. Kickers matter.
Okay.
NFL players.
All right. So Tristan Vizcaino is the only kicker on the Cowboys roster right now. And Jim Fossil said, quote, anybody else on earth who is not on the team right now could be considered an option. Is that a good thing because we're going to put in the work to find a new kicker, or if you're Tristan Vizcaino, does that hurt your feelings just a little bit?
care about
like
feelings.
if you exist on the planet Earth, we'll consider you.
Yeah, I don't care about his feelings right now. I mean, listen, I appreciate that athletes are humans too. All right, but
It doesn't sound like you do.
And this is a team that really does have a legitimate chance of being in the NFC final, the NFC championship.
Are you
game.
just thinking about the Stanley Cup
All I'm
final?
thinking about is the Stanley Cup final tonight. And so like they legitimately have a shot to be there. And as Mike has pointed out many times, go to the Super Bowl. So you don't want the kicker situation to be the reason you don't get there, or to be the reason that late in the season you're asking questions and it's causing any sort of, hey, we're kind of, you don't want any instability in that locker room at all. We don't want the media walking into the locker room going, everything's good except for the kicker. What do you have to do to make sure he doesn't get on the field? So yes, look for everybody, dude.
Here's my question. There's one kicker drafted?
Maybe.
It was early. I remember it was early.
Yeah.
It was like to me at least, a random early pick on like a third or fourth rounder was taken as a kicker. I was like, whoa, okay. Well, somebody really believes in the kicker situation right here. But I'm just wondering if you're an agent and you're a kicker and the Cowboys are a good team.
Yeah, you would want to go there.
I would think, let me come compete here, because Maher was yippy. And so that could be a competition. I don't think they're bringing him back, but you just wonder, Corey, like, I would think if I have a really good college kicker, and I know most of them don't get drafted, that I want my college kicker showing up to Oxnard to compete against this.
3 kickers drafted, Kevin.
Whoa.
Jake Moody from Michigan in the 3rd round. I think it says 3X. So is that the compensatory pick? Chad Ryland out of Maryland, and Anders Carlson out of Auburn. So there you go.
So you would hope still plenty, but you brought up a name that Jim Fossil had some positive stuff to say about Brett Maher. Again, he said, if you're a kicker and a human who's not signed, we would consider bringing you onto the team. He said, let's face it. If you look at Brett, he had a great year and he had a bad game. He hadn't missed a kick before it and missed 1 kick after it, but he played 19 of them and had a bad game and a half.
That's, to me, a fabrication of the truth at the best of the best. We know he lost it.
Yeah.
He yipped out. It doesn't mean he's going to yip this season, but he got the yips. He kicked a dude in the ass at the end of the game. Like not the end of the game, but he lost it. Let's not lie to ourselves about what happened, or like, oh well, he would have just been fine if we would have kicked a 45-yard or whatever. You're lying to yourself. And he started yipping. It's fine. Does it go away? Yes, it can go away. Does it live with you forever? Yes, it can live with you forever, and your career is totally over. But I don't like when, whether it's Fossil or other people, lie about what happened. Well, it was just extra points. My ass. You think he would have made like a 43-yarder if the game was on the line, or if you needed
to argue
he
that.
would have missed. It was okay. It's okay to say. Now, we're not his coach. I'm not going to know Brett Maher at all. He started yipping, and it scares the living daylights out of everybody in that organization. And that's why his ass isn't back right now. Like, we don't need to lie about what happened. Oh, it was just extra points he yipped on. His ass was going to yip.
Broadus is always very adamant that like scouting kickers was never anything they had to deal with. Like that was never something that they were like, hey, we need to go find a kicker, because there was a kicking coach there with Hoffman that would always find somebody for them, and they were like, all right, you got that taken care of. Fossil definitely has something on his plate here that he has fixed, because since he's gotten here, Kevin, we've had problems there.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and it's not that it's his fault. But like that's his job, is to make sure that that's not a problem.
All right, you want McCarthy now or ex-running back?
Let's go with McCarthy. This is intense.
Don't say it like that.
This is concerning.
No.
You pull out a gun?
No.
Oh my God, no, Mike.
Mike McCarthy has been taking part, or had been taking part, in meetings virtually when the Cowboys opened rookie camp because he had to have a back procedure performed. So
How do you know?
No, don't. Why do you keep saying it like that?
What do you mean by back procedure?
And
what do we know about this back procedure?
They
Kevin?
think he's gonna be fine. He's been dealing with back issues for a while.
Yeah, but back issues don't stop. Like,
Yeah.
you're just
But
gonna have to keep
isn't that
dealing
if you
with
have to play the games as opposed to just be
walking,
the coach?
just being a human.
I don't know this. Well, you see Bochy. I felt bad for him in Oakland when he had to go to the mound. I'm like, that's a long walk for him. And
we'll have him on tomorrow. Maybe we can ask him about that.
yeah, you can. I think he'll say, yeah, I do not like going and visiting the pitcher in Oakland. That's a long walk for my body that
I'm
doesn't
writing
work
that
the
one
way
down.
I'd like for it to work anymore. If you're having a back surgery, and I don't know, McCarthy, I'm going to guess is 60 years old. I could be wrong. He could be younger than that, but probably around 60.
That sounds.
If you're as heavy as he is, would a doctor
59 years of age.
Would a doctor recommend liposuction at that point too to take pressure off of your back?
For diet, maybe, but yes, probably so. Like,
I mean, a quick fix would be, yes, we need to. The quick fix would be lipo. The long fix would be also changing your diet. But I'm just wondering at that age with a back surgery, if you're going under, I don't know how it all works, but would they say, let's take another 30 to 50 pounds off of your body right now too? But with that being said, we do need to really change your diet. So the fat that we take out of your body, we don't just immediately put back on.
Yeah, I mean, I am very serious, Mike. You've had back surgeries. You've
Multiple,
experienced and you know that it doesn't you got to do a lot of stuff. You do yoga frequently, almost every day, just to ensure that you're stretched
I wish I
out.
could keep saying that, but I did do it this morning.
Okay,
But
all right.
sometimes I get lazy on my stretching. I hate stretching, but I know how great it is for me. And I know that if I put on more belly fat, I know how much it can hurt my back too.
Yeah, so that's I think that is a concern for him. But Kevin, the fact that he wasn't there, how he was there virtually.
Yes.
How does that, if you're a rookie and you don't get to see your coach, what do you? You're like, hold on, is he always like this? Who do I need to be? Who am I paying attention to?
I don't think so. Overshone was already saying he's been on the Zoom calls. We know what he's going through.
It makes more sense now that Schoonmaker told us that he didn't really get to talk to McCarthy much yet. We didn't think about that on Monday.
Yeah.
Scooney.
Yeah, he was like, I haven't had Scooney. Hadn't had a chance to talk to him very much.
All right, now let's talk about Zeke, and then we can maybe get to DiNucci. Skip Pete, the Tampa Bay running backs coach, who he's aware of what Zeke can and cannot do, he was really
Why is he aware of that?
I mean, because he was here and
Okay.
he was the coach. He had a blunt assessment of what Zeke needs to be aware of. He said part of the reason he's sitting out there, if you're going to play, I mean, you're going to be like a second or third guy. That's kind of what the price is. So that's something that a person has to be able to see that is what's going on. And that's why he's still out there.
So, and that comes with the mindset of what he would have had to have done here, as well as taking on a pay cut. And that's kind of where his mind has to be, right? If you're Zeke, people look at you this way. If you still think you have that, you got to prove it in order to do it, but you can't do it on a $14 million contract. That's not going to happen with any other teams right now. The Cowboys moved on from you because they felt that they had somebody that was better. Other teams will come to you and say, we feel like we have somebody better. You're going to have to be this. And you can't think that you're the starter. That's going to be tough for Zeke because he thinks he's a star.
And that's the tough thing about the $14 million. Even if he's getting offered $2 to $4 million as a coach, I don't want you coming in here and thinking you're competing for the starting role. I need you to accept this role, to be valuable in this role. And I'll always remember this after Scott Drew won the national championship and we got to interview him here on The Fan. Great interview, great guy. And he said so many guys flame out in the NBA because they won't be towel waivers. Because they were stars in college. Obviously, you can't make it in the NBA unless you are probably a star in college, but there can only be a couple guys that dominate the ball on a basketball team. That means I need some towel waivers who will sit on the bench and just be happy in that role. And when you get your opportunity, you're ready to fill in a small role. But I think that probably a lot of teams are going, I don't know if Zeke will be a towel waiver.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. And then the last thing I wanted to toss out for
teammate, but yeah.
Ben DiNucci did in fact sign with Denver. I know your thoughts about that Denver or did you call it
the
Denver scramble?
Yeah, the Denver scramble hat.
Well, we said he was going to get a tryout. He did in fact sign from the XFL, of which the Renegades are the champion. He had 20 touchdowns and 13 interceptions in 10 games in the XFL this
Sounds
year.
like a very catchable ball.
All he needed was some reps, dude. He gets his reps. He shows that he can win. And look at how everything's going for him now.
So the Broncos are keeping 3 quarterbacks this year then?
Man, is Drew Lock getting cut?
They traded Drew Lock.
Oh, yeah.
But they signed Jarrett Stidham. So
yeah, they'll be fine.
Alec, who isn't here today, it's Reggie. He needs to really get on this Dallas backward salad hat because now he's going to be concentrating all his efforts and all his time on making the Denver Broncos, and now the Dallas hat will be gone or very limited in quantity.
They also have Jarrett Guarantano.
Of course.
On the squad.
Sounds like you know who that is, Kevin. Sounded really confident in that guy's name.
Stidham, Russell Wilson.
He played at Tennessee and Washington State.
Guarantano.
He was on the Cardinals last year.
Good for him.
And now DiNucci, man. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a team that plays football.
What a ringing endorsement. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3
I hope Nucci
The
makes
Fan.
it so he doesn't make those hats anymore.
Coming up next, we go to the NBA playoffs. Doc Rivers remains terrible in Game 7s. Plus, even if you win, you better answer that call from your mom. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The more you
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Tatum, right corner against Embiid. Tatum for a 50-piece.
You know what? He showed it. He showed you 50.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. As Mike continues to count down, we're less than 36 hours away from the Mavericks getting Wemby.
Ho!
Or
trading the pick.
Or maybe losing their draft pick altogether.
I will say this. Tomorrow we'll talk about this.
Yes.
I just have a bad feeling that the NBA is like, all right, you showed us up the last week of the season by saying you're not going to try to make the play-in. We will jump somebody to a top 4 pick and push you guys down to 11. Ooh. Pick goes to the Knicks.
Man, I like that. I was listening to Sean and RJ this morning talking about, what is it, the 8 teams that said no, they didn't like the Thursday night schedule stuff, the flex part of it. They put 6 of the 7 possible Thursday night games involved. They put we're the group of teams that voted against it. So the NFL was like, we will schedule you for these games. The NBA has that kind of power. They could just make this happen with their frozen envelopes.
Possibly. Okay. I am very much a believer in that frozen envelope Patrick Ewing story. So we played Jason Tatum scoring 51 points, but you had a good feeling that the 76ers were going to lose because Doc Rivers is their coach. He already had the most Game 7 losses in history. Now he is a robust 6-10 in Game 7s, and he has lost 5 straight Game 7s by an average of more than 14 points. So he said he's happy about coming back.
Old Doc.
Yeah, do you think the 76ers are as happy about them coming back?
It sounds like through Mark Stein, they will not be bringing Doc Rivers back. It's not official yet, but Mark Stein surely put it out there that if they lose Game 7, there was a good chance Doc Rivers would not be the coach anymore.
And they got destroyed in specifically the third quarter. Yeah. Like the entire first half, they had a little bit of control. It was back and forth, but it was the third quarter where they just...
I don't know, man. Maybe
it was 33-10.
Yes,
in favor of the Celtics in the third.
And actually, at one point, I think the Celtics went on a 28-3 run. Which
that is correct.
That feels even more staggering right there.
I don't know. Like James Harden, I can't imagine a worse what we consider a star player in clutch situations than him. I'm assuming that the buffets at the strip clubs and the alcohol is just calling his name, and he's like, I went to Vegas last week. I can't stay away anymore. I've played enough basketball this year. Here's another 3 for 17 game in a do or die game where I just want to strip. I don't know if he strips, but I know that he wants to go see strippers and party as much as possible. And he had enough.
He had 9 whole points in the game, though. So
that's
outscored by PJ Tucker, weirdly enough.
It's amazing that he does this almost every time. I don't know if it's every time, but I feel like every time a season is on the line, he has the worst possible game you can have.
And the craziest thing to me personally is that it felt like early on in the game, he was moving quickly, he was being aggressive. The slander is fun, and trust me, I'm going to be involved in it as much as I possibly can. There's something to be said for the way that the Celtics played, most of the series and particularly that game. Like Joel Embiid, the MVP of this season, right? A very, very good basketball player in his right. Looked slow and indecisive a lot of times because of the defensive alignments and the ways that the Celtics went about their defense. They were sending doubles from various different ways. Like he would get the ball, and typically he has an ability to go quickly and get to where he wants to go. And he was slow and thoughtful. He was really looking for, okay, where are they going to send this double? What's going to happen here? The Celtics did a fantastic job defensively against the Sixers, but of course, like you expect your star players to give you more than what you saw from the Sixers in that game.
Now, the Celtics are, as I said, massive favorites over the Heat going into the conference finals. The Heat closed it out on Friday night with the 96-92 win over the Knicks, but I wanted to go to cut number 11. I love this. This is Bam Adebayo while he's doing the post-game media. They just won. They're going to the Eastern Conference Finals, and then his mom calls.
I have a lot of respect for Jalen, and it's not just. Hold up. Hi, mommy. Yes. No. I'm in media. I'm in media. Nah, I wasn't in it. Nah, it's all good, Ma. All right. Sorry. What'd you say?
What I like about that is his mom, it felt like, was like, that's fine. I need to know a couple of things super quick while you're in the midst of what you're doing.
The media can wait.
Sure. Oh, for sure.
They will.
Yeah.
I mean, she already waited till he was like technically off work. She's like, I do not see you on the basketball court anymore, so I'm going to call your phone.
Man, that is an interesting point. That is a very interesting
She's trying
point.
to figure out dinner plans, you think? Because he said I'm not in it, so I'm trying to figure out I wasn't in it. I'm trying to figure out what she was asking about.
That
I would have
is a
liked
good
if he'd have just said, you know what, putting this on speaker. But I also
Hold on.
appreciate
That sounds wild disrespectful.
I was going to. I also appreciate
All
that he did not do that because that's mom that he's talking to. But if you're gonna have a private, that's like that dude in the elevator, right? The guy on the phone in the elevator. Look, if you're gonna have this conversation, have it openly. I don't want to just hear your side of it.
Do people not like being on speakerphone in general?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Especially if you don't let them know.
And it's not just y'all two, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, usually the first thing I do if kids are in the car. Derek Holland called the other day.
Oh boy.
And I answered. I was like, "What's up, man? By the way, I need you to know, kids are in the car right." I'm just doing them a favor because doesn't it feel bad whenever you say something not knowing you're on speaker, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Hey, my kids are in the car." And you're like, "Well, you should have told me."
The 817, I'm surprised she didn't ask how to change the input on the TV. Now that definitely sounds like a parental thing. Is how do I get back to the app part? And you're like, okay, you just push the input.
I know how to do this stuff now, and I still am just like, Avery, come do this, because I'm just like, I don't even want to take the time.
Because he already knows like the next level.
Yeah.
On the truckwreck.com text line from the 817, he said, "Hi, mommy, what is he for?" He's 25 years old. Like, I think it's easy to forget, like, especially because how young guys come into this league. It's like, oh, man, he's been in the league 6 years. He's a veteran. 25, man. Like, he's still pretty young.
Yeah, but don't you stop saying mommy and daddy at like 8?
Maybe.
My kids, I mean, Lucy still does, but Carter stopped calling Adrian mommy a long time ago.
It make her sad when it happens.
Absolutely, it did. Yeah,
when you cut it to mom, it
just
feels
mom.
Also, there's different cultural significances, I think, also.
Okay. And with Avery now, it's bruh. He calls her bro all the time.
Oh, you got to punch him in the chest right quick.
Yeah. I'm like, come on, dude. You got to stop this.
I mean, not like hard, but you got to let him know.
And then the first thing he says after I say stop it is, bruh, why not?
Holy moly.
Call him something he hates.
Turd bomber?
What?
Can I say that?
If he hates it.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Now, on the coaching front.
Just call him dumbass all the time and see how.
I'm not going to call him.
Mike, do you call your kids dumbasses?
I tell him to stop being a dumbass.
As opposed to just calling them a dumbass.
Right. Stop exhibiting the behavior of a dumbass.
Okay. I see I appreciate the workaround happening there.
While we've been doing this segment, I've been trying to go back to playoff game logs of James Harden, and it is true. He is. Even in game 7s that his team wins, like in the first round, he's even bad in those. So it's like they won, and then he's like, I don't know, I can't remember, but it's like 3 of 14 in that game, and you're just like, God, he just hates game 7s or hates kind of elimination games.
Now, on the coaching front, Shams Charania reported that yesterday Mark Jackson interviewed with the Milwaukee Bucks. So potential shift back into coaching for him. And then we talked about this the other day.
He's not a big Jokic fan.
Oh.
Yeah, he left him off his MVP vote.
Well, he apologized for that, right? He said it was a pure mistake and he would give up his vote. Or do you think that's just the right thing to do when you're like, yeah, he's not top 10 in the league? Man.
Yeah,
By the way, we're almost out of time. and maybe it's for tomorrow. Do you think Monty Williams getting fired means DeAndre Ayton is staying in Phoenix? Like he won?
I don't know.
Or-
I just think it shows the quick hook. We talked about like Steve Kerr is the only one of the last 4 NBA title winning coaches to still keep his job. Monty Williams had won Coach of the Year like not 2 years ago,
Yeah,
not that long ago.
It's also worth noting, like, there's some particulars in that situation that make it the case. Apparently, remember, like, the team was just sold. Matt Ishbia is now the owner, and supposedly, like, he has put his thumbprint on this organization
he wants to be
a lot.
The GM, right?
It does seem like that's the case, and so the idea is like this is a Matt Ishbia doing. So it's like, yo, I got in here. I did not have the opportunity to pick my guy. So first sign, he gives himself an opportunity to pick his guy.
Fascinating. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where the Renegades win it all. And will this make Corey stop liking Taylor Swift? No. We will. What?
I don't know.
Player's going to play.
Next, right here on The Fan.
RJ Choppy here.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Trip over. He was making recruiting calls. Pressure coming. 3rd and 13. Houston, Canella. First down and room to run. Touchdown, Arlington.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time to celebrate, finally, as we go around the entire NFL and XFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
The Arlington Renegades.
I'm sitting out. He said XFL, I didn't know we were doing minor league stuff.
That's
here,
not
so I'm sitting
gridiron
out.
gravy.
The Arlington Renegades finished their season at 6-6, but they also finished their season as champions of the XFL 35-26. Oh, Reggie's excited too. You remember this band now, Mike?
The Commodores with Lionel Richie. Is that not right?
No.
I know it's not Lionel Richie.
It's Cool in the Gang.
It's Cool in the Gang without Lionel Richie.
I usually like Reggie when you play this song. I usually do.
Why are you not celebrating? For the first time in 28 years, a
I would
football
like-
championship.
I would like to
Arlington.
celebrate myself as never watching a single play of this
Man.
XFL season.
Wait, isn't the Big 12 championship game in Arlington like all the time?
That is a good point. For the first time in 28 years, a team that is home in Arlington. I know I didn't get that sentence.
When did the
right.
XFL start?
1999 or,
Yes!
or 2000.
How many times?
This is the third time. Is the charm.
But
this is the charm.
This is the third time they made it to the end of the season
No,
in a league. In this league,
Actually, this is only the second time they've made it to the end of the season.
I was way off.
So the second time they didn't make it because of the Rona and stuff, but they made it. And
Where was the
Arlington
game
won it
played?
all.
Was it here?
It was in DC.
No, it was in San Antonio.
Was that like where
Good
it was
job,
always
Kevin.
going to be, or did we play a San Antonio?
No, it was
team?
always going to be in San Antonio.
No, I knew we played DC.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe it was in DC because weren't they like 10-1 going into this game? A big old
You're
favorite?
asking the wrong person.
Is this
We
like
really
the
should be asking.
Carter, weren't they
Yeah.
10-1 going into this game?
It's like the Keanu Reeves movie.
Was it Luis Perez? He's the quarterback.
Correct.
Did he say world champions, huh?
I have, again.
Yes, he did. No, I'm familiar with that.
World champions.
He did say they were world champions, to which
I love it.
you
We
got
really got to stop that.
You got the regular response of, I didn't know all these other countries played football. And I'm like, I think you might have missed the other issues with that statement, but I hear you.
I'm dead serious, Mike, when I say this. Their whole season turned around whenever Perez became their quarterback. That's the difference.
Who was
right
the
there.
quarterback before that?
Don't worry about that.
Ben DiNucci.
Nobody knows.
He played for
That's
the
right.
Dragons.
He was in CO.
Was it Brett Hundley?
Sea Dragons, my bad.
But yeah, once he did his
The
thing,
tall guy from Memphis that thank God we didn't draft.
Oh, was it Paxton Lynch?
Yeah.
he Perez was A&M Commerce. Yeah, he was A&M. He played at A&M
That's a
Commerce.
place.
So congratulations to him, man.
And apparently he was the king of 3rd and 13 or something. Just a lot of 3rd and 13 situations for him.
He's like, let's start 3rd and 13. Let's just start the drive that way.
This is an interesting factoid. I can't
Well, good
believe
for Commerce.
this hasn't happened already. Letty Brown hadn't scored a touchdown all season. He got a rushing and receiving touchdown in the championship. He's the first player in the XFL with a rushing and receiving touchdown in a game this year.
Wow, in all the
Yeah.
season. That's interesting. I like it, man.
ESPN stats and info. All right, would you guys like to move to the NFL? It feels like you're not.
I am proud of
Super pumped.
Bob Stoops and Luis Perez for what they
Frisco
accomplished.
Rough
no one
Riders got
else.
rained out yesterday.
Is the XFL, what's the hierarchy with them and the USFL? Do people feel like
I swear I saw a highlight this morning of the USFL and nobody showed up to the game.
oh no,
It's probably XFL over USFL.
even though
It might even just be because of the broadcast
Some
partnership.
dude made 8 field goals yesterday in the minor league football game that
well,
nobody
let's go
went to see.
friggin' sign him then for the Cowboys. If he can make 8 field
I'll
goals,
tell you what, Kevin. That's not a bad idea.
Yes.
Out of all the minor league stuff that's happening right now in football that nobody's paying attention to, there's a dude who made 8 field goals yesterday in some USL game that nobody went to see.
He nailed that.
Now let's go to cut number 12. Corey, you're a big fan of Taylor Swift. Is that correct?
I am not a Swiftie, but yes.
What?
This is Taylor Swift at her concert in Philadelphia.
Right.
And I need you to listen and understand all of this. And then I need to get your thoughts.
All right.
I have a lyric that says, with my Eagles t-shirt. I saw some people wondering if it was the band The Eagles or the team The Eagles. And I love the band The Eagles, but guys, like, come on. Like, I'm from Philly, of course it's the team.
I had no clue she was from Philadelphia.
I didn't either. I thought she was from like the Tennessee area.
Now with this information.
She really was a fake country singer.
Corey, are you prepared?
Wait, you can only sing country if you're from Tennessee?
Well, if you're from, country areas.
What? Nobody in a different kind of area is capable of understanding country music?
She's fake. She faked it.
I've seen her in a Patriots jersey before, Kevin.
Oh.
Wearing number 13. Nobody knows what number 13. Who's number 13 for the Patriots?
Brady.
Joey Gallo.
Joey Gallo. Yeah. Nah, man.
You will not renounce your Taylor Swift fandom.
Listen, bro. I just want to point this out.
We're fans of Micah Parsons. He's a huge Philadelphia Eagles fan.
Yeah. He would never wear a Philadelphia Eagles jersey.
Taylor Swift doesn't play for the Cowboys.
Here's the thing.
I don't know that to be the case.
You don't know? Maybe Taylor Swift can kick. We already know. Bones Fossil said that anybody on the planet can be considered.
Anybody on the planet.
You seen Taylor Swift's legs? They're long.
Can you imagine how hard it would be to get Cowboys tickets if Taylor Swift was the kicker?
That is a good point. And
she's 5'11".
I watched this documentary about a female kicker who joined this ragtag group of football players.
You can't even make it through
They
this.
hadn't won a game all year because they're on probation, and then they tied a game.
And some Samoan had to cover up her body when she was taking a shower or something.
You know how I know that's not a documentary, Kevin?
You were in
because I'm in it.
That's the movie Necessary.
Who were you?
A kid that ran on the field at the very end of the game with the crowd.
How did you get that invite?
My friend's dad was an extra football player. And we went and hung out at UNT Stadium all day and played soccer out on the field and everything. And then at the very end, they were like, run on the field. And we ran on the field and everything. That was it.
Who did you give 5 to? Keanu Reeves?
My buddy Jordan.
He wasn't in that.
Keanu Reeves was not in it. Yeah, no, I didn't. I had no clue. I really didn't know why I was there until later on in life.
What? You know Tom Cruise wasn't in Necessary Roughness.
Sinbad?
Sinbad was in it. I actually, if it would, at any point, I mean, obviously it's Kathy Ireland, but if it had any other choice.
I couldn't remember her name, honestly.
It definitely would have been Scott Bakula. That would have been the person I would have run up and been like, dude, let's go Quantum Leap together.
Bateman?
I thought you were talking about the dude.
Jason Bateman?
Was Charles in charge in that?
I don't think so. By the way,
Scott Baio.
There's a lot of people who know that 13 is her favorite number. And then for the 972, 13 is Taylor Swift's lucky number. I'm sad that I know that, but I do have 5 girls.
And
that's fair.
This is the point, Kevin. You just said, would this be the thing that finally turns me against her? There are so many Swifties out there in the world that exist. And this
but that doesn't include you?
No, I'm not a Swiftie.
Okay.
But I kind of almost fear the Swifties a little bit. They have power. They can make things happen. Ted Cruz teamed up with a Democrat to make something happen because of Taylor Swift.
Oh, yeah.
Just think about that. All the Swiftie tickets, they were all furious about it. And now even the politicians are like, we got to do something about this quickly. So, no, man, I'm not going against that's a massive
I wonder if she
group
went to Reading, Pennsylvania. Like, she's from West Reading. At least that's where she is born. So I'm going to assume she grew up there, but I don't know. I wonder if she ever went to the Reading Phillies games. AA, Eastern League.
Did you play there?
Yeah.
So maybe she saw you play?
Yeah, like when she was 10 years old or 11 years old or unfortunately 12 years old. Like, You know,
Why'd you say unfortunately?
Well, because he was still in Reading.
yeah, because I had to go back to AA for a little. Yeah, 99, 2000, 2001. Yeah, those were the years I was in AA.
What if Taylor Swift was a Mike Bassett?
Yeah, what if Taylor Swift was there and I gave Taylor Swift an autograph?
Oh my God!
And I said Swift on this.
You wouldn't have known to say that.
I don't like that.
I do not like that either. No. All right. So let's quickly move away from that.
I was an Akron Arrow.
Mm-hmm.
They're now the Wood Ducks. They're not the. I don't know what they
Now-
are. The Rubber Ducks. I don't know.
That can't be right. Corey, I'm going to bring a player to your attention. Are you familiar with Foster Moreau?
They are the Rubber Ducks.
What? Shut up! Oh my God!
Minor league baseball.
I have been bested again by
In
the
your
baseball
face, Kevin.
genius.
In
Mike
your
Bassett.
face. Because the Wood Ducks are from
is a
down
humbling
east.
moment.
Oh man.
There's
Kinston.
multiple ducks. Yep, in the minors, and
promise
one
to
of them's a
learn from
rubber.
this.
Their
All right. Okay.
their logo, the duck looks like it got run over by a tire. I guess that's
Yeah.
the.
Because that's the rubber portion of it.
All right.
Are you
That's where they
familiar
made rubber ducks.
with Foster Moreau,
I am
tight end with the Saints.
Kevin, he recently signed a contract, which
Hey.
I thought was a big deal.
I did too.
I want to go on
Eventually.
record that Kevin was like, I didn't care much
Well,
for this story.
because only
wow.
after, because I didn't remember the backstory. Only afterwards did every national site in the world put cancer survivor on there, and I was like, oh, that's right,
So you don't care about the regular people, huh?
dude.
Especially not the ones that have had
The
cancer.
regular players that the Saints sign on a regular basis, I don't care.
All right.
But now the Saints are saying he could also join OTAs. So it's a hell of a journey from him, and he might be ready to go in a couple of weeks. So says Saints coach Dennis Allen. I just thought you might want to know that.
Can't
I
wait
would
for
never
OTAs.
forget that again.
Man, they're still letting Dennis Allen be their head coach.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, they are. Now, good news for the Jets. They get to play 10 games in their home stadium this year. That is just the second time that has happened. Now, it happened last year with the Rams because you get the 9 home games as opposed to the usual 8 with the 17-game schedule. And then you have another team that plays in the same stadium that you do. With the Rams, it was the Chargers. With the Jets, it's now the Giants. Those are the only 2 teams since 1930 that have done that. And before that, we have to go back to the 1929 Frankfurt Yellow Jackets,
Good years.
who also, no, that was a historically bad year.
Why? What happened?
That got to play 10 games in their home stadium. So watch out for
What
the
was a bad
Jets.
year?
1929,
Oh, is that the Great Depression?
and the stock market collapsed, right?
I think the Great Depression was included in that, right? Like, isn't that
That
part
is
of
true.
it?
That is
That's
what.
why there was lots of depressing,
That is true.
because there was no money anymore.
I know.
But somehow we found more money, and that's pretty awesome.
Just print more.
How did we get out of that situation, Kevin?
Time.
Printed more money?
Yeah, time, and I think some people will
The magazine?
argue that going into World War II was the I'm serious, was the final touches to move it out.
He's
Now,
not wrong.
You could argue that it was done a little bit before that, but I think some people will argue that that was what.
So getting involved in World War
Hey, man,
II?
wartime spending, brother.
All right.
Yeah.
I know we're almost
There's a
out of
war
time.
happening right now.
The Jets.
Politics.
Real quick, because we do this with the Cowboys, I'm just going to give you their first 6 games before their bye. And just give me their record at the end of this.
Okay.
Buffalo, at Dallas, New England, Kansas City, at Denver, Philadelphia.
2-4.
Isn't that a really tough schedule to start off your season?
That is very. But I mean, now they have Aaron Rodgers, right? Like that. They are.
I raised them up to
We
2-4.
believe they were. We believed they were set as a team. They just needed a quarterback to be something that could be involved. You think their expectation though is they think they should be deep in playoffs
Yeah.
rather than just maybe getting there.
And then Matt Ryan joined CBS Sports but said he hasn't retired. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next,
Sounds like Dawson with Romo.
what's your prediction? What's your prediction for Game 7 tonight? And who will be the MVP at the AAC? We'll
Show
do
up,
it
Otter.
next, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. What's your prediction for Game 7 tonight, and who will be the MVP at the AAC? And from the 682, I did make a mistake. Kevin, you can't just gloss over Mike actually knowing that something kind of happened that was bad in 1929. That's a good point.
Well, he knew exactly what happened,
He
though.
did. He did. That was a great point.
I knew it was 1949 that Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
That is not even kind of close.
Isn't it, though?
1942.
No, it's not.
I was off by 7 years.
You
He
think
had
our
a couple of digits right, so.
You think our country?
It's a tough stop right there.
A few years later, Topps started making baseball cards. It's amazing.
In 1942, is you think that's when it all kind of began, huh?
Who could ever know?
Okay.
I guess you could
know.
Cut open a tree and see how many rings
That's
there
a
are
valid point.
on there.
You don't have any relatives that you ever knew that were alive in 1942 and could have told you they lived in America, which was already established by then?
Kevin, he wasn't born in 1942.
Yeah.
You don't trust your grandparents?
Why would I?
They're dead.
God.
I love my grandparents. They're amazing.
Are they dead or alive?
2 of them still living. Mom's side.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Dad's side.
Pretty
no
lucky.
longer with us. They were amazing.
Obviously, Kevin wanted to throw it in my face that all my grandparents
Well,
died
guess
today.
what, Mike? All my grandparents are dead too.
My grandpa Majors was a minesweeper in the Navy.
It's a very sad lunchtime segment.
All right. My original question.
One word, pain.
Okay, your prediction for tonight is pain. Clubber Lang style is what is your prediction for Game 7 tonight? And then to go along with it, who will be the MVP from the AAC, from the 6A2? Stars win 4-0 with a shutout from Otter, hat trick from Robo, and a goal from Pavelski. Holy crap.
That'd be a great way to break out of whatever this slump is that Robertson's going through.
And then you feel great going into the Vegas series. That would be amazing.
I would love the shutout. The Otter correct shutout would be awesome. That would be nice to see. I do, however, feel like he's given up 2, but it's not going to matter. Stars are scoring 7 tonight. This is going to be one of those nights, and my MVP running away with it is going to be Jamie Benn, because Jamie's going to have a goal. Jamie's going to have an assist, but Jamie is also going to level everything in sight tonight.
Pain.
I think that this is going to be one of those games where the Stars not only inflict some, what is that again, Mike?
Pain.
But also use all the skills they have in their box. And they say, this is our game. And I think Jamie Benn's going to be the
pain in the box.
Teammates are going to see the way he's playing, and they're going to go, yeah, we can't let the captain down.
Yeah, I have good news and bad news. This
Always with the bad
Why are you always doing this,
Oh,
man?
Otter's back.
No, that's
I'm
a good
not
thing. That's a really good
classifying that as bad news, Mike. This is the 9th Game 7 in the Dallas Stars history.
8-0.
I know it's not that. I know they had
7-1.
games with Minnesota. They're 3-5.
Oh no!
Now
That's the bad news, right?
no.
What?
Well, I guess there's slightly worse news. They're
Oh no!
They're 3-0 against Colorado in Game 7s, and 0-5 against every non-Colorado team in Game 7.
That doesn't sound good at
Okay,
all.
so you need something to lift you up.
so sick
All right,
of this.
No, don't worry.
Great. It's going to be Rain Man in the glove kicking our butt tonight.
You need
Vomit some
something
tuna.
to pick you up. Don't worry about what happened last year. I take you back.
What happened last year?
We lost in Game 7. I take you back.
Our coach, though, isn't the same
That
coach.
is a good point. Our coach is undefeated in Game 7s.
Yes!
And
His whole life?
6-0.
He always scores.
I take you back to 2021. And if you need something to inspire confidence for tonight,
All right.
this is the Stars in Game 7 against Colorado from the Finland broadcast.
The Finland?
What?
I was going to say from Finland, but that's not right. From
It's the Finnish. It's the Finnish
broadcast.
call of something that happened.
Pönttöä. Pakki syvyyssuunnassa. Sekera juoksee maalin taakse. Kiviranta ja Hintz ovat maalin edessä. Ja Kiviranta! Hattutemppu täyteen! Ja Kiviranta!
Stars by 10.
Oh man, dude, that's how I want to start the show tomorrow after tonight's victory. That's exactly what I want.
You know, he did score a goal in Game 6 as well.
So what you're saying is,
That is amazing.
It's time to stick it in there, Kraken.
All right.
I'm with Mike on this.
Sticks are used in hockey, and there's a team named the Kraken you're playing. I put them both in the sentence.
You know what else? Another word for finish is, Kevin? Done.
Ooh.
I'm glad you didn't say complete.
Oh, that's a great point. Now,
That's a great point, but I appreciate that.
That's a great point. From the 214, DeBoer always falls short in the playoffs. Kraken 5-3
I
tonight.
think it's the final where he falls short, right?
Well, it's only the Stanley Cup final where he falls short. In Game 7s in his coaching career, he's 6-0.
So you're saying
and Ben are both 3-1. Last year, again, don't worry about the end result. Ottinger had 64 saves in Game 7.
Wow.
Fire the coach if you make it to the finals.
Or just let him step aside for the series.
I think Mike's right.
Don't fire him.
And hire the hitch.
He's a winner.
That is true.
Who's won the most as a coach Stanley Cups? I got this.
Pete Orr.
Scotty Bowman?
Pete Orr?
Johnny Orr.
What?
What's his name?
I'm going to say Scotty Bowman.
Michael Orr?
Are you thinking of Bobby Orr?
Bobby Orr.
No, as a coach?
That's Scotty Bowman.
Detroit Red Wings.
Let's go.
Fever Town, USA.
Go.
Hockey Town, USA.
And from the 214,
Toe Blake.
is DeBoer the opposite of Doc Rivers in Game 7? Yes. He is essentially the opposite.
So in Game 7's, Doc Rivers, miserable.
Yes.
Pete DeBoer,
excellent.
I like that. I like our chances to. I really don't. I think this is going to be one of those games where they steamroll this team tonight.
Really?
And I am overconfident right now. I
can
am.
tell.
I'm feeling this like, hey, we're going to clean it up. It's
You
going
must
to be
have
easy.
not watched Saturday.
What's that? I did watch Saturday a little bit as I was bowling. I was like, oh my gosh, the score keeps going up. This is bad. But I'm not that worried about it, man. I'm not that worried about it at all. I think this is one of those, they're like, we're winning this one on home ice. And they make the adjustment. Kraken are good, though. This is not a bad opponent. I just think they're going to be out of gas against the Stars tonight.
Will you be mad if they lose?
Yeah.
Mike, I just want to let you know right now. There's a if they don't win tonight, I won't be here tomorrow. All right. That's how sad I'm going to be about it.
What?
Yeah. I'm letting you know right now, Mike. Hey,
Hold
Mike.
on. Now Mike's going to be like, you know what? The more I think about it, I'll probably be sad too.
Nobody's dying.
I'm already sad, honestly.
You're not the savior.
From the
I don't know. What else did Jason Kidd say at the end of the year?
What do you want me to do? Call a timeout?
Yeah.
From the 972, but aren't the Stars terrible at home? No. In the postseason, they're 4-2 at home.
Otter hasn't been pulled yet at home.
Yeah. From the 214, Stars win 4-3 in overtime, and I won't have any nails left to bite. The MVP will be Pavelski.
Please don't give me an overtime Game 7.
You can't handle it?
I'll be sick.
I don't want it at all. No, you're right. I can't do that. I can't do that with an overtime Game 7. Yeah, if you're going to do that to me, at least let that be the final. I'll take a final overtime Game 7. Can't do it this right now, though. I need them to clean the floor because, Kevin, here's the thing. They haven't made a series easy for themselves.
Sure.
It hasn't appeared easy so far. There's this we go back and forth, and I want one of those where I'm like, oh, they were clearly the best team in this series no matter what. So I don't want any overtime to give me any late in this one. No, not at all, Mike.
And if you win, because I don't know this, I know they play the Golden Knights.
Yes.
If they win, do you have home ice advantage or
You do
no?
not. So you'll be on the road for Game 1.
I don't know. We haven't started on the road in a series. Should we win tonight?
Yes, because if you lose,
Mike.
and doesn't that mean we'll win Game 1? Because the road teams have won all of the Stars Game 1 so far.
But also have lost the series so far.
Oh,
in the
no.
one
See, I don't know if you want to go through that.
Well, and for the 2-4, regulation loss or overtime win. I definitely want overtime
That's
win.
fair.
Reggie, 5 overtime win or regulation loss?
Yeah, no, 5 overtime win.
Dude, don't forget.
My nerves are going to be nasty, though.
Don't forget the last time Kevin put us in these situations where we had to pick and choose between things. The Rangers lost 3 games straight to the Reds.
Yeah, that's a short-term view.
Whoa.
Long-term view, they've been phenomenal since I put that choice to them. What happened? The Stars won their series, and the Rangers have emerged as one of the best teams in baseball.
So the over-under on goals is 6, and you said the Stars are going to score 7?
That's right.
Yeah. What does Vegas know?
It feels like you
A
should
lot.
take the over.
If Vegas knows so much, why doesn't their team win the championship every year?
This is, to be fair, isn't this their 4th time in the conference finals in 6 years?
All right. How many championships have they won?
Who asked
They've
for
been
logic
around for
right now?
6 years?
Yeah.
The Golden Knights?
Yeah.
God, I felt like this is like their 4th year or something in the NHL.
And
Good
the
for them.
Raiders? Why don't they win a championship every year? Vegas.
So
wins
is
something.
Vegas saying I'm asking this as a serious question. Is Vegas saying they expect the score to be 4-2 Dallas at
They
the
expect it
end?
to be tight,
I think
Because Dallas is favored, they're minus 210, which seems like a heavy favorite. In baseball, that's a heavy favorite.
That is a heavy favorite. I don't remember the exact number, but it was pretty close for Seattle in Game 7 against Colorado.
Okay.
And they were victorious. And plus, scoring has been up in the playoffs. So 6 goals makes a lot of sense to me.
And you guys are saying Robertson's going to score a goal?
I'm saying I need Robertson to be really good tonight. My MVP tonight is going to be Jamie Benn. So that's what I'm saying is that the captain's going to show up, team's going to follow, the energy's going to be there. When he plays at a different level, and you can ask Joey this, and I don't know, Kevin, if you have always agreed with my assessment. When he's playing at a certain Jamie Benn thing, he looks bigger, he skates faster, he hits harder. Everything's just a little different whenever that guy is the captain that we know.
And then the Fort Worth Wild, right?
Yep.
They think that the MVP is going to be the refs for the Dallas Stars?
Yes.
I'm going to go with my new Fort Worth Wild team and say the refs are going to give it to Dallas again.
If we get the win because of that, I want to say
Brother-in-law texted and said Stars win regulation 3-2. Robo gets the game winner with 2 minutes left.
that would be incredible. I would love to say Ottinger is your MVP, but because he's 21-1-3 following a loss this season, but I'm just not going to go with that because I think this is going to be a high scoring game. I'm going to say Stars 5-3, and I'm going to go back on my old guy without a cup metric and say Pavelski is your MVP tonight and jumps to the top of the active players
It's
with
Reggie.
goals in the playoff list.
What's up?
I don't know hockey at all, except I've really enjoyed watching these playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So who cares what I say?
Same.
But I am going to pick the Kraken 3-2.
Oh.
We live in Dallas. This is what we do.
We lose.
We lose. And everybody's feeling confident.
The last
and
team
good.
that had to win a championship just won. Mike, what are you talking about?
It doesn't count. The Frisco Rough Riders won last year the AA Eastern League Championship. Nobody cares. Now, the coaches and the players do, and probably the front office of the Rough Riders. We don't count that as a championship.
Oh, man.
I just feel like this is going to be one of those things where I'm going to have to really do the whole show tomorrow because you guys are going to be so sad and mad.
Yeah.
But this is what we do in this city. We lose these games.
I hope you're wrong, but from the 9
I hope I'm wrong too. I have no bearing or basis or education on why they're going to win or lose, except our city loses.
The 4-6-9 Stars win 2-1. Wyatt Johnston with the game-winning goal. He just celebrated his 20th birthday yesterday. I bet they told him if you score a goal, you can have a beer for the first time.
Dude.
Yeah, the first time, right.
He
sticking with
celebrated
that.
his 20th birthday yesterday, surrounded by hockey players.
Yeah.
I hope they didn't celebrate. I hope they just went and had like he blew out a candle and went to bed and got great rest. And now he's ready to play. Like some athletes are like, I play better hungover.
Do you think
he's not tonight?
His birthday wish was for them to win Game 7?
I hope so.
What
but
if you
do
told them
birthday wishes come true?
Not if you tell people.
That's not true. That's
I don't
not
know
how
if
it
I've
works.
ever had a birthday wish come true, but I don't know my wishes either.
So it feels like you just don't know the answer to that question.
This year, Mike, I want you
More
to write
likely,
that
yeah.
wish down and tell us if it comes true this year. Because that didn't have
That's
to
a
come true
good-
that year.
That's a good idea. I must have had wishes that could have come true. I just don't remember them.
Yeah.
But then when they did come true, it's like, I don't know. I don't know why this happened.
See, the other thing, too, have you seen Haskinen's name pop up on the text so far?
I haven't.
Actually, no.
Neither him. I don't think I've seen Rope Hintz either.
Interesting.
He's been incredible.
Yeah, he's your
throughout this
MVP
run.
of round one,
Yeah.
I would argue. But Pavelski, Robertson, and Ben, oh man, they didn't say
All have
Hintz.
hat tricks.
All have hat tricks.
Yes!
We win 9-0. They did say screw you, Mike.
I hope that I am wrong, and let me tell you something.
If he comes in
I
tomorrow,
could
he's
say
right.
whatever I want to say, and I don't like I sometimes have really high educated guesses, and they're wrong too. I thought the Mavs were going to be good at basketball this year.
said you
They
were
shoved
guessing
that
high?
one right in my
Yeah.
face.
From the 214, it's the hope that kills you. And from the 972, Stars win 5-1. Remember, they're not the Cowboys. Don't forget, coming up at 120, I am so excited about this segment. We're going to put up hockey logos and see how many Mike Bassett can get in honor
All
of
of
the
them.
Tennessee
So you going to be on the Twitch
Titans.
or the YouTube?
Yes,
All
we'll
right.
have it on the Twitch and the YouTube in honor of the Tennessee Titans and their amazing schedule release. We're going to put Mike Bassett to the test. Coming up next, though, we're 1/4 of the way through the season, and the Rangers have been amazing. What's your favorite part of the little team that could? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, before we do that.
next pitch is hit high and deep out into left. Rooker goes back to the track. He turns to look. Grand slam, home run, Adolis Garcia.
Believe it or not, we are 1/4 of the way through the season.
Says you.
And mostly math. Not all math, mostly math.
What?
Because we're 1/4 of the way to 160 games. So
we're not 1/4 of the way to the end of the season then.
Yeah, so technically we're like 24.5%. I don't know. It's close enough. I rounded up.
Yeah, but the Rangers season is going to go longer.
That's a good point.
So-
Man, that is it of the regular season. You're right.
Okay.
We're 1/4 of the way through the regular season.
Almost.
Good correction, Corey. Almost, yes. And the Rangers are on pace to go 101-61. They're tied for the 3rd best record in baseball. They have the 2nd best run differential in baseball. They have the 2nd biggest divisional lead in baseball. It is astonishing what this team has done. Like, I think even the most bullish people on this team probably wouldn't have said, you'll have the 3rd best record in baseball, be on pace for 101 wins, and have the 2nd biggest lead in your division in baseball at this point.
Yeah, I love everything you're saying, and also feel like we should have a way better record.
Yes.
It's the weird thing about it, because everything's like, yes, everything's awesome, and then you're like, but out of those 15 losses, you feel like you gave away 4 or 5 wins.
Okay, all right, because I was like, man, your record's, I think it's tied for 3rd best in baseball right now. You have the 3rd most wins.
And I curved it down to 3 in my head just because you are going to lose some of those games.
100%. And you came back in some games, we probably forget that they blew leads.
That is a good point. I don't usually keep tally of the games, and I was like, we probably shouldn't have won that. Only the games that we probably shouldn't have lost. But if you wanted to argue that the Rangers should be 28-12 and be bounced up to the 2nd best record in baseball, if not for the bullpen woes, like, I hear that. And so I was curious, is there a particular part of your team that has been your favorite thus far? Because there's been so much delight.
Do you
Corey,
have
I guess favorite part, because I'm also surprised, is how great the offense is overall. Is that I remember I was with Steve Buechele, the game that Corey Seager hits the ball down the left field line, and you're thinking, oh, that's going to be a triple, and he pulls up halfway between first and second, and I thought, oh no, all this good fortune, all this awesome baseball we're seeing after, I can't remember how many games, but you're just like, oh, now you're going to have to go without Seager at short. You're going to have to manufacture a number 2 spot in the lineup. You're going to have to force somebody into the lineup that maybe you don't want to play every day. And it has not only not slowed down, the offense has actually sped up. They've been better. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to get worse with Corey Seager. No. I think he's coming back tonight. I don't know this, but
I had heard that he'd be activated as well.
It's either tonight or tomorrow that Corey Seager is going to be back in your lineup. I'm excited that I'm hoping it's tonight with Cody Bradford making his big league debut as a starting pitcher. But I think the offense.
Somebody asked about, by the way, they missed when you were talking about it earlier. It's just to create an extra day, and the thought is that he will go back down regardless of the outcome.
Real quick before you answer, Corey, just to give you an idea about Cody Bradford, and I'm not trying to poo-poo on this, he has had an unbelievable year at 5-1 with a .91 ERA in his 7 starts. Last year he was in Frisco all year, and he was 10-7 with a 5.01 ERA. Ooh. So just to give you an idea of the jump that he has taken, if you're like, how come you guys weren't talking about Cody Bradford when you guys were in spring training? Cody Bradford wasn't on the map at that point of like, hey, I think in May he's going to be the guy we call up and he's going to really help the staff out in some way, right? I mean, now, all the credit in the world. He has been phenomenal this year in AAA, but it wasn't this buildup of like, well, did you see what he did in AA last year? He was awesome in AA too.
Travis Jankowski has 68 at-bats. So I'm going to make that the line, okay?
Okay.
Of guys that have had 68 at-bats or more this year. Jankowski is batting .309. Nathaniel Lowe, 264. Grossman, 246. Duran, 304. Heim, 315. Simeon, 288. Young, 247. Garcia, 255. I got a note from somebody over the weekend that said you have 6 players batting at least 244 or better with 6 home runs. and the batting average is so much better right now. They're hitting the ball. Mike's dead on, man. Like, they are playing, and you said complimentary baseball the other day. They are playing to that point where if you need them to do this, they can. They can also do the other side. They're just hitting. I mean, they're just hitting the ball like they are aggressive, but also patient. It's a different thing than we've been watching over what I feel has been since Wash was here. It just feels like a different approach to hitting than we've seen in a long time.
Adolis Garcia is going to be an all-star again, or at least, let me try that again. He's
Should
on
be,
pace that he should be an all-star again. He's on pace, and this is probably unrealistic, for 107 RBIs, and he leads the league with 42 RBIs.
So like that,
You said 170?
70.
Yeah.
So what they're doing at the plate is just so much
In
fun.
your face, Juan Gonzalez.
But I think my favorite part is that Valdi's stretch here in the last 3 games.
Yeah.
I know we have some questions about Martin. We'll get to that in the future here.
Veteran guy, solid pitcher. He'll figure it out.
John Gray gave you a no-hitter until Jared just completely ruined it for everybody.
He didn't mention it at all until 6 2/3 in. He's like, let me give you the history of no-hitters.
Yeah. and I will admit,
which is I'm being sarcastic.
I may have had something to do with that too. We'll talk about it at 1 o'clock today. But the fact that you have what I feel like is a bunch of Colby Lewises who are going to go out there and give you tough innings, be really good, and then you have the potential of when you get to the playoffs, you might have a DeGrom in the mix. I don't know I have no clue what his injury history is going to be for the rest of the season.
Right.
But if we get to the playoffs and he's healthy, God, Kevin, I feel so much better about that.
Yeah.
But again, my favorite part is this is a city, an area that has been deprived of pitching our entire lives. And I know no diss on Derek and that group. That group they played amazing baseball, but we never had all the like a full cast of we are good at pitching. Even whenever we were in the World Series, we were like, Cliff Lee was really great, but we were kind of like, what's CJ Wilson? What is Colby?
You're right. Think about how crazy this text is then because of what you just said. From the 806, I can't wait for Wednesday. Strider versus Evaldi, and I'll be in attendance. How often?
Yeah.
Not just in the last couple years, but in recent memory, have you been like, I'm excited for this pitching matchup because of the Rangers too?
Yes.
Like, isn't it usually like, oh, Garrett Cole's going to be here, or Shohei, or who?
Can our hitters get the best of him?
But they want to see Spencer Strider against Evaldi, which right now I get because he has been freaking destroying people.
Yeah, this has been such a fun year and at times a frustrating year with some of the losses late in games, but just such a fun year. I've really enjoyed watching the Rangers. I've enjoyed watching baseball in general around Major League Baseball. I just think that if this is going to continue, if the next 40 games, it's very tough to go 25-15 every time. I mean, you would be, if you kept doing that, you'd probably be the best team in baseball. It's very tough to win 100 games. Sure. Maybe there'd be a team or two like Tampa that would outdo you. But like I said earlier, the bullpen's going to have to find solid answers.
Yeah.
Is that Bochy can't, and I'm not saying this in a bad way, can't be in a guess mode in the 7th and 8th inning. I guess I'll go with this guy. I guess tonight I'll go with him. It has to be like, no, we're winning 3-1. This is my guy in the 7th inning because of these 3 guys coming up and he will get the job done. These are the guys coming up in the 8th inning. This is my guy. I'm not going to just guess that he's my guy. And I hope it's somebody that's already on the team right now. But I do think that it'll probably be new guys that are in other organizations right now to be I know they're going to get it done.
From the 469, the Rangers could be up 8 to 9 games in the division if not for the foolishness of this bullpen. I would put it at 7, but I hear your point. But that actually leads into...
Rome wasn't built in a day, Kevin.
That is true.
And Rome's still there.
Do you know how many days it took?
Yeah, nobody does know.
Yeah, we have no idea.
How many days?
All right. Is the ability to overcome adversity. I thought about 3 specific points. Think about this. Who's your best pitcher? Jacob deGrom. Jacob deGrom gets hurt. Evaldi becomes a scoreless inning machine, and Gray dabbles with a no-hitter. Who's your best hitter? Corey Seager. Corey Seager gets hurt and the entire lineup steps up. What's the biggest problem on this team? Bullpen. You get disastrously swept by Cincinnati, and what did they do after that? They won 6 of 7. Like, you have seen this team get punched in the face numerous times. Like, that Cincinnati series felt like, oh no.
The reality's about to hit. Yeah.
Exactly. When Corey Seager got hurt, you're like, well, how's our offense going to look?
Yeah.
When Jacob deGrom got hurt, well, who's going to be our star pitcher now? And a couple of them are like, maybe me. The Rangers have not had smooth sailing through this season. And they're still 25-15. I think that's incredible.
I do believe Chris Young will be on with G-Bag Nation today, by the way, during the front office show.
Do you think he'll take total credit and be like, you're welcome?
No, well, and that was what I was about to ask you. I'm glad that you asked that in that way, because when you're bringing all this up, all these moments, and it is, 420 today on the G-Bag Nation. When you bring up all these moments, those are moments where if you don't have good leadership, the team probably does fall apart. You know, they're like, what are we going to do without Corey Seager? Bruce Bochy he never blinked. But I also don't want to just give Bruce the credit, because I'm guarantee you Bruce will give. Marcus Semien is in that locker room making sure these guys understand what their job is to do.
Yeah.
And I think
Evaldi's been, from what I understand, a great leader.
Yes.
And we know that Martin Perez last year really stepped up in leadership roles. So I do think there's a lot of players, Corey, that you can look to now that the front office has brought in that have been able to help out and maybe make Josh Young's transition to the major leagues and everyday player a little bit better. Obviously, I don't know all the stories, but I know that, John Gray and Dane Dunning have talked about Nathan Eovaldi helping them out this year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. In the bullpens and stuff. But I had to read this one specifically for you, Mike. So would you say from the 682 that this team has hearts like a truck?
Yes. And I do think to the heart like a truck is that if you ever think about driving off the cliff,
oh my God,
is that Bochy and Mike Maddox have so much experience that they've been through bad stretches. They've been through bad bullpens. They've been through bad and good rotations. They've been through bad and good stretches on offense. They've been through bad and good stretches of defense. So they're going to have a better way of handling this. And it makes me think of this as there's a lot of firings in the NBA, right? Coaches are getting turned over left and right now in the NBA for the most part. Is sometimes having that new young guy can be, oh my gosh, who knew he was going to be that good in the next thing? And that can happen.
Makes you look good, right?
But
if
man,
you're the GM.
When you go with that guy that doesn't have the experience of leading a team, it can be very tough for that guy that first time to figure out how is he supposed to do this in a way when things start looking like they're transitioning into a negative way, to make sure that the team knows they're playing like crap, but we can play better, and we are going to play better.
To exactly what you're saying is, when you brought up what Cody Bradford, you were like, he's pitching now, but you kind of brought he might go right back to the minors.
Right.
I do wonder if there are managers, GMs out there that wouldn't even have that kind of plan, because they don't look at the schedule the same way like a Bruce Bochy does, because he's experienced it so many times.
Yeah, and then having Chris Young, to me, in a way, the perfect general manager, because he has 10 plus years of major league experience of playing, and he has a little bit of front office experience underneath John Daniels and the Texas Rangers. He has the MLB experience of being part of, why am I drawing a blank? The commissioner of baseball, Rob Manfred. Thank you so much. But he was there for a couple of years. Yeah. And so I just think he has it all. Like he understands numbers. He understands analytics. He understands old school baseball. He understands the new part of baseball. I just think that Chris Young really understands how to put together a winning team, even though he is the young new thing, right? So going with the young new thing isn't a bad deal, but you better be right on it. That's the tough thing.
The question of, is this team in it to win it? I think the answer is yes. Mike, I will go ahead and answer that question.
Be playing the Tigers in the playoffs right now.
Kevin, if you want to make another Rangers point, go ahead. I do have a Rome fact that I wanted to get to.
I was going to ask you about the City Connect jerseys. Did you
like
see
Jim Rome?
Yes, gross. Did you see ESPN ranked all the City Connect jerseys? Would you say it's fair to say the reaction has been mixed?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I will say City Connect jerseys in general are very jarring when you see them the first time.
Yeah.
I don't know the story behind the Arizona Diamondbacks jersey, but it's like a color of sand, I guess. And they have the same sand tops as the sand pants. So I don't know all of it, but it's jarring when you see City Connect jerseys for the first time.
There's been 18 released thus far. The Diamondbacks are number 10, right behind the Texas Rangers at 9. So pretty much right in the middle. And one of the comments is, this might be the most divisive City Connect jersey released for any team, or some fans.
The Rangers
really,
are?
Yeah, or some fans really dislike it and some fans love it. If you look at the top two, the White Sox are second. That jersey is incredible.
Southside pinstripes.
Yes. And then the Colorado City Connect is awesome. That's number 1 on there.
They're green.
Yes, with the green mountains.
I don't love it. I like their hat though, but I'm with Newey Scruggs on the Braves are ranked too low. I think the Braves, they do their stuff right. I liked it a lot. So, but the Braves, I think, were ranked like 10, 11.
Well, the Diamondbacks are 10.
12, 13, 15.
I'm wondering.
The Braves are next to last.
I'm wondering about the Braves. Are they saying that it's just way too close to the original, like 1970s jersey that obviously you see Hank Aaron hitting the home run to break the record? Like, it's so close to that jersey. Maybe they're saying it's just not.
That's what they said. Fan reception. Some fans liked it, but most everyone said it already looks like a popular alternate uniform, so you just kind of half-assed it.
But what's Atlanta even known for if not for that moment in time?
Yeah, the Coca-Cola factory.
Oh, yeah, that too, yeah.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The
and
Olympics.
It's time for some, I
don't think you want to make a jersey off of that.
Mike.
Probably not.
According to dates offered by ancient historians, it took
like this.
1,229 years to build Rome.
What?
And so if
Sounds
you
like Mark Cuban trying to build around Luca right now.
If you multiply that by our current calendar, Kevin, that's 448,585 days. So it's going to be a while before that bullpen's wrapped up.
God. I do not think you factored in the leap year either.
Well, I'm excited. Well,
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Mike likes it.
I was going to do that again.
It's not like you're wrapping it up.
No, you're fine.
I got 10 minutes here, man.
Go ahead.
All right, so let's talk about the NBA playoffs because unfortunately the Lakers won and hopefully Denver destroys them any way possible. Come on, Denver. Please, please, please end this for me. But I do want to talk about Joel Embiid last night after the game. And I'm going to say this real quick and I'll repeat it after you hear this clip. There was more to this clip, but we can't play a 7-minute answer.
Yeah.
But here's the heart of it, which a lot of people are not pleased with.
I got to be better and I will be better. That's what I'm focused on. All of us, we got to, come back and find ways to just keep improving and, help the team. You can't win alone. I can't win alone. Me and James, we just can't win alone. That's why basketball is played 5-on-5. So, we just need everybody to just, try to keep finding ways to get better and, we'll be fine.
Here's what's tough about that. Embiid and Harden were the worst players somewhat for Philadelphia last night. They're the best two players. I guess you could question. I do think Harden's still better than Maxey, but Maxey's really close. Yeah. But they do have two guys that are getting maxed out, another guy in Maxey who will get maxed out. And if he would have just stopped it, I'll go to you, Reggie, real quick. If he would have just stopped it at we can't do this alone, and then he never would have said his name and Harden's name, I think we all would have said, man, I totally get, like, he has to get better and we can't do this alone. We have to do this as a group. And then you're talking about, we can see that as, we have to do this as a front office. We have to do this as a coaching staff. We have to do this as a team all together. But when he got specific with it, I think that's where it got to a lot of former players, current players, and then media going, whoa, Joel, are you not taking any responsibility for this?
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong in that respect. Like, you get to this place where you start setting a firm boundary, and now people are going to argue about the boundary because we as like a society are great at arguing about thing adjacent rather than the actual thing. So if you give somebody an opportunity to argue about something thing adjacent, well, then, we're not going to talk about the actual thing that we should be talking about.
So I thought that was tough. Obviously, last year we don't have it, but do you remember last year he kind of took a shot at James Harden, and he said,
I do not remember.
He said, and help me out if I get this a little bit wrong, but he pretty much said, well, we don't have Houston James Harden.
Oh, I do. Now that you say that, I do remember that.
And so it was like, okay, we've lost, but I'm going to take a little bit of deflection here off of me and tell you James Harden stunk. We all saw that he stunk, right? It's like, yeah, James Harden stunk last night again, too. And he decided to deflect it on James Harden. Like, yeah, we traded for this guy, but he's not the Houston James Harden anymore. And it was like a deflection of, yeah, you think I have another star with me, but he's not the star that he used to be.
And I think he tried to say it in a fairly matter-of-fact type, just not the exact same player. But, obviously in this circumstance, it's going to be read that way.
Now, we remember Giannis last series after he lost as the 1 seed to the 8 seed Miami Heat. Yeah. And the common question, general question that you will get if you're a higher seed to a lower seed will be, do you see this as a failure? I believe that every human being who plays sports and they lose to a lower seed is going to be asked that question in a press conference. Giannis didn't like the question. I know that he was very mad and angry that they lost. Anybody would be in that situation. And he kind of said, look, in a way, I understood a lot of the things that he was saying, but in another way, I didn't understand what he was saying because he didn't want to put failure on the season. And I have this commercial, one of my favorite commercials of all time from Michael Jordan back in the late 90s. So this is one of his last
97,
years.
in fact.
97. So his second to last year with the Chicago Bulls. Okay. So if you've never heard this commercial because you're too young, listen to what Michael Jordan says about his career.
I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and missed. I've failed over and over and over again in my life. And that is why I succeed.
So that's what, if you're about my age, what we somewhat grew up with. Obviously in 97, I'm 18, 19 years old at that point in my life. And he said, I have been a failure, or I have failed. Now, I know that you can take those in two different ways the way I said that, right? And this comes into sports psychology, therapy, all kinds of things. I feel like we have now, in a way, raised a group of, let's just say, young men in this case. I do think also women too, but obviously only men play in the NBA. Is that we've, and all the other somewhat major professional sports where most of the money is I feel like now we've raised a generation of deflect and don't say, for sure. I mean, I remember reading the Larry Bird book recently, and he called himself a loser and his team a bunch of losers because they lost. And I'm wondering in now this generation that I'm not a part of, right? I'm older than kind of the new generation, and maybe I'm old man here on this, is have we decided to teach these kids that are now young men to deflect failure and not accept it and say it is what it is? Yes, I failed, and because I failed, I will get better?
I think that's part of it, because I think that is a fair way to put it, is failed versus failure just depends on if you think it's over for a lot of people, right? Like, you failed because it's an ongoing thing, but you're only a failure if you reach the end and didn't accomplish and everything like that. But I think also it's just a time when, like, a lot of folks don't want to take responsibility for their actions. And so you're like, not saying Giannis, but just the generation, and they're like, no, so it happened because of this, or this happens because of this, instead of just being like, I might have played a part in this. Because that's tough. Like, nobody wants to be like, yeah, I sure did screw that up. Or even if you do, sometimes it's hard to be like, I really screwed that up.
What I really want to know is, how does he know exactly how? Because I can't even find that on the internet. I'm looking, trying to find who has the most.
Along the way.
Yeah,
he missed a shot, goes 5,061.
And I think, Mike, to kind of go with what I'm talking about there, is a lot of people that are great remember those failures more than they do remember the successes.
Yeah.
Because it does drive, they understand how good it feels. I was talking about this last Friday. Like, don't fear the failure. Like, embrace the failure.
Yeah.
Because that's going to drive you. You want to relish the success. That's what you're looking forward to. Don't fear it, though. But that's what Michael Jordan, he was like, yeah, I did it. You know what? And I'm going to go work the next 7 months to make sure I don't fail again.
And Reggie, you made a great point as we were getting ready for the show today about Giannis and Embiid have overcome so much in their somewhat early career, even getting to the NBA, producing in the NBA, becoming MVPs in the NBA. Giannis has obviously become a champion in the NBA. So it's not fair to say that, they don't, they haven't put in the work ethic. They haven't used certain things to motivate them to get to the spot where they are, because they're both considered top 5 players in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, like, we can even go further, like, to the wider aspect of getting to the NBA. Like, the subsection of the human race that can make it to the NBA is such, like, you have to understand to some degree the notion of, like, not accomplishing your goal and working to get better and find a way to accomplish that. And then those guys have a whole different level of it when you understand their stories and the ways that they've gotten to this place. I think this might just be like a framework type situation, right? Like because also some of this is like a lot of and I say on the outside, want for that person to like prostrate before us. Like, I need you to call this a failure so that I can feel better about it, right? Like, because
Isn't that though what I love what you're saying, because I agree with what you're saying, but do we do that also with our friends or family members who are somewhat drug addicts or addicts in something that you have to admit it before we can move forward?
And okay, I hear you on that. I just wonder if because yes, let's tie this in with John Morant. Like, John Morant is one of those situations where when he came out on his like apology tour is what I will call it in this instance, I personally had questions as to like, okay, does he recognize what this is? And it seems to the point where he might not. I don't feel that like Giannis and Joel do not recognize necessarily what this is. And I think that that's like the essence of what we're trying to get at when we're like, yo, we need you to accept that this is some level of failure.
No,
so whether they call it a failure or not, that's the essence I'm looking for. But again, that's my perspective, and I understand how people can view it differently.
And I love your perspective. I somewhat agree with that perspective, but I start to worry about, and maybe this is in general, that we are teaching our kids there's no losers, there's no failing. It's okay to fail. I think through my life, my biggest failures have become the biggest motivators in me becoming a better whatever it is, baseball player, person, husband, a father. And so it's okay to lose. It's okay to fail. You don't want to do it and you don't want to do it again. But it's just one of those things where I just thought of Michael Jordan and Larry Bird, kind of the heroes I grew up with in the NBA. And I know that now the current heroes at times have kind of maybe deflected from using that word or ultimately being as harsh as they are on themselves. And last thing I'll leave you with, and this is from me, but also from Steve Buechele, and I'll use his example here of Charlie Huff. And he says he's one of the best teammates he ever had because every time Charlie Huff pitched well, he made sure to mention everybody who made plays and talked about the team and never talked about himself. Every time they lost, no matter what the score was, what the result was, how many errors were made behind him, how many strikeouts the team had and didn't score any runs, it was his fault that they lost.
Wow. What a fascinating topic today. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
My question to you is, what is your go-to arcade game to get tickets? We'll talk about it next in The Fan.
The National League.
The free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where the G-Bag Nation will be at the ballpark today. Welcome.
Dude, I'm going to see him there.
Nice. Good for
Now
you,
keep
Mike.
that same enthusiasm up for the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Actually, Kevin,
C-block me, Corey.
With the news that we just got from the boss, is there anything you would like to say to the Tolos out there?
Man, you guys listen a lot and you watch videos and you interact, and we really, 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 that's 3 reallys.
Oh, nice.
Appreciate it. You guys have been with us in the best of times and the worst of times, and y'all continue to not only listen to, but participate in the show. That's super cool.
Yeah, and coming up at 1:20, we will have another opportunity for interactivity on the YouTube and Twitch as we will test Mike Bassick's knowledge of
cannot wait for
hockey
this,
logos.
Corey.
I'm excited for this too. All right,
Gonna nail it.
I think you're gonna be okay, Mike.
Maybe.
A couple things I wanted to hit, and Kevin, I'm not gonna do a long history on the Rugnetto door punch, but I was
Okay.
rewatching this video, Mike, and I had a question. In this video, as soon as the ball passes first base, Mike Napoli is running behind first base because he's backing
The
up.
catcher.
And he's the catcher.
Not
He's
from
running down
left
the
field,
first
right?
baseline, to back up. And everybody leaves and runs to second base. When the ball is still rolling around over in foul territory, when does the ball become dead? Because at that moment, shouldn't somebody have gone and picked up the ball and been like, I got to tag somebody out or something? It feels like that ball at that point, I don't know when it becomes dead.
I'm not understanding.
Mike Napoli's running behind.
He's the catcher running to back up. There's a ground ball to somewhere.
And Odor picks up the
At
ball.
second.
He throws it at Batista.
in the fight situation.
And it goes all the way past first base. It hits the wall, hits the tarp area, and then bounces off. Napoli's running and doesn't even go with the ball. He turns and runs to second. Everybody runs to second base for the
I'm
fight.
assuming this, and I don't know this, but I bet an umpire that is professional would answer this. Because there's professional fights. I don't know how many college brawls there are a year. Probably not many, because I think you get kicked off the team or at least like suspended for the whole season. I bet once they see a fight break out on the field, they kill the ball.
Okay, all right.
As in they're like, time.
It was just very funny to see Napoli go, don't care about that anymore.
Yeah.
I got to go back up my team.
I don't know who hit that ball on Toronto.
Yeah, I can't remember
but
either.
I'm assuming he didn't start running to second base to round the bases. He's like, stop breaking it up, umpire. I'm getting an inside the Parker right now.
Probably so, yeah. All right, so I was kind of, number 14 is all I can see right now. All right, so I was kind of curious about that. Number 2 thing I wanted to get to, was I the curse? We've heard Jared Sandler said no-hitter like 85 times during the broadcast.
Yep.
They played it on the morning show, and I was very like, oh my gosh, I can't even believe he was saying all this. However, I was in Memphis. Kevin, I drove 8 hours. Yeah, I was walking to Memphis. I drove 8 hours to get there because we had a very big stop that we had to deal with.
That's a long
Buc-ee's.
And well, no, but it was about 3:40 or so. And then at some point I was like, I'm going to go lay down and take a nap. Adrian was like, that's fine. We're going to go bowling in a little bit. I said, all right. I go lay down and I look on Twitter, and Pat Doney has tweeted, John Gray is pitching a very good game right now. That's all I'm going to say. And so I went, oh, no hitter must be going on. So I turn on YouTube TV, FS1. I can get it out of region. I'm watching on FS1, and all of a sudden, I see John Gray is pitching a no-hitter. And I kid you not, I started this game, Kevin, in the 7th inning. When he gave up the no-hitter, and I was like, man, was that on me?
So you just screwed it up.
So was I actually the jinx in this situation, and I can't turn on games if I hear that a no-hitter is going on?
No, it was Sandler.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll blame on Sandler on this.
Yeah, he made the pitch. He told John Gray, he said, throw a very hittable pitch here after I get through talking about Bert Blyleven's no-hitter.
Man, and I heard him raging against that pretty hard.
It was funny this morning,
when he
dude.
was
It
like,
was good.
Yeah, I'm 150 feet away, and I'm the one who's dictating it. I thought that was very funny.
Also, wanted to update everybody because when Bobby and I went out to Jake's game day on Friday night.
Bobby Orr?
No, it was Bobby Belt.
Bobby Orr.
We went out there. we had a
2 hours.
A whole bunch of all the Tolos that I talked to all wanted to know the result of Lucy's campaign over the weekend.
I have something to add to that.
Okay.
Yesterday, when I saw my mom for Mother's Day, she goes, "Do we have any news on the Lucy front?" And I didn't immediately think of it. I was like, "Oh, yeah, she's doing well." And Corey talked about it, and he goes, "Yeah." Or she said, "Yeah." And he talked about the election. I was like, "Oh, crap, I didn't find out." So she was invested too.
All right. Well, and I had found out immediately after school. I will say this: Lucy got a nosebleed before she had to go up and speak, and then she gets that all cleared up, and then she gets up there. I got a video of the speech, and I got to watch it. And I'm not gonna lie, dude. As a dad that's gone through everything that I've gone through with Lucy and just this whole experience, I was bawling by the end of this thing because I'm watching a little girl that I never expect. Not bawling like Allen Iverson. Gotcha. It was bawling like tears.
Jim Jones. I got you.
Yes, and so I'm sitting there watching her do the speech, and I'm like, wow, this is really good. And then she gets done. The whole class cheers for her and everything, like I think they should for every student probably. I know she got over 20 votes. She did not get elected president. Sounds like the entire group from last year got reelected.
Is it ballot harvesting, you think?
No, I don't think it was ballot harvesting.
What are you doing right now?
And you know what? I'm also
politics.
Jared Sandler did text me and was like, "How do I rig this election?" And I was like, "No, we can't stuff the box. None of that going on." But it was really awesome that she did it. And I was mad, Mike. I was, as a dad, you're just protective.
Yeah, you just hate seeing incumbents win.
Yeah. Well, okay, yeah, that too. But I was also like sitting there going, who do I need to talk to? So Lucy, I was like, Lucy, I'm really sorry that you didn't win, but I'm very proud of you. And she said, "It's okay, Daddy. Now I know I can do speeches." And I was just like,
my God.
That's awesome.
That just hit me in the chest.
Mike, you just talked about failure, and she knew exactly what she learned from the failure.
Mike, do you need her to say she failed?
She said she did. She was. I didn't ask her that question though, so that's another thing. But
record it and bring it to the show.
But she did say it's okay. Now I know I can do speeches. So she was like, "Dad, I was a brave girl. I went up there and did this." So I was just like, "Yes, that's the victory out of the entire thing."
All right, Corey, I see how you're framing this as a positive, but I'm just going to tell you,
oh no,
this makes me even more pissed that she didn't win. All right, I know that is not the message of your story. The message of your story is that Lucy developed a new amazing skill and she's confident.
Yes,
that
exactly.
just makes me angrier that she lost. I don't know anything about the kid that won. But Lucy's ability to display these traits is why she would have won, and I'm frustrated.
Well, and I think that's the other thing too. Like
you can be like, this can help her. I mean, I'm not saying win an election next year or whatever, but it can help her win in so many different ways. Some of our failures, I'm not saying, oh, she's a failure, but in some of the things that we don't win or don't get that we want, make us better in other ways we could have never imagined.
Yeah, and that's what and that's not me giving that and making her think that way. That's her on her own. That's her spirit. So that's awesome. I really appreciate everybody that reached out. There are tons of people. So thank you so much. Now,
seriously, that is super cool.
That being said, she also got another win. She also got a massive win as we went to the bowling alley. All right. We're at a bowling alley in Memphis, and it was awesome. I'm sitting there. I rolled a 200, and
bowling
I was
in
like,
Memphis.
Wow. I'm really feeling
You
pretty
bowled
good
a
about
200?
Yes, I bowled a 200, Mike.
I can bowl maybe a 100.
I was 201, but I was feeling
in
pretty
10
good.
frames?
Yeah, in 10
Are you
frames.
typically really good at bowling, or is this just like an anomaly?
I have said this before. I was a 240 to 260 bowler when I was working at a bowling alley. All right, I bowled for free. All right. And I was very, very good at bowling.
Do you spin it or do you throw it straight?
I also spun a left-handed ball. So my dad's ball was left-handed, and I rolled right-handed. Yeah, the angle of the you know how your thumb's here and your fingers are there? The angle of the finger was different.
I knew he was a really good bowler. I don't think I knew about the right and left-handed thing.
I didn't know
but
that.
I knew he was a really good bowler.
That's why I've struggled with bowling. I'm bowling with right-handers.
When you go to a bowling alley, you're just getting the regular. It's a regular ball, not built for those. Anyway, that's a different story, different time.
I don't feel like it's a different story.
We got done bowling,
Man,
and
it's like this weekend. I was listening to CA talk about this graduation.
Is this a tangent on a tangent?
Yes, it is. He was talking about this speech that he gave, and then he glossed over the fact that he gave a graduation speech at a prison. And I texted Alec, and I was like, how is that not the main story? Back to you.
We got done bowling, though, and I had got my turkey to end things off. I was really excited about that one. And then I went to Adrian said Lucy wants to go play in the arcade. And so we went to the arcade and we start playing games. And Carter had bought, with his tickets, he bought a whole bag of candy or whatever. Lucy she gets her tickets or her card to swipe, and she wants to do, the thing that we always see at the carnival where you hit the thing and it goes all the way to the top and it gives you a prize. She wants to do that. First hit, 1,000 ticket jackpot.
What?
Bam. And I was like, what just happened?
She's the best kid ever.
Second hit, 1,000 ticket jackpot. And I was like, let me do this real quick. Bam, 5 tickets. Ha! And I was like, what is going on here?
She got it in like a certain area?
No, I don't know what happened, Mike. I don't know. She hit it 5 times. 5 times. That's all she had money for. She hit the 1,000 ticket jackpot, so she got 5,000 tickets. All I was thinking was, we need to just go buy more coins.
Does she own the bowling alley now? Like, what does 5,000 tickets get you?
Okay, I'm glad that you asked this. She ended up buying a giant slinky. Like when I say a giant slinky, I mean this slinky's about the size.
So disappointed in that.
Of like a personal pizza?
It's about like a basketball. It's about the circumference of a basketball, and it's about this tall.
I've never been able to work a slinky more than 2 slinks.
And
I understood exactly what he meant, and you did too.
This doesn't work. It never goes down the stairs.
Okay, all right. I'm glad you say this too.
That was perfectly intelligible things that he said. You understood what he said.
I want that for Masterpiece of the Week too.
But she didn't buy this slinky for herself. She bought this slinky for her brother because her brother
get frustrated with the slink.
Avery, every time Avery gets a slinky, he gets it all tangled up or whatever. And the other day, Carter bought himself a slinky at the dollar store, and Avery was like, let me see it. As soon as he handed it to him, the thing just twisted all over the place, and he ruined his slinky. And so Lucy said, I want to buy this slinky for Carter because Avery broke his. So I want him to have a slinky. Whenever she presented this thing to Carter at the end of the night, this kid lit up. And I was just watching this little girl. I'm like, you're the hero of the world needs right now. And then when the in-laws have a huge stairwell, and they went up to the nice burp, Mike. They went up to the top of the stairwell. And
you can turn your mic off for that.
Wait, could people hear that on the air?
Yes.
Text in if you could. I don't think they could.
And this slinky it was the most satisfying thing in the world. It was so much fun. So my question again was, and we're running out of time here. What is the game that you go to get your tickets whenever you go into an arcade and you're like, I want to go get myself a spider ring. How do I get this spider ring? I got to get some tickets.
All right. I really like the game where you have to balance the falling boxes on your little platform, because I think it's really easy to get high up on there and get lots of tickets. And like, you can afford 3 missed boxes before the game, and then the game's over. So sometimes you see one way out on the right and you already have a high, this is a newer game, a high pile, and you're like, that's a trick. I'm not going on, I'm just letting it go. And I can usually pile my boxes up pretty high and get a lot of tickets.
Okay. And
I put thought into your question.
2 responses, couldn't hear it.
Oh, there's so many more that could not hear it.
Oh, man. All right. I thought I heard it through my headphones.
I'm so professional, guys.
Heard it, didn't hear it. I smelt that thing through the radio.
From the 940 skee ball, from the 682 coin dozer. And coin dozer was something Avery was going on. But as good as he was doing,
the coin dozer?
How do you cheat for one? And Avery looked like he was cheating.
What?
You can't. You
drop a shoulder into that thing,
No,
right?
you can't nudge that thing. It'll start squealing at you.
Not always. I don't advocate that, but let's not pretend that it can't be done. And for the people who said skee ball, they're better than I am because I get greedy.
You're always going 100?
Instead of thinking 30 and 40 will win this thing, I'm like, let's go 50, let's go 100. And they're like, you got 10.
Yeah. No,
I get greedy and I lose.
I get that. Skee ball is kind of usually where I go. I'm to get tickets because I'm like, I got confidence that I can do it with the skee ball action.
I like the shooting thing at Dave and Buster's, shooting basketball.
Yeah, the big one or the one that's the pop.
No,
the hot shot?
the regular
full
one.
size. Absolutely, I'm the dude that gets the card and all of my money is spent on the basketball thing.
The big
100%.
full size one.
Yep,
it's like the 10-foot goal and everything.
Yeah, I'm the dude who's like sweating in the arcade because I'm playing basketball like an idiot.
From the ball drop for sure. Somebody said the big fish wheel where you put the handle down.
Oh, yeah.
That one was good too. Lucy hit the jackpot on that. It was like 175 tickets. But yeah, man, she's just winning all.
Did you
those
try
things.
hitting it the same way she hit it, or did you try going hard at it?
I went hard at it, and maybe that's the reason that maybe it's just she was hitting at a certain pressure because it didn't look like she was hitting it like me. I was up there hitting it hard.
Is your daughter stronger than you are?
She's not. She is strong though.
There has to be some. It's a computer thing, right? It's not like the old school one where there's like a coal or whatever going up in the air.
No, it's a metal piece of lead or something that's going up to hit the
so
belt.
it has to do with she's putting the exact amount of pressure on it to get it there.
Yeah,
and you have to try to match that pressure because you're probably putting too much pressure on it.
Probably so. I was probably hitting because I was hitting it super hard. She was like, just kind of putting a little on it. I don't know, but she won, dude. So there you go. A little moral victories, Kevin.
Man, they're very different, but captivating back-to-back segments from Mike and Corey right there. I loved it. Coming up next.
Take your time. Give it like a good 30-second tease here.
That's why the Tolos stick around, Kevin.
Okay, see about you a little bit of time right there. Coming up next, we go back to the stars and the great NHL logo challenge.
Oh my God,
Mike will try
I
to
forgot
ace
about this
test. I say 50%. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Tolo's way more than.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Overskated by them. Robertson back to the point. Heiskanen, wrist shot. Score! Unanswered! Dallas strikes on the power play. And they are back within 2 with a ton of time left.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
A wrister from the point.
Where Mike has got his hockey
Top
terminology down.
In the Kraken.
I have another positive for you. Is Joe Pavelski. This is his 8th goal. He has 8 goals in this playoff run. That's tied for the most for a player 38 years or older. The other 2 times it happened.
Gretzky.
Not Gretzky. Dang it. The 1974 Boston Bruins and the
Bobby Orr.
2000. It was not Bobby Orr. And the 2014 New York Rangers. Both of those teams made the Stanley
Mark
Cup
Messier.
final.
Made.
Reggie,
don't you feel like this is the part where Kevin's like, but
don't worry about that.
He's done that
But
all
we've
day to
only
us.
beat Colorado in this situation and no other team in the whole NHL, which I will name them all.
Okay. Now, what I would like, and this is all based off of
This is
the
gonna be
amazing Tennessee Titans introductory video for their schedule where nobody knew the teams. We're going to put up a logo. Mike might describe it a little bit for our radio listeners and then give us the answer.
All right, so the first one, obviously, is the Dallas Stars. It has a big capital D in the middle of a shape that looks like a star, even though a star has no shape.
Survey says...
That was
Oh, nice. You went with the hockey music. I like this.
I love it.
That was way too easy, guys.
Okay.
All right, so if you're watching, you got to watch it on the YouTube or the Twitch stream right now.
Yeah.
Twitch.tv/Dallas fan.
All
right.
Trust in Mike's amazing description.
I'm going to tell you.
Why are we letting Mike do the describing? Shouldn't one of you guys do the describing?
Well, I think if you listened on Friday to Mike's segment,
It's pretty.
it was pretty special.
Okay.
And we loved it. So we're trying to see how he does this time.
No clue who this would have been if they weren't playing the Kraken right now, but that's the S, which I was like, oh, that's a cool logo. But I'd never seen that logo until the Stars took on the Kraken in this series. So I'm 2 for 2. It's an S with a red eye to make it look like a snake.
Well, is a Kraken a snake?
It's a sea monster.
It's a sea. It's like an octopus.
I feel
or
like
something?
any snake that's in the ocean is a sea monster. I don't feel like snakes should be in the ocean, but they are.
I heard him call somebody a sea monster once.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I think I get what he's trying to go for, and I don't like it.
Back to you, Mike.
Ooh.
Mike, what do you see?
Yeah, what do you see?
It's like a panther or cat-looking creature
Sure.
with the moon as it's in the top of its head, and there's trees, really nice cedar trees or Christmas trees in there.
Don't get stopped on that.
And then there's a star looking like a shooting star as the eye. But I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% sure, I'm pretty sure that's the Fort Worth Wild. But we also call them the Minnesota Wild.
That is right.
Yeah. I've never noticed this until I looked at that. Why is there like a cat-like creature as like the shape of it?
Yeah,
That's wild.
I mean, don't they have like links and stuff up? They got a lot of big cats
That's their
around there.
WNBA team, right?
Yeah. They got a lot of big cats out that way.
You're 3 for 3 so far.
That's I never noticed everything about that logo until now.
Did they intentionally leave the star in there?
I think it might be an homage to the North Stars.
All
This
right.
one looks like the Portland Trail Blazers, but it's not. That is black and red and swirly, and we are hurricaning it in Carolina.
You're kidding me right now.
Man.
Wow.
In my face.
Yeah.
And your face. You said he couldn't do it.
You said he wouldn't get the first 7.
Man, this is like when he said the thing
That's not
earlier.
that's not like the easiest logo.
That
I
is a
will
tough
say
one.
that. But
You're on a roll.
Okay.
It doesn't look like anything.
Well, we lost to them. The New Jersey Devils. Wow. It's an N that has the horns up top and the tail down low.
Yeah. That's a pretty sharp
Are they out of the
logo.
playoffs?
It's real intuitive.
Yeah. That one, I can see how you would get that
That's
one.
an old school logo. It's been around. Also, the Stars did play him in 2000 for the Cup.
We lost that cup. Yeah, we did.
Someone said the Wild logo is a bear.
Honeytown, USA's up next.
Honeytown.
Why is it Honeytown?
That's a wheel with wings on it.
Uh-huh.
And that would be the Detroit Red Wings.
Nice.
I'm telling you, this is too easy, guys.
Well, we didn't think it would be that easy for you considering, but Mike.
But he's hurt. This is
It's
the thing.
Hockeytown, USA, but I
Okay.
like saying Honeytown.
The joke works a lot better, like with all the content and TikToks and stuff. When this person does not know sports at all, so like they can't like guess a name. And Mike's been close enough to hockey that he knows of some hockey names.
See?
Well,
we're not gonna get the Red Stallions raw out of Mike. I don't
Well,
think.
see, Reggie, that was the thing was Mike was pointing that out on Friday. He was like, for us, it's super easy. Like for football logos, we just assume that most people see them as often as we do, but they don't see them as often as we do. But seeing Mike go through this, and as much as he's like, I don't like hockey, I don't care about hockey.
It's not that I don't like it. It's just that I never got into it.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
but that's the thing is he's had enough exposure being in American sports. What would be more fun is if we like gave him Serie A logos.
I would.
And we're like, hey,
I would not
give
know
me
those
the
two.
name of this.
I'm scared about this one.
Okay.
Because it's a C with an H in the middle of it.
All right.
But, and I might get this totally wrong, I feel like
Charlotte
this is the
Bobcats.
Montreal Canadiens.
That is correct.
Why is there an H in there?
They call them the Habs, right?
Oh, good.
But
Because I was like, I'm going to get this wrong because I think that's the Montreal Canadiens, but CH doesn't make
This
sense.
is impressive, Mike. Did you?
This is
Somebody
amazing.
asked, did you study over?
I
the
honest to
weekend?
God did not.
All right. Okay. All right.
No chance.
I
you
would
do
say
until
that the
earlier
Kraken would have
today.
been very tough for me if the Stars wouldn't have played them. Because I probably would have been like, I don't know.
From
Think you
the
could run the table
from the
for it?
682, this is the second time today Mike has surprised me with his knowledge of things I thought I wouldn't know about, or I thought he wouldn't
Like
know about.
1942.
It's
That's
1929.
1929.
Yeah.
But Yeah.
That was the Great Depression.
Uh-huh.
You're a big fan of it.
I am not a big
really
fan
put everybody in their
of the
place.
Great
Did you
Depression.
Tolo the Great Depression? Is that what you're saying? Turn it on?
Oh, no, he definitely didn't love the Great Depression. It just made more pores.
Oh, yeah. And he was like,
Oh my God.
I mean,
we know how Kevin feels about the pores.
give me the next hockey team, and I'll even tell you the whole history of their franchise,
Okay.
Broadus has some suggestions, by the way. He's texting. He's like, hey, throw this logo
The
up there.
Boston Bruins, obviously yellow, black with the B. They had the best record this year in hockey, and they got upset by a team, and they didn't make it to the next round.
Uh-huh.
And it was really upsetting to Bobby Orr and the former hockey goalie who was on Cheers that got married and then died.
Eddie LeBeck?
Yeah, Eddie LeBeck.
Do you know why he got killed off that show?
I have no clue.
We don't have
He
time
said
for that.
kissing Rhea Perlman was gross.
And so they kicked him off the show?
Yeah.
Danny DeVito was a producer, I guess.
Well, no, I don't think so.
I
Wesley,
was just
there's no
joking,
way.
Mike. All right, next one.
Oh. I don't think so. If you get this one, I think you might run the table.
It's either it's a fish-like creature. It's either a shark or a whale. Right there's the San Jose Sharks and there are the Hartford Whalers.
Those are things, yes.
Oh, man, I'm betting you don't get this one, Mike.
Crap.
I think you can do it.
But then it's a C. It's shaped in a C. Which San Jose has no C in it.
That's right. There's no C in San Jose.
Hartford Whalers have no C in it.
The Hartford Whalers, aren't they still?
Don't dump them out.
I'm going to go with the San Jose Sharks, but that's because it's a shark-looking thing to me.
That is the Vancouver Canucks.
That is the Canucks.
Screw me!
Well, Mike, you still have only missed one. That's a tough one, man. Like
you shouldn't have told him, because what I need to happen when Mike doesn't know the name, I need him to come up with the name for what he thinks the logo would be. Yeah.
Well, I knew of two teams that have fish-like shark whale things on
Fish-like
there.
creatures. All right,
Yeah.
let's go to the next one here.
I've seen that before. And you know where I've seen that before? Thank God it just hit my head. It's the Phoenix Coyotes.
Wow.
That is incorrect.
Oh, no, it isn't.
That is
They are now the Arizona
Coyotes.
All right, stickler.
But even our
you got it
Carter
wrong.
got it wrong.
That is.
When did they made that change? What, like a few years ago?
Yeah, it's been a minute. Do you give him credit?
I will give him credit.
It's
Okay.
a coyote playing hockey, but I'll tell you what, when that first popped up, I was like, oh my God, no clue.
Why? Because they playing like Tempe now? You don't want to give him credit?
Okay,
You jerk.
Corey said he gets credit.
I give him
They
credit.
play in a really nice mall area.
I'm
Not
very
anymore.
impressed.
They got booted out because they didn't pay their taxes and
Oh.
stuff.
Where do they play?
Some college place.
They play in college?
Yeah.
Arizona State's
Wow.
campus, right?
Maybe.
All right, Mike, what do you see?
A jet.
All right.
It's a Canadian jet.
Okay, well, how do you know it's a Canadian?
Canada logos in the back.
That's right, the logo of
maple
Canada.
leaf, but it's not obviously the Maple Leafs. It's the Jets, and the Jets play in Canada.
He's doing a fantastic job.
I don't know that we asked him to do the
but
the
he's
city, but
working
he
on it.
is.
Montreal,
Yep.
Vancouver,
Also a city?
Toronto.
Yep.
Oh man, Winnipeg.
Okay, it's
Oh my gosh.
Hockey
Thank you.
Mike is back.
Thank you, God.
Hockey Mike is
I
back.
have no clue how Winnipeg hit my head, but
Alright.
it right at the last second it did.
I also just realized I'm blaring a hockey goal every time. Like, I feel sorry if you're driving and that's messing you up. I apologize.
Trust right
that
behind
was
you.
huge
All
right there.
Next one.
I know this one because I'd be furious every time I'd play AAA baseball. They're going, if you show another damn hockey highlight when there are so many other things going on. That is the Ottawa Senators.
Correct.
Wow.
Next.
That's a good logo
Holy
too.
cow, this is impressive.
Let's go.
That looks like it looks like an arena logo. It looks like,
No
there's
way
a Reunion
in hell.
Arena. That is Reunion Arena.
What do you see,
it's
Mike?
red and
That is
blue.
so unfair.
It looks like at best an elephant with a hockey stick and a circle puck.
So what are you gonna call that?
Oh my God, I honestly have no clue.
Give us a name.
The I don't even know the elephant. The Canadian elephant hockeyers.
The Canadian elephant hockeyers.
That is the
Never
Quebec Nordiques.
I'm going to tell you
Nordiques.
something. Never heard of them.
Okay,
Have
all
they
right.
ever made the playoffs?
Well, Mike,
They
they've
kinda
been
tricked you
out
here.
of the league for about 30 years now. They became the Colorado Avalanche.
We should also double back because you mentioned the Hartford Whalers, and they are no longer in existence.
Yeah, we just didn't want to give that away.
Yeah. They are now the Carolina Hurricanes.
What's a Nordique?
Clearly an elephant, Mike.
An elephant?
Yeah.
What is that? What do you feel like that is to you?
I don't know what a Nordique is.
I can see the hockey stick in a blue circle. But the other thing, I
have no clue what a Nordique is either.
Next.
Oh yeah, we own this team now. That's the North Stars.
That is correct.
Minnesota North Stars, right? I mean, that's the logo we stole from Minnesota.
Yes.
Then we're like, you know what? We're not in the North. See you later, North.
Mike is lighting the lamp tonight.
I think there's only a couple left. This is hilarious.
I've missed 2, right?
You have
2 more
and you
left.
got 12 right.
A Nordique means in the north. On
There's
the
an
north
eagle
bank.
playing
like just like the
hockey.
Northerners?
A hawk playing hockey. Atlanta has the Atlanta Hawks.
Uh-huh.
Atlanta has a hockey team.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to guess Atlanta as the city.
Uh-huh.
They can't be. There's not 2 Hawks. The
Atlanta 2 Hawks. That's right.
The Atlanta 2 Hawks is a great guess, but
Atlanta 2 Hawks.
Not Falcons, not Hawks, but it has to. I'm assuming Atlanta because of the bird situation. Falcons, Hawks, the Hawkins.
The Hawkins.
The Hawkins. They combined them.
The Hawkins.
Thrashers.
They became the Jets, right?
I believe that's the new Jets. I was surprised. I was like, when he figured out the Hawks and then took it to Atlanta, I was like, he really backdoored his way into this, didn't he?
Man, somebody said show the Mavericks logo and see what he says.
Yeah. All right, one more.
Wow.
One of us.
Thrashers.
One more.
And they're not around anymore. The Thrashers.
No, they are not.
Does Atlanta have a team?
They went to Winnipeg.
I feel bad. Sorry, Atlanta. I just found this out. Too bad.
Condolences for your loss?
Dude, I don't know if I can get this one.
It's yellow and green. It looks like maybe a C. And then there's a hockey stick. I don't even know what's coming out of the C.
Looks like a parrot of some sort.
Kevin.
Or a parakeet.
I didn't say anything.
I saw your face.
What is it? A fish?
That's a great question, actually.
Yes, I will help. It is not a fish. It is a type of marine animal.
This was really clearly designed by somebody on substances.
Yeah, this is weird looking. I don't know.
I'm not going to get this right. I'm going to ask this question. I'm going to get it wrong. Is this a current team?
No.
I don't know why. I don't know. I've
Columbus Clippers.
I like it.
It is the California Golden Seals.
Oh, it's a seal.
Who they were in Oakland.
I'm not sure if I can see a seal.
No, I don't either.
They have their roots in that head. I think it's supposed to be a seal. They had their roots in Oakland and San Francisco, and then they moved to Cleveland and were the Cleveland Barons for 2 years. And then eventually everyone was like, just shut it down. Just the whole thing.
Is it over? Did I lose?
No, Mike, you
got
destroyed
4
that.
incorrect and 12 correct.
That's awesome.
Yes.
That is
what is Columbus? Red Jackets? Yellow Jackets?
Blue Jackets. That's Derek.
He knew it was a color?
It likes those guys, I think, as well.
Wow.
That logo from the 682 looks like if Sprite had a hockey team.
Yes. Yes.
They were called the California Seal, Golden Seals.
Seals.
The Golden Seal.
Hockey will never work in California.
Well, okay, Mike, we'll talk some more in the break. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk to the fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live at the ballpark. We'll do that next right here on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Wanted to throw your attention to this real quick. If you hit up FC Dallas on their social media channels, they started today an auction with player jerseys and everything like that, trying to raise money to the Help Alan Heal causes. And so really cool if you're a soccer fan interested in going to check that out and helping out the community. That would be fantastic. Right now, I take you out to the ballpark where it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How the heck are you?
A little on edge because of the Game 7, but I'm hoping y'all can help.
Don't lose
with
an
that.
edge.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is your prediction, and who's your MVP for tonight's game?
I love that. Well, I love that Broadus just told you to don't lose your edge when, like, 30 seconds before the microphones turned on, he was like, "Man, I'm nervous as hell about this game tonight."
Yeah,
boys."
he's clenched.
I think he's clenched 100%.
I bet my life savings on the Stars tonight, boys. I'm at 10 out of 10, 100% crotch first confidence, and I think Tyler Sagan is going to be the MVP tonight. Did you see him doing the Pavelski in front of the net during warm-ups?
Gosh, yes,
God,
I did.
everybody wants to be the Joe Pavelski.
Who doesn't want to be Captain America? Yeah, Otter's the bounce back guy. We know this. At home, it is going to be insane vibes there. Like, I'm honored to be at the ballpark right now. The AAC is going to just be through the roof. Game 7 playoff bonanza, and the Stars are going to capitalize on that energy. So I'm expecting Captain America. I'm expecting Rupe Hintz to dominate tonight, boys.
2-1 in overtime. Pavelski and Otter co-game MVPs.
Oh. MVPs are the Dallas fans tonight.
I like
That's
that.
going to be the difference.
And the refs.
And, well,
I'll
you never
bleep
know.
that, Mike.
They're going to swallow the whistles in this one,
Better
man.
swallow
Get
something.
ready. Get ready.
What is happening?
Yeah, because you got to let them play. It's
Oh,
Game
yeah,
7.
that's right. Good Do you
point,
guys
Val.
have on our guy Chris Young today?
Sure do. 420.
We do. And
Awesome.
you're going to be jumping on, too, when you get to the ballpark.
For
Yeah,
sure.
I might just show up over here if you
Yeah, I'll are you guys where we usually broadcast in center field?
Yes,
sir.
Okay, yeah, I'll get there and I'll walk on over there. My question for Chris Young, if you guys can relay this for me,
Yep.
will be I was watching
Relay
it.
baseball, get it?
I was watching an MLB broadcast and they were saying about some Latin player. It was really rare because he got signed at 21 years old. Usually, if you're not signed by 18 years old, you're done, like as a Latin prospect. I was wondering how come we watch college players here develop till 21, 22 years old and then draft them and sign them. Why do you give up on Latin players in general, not Chris Young, but in general, why do scouts give up on Latin players when they kind of hit the magic number of 20 years old?
Do we really know how old the Latin players are? Hasn't
Good
that always
question.
been kind of a question that we've had, Mike?
Yes, until September
Birth
11th.
certificates and stuff like that.
I know
Always
in
been kind of a problem.
Yeah, I do know in September 11th, the birth certificate became much more we need to know. I don't know if that's obviously changed over years. It's been 22 years since September 11th happened that maybe you can, get away with bad paperwork on birth certificates.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. That's another good question maybe to Chris Young. Like, is birth certificates a lot better now in the Latin world? I don't know. From, like, let's say the 80s or when I was playing the 70s.
Maybe the ability to track them better.
Yeah.
That I think that's probably a key for you right there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But I'll ask that question. I'll ask him.
Is
Kind of
there-
a scouting
Because
type
could
question.
you imagine, Broadus, if they were like, if you were scouting football players back in
Right.
the day and they said, hey, scout these players till they're 21 or 22. Once these type of players get to 20, we're done scouting them.
I don't know how these baseball scouts do high school players. That's the one,
Oh, man, me
that's,
either.
That's a tough one to evaluate right there and be able to project them to play 5 years from now, 6 years from now. That'd be a tough scout right there.
Is there, and because there's a lot to like, is there any particular aspect of this Rangers team that's your favorite thus far?
The ability to score runs. It seems like that they get in situations where all of a sudden they can have an inning where they send 11 guys to the dish, or they can have 8 guys go to the. I mean, it's amazing, and they can do it like late in games too. It's not just early in games. It's like throughout every inning you feel like, well, they're capable of putting together 6 hits here, and blowing this thing wide open.
What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today? And tell everybody once again where you are, please.
We're at the Globe here in center field upstairs. Okay, so from Hurtado Barbecue, you want to just keep heading towards 30 and then go up the stairs. From Hurtado towards 30 and up the stairs, and you'll find us up here at the top broadcasting. And as Mike mentioned, we do have CY joining us at 420 as the Rangers are getting set for a showdown series with the also 25-15 Braves. And I believe you heard that Mikey B is going to join us here at the broadcast position when he arrives.
I like it.
Talking sports.
All
That's
right,
right.
there you
So
go.
much sports.
Have a
and
good
having fun.
Have a good broadcast, gentlemen.
All right, you have a good afternoon, Hagee.
There you go. That's the G-Bag Nation.
Remember those Canucks.
Well, and if you need something to inspire you, the Stars and the Stars fans for Game 7, I feel like we could probably hear it one more time.
Pönttöä. Pakki syvyyssuunnassa. Sekera juoksee maalin taakse. Kiviranta ja Hintsavat maalin edessä. Ja Kiviranta! Hattu temppu täyteen! Ja Kiviranta!
Same thing tonight.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Go Stars.
The latest from the Star and From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe in Arlington. Globe Life Field is our broadcast position for the day, and we'd love to see you swing on by as we'll be here all the way until 6:30. Rangers hosting the Braves tonight. General at your service, there's Broadus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup, Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Carter Freeman's coordinating your videos, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Wonderful. Fantastic. Happy Monday, folks. This is fantastic. I believe for me and Wolchuk, this is our first time doing G-Bag Nation at Globe Life Field. So this is a pretty special moment for me personally, Wolchuk personally. It's going to be a dominant day.
It's historic.
It's a Game 7 Monday. We got Stars hockey tonight. Pete DeBoer looking for 7-0 in all-time Game 7s. We're going to have the autocorrect, as KMC's liking to call it. I'm all in for a Stars beatdown tonight of the Kraken. I don't think this thing's going to overtime. I think the Stars are going to absolutely cruise to a Game 7 victory. The crowd's going to be rocking, and I'm excited to see the Braves here taking on Cody Bradford.
Let's
the young
go.
Phenom.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, a lot of fun stuff going on
Well,
here.
it's a great sports day.
plate is full.
Absolutely.
We got
full.
Brian back.
Hey, how about that?
Hey, Broadus.
I missed you guys. I really did.
Missed you. You're a glue guy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, big night for the Stars and big night for the Rangers. This is, you start the homestand here with a couple of National League teams coming in here with the Braves and then with the Rocks, and they're on some good vibes right now playing out there. With the way that road trip. That 10-game road trip ended.
Could have been 9-1 on that 10-game road trip. And yesterday, certainly got a little bit nervous there with Jonathan Hernandez in the bullpen. But
gosh, Hernandez wanted to lose that game so bad yesterday.
Run, eighth
the
inning?
lineup would not let him.
Are you kidding me?
Man, that was amazing. All right, there's a review of everything that's happened this week and everything happened today.
Thanks for being
Coming
with
up
us.
next,
Let's
G-Bag
go.
Nation. Boy, we do got a lot going on, though.
Yeah.
And a big night for the Mavs tomorrow and the rest of the NBA
Yeah.
non-playoff teams as the NBA draft lottery. And could lightning strike for you? Could the future of your organization change in the blink of an eye? And I know I'll be captivated. I've always have been captivated by the NBA draft lottery process. There's a little bit of mystique to it, a little bit of history to it, but that's going to be a fun one. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. And Game 7, it's whenever you get one, there is history. It's a historic day. No matter what happens, if you make it to a Game 7, there's nothing like it in all of sports. Sometimes you can go a couple of years without having one in your town. Stars and Kraken at the AAC tonight. tonight. It's going to be an early start, and many people like us are going to be trying to sneak away to the car to get on home or get to the TV, whatever you need to do. Please be careful. But, the winner now, we know, heading to face the Golden Knights of Las Vegas, who finished off Edmonton last night. So even more of an opportunity now for the Stars. As since these playoffs have started, we've had a couple of moments that have taken your breath away in a bad way, and you're like, oh my goodness, is this the year really? Well, it appears now more than ever opportunity is knocking for this Stars team, and it's just incredible. You can feel the energy and the tension in the air.
Yeah, I wanted that Vegas series to go 7, but I'm glad Vegas ended up coming out on top. And Broadus, you were talking before we got on the air. The Stars have been dominant versus this Vegas team. So you get through tonight, and then you feel really good about your prospects to get to that cup.
Yeah, that's the matchup we wanted.
Yeah, the fact that that Colorado's been eliminated, Edmonton has been eliminated, Boston on the other side of the bracket. I mean, things are lining up very, very well for you if you could find a way to put this Game 7 away.
It did not look encouraging Saturday night. I'll just say it, you were soundly beaten. You tip your cap to them. You're like, wow, that was a desperate team that played one of their best games of the year when they needed it the most. And now you hope the shoe's back on the other foot tonight.
Agreed. And it was interesting because Marchment comes right back after the Kraken pumped in that first goal, and it's tied at 1. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe the Stars are going to be able to do this. This really is going to go the exact parallel of that Minnesota series. But Seattle played arguably their best game of the series. They had their home crowd. They certainly felt that. And I think that's going to absolutely benefit the Stars tonight, being back at the AAC.
Did you like getting Otter out of there within like 25 minutes?
I did, because I thought in the previous game when he got shelled a little bit, they waited too long to put Wedgwood in. So I think this was one where, look, Otter, just go ahead, pull him out. He's going to have the bounce-back game. He's proven that. And in Game 7 last year, yes, did you lose to Calgary? Sure. But he was your best player without question.
Yeah, he faced 64 shots.
So, this moment's not going to be too big for him. I was fine with them moving on from Otter.
They've got some issues, though, that they need to correct here. And I don't know if you could do it in a Game 7. Their defensive pairings were not good the other night. They need, Pete DeBoer, he's going to have to look at, are there different combinations, less ice time? I mean, with those defensemen, it's all about them. It's their ability to stand in front of pucks. It's, to clear, to give Otter the ability to see the shots that are coming at him. And, he was just so poor the other night, though. I mean, it just, when he is bad, he is bad. But those defensive pairings that they went through the other night were not very good.
Well, hopefully they're good tonight. Clearly, Wolchuk has his fastball working as he just turned Ottinger being pulled for the second time in 6 games into a positive. That was strong broadcasting right there.
That's how you do it, Wooly Bully. Coming out of the gates on a Monday on fire. It must be Game 7 at the ballpark.
This guy bounces back unlike any other goaltender in the NHL. Has he had a rough series? Absolutely. Does he need to play better? Sure, but I am all in on Otter tonight.
What's the stat on how he bounces back?
He is 6-1 in the playoffs, and I believe it's 22-1 in the regular season.
When it's regulation. If it gets to overtime, regular
There's
season,
no need to mention that part.
Right. Well, I'm just trying
was
to
that after any loss?
They were a
After
bad
losses.
overtime.
Somebody's going to text you and say, Wolchuk, don't forget about this. I'm just
fine.
being that guy on the
Bleep
front end.
those people, but the Stars also I don't think have lost back-to-back games since March.
No, and they haven't lost back-to-back games, obviously, in this playoffs either. So there's reason to be excited about this.
And DeBoer is a Game 7 monster.
Yeah. Yes. There's a lot of good stats.
Yeah.
It is the first time at the ballpark here for the Nosebleed guys. You want to swing by and say hi. This is also our first show we've done with Ramon Cruz, our remote engineer at the ballpark. So a lot of firsts here for the G-Bag Nation. I remember one of my first shows. I don't remember my exact first show here in Arlington, which we called Barlington at the time. But I do remember.
Did they retire that phrase the moment you retired?
I don't think so. No, you can still bring it back if you want. I remember ALCS, though, Game 6. Having the time of our lives. They got Henson and us and me outside of the main entrance on a flatbed. They brought in an 18-wheeler back, right?
Wow.
And they built a broadcast table out of that, and we were up there having a good time, cracking cold beers, and we had a sledgehammer, and we had A-Rod bobbleheads. And we were pulverizing them into the ground, dude. It was the best time. I tore up that concrete, though. And I remember walking by. I wonder if it's still out there, but it was all cracked and like pivoted.
I hope it is still
pitted.
out there.
I was like, dude, what were we thinking just smashing the living crap out of the sidewalk in front of the Globe with a sledgehammer onto A-Rod bobbleheads? There was no cardboard down. There was no mat to absorb the blow, but boy, we were having a great time that night.
All on a day's work, man.
Yeah.
Just drunken sledgehammers to bobbleheads.
And we were just
concrete.
getting started, bro. That was at like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The day ended at 4 in the morning. After the Rangers won, we all got like beer and liquor and went to the studio and did like a 6-hour post-game show into the night.
Wow. That's awesome.
Gosh,
Yeah,
dang
it was
that is
legendary.
legendary.
Lucius was there. Lucius
yeah.
was there. Grego was there. Grego had us swearing on air just to test the dump for the fun of it. I mean, it was the middle of the night.
Love a good dump test.
But the Rangers' streak of series dubs against the AL West opponents is intact, taking 3 of 4 against Oakland over the weekend. Adolis Garcia grand slam punctuated the victory in an 8th run, 8th inning, 11-3. Garcia leads the Bigs with 42 ribbies. Simeon is 5th with 34.
Isn't that awesome?
A lot of good stuff going on now as we now sit a quarter of the season in the books at 25-15. And, yeah, Bully, Bradford, a Aledo native, 5-1 with a .91 and 7 starts for Round Rock. Struck out 37 and 39 innings. Here comes the rain.
We getting the pour right now?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
That's
that came out of
crazy because
nowhere.
you can hear it loudly on the roof, but it only looks like it's coming down a little bit out of the window.
That's a
It's
sign.
sunny.
That's a sign that the Rangers and the Stars are going to be making it rain on the scoreboard.
We're going to make it rain
ladies and
tonight,
gentlemen.
baby.
Yeah. Here comes the rain again. It was a big rainy Sunday afternoon. But could Bradford be a star?
Look, it's always interesting, and I think that there's some advantage when you have a young guy come up and make his first start because there's not a whole – he's never seen this lineup, especially the Braves are not a team you see often. But, he's a guy that was kind of up and down last year with Frisco. But he's 5-1, you mentioned, with a .91 ERA over 7 games that he's pitched in Round Rock this season. He's got an 86 whip and a .156 opponent batting average, 13 walks to 37 strikeouts. And right now he's leading the Pacific Coast League in ERA, whip, and batting average. So he's pitching really well. He might be their best minor league pitcher. And if you need a guy to step in right now with DeGrom out, he certainly is. It leads the way. I'm interested when we talk with CY at 420, what made this the right time? What has he seen from Cody Bradford that he thinks, hey, against an Atlanta Braves lineup, let's go ahead and throw him in?
Well, I think that what you have to look at is you're in a situation where you came off a very successful road trip. How deep did the starters go in all those games?
Yeah,
super deep.
I mean,
dude.
that's what I'm saying. When you're looking at them, it's like 8, 7th, 8th inning for a lot of these starters. Evaldi, a couple starts, 100 pitches and stuff like that.
He was trying to do another complete game.
I can't miss right now.
I think management's just trying to give everybody a rest, a day more to kind of catch. That's a long stretch to play games and then not have a day off.
Yeah.
The Rangers had some early a Monday day off and all of a sudden a Thursday day off.
Yeah.
And you're like, whoa, that doesn't work too well. So I think this is just a way to maybe reset the pitchers. It might give Martin Perez an opportunity to reset himself.
Yeah, it does. It pushes him back a day. Dunning's going to go tomorrow.
He needs a little help on that, I think.
Well, and you mentioned these starters that are getting
They're going deep into these games.
That's one of the disappointing things about the bullpen's not getting thrown into ridiculous amount of innings fire as of late, and they're still having some of those struggles.
All righty. Cowboys coming off weekend rookie minicamp action up there, and there's 3 stories mostly. DQ specified that Mike is not making a full-time move to defensive end. We'll talk about that a little bit more later on. They're still looking for a kicker.
Yes.
And Mike McCarthy had to miss due to a back procedure. So nothing really big there.
No.
Hopefully his back's feeling all right.
Yeah, they handle that rookie minicamp a lot different than the previous administration. When you look at what Jason Garrett, there was a lot of competition and things like that, the one-on-ones and all that. And this has really been more about teaching, getting on the field, getting acclimated, not getting anybody hurt. We'll start to see him compete a lot more when they get to the OTAs and the minicamps when the whole team's together.
Well, hopefully we start to hear about, somebody being impressive along the line of scrimmage or a kicker emerging. John Fossil was funny, special teams coordinator, said, well, we have Tristan Vizcaino, and we're looking for anybody else in the world who can kick that's not currently on a roster. It's clear, though, they've decided this is a place they can save money. And for a while they had Dan Bailey, and life was good, but now it's been a number of years that they've had something consistent you can rely on. I think they were lucky against Tampa Bay.
I think they're playing with fire here. To be honest
they really
with
are.
And to me, if they want to go into the model of what Mike McCarthy wants to do is run the football and play tight games and play really good defense. How many games, how many opportunities? This team scored a bunch of points. A lot of touchdowns, some extra points and stuff like that. But, they kicked what I said, 10, 11 field goals from 50-plus last year.
11, yeah.
So, that's still part of your offense.
Yeah.
You can't sit there and just say, okay, we're going to wait to camp and hope that somebody shows up.
No.
I would like to believe that they have a plan for this.
I think it's important. It's an important position. It's not something you can just say, well, we drafted well, so we got to pay a bunch of guys. Can't afford $2.5 million for a good kicker.
Yeah.
It's just too valuable. That guy's responsible for so many points. Congrats to our friend Bob Stoops and the Arlington Renegades for winning the XFL.
How about that,
They did it.
4-6, huh?
They took they showed you that.
Well, they finished 6-6, Brian.
They sure did. They sure did.
Sometimes a quarterback change can make all the difference in the world.
Yep.
And you think we're not good? Put
Yeah.
Luis Perez in there, 288 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Got it done.
They were struggling. They were struggling with that. Remember when we visited with Bob, a couple months ago or a month ago? He was kind of talking about the uncertainty that they had. They made the switch. They made the trade, and here they go. And Perez did a great job yesterday of bringing that thing home. The last couple of games, he was outstanding.
A literal season-saving trade at the
Yeah.
quarterback position.
It's amazing how that happens.
Their offense
was so bad.
It was so bad to start that season. Like the single best bet in sports for about a 5-week stretch was just the under in every Renegades game.
Yeah, unless the
And then
defense
Perez showed
scored,
up.
that would be the
Yeah.
only reason. Or else you're safe, man, because the offense was not putting up more than 9 points a game.
Cousin of Leighton, Caleb Van Der Esch, had 3 catches for 20 yards. He plays for the Renegades. And Jordan Ta'amu, former Ole Miss quarterback, he had 3 picks in defeat.
Darn it, Jordan.
Texas Dolly, rest in peace. Doyle Brunson, one of the most popular and best poker players of all time, passed on at the age of 89 over the weekend, a mainstay of ESPN's coverage, a legend, a tremendous athlete as well. Doyle Brunson, born in Longworth, Texas in 1933, one of 3 children. He went to Sweetwater High School, excelled in athletics. 1950, Texas Interscholastic Track Meet. He won the 1 mile at 4:43. Damn. To 1950.
Shout out to the stamina.
He got many offers, but he decided to pursue basketball. The Lakers showed interest. Knee injury ended his hopes of becoming a pro player. So then he went down to Exchange Street in Fort Worth and started playing in some illegal games with some buddies. And the next thing you know, he was off and running with a full-time poker career for the rest of his life.
Was he one of your poker heroes?
No.
He was fun to watch.
Not personally.
I think I read one of his books maybe, but no, I wouldn't say that. No, he was way past his prime.
More of a Daniel Negreanu guy.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, Gavin,
Yeah.
you play a bunch of poker. Then do you think the other ones they really respected him, or
Oh, yeah.
or
Is
they
he like
feel,
Mount Rushmore poker guy?
But
Yeah.
like nobody's like, oh, this guy's like, was he like, what was his best trait? Was he a good bluffer?
I don't know.
You
I
can't
don't-
read him. What was
Intimidation.
Was he just?
He
So,
was just nails.
He just,
I don't know.
Somebody had to bump him to wake him up to play the hand, or or what was
The way they were, he was 74, 75 years old or something, and poker is a game that requires tremendous stamina and mental
Yeah,
energy, and he couldn't excel anymore. So he was a guy with cool stories at the table.
Yeah.
Who everybody respected. But I
maybe
don't
the
know
first
that much more
guy that
about
ever
him.
learned how to flip his chips in his hand, that kind of thing.
Maybe a true innovator.
The original chip flipper.
We're live
R.I.P.
at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Come on by. Rangers and Braves tonight at 6:30. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30 here. Wolchuk's going to take us around the bases, or where are we heading?
Man, how dominant has this Rangers pitching rotation been, even without Jacob deGrom, and how high have they climbed in the power rankings? Next on The Fan.
The latest from
Welcome back, Nation. Here we are, live, Globe Life Field. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Consultation's always free. Visit truckwreck.com. Here's Zach Wolchuk with some around the bases.
I just want to shout out.
Who's got the worst credential picture?
Yeah, yours is interesting. Yours is back.
Brian's
laughing at my credential photo.
Why? Because your face is the entire frame?
Because it's also extremely fat. And shout out to State of the Art Weight Loss for helping me make this way smaller now. But yeah,
it takes up the whole thing.
It is a.
You want a new picture?
There's a lot of face right there.
You're going to have to wait for it.
At one point,
State of the art.
He led the league in face at that time.
I did. I was number one in face. And also, we've got a bet payoff.
Very popular.
Yeah, bet payoff. The corgi let you guys down.
Yeah,
stupid corgi.
Brian's like, this is the happiest I've ever been. You two idiots are going to have to do a bet payoff. Yeah, thanks a lot, Golden State. So now we got the Lakers taking on Denver.
At least it was close.
Yeah, it was so close.
It was extremely close.
You got Klay Thompson really stepped up for you.
That Game 6 Klay.
Man.
I never want to hear that
hard
again.
to watch.
Good Lord. Anyway,
I was so pissed, dude.
I guess Friday we'll do that. We'll figure out what we're going to do. I guess we have to be tethered together for the entire show, or I don't know, whatever.
By your wiener.
Yeah.
Yeah, the crank tie, I think is what we labeled it as on the board.
It's our version of the Cincinnati bow tie. All right, let's go around the bases real quick before we head into G-Bag of the day. This is the Rangers pitching staff and their numbers.
Nobody moved too fast.
Oh, man. That's going to hurt.
Walchuk's going to walk in a different direction.
Wolchuk just walking around, and Eric just kind of following
Stop.
Stop.
Oh, no. Rangers pitching staff during this 10-game road trip that they were coming back from when they went 7-3. Nathan Eovaldi, 2 starts, gave up 0 earned runs in 16 and 2/3
Nathan
innings.
Eovaldi, what are you talking about?
Just a savage. John Gray in 2 starts, gave up 1 earned run in 15 innings, and he took that no-hitter into the 7th on Saturday against Oakland. Dane Dunning, a fill-in for the injured Jacob deGrom, gave up just 2 combined earned runs in his 2 spot starts, and Martin Perez, who even he was the one that struggled. He was knocked around for 11 combined runs against L.A. and the A's. He left each start with the Rangers in the lead, so it just goes to show you how strong this rotation is right now, even without their best pitcher and their ace, Jacob deGrom.
When did you tune in on the – I was listening to the game, the John Gray. I was listening to Jared and Hixie on the call.
They had great timing on that.
They had, and I was like, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to go switch over to TV so you can maybe see the no-hitter. As soon as I clicked it on.
Oh, it happened?
It happened, the base hit.
I mean, do you feel like that's more your fault?
I kind of do. I kind of
take
do.
ownership of that.
It's funny because I was listening to Jared talk about like the no-hitter and all the traditions and things you're not supposed to do.
Change from radio to TV. He didn't mention that one.
He was like
he just doesn't care anymore.
He does not care about
it.
He goes, I'm 150 feet from you. I should not have to worry about I know I'm making it a lot.
Mocking it.
Yeah, he was, but
well, I think you both owe an apology to John. Let's get him up here.
Yeah, well, I was listening to, and I was amazed that Jared was talking about it.
Me too. I think Jared knows all the violations, all the unwritten rules. He wants to get on us for the clubhouse violations.
Well, he doesn't know. Does he know about sitting on the couch? Does he know that one?
I don't think so. Apparently not.
We learned that one.
He knew about that.
He's a true seam head, and I'm surprised.
I think we should tear him up at 6:15. He'll join us tonight.
Yeah, we should.
Nice baseball
You're
conversation.
like, thanks a lot for ruining John Gray's no-hitter, Jared.
I had multiple Tolos come up to me at church yesterday and mentioned that. By way of hello, it was, what the heck was Sandler talking about yesterday? Giving up to John Gray. Said John Gray, he needs to send a care package to John Gray.
He confronted John Gray. I heard on the bus.
Yeah.
He told him about it, and John's kind of like, oh, man, it's cool.
He's
no,
too
no
nice.
worry,
John
no
Gray's
worry.
a professional.
John's
man.
too nice. He really is.
John Gray's a look in the mirror kind of guy.
How about Joey Gallo, former Ranger?
Glue guy, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might be better than a glue guy.
Joey Gallo hit his 8th homer of the year on Saturday for the Twins when they were taking on the Cubbies. He launched his home run so far that he broke StatCast.
How far
He broke it?
He broke it.
StatCast
They
short-circuited
couldn't
thanks to
track
Gallo?
it. They couldn't find out the exit velo or the distance. It could not be instantly recorded.
Wait, so
is this
technically
in
that ball
Minnesota?
could still be in flight?
It could still be going. It took.
They turned it off when he came to bat, assuming he'd
They're
strike
like,
out again.
geez, we can't even go ahead and register this thing.
They
He hit
started
it so
repairing
freaking
it.
far.
Like, oh, I need some work here.
I'm gonna
Oh,
go
I just
get
hit a homer.
sandwich. Oh, my bad.
Dude,
it's that game.
You know how much torque you have to have
Unreal.
to short-circuit StatCast?
I think Gavin's right. I think they took a lunch break. I do. I think somebody stepped aside.
You guys are
He shorted it.
That's a bold strategy there.
You might be right because they circled back several hours later. They said, "All right, now we've been able to crank the numbers."
No,
out.
they made up. This is Eric being
This is an
StatCast.
estimation.
Oh, he made it up.
This is
They're
Eric.
like, hey, Eric, what do you think that was? Well, hell
oh,
if I
looks-
know.
I got a Mother's Day phone call yesterday from StatCast. They're like, "Hey, can you half-ass
I didn't
a
read
fake
the
stat for
story.
me?"
I don't know.
And I said, "Of course, guys. What else would I be doing for you?"
101.3 mile per hour exit velocity. He sent it 422 feet. Joey Gallo just hitting bombs. And then how about
It wasn't even 110 or 500. There's
that's
no
what I'm
way
saying.
it broke.
Yeah.
well?
Yeah.
Maybe
The
you're
logic's
right,
not
but
flowing.
I think that he did break that thing. I think they were just like, "Damn, this dude's crushing baseballs, and maybe we should get him back." In the
Well, I
Ranger
want to
game."
salute the great Chris Young, who will join us at 4:20 for knowing that whole stuff about him raking because the shift was over was going to be a thing.
Yeah.
I still can't hit for
Yep.
Jack.
Top 5 in the Major League Baseball power rankings via The Athletic. Number 5, the Toronto Blue Jays. They moved up a spot from last week. Number 4 is the Atlanta Braves, who the Rangers are taking on
About
tonight.
to get swept.
They dropped from number 2 down
Yeah.
to number 4. Number 3, third best team in all of Major League Baseball, the Texas Rangers.
That
Damn
is
right.
right.
Yeah.
Up
did it.
one spot from last week. Best
Who do you think
awards
you are?
bet right now, Marcus Semien for MVP. Jonah Himes crushing it. They talk about just how good Nathan Eovaldi's been. We know that. And then the top 2 right now, you got the Dodgers at 2, the Tampa Bay Rays at numero uno. But what a time to be alive right
They're
now.
thinking the Rays are cheating. Did you hear that?
Yeah, well, I don't think they are. But the Texas Rangers, top 3 in the Major League Baseball power rankings.
That
This
is right.
amazing.
Finally showing the respect they deserve. It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Live from Globe Life Field. Here's Lucius.
Mic check 1. Am I coming in? Do you hear me?
Hello, Mike.
We can hear you, Mad Dog.
Do you hear me, Mad Dog? All right. When we last left off, the great Nate Diaz was our champion. He's going to be fighting Jake Paul coming up here pretty soon. They were doing a presser about it here in Dallas, and Nate Diaz got permission to
That's weed. That's weed.
smoke a little bit right here.
There were some back and forth tweets about steroids. You want there to be drug testing?
Yeah, but I don't care either way. Everybody I've been fighting my whole career has been on steroids. They know how to pass the testing.
There will be testing in this fight.
We're going to be testing. There's a lot of weed in mine. There is.
And maybe, Zach, you can chip in. There's no tolerance policy for marijuana here in Texas. How are you planning on handling that, Nate?
Party pooper.
Be determined based on our deal with VADA.
Wait, what happened?
They have a no tolerance policy for marijuana here in Texas with the commissions.
We're talking with the commissions in VADA about how that's going to work. Play out.
Is that breaking news to you, Nate? Well, let's go to California.
We got the cops behind us. Is it cool if Nate blazes a blunt in Dallas? Or?
What is that?
Dallas PD's you're good to go.
Shout out to Dallas PD.
Yeah.
We can't dap you on
Yeah.
Shout out to Dallas.
Shout out to Dallas PD. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad calmer heads prevailed and the fight can continue.
Yeah. Let me get these boys their flowers real quick.
All right, before I give this MVP trophy to the MVP, I want to say congratulations to the Arlington Renegades, baby!
Yeah.
There we go.
They've done it.
Yeah, they did. They did do it. I had to log in my own ESPN Plus login at the bar on Saturday to watch the hockey and that game. They should have paid me.
Wow.
They should have paid me all those Patreons
saved
there.
the day.
I saved the day.
Lucius, did they not take care of your wings? Or
I was him. I was Himothy. Well, I had a lot of drinks, but at the end of the day, it was only like $90, so I'm pretty sure they took care of something.
Okay.
Yeah, I paid for like 3 people, bro. So it was only $90. We all had food,
Yeah, I
like
think
extra
you're good.
meals.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I hope they
hooked us
had.
up.
I hope there
they
were
helped
some MVP chants that got busted out your way there that night, Lucius. That's
He
fun.
is him. He is him.
I like that.
Yeah. Let's go to some Chicago dudes. They run into a snapping turtle while kayaking. There was a turtle like hanging up on some chains in a tree. You know, they sit up there getting some sun because that's how turtles, get their vitamin D from the sun or whatnot.
Okay.
Listen to these Chicago dudes run up on this turtle.
Look at his, we got a picture of his most beautiful side. Look at the size of that thing. Oh my God. That's a massive turtle. Is that a snapper? He's a snapper.
That's a Chicago River snapper. Are you kidding me?
Look at that beast. Hey, how you doing, guy? You look good. You're healthy. Oh no, Jesus Christ. Where'd the other guy go? Look at that guy. Look at the size of this thing. Holy hell. You look good. I'm real proud of you. You've been eating healthy. You ever heard of liquid salad? We've been doing that. Al does that.
You know, he's liquid strong. Look at him.
Are you happy to have spring? Damn, that's a scene if there ever was one, man. Look at that.
He's just hanging out on the rusty chains.
We should take him out to eat.
Take him out to eat, yeah. Get him a calzone.
The gabagool.
Hey, man, what do you think of the Chicago guys compared to like the New York guys? I kind of like their accent too. It's fun.
I'm a fan.
I think they're a little fatter,
Oh,
yeah.
do you?
They're a little bigger. They're like maybe that's just because the Ditka spot on SNL back in the day. That's how I imagine them.
The Ditka factor is real, but then those deep dish pizzas are no joke, bro.
No joke.
There's a little less swagger. There's less tracksuits and chains and more like sweaters and turtlenecks.
Yes.
But I think the Chicago accent holds its own pretty good. I want to know what's up with that liquid salad, though, Lucius. You ever had one of those?
I don't know, no, but I do have like shakes and juices. Maybe that's the same thing. It's a bunch of leafy stuff all blended up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I kind of like salads, but they take so long,
Yeah.
I'd like to just shotgun a salad.
I like
You with me?
Just
Yes,
shotgun
bro.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make that thing. Just rip the Band-Aid off.
It's like 12 minutes. I'm not really enjoying it. I'm just kind of getting it in because I kind of want to get full and know I need a salad.
I mean, you got
some
to stop by the
protein
juice
to it.
bar, bro.
Yeah.
Stop by the juice bar, man. Same
That's
type
the
of
move right
situations,
there.
man.
Yep.
Same types. Eric, do you guys have a audio ministry, like an audio visual video? Audio. Damn.
I think you just made Masterpiece of the Week.
Yeah, you got an AV ministry in your church, sir?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Absolutely. Okay. These AV guys got the mix wrong during this church. They had one guy up too high, other guy too low, and the guy that was too high was doing a little too much.
Supposed to be the backup guy.
Yeah.
Oh my
Wow.
Wow. I love it. That's strong right there.
It's hilarious.
That is good.
Let's see what else I
that
got.
mix is important, isn't it, Ramon? Everybody's going to be at the appropriate level.
Oh, dude, that is a key.
That's like
role,
all
man.
crowd mic and no announcer.
It's like who's your pastor and then who's your guy that's controlling that because he is a real he's above a glue guy. Very important.
He's above.
All right, and we have a Ring camera catches a pizza delivery guy dropping off a pizza while a car chase ends right there in front of that house. Pizza guy was more concerned with his car than everything else.
Oh, that's a high-speed chase. That's a high-speed chase. Oh my God, Jäger! Oh my God, Jäger! There's a high-speed chase! No! Get the on the ground!
Wow. Wow, crazy scene. I can't imagine turning around seeing that. Like, what the crap is happening right
That thing
now?
was Just delivering a pizza. What the hell?
The lady wanted her change still. Did I get that right? Did I pick that up? I was
2 cents short.
I was dropping off a moving van, by the way, this weekend. Got a moving van, cleaned out the garage, the attic, and the closets.
All right.
Man, I feel like I can feel the space now. It feels like the fresh air is just a little bit fresher. Well, after I drop it off, I get in my car to go, and I look up, and this dude is barreling at me on his bike, running as hard as he can with these big, crazy eyes. And I had that feeling like, what is going on, right? Like my head popped up, and I'm like, what am I about to witness? This dude is clearly very mad at me.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm just sitting there watching him get closer and closer on his bike. And then right as he gets to me, he smiles and winks at me and veers off.
What?
Yeah. I couldn't believe it.
What the hell?
I was like, crap, I'm about to be assaulted by a homeless tweaker on a bike. That's exactly what it looked like.
That is weird.
Just kidding, wink.
Yeah. I was like, wow, the drugs are working really good, brother.
Congrats on
They
the
are.
spring clean, though. That's
They
awesome.
are. Yes. Well, thank you. That feels great. I do it about every 4 years where I'm just like, oh my goodness, we got way too much crap in this house. A lot of this stuff has to go. Alrighty, you got a champ and 4 challengers, guys. Here's what we're looking at. The 3-time champ Nate Diaz. The Rock gives the trophy to the Arlington Renegades. Chicago dudes run into a snapping turtle. AV guys
It's
at
a
church
snapping turtle.
got the mix all wrong. Ring camera catches pizza delivery guy while car chase ends. I got to go with the AV guys at the church messing things up too much to our enjoyment, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go with the turtle folks.
I like turtles.
We're tied at 1. Lucius.
Yeah, I love turtles, but I'm going to go with the AV guys.
It's 2-1.
Get your
We'll
mix
check.
together.
Yeah. Well,
Get
Chuck,
your mix together.
I'll go with the car chase.
it's 2-1. Brian, what do you say?
I'm going with the Turtles.
It's tied at 2. You're going to want to jump onto at GBag Nation, and we'll create an Insta poll. You're going to vote while we're at break here, and then on the other side, we will announce the champion. I am at GBag Nation. Please follow us when you get there. And brought us, where are we going next?
Yeah, let's rank the best 5 opposing quarterbacks this year. The Cowboys. We'll see. We'll do that next.
Okay, it's going to take me just
24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the Cheap Act Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I think there's a leak at the Globe. I think that's what I see. They're down the left field line, just about 40 feet shy of the pole.
It's quite a bit of water coming out, too.
Thought it was at the AAC for a second. That was crazy.
Yes, it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. What is it like pouring down on the field? Can you tell?
No,
I don't know if that's
not on
the
the
field or the stands.
It looks like it'll be the second bowl of seats that might get a little bit of water, but yeah, I remember a game last year that I was filling in for Jared. Jared was with Hicksey. I think Nadell was off, and we had an issue at the beginning of one of the games as well, and I think it was in the same area. So, they'll get this figured out.
They'll get it done. They'll get it done. All right, hey, before we get Krusty's Corner going, good news from yesterday.
Yes.
My little race team won at Laguna Seca.
Hell yes. Congratulations,
sir.
sir.
Yeah. The group that we had there, Stephen Thomas, my buddy, who's I'm part of their race team there, and we were able to we raced in that LMP2 category, and we do it's if you saw the movie or if you're new to this Ford versus Ferrari, that's the IMSA. We're in that series, and Stephen has become one of the best gentleman drivers in the world. And so, but yesterday, we won.
He wears a suit. Hello, sir. I'm going to drive.
Suit and tie.
It is amazing, though, that like 3 years ago, he and I were at the Cowboy Club in Frisco, like sitting down and writing out ideas on napkins about how we were going to race and how we were going to do it. And Steven's one of the most successful trial lawyers in the country, and he does one case a year so he can go racing. And but yeah,
well, you do things first class, and important people trust you to execute their vision, Brian. That's what I love about you.
I appreciate that, but yeah, when we're leading the points right now too in LMP2. So congratulations to my guys there with the race team.
Well, that explains the hangover look you had on your face when you walked in here. You partied hard. I was thinking maybe it was a Mother's Day, just popping bottles,
flowing,
just mimosas like crazy.
Went to 6th Street with Bennett.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you, I was
frat housed it.
I'm going to tell you, I was so mad because I thought about actually going to the race. They're going to race it at Watkins Glen in New York. Get a 6-hour race in Watkins Glen, and so I'm going for that, but seeing the celebration in Victory
you don't want to miss any of those.
And it's like the champagne and all the pictures and stuff, and so that part of it's really, really, really cool. That the racing part of it, is super intense, but to be able to win races like that is just incredible. And I'm not going to miss another one like that. Trust me on that. All right, this comes from Blogging the Boys, and I think they do really great work in the off season and with different categories and rankings and things like that. And they came up with, and I want to see if you guys, they rank the 5 best quarterbacks the Cowboys will face on their schedule. I want to see if you have a different ranking.
Okay.
Of where,
Perfect.
of where. So
number 1, Aaron Rodgers.
QB tiers, man.
Yeah.
I was going to go Sam Howell.
Well, number one.
I like that. I like your thought.
I like your thought a lot. The number one quarterback on their list is Jalen Hurts.
Oh, come on.
Who
they just lost their credibility.
All right, I'm done with this list.
They face Jalen Hurts in week 9 and week 14. They say, while the Cowboy fans won't like hearing this, the best quarterback currently in the NFC is Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts.
Shots at Jared Goff.
In just his 3rd season with the team, Hurts has produced 22 passing touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and a 106 passer rating. 101.6 passer rating. And then he also does damage on the ground as well. So Jalen Hurts, number 1 according to Blogging with the Boys.
Okay, would the Eagles scare you more if they had Aaron Rodgers instead of Jalen Hurts? Yes. Would you feel like it's just super bleep territory?
Yeah, because I think when we're talking Cowboys specifically, like you can either rank this, there needs to be a difference. How is it the best talented quarterbacks, the best quarterbacks period, or is it from a Cowboys standpoint, who are the worst to face? Because there's no doubt any year you're going to have to play Aaron Rodgers. He should top that list. He has owned the Cowboys, and I hate him.
Yeah, that's I totally get what you're saying with that because
love you, old Chuck. It's gonna be okay.
I mean, he gives me nightmares.
No, I know he does.
Well, how about
are these the best? Are these the best quarterbacks, or the quarterbacks in situations set to beat you with? because there's different ways of looking at this. I'm going to just approach it like who's the best player, not who's in a loaded offense or on a loaded team.
Okay, well then see in what direction they
take
it.
I get this.
Okay, number 2 for them is Josh Allen. That's Buffalo in week 15.
All right, I can buy into Josh Allen being 2. I'm still putting Rodgers.
Okay,
on.
continuing the trend of dual threat quarterbacks comes Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen. He's been one of the league's most electric passers since being drafted by Buffalo in the 2018 NFL draft. So Josh Allen, number 2 for blogging the boys.
Okay, it's these running quarterbacks, man. If you're a dual threat running guy that I have to worry about, I mean that brings you up a whole other level, dude. Like I understand if you were just going straight passing, Jalen Hurts, Aaron Rodgers, sure, but Aaron Rodgers ain't beating you with his legs.
Number 3,
Jalen Hurts is.
Right, well, tell it to the Cowboys because he has before.
Justin Herbert, number 3 for the Los Angeles Chargers.
All right.
Would be the quarterback that they would say is the 3rd on the list. When it comes to accuracy, it is arguably the most accurate quarterback on this list. He has a knack for throwing some of the prettiest footballs around the league, finding his receivers in tight windows. His passing ability is just as evident in the stat sheet as it is on film. So to recap, we've got our guy in Philadelphia. We got Hurts, Allen, Justin Herbert would be the top 3. Number 4 on this list, as I scroll down, would be Aaron Rodgers. Week 2 with the New York Jets. We all kind of know what Aaron Rodgers is. So we'll skip ahead to number 5, and then we'll do our own rankings off this. Number 5 is an interesting one. It's Tua.
Okay.
They have Tua as the number 5 quarterback on this list. He has much less than he's had less than an impressive first 2 seasons with the Dolphins in 2020 and 2021. In his first 2 seasons with the team, he threw a combined 4,467 yards, 27 passing touchdowns, and 15 interceptions. However, in 2022, the league saw a significant jump in his production from the former college football national champ. Okay, so if you took these 5 guys, how would you rank them? Or is there somebody on that you want to add to this
well,
mix?
Just
they got the right 5.
Yeah,
they got the right 5.
Just specifically the 5, I'd go Rodgers, Allen, Herbert, Hurts, then Tua.
I would rather have Stafford and Kyler Murray's career long term than Tua, but going into it, assuming health, I'll give Tua the nod there. It goes Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert, and then Tua.
I'll go Allen, Hurts, Rodgers, Herbert, Tua.
So Tua's the one out of all these that you just absolutely have
Well, Tua doesn't run, right? Tua's not mobile.
No.
But he is very accurate and he's got good weapons. And you saw the difference with Miami when he was in the lineup versus out of it. So I don't want to take away from Tua, but he doesn't present as many problems as the other 4 do.
Yeah. Does not have the big arm. Chances are he'll be hurt by then. I think a lot of things go into the equation to make him 5th. I think if you extrapolate out his performance from last year when healthy, he could find himself much higher in these rankings if he can stay healthy for a year and perform like that.
100%. 100%. And his is so much predicated on the offense that he's in, the weapons that he has. These other quarterbacks, I think, for the most part, you could move them around, different weapons, different offenses, and still these quarterbacks can sort of transcend that a little bit. Tua is it's hyper-focused. This is the skill set. This is how it has to work. And when defenses like the Chargers, like the Niners, when Tua was still healthy, got a grip on what Mike McDaniel was trying to do, he did not look like the same quarterback.
Who is the most overrated on this group?
Jalen Hurts.
I would say
Justin Herbert.
I was going to say probably Herbert.
2 number 1 wide receivers, best offensive line in football. We have no idea how good Jalen Hurts really is. Let it play out.
I'm with you there. We can't anoint a guy after 1 year.
No, I absolutely agree with that, with the way that Dawson looked at it. Like Herbert could probably go around a bunch of different offenses and still do a lot of the same things. Hurts is benefiting greatly from the talent around him.
Absolutely.
But with that talent that's around him right now, he scares the daylights out of me.
And the one guy that scares you the most?
I think it's ultimately Josh
Rodgers.
Allen.
It's Rodgers.
Rodgers, he's won 6 of 7 against you.
Yeah, I mean, it just being a Cowboys fan and him playing the Cowboys. I'm not talking overall him against any other team. Just Aaron Rodgers versus the Cowboys. He scares me the most.
I get that, and it's a very small sample size. I believe only one matchup with Josh Allen, but it was.
and he dominated.
It was a Josh Allen domination. I think when he's healthy and at his peak, he's an alien.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
NFL News of the Day coming up next here as we broadcast live from Globe Life Field in Arlington. It's stormy now, but all this stuff's blowing through. It'll be great here before too long. So come on out, have yourself a time. Make sure you swing on by our broadcast position and say hi. Well, Chuck, where are we going?
Let's do some NFL news of the day. Marshawn Lynch talking with Tyreek Hill about that fateful Super Bowl final play. And we got some former Cowboys that are signing with new teams next on The Fan.
You know what I love, though?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field in Arlington, where the Rangers will host the Braves. Looks like the Rangers are getting set to take some BP. It's a little batting practice is going on out there. And I think if one could hit one about 580 feet, we might be able to make a play for you here at the table. Here's Zach Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Thank you very much. We'll get to Marshawn Lynch here in just a moment. His thoughts on the call to not give him the football when the Seahawks lost to New England back in that Super Bowl, the Malcolm Butler game. But we got a couple Cowboys that have signed deals with former teams. We start with our buddy Ben DiNucci, who was the camp invite for the Broncos, and he ended up parlaying that into a full-on signing as the Broncos have signed him, so he's going to be going to training camp with the team. I'm rooting for our guy Ben DiNucci to make it there, maybe make the roster with the Broncos.
Me too. I can't help but want to root for him. That's super awesome.
Had a good year with the Seattle Sea Dragons, had 2,671 yards that led the XFL, 20 touchdowns, 13 picks in 10 games, and we know about his stint with the Cowboys, but Broncos have Russell Wilson, Jarrett Stidham, and Jarrett Guarantano on their roster. I think he might be
Tennessee.
He can beat out Jarrett.
It is amazing how good you can look in the XFL and not be able to play a lick in the NFL. It's incredible. The quarterback, you know, the level of difficulty just goes through the roof. I'm with you. I'm rooting for the guy, and who knows? It actually would be the biggest jump I'd ever seen. It'd be like Taco Charlton going from what we saw to all-pro level just to make a roster with Ben DiNucci.
So you don't think Luis Perez of the XFL champion Arlington Renegades can make
That's
NFL
a guy
roster?
with a shot.
If the Broncos were serious about giving Russ a little competition, they would have went and got Lewis. Okay, they need to tune up the defense quarterback. That's why they got DiNucci.
Yeah,
see, Perez just got going.
That's
You
right.
know,
He
it's
taught himself
believable.
football by
Yeah.
watching YouTube. It's an incredible story.
I teach myself how to cook. It works.
Yeah. It's insane. All right, how about James Washington, who played all of, one game with the Cowboys last year?
He did.
He has signed a one-year deal with the New Orleans Saints.
Over under half a training camp practice, does he make it through?
I'd say
I'll take the over on that.
Okay.
I'd have to look at their depth chart. I don't know if he's going to get into a game. I was surprised how bad James Washington was last year.
All right,
when
I'm
we
going
saw
to
him in
change to
Oxnard.
make it easier. I'm going to change this up a little bit. The over/under is 1.5 full practices. Now, can we get in the under calls?
No, I'm still going to go with the over. I just think it was bad luck last year, breaking the leg, but he'll probably make it through at least a week at camp practices.
I like your positivity, Wolchuk.
Well, we'll see. I don't think he's going to do anything for them when it comes to the regular season.
Sounds like you think he's going to be
Well,
an all-pro.
they drafted our guy A.T. Perry from Wake
They did.
Forest
That's
and
good.
stuff
They got
like
him
that.
late, too.
Chris Olave, Thomas. I mean, they've got some.
Michael Thomas. I mean, that's a
Yeah.
guy that can't make it through a practice.
Ooh, good call.
You got two of those now. The Dolphins are signing former Patriots first-round pick Isaiah Wynn to a one-year deal. He's got guard tackle flexibility. Was the 23rd overall pick back in 2018 out of Georgia. I actually liked him coming out of Georgia.
I sure did too.
Was he a short arms guy? That's why the Cowboys maybe weren't so into him.
Yeah, I was
remember
talking
that.
to some guys. I was talking to Gang of 7 guys, and they were kind of surprised he had not been signed yet. But everybody kind of looks at these offensive linemen a little differently.
Yeah.
The flexibility was the big part that they liked
Sure.
about the player, yeah.
I've never seen this before. Pro Football Focus grades players on a scale of 0 to 100 for their performance on a game-to-game basis or whatever. I've never seen someone register a 5. A literal 5.
He had
for
a
grade,
5?
not a 55.
So you're not
a
excited for the
25.
Dolphins?
I mean, listen, they need offensive line help just as much as the next guy, so maybe they can turn him around.
Man, I want to see that film. A low light cut up and getting thrown and blown by.
Well, we know their rating system's out of whack. I mean, they thought the Cowboys were like a top 3 offensive line.
For sure. But seeing a score of a 5
That's
is
nuts.
That was a
insane.
surprise, I bet.
Holy moly. How about this player that has just signed with the Buffalo Bills, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills? Can Shane Ray circle the wagons?
Hadn't played till, 2018?
Yeah, 19.
19?
Former first-round pick of the Broncos. He was on that Super Bowl team. I think that might have been his rookie year. But he is back in the NFL. The Bills have signed him. I forgot all about this guy, man. He combined for his rookie season 20 tackles and 4 sacks. So maybe the Bills are thinking,
You
hey.
think this is a Von Miller? I know the guy kind of like sign him throw
that
this guy a
makes
bone.
sense. I mean, they need pass rushing help, but this dude's been out of football for multiple years.
It's all about who you know, Walchuk. He knows Von Miller. That's going to get you.
I think Von Miller probably vouched for him.
True.
Is where I think this is going.
Yeah, and the Houston Texans have signed former Pro Bowler Shaq Griffin, who got a big deal with the Jacksonville Jags. In 2019, he made the Pro Bowl, and he's a former Seahawk as well. He's just 27 years old. He is now a Houston Texan as they continue to add to D'Amico Ryan's defense over there. All right,
that's not the one-handed one, is it?
No, that's the
his brother.
linebacker.
That's his brother, his twin brother.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't.
What happened to this corner?
I don't, because he was really good.
That's what I'm saying. Did he just get to the point where he couldn't cover anybody anymore? I mean, sometimes you go to Jacksonville and you lose track of what those guys are doing.
I don't know, man. I mean, I can't say that I've been watching a ton of Jacksonville's defense.
Well, I mean, they're winning games now.
Yeah.
I mean, they went on a nice little run, but it just seems weird that,
Yeah,
that
he
he
wasn't-
fell off. He fell off as badly as he did.
He really did. Maybe this will be a good fit for him with Houston. They need corner help. D'Amico Ryans, we know what he was able to do in San Francisco as a defensive coordinator. Maybe this helps him turn around his career. Listening to Marshawn Lynch to me is always a treat. And Tyreek Hill is now turning into the NFL version of Draymond Green, where he's just like dominating the podcast world. So he had Marshawn Lynch on. They talked about a variety of things, but he asked him, and he makes fun of him a little bit, about that final play in the Super Bowl against New England. Marshawn Lynch is crushing it. They decide, no, we're not going to give you the ball at the 1-yard line. We're going to throw the football. It gets intercepted to end the game. Here's Tyreek Hill and Marshawn Lynch in their exchange.
This guy went to a Super Bowl, and he couldn't even finish it for his team. He told the coach he didn't want the ball on the 1-yard line.
He told the coach he didn't want the ball.
He said, "Coach, I don't want the ball on the
That
1."
was-
My bad.
Coach,
Somebody gonna eat. Man, tell us about that situation, man. How did
He said
how
he
did
didn't
that make
want
you
the ball.
feel?
When we walk in that huddle, we know we finna call weak. So when we hear the play call, everybody get confused. I lined up on the wrong side because I automatically had in my mind
weak.
Right. So it's like, ooh, hold on. The first thing I thought to do was started laughing. This one of them moments like you can't draw this shit better. The feedback that I get from my teammates is like, we lose that Super Bowl, giving you the ball 4 times. I'm good with that.
I'm good with that. Man, look.
But that, no, I can't swallow that.
That's a hard pill to swallow.
That's hilarious, by the way. Tyreek Hill is actually, he might be pretty dang good at this.
He
whole
is
thing,
good.
but-
That was hilarious setup. Yeah, that was good broadcasting.
I mean, they talked
Yeah.
about more things. Like, I guess Marshawn Lynch and Marcus Peters are related. And there was one game when Marshawn was with the Raiders and Tyreek Hill was still with the Chiefs. Marcus Peters gets in a scuffle, and Marshawn Lynch just runs onto the field from the sideline to defend Marcus Peters, who's on the other team, but it's his relative. And he's like, all that matters is family here, and he's trying to, like, fight his own teammates off that are trying to get after Marcus Peters. And, of course, he gets flagged for it because he can't be running onto the field. But, I encourage you to go back and listen to it because it's fun. Those two together are really entertaining.
An absolute treasure, Marshawn Lynch is. He's been one of my favorite players in the NFL, really, since he came out of Cal and got lost temporarily there in Buffalo. But it's a shame that we didn't find that out until it was over. You know? We lost out on like 8 years of gold and actually alienated him and made him feel like he had to shut it down. But post-playing career, he's just been so giving with his time. And the NFL's a better place for it.
Is that the most questioned individual play from like a call standpoint in, I mean, at least football history? Like, is there any other single play that we just crush on people
I think
for?
that you could make a case that it is. I mean, I'm sure there's other plays.
Like the Atlanta Falcons Super Bowl where they botch it 28-3.
Right.
It's like a multiple.
Why didn't you run the football more?
Yeah.
Right? But you can't
Whittle it down
You can't get it down to just one snap. I mean, that is a one-play situation.
And I think it's because of how much the team did not respect Russell Wilson, to be honest with you.
Yes.
The reason we know so much about that particular one is how much noise the defense and a lot of their offensive players made.
Quarterback news, ex-Falcon, speaking of 28-3, and Colts quarterback Matt Ryan is joining CBS Sports as an analyst. Now, he has not confirmed that he's retired. He's 38 years old, but he's going to work as both a studio and game analyst across all CBS platforms. I think Matt Ryan could be pretty good at this.
Yeah, Matt Ryan's got a lot of knowledge, and his abilities. Quarterbacks, we talk about the ones, the ability to teach us the games as you're watching the game. I think Matt Ryan will come across as that guy. They'll be able to explain why they're doing something, much like the early Tony Romo.
Mm-hmm.
When he was able to kind of explain, in 2-minute drills, this is what you got to be looking for. I think Matt Ryan will teach us along the way.
I don't know what to think of his personality.
Might be a little wet blanket.
That's what I listen for. I want to be educated, but if you want to be really good at it, you got to be a host. You got to be able to make it interesting and engaging. Some fans want the spoon-fed or the hardcore breakdown. I think others are looking for a little bit of personality.
Well, that's what his guy, that his play-by-play guy's got to be, right? I mean, that's what with you watch with Nance and how he lobs him up to Romo, and he lets Romo be Romo.
You need to set your guy up, but
I could deal with like, I don't mind the guy, the funny guy and all that, but if you educate me a little bit, but let the guy who's the play-by-play guy be maybe he's the funny guy, but setting up the guy teaching us along the way.
I can see that, but I do think you want your analyst to be a good storyteller. Like, that's what made Madden so great, right? That's why Romo, I think, he's so goofy and fun. But
just don't be robotic.
Okay,
you need to have a blend of one or the other.
All right, let me ask you this. In today's football, if you're watching a game, how would Madden play in today's game?
I still think he'd be the best.
Yeah, he'd be great. I think he'd be the best. He'd be better than Romo. He'd be better than tight end man. From Carolina.
Greg Olsen.
Olsen. Yeah.
So you think the fact that it's boom and 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 all that.
It's the excitement. It's the love of the game. It's the storytelling. The delivery.
Look, the Gatorade bucket. It's got red in it.
See, I think the info is only good if you have like something cool about you, a personality, a voice, something to keep us entertained and along for the ride. It can't be all the personality and the entertainment, but I think that's got to be a big part of it.
Dude, John Madden's going viral every Sunday.
Yeah,
he's going viral every Sunday.
We'd be playing a Madden G-Bag of the Day cut every Monday. We really would be.
So his game would play in today's world.
I think it would.
So.
I think he carries over any era.
And do we know Matt Ryan, is he going into the play-by-play booth to be the color analyst?
Studio analyst is what it says.
Okay, so it's going to be, I guess that's more of like a halftime show, pregame show.
Well, he's doing both. Didn't you say he's doing both?
He's going to do an analyst across all platforms.
Okay.
So we'll see if they decide to put him on an actual he's probably still thinking maybe he can play.
Right.
If he's not, then maybe they do have him be a color guy. Carson Wentz is now finally open to a backup role. He's just trying to get back in the league.
He's finally open to it?
Yep.
So
his agent's putting out feelers like, hey, my guy would play as a backup if you want to sign him.
Oh, man. I don't think I would. I mean,
I want no part of him.
Yeah, I don't think
the thought
I
that he might have to actually play in a game if he was on my roster would scare me to death.
Terrifies me. I don't think you want him. I really don't. And then how about this? We talked about the first ever Black Friday game in the NFL this year. It's going to be Jets and Dolphins. There was one team that reached out to the NFL and they said, hey, you got the Cowboys, you got the Lions. They play every Thanksgiving.
Oh, this is going to be the Bengals, I believe.
The Cincinnati Bengals raised their hand, and they put their hand up and said, we're interested in Black Friday. Not just 2023, but how about as a tradition? We play in Detroit and Dallas on Thanksgiving every year. How about playing in Cincinnati on Black Friday every year? And apparently the NFL said, no thank you. We're going to go with the Jets and the Dolphins, and we're probably going to try to remake this game every year.
Let me tell you what, if Joe Burrow continues on the rise, the NFL maybe is going to say, whoa, we made a mistake there. If Joe Burrow becomes one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the league for the next 10, 12 years, you might want that Black Friday game.
Well, I mean, you could always, on a year-to-year basis, the NFL gets the opportunity to decide. They could, for the next 10 years, starting next year, or I guess the year after, could just decide, okay, we will go Bengals. It's not to say they're never going to put the Bengals on there, right? It's just it's not going to be the guarantee.
In hindsight, I get maybe not wanting to do it with one team. Like the Cowboys obviously are a draw, but they'd probably love to get the Lions out of that Thanksgiving deal.
I mean, sure. The Bengals show up and are good like 3 years out of every 20, and then they want to demand relevance. I need to
Put
see
us
this
on Black Friday, damn
Come on, what do you think?
on.
Annual tradition, one of the worst football franchises in the history of sports.
Look at us. We got the all-white unis. We look sexy.
I mean, don't you think we'll still be good with Burrow? We got Burrow. He's going to fix everything for us. We're a national brand now, right? We'll see. Thank you, Wolchuk. NFL News of the Day with Zach Wolchuk. Most days at 3 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. We're live at Globe Life Field in Arlington. And Rangers are putting on a show. They got a good. I'd call this a barometer type of series.
You see all those dingers that they're hitting right now?
Yeah, they're going yard.
Todd, you can hear them.
Ooh, we do have some questions. 469 being one of them. Did we get the G-Bag of the Day winner?
Oh, that's a good question.
A lot of people were, because the Twitch, I think, mostly was going with the AV guys.
Yeah, the Twitch was going AV,
and then we had some texts on the Turtle. So that was a heavyweight G-Bag of the Day bout.
It was hotly contested. AV Church has won with 57% of the vote.
All right, there you go.
It's a good. It's a good choice.
Taking care of the Tolos and the Twolos there. Okay, G-Bag Nation. When we come back, we got some good Cowboys news. Stories are flowing coming out of the weekend, the rookie minicamp situation, and we'll take a look at all those next here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to talk D&M Leasing, though. You know, they won big awards. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. We're live at Globe Life Field. And we're having a great time as the Braves and Rangers are getting set to open up a series tonight. Segment here of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. It's brought to you by the Frankels as well. You know, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Top 5 position groups in the NFL and why Brian Broaddus might be dead balls on right about a so-called NFC contender. There is something that's not ideal for the Cowboys about this list. Tell me if you can pick it up as I make my way through it, gentlemen. You got your marching orders? Now, do you know what I'm talking about with a so-called NFC contender that Brian might be dead balls on right about?
Is it the Detroit Lions?
It is the Detroit Lions as we go to Bucky Brooks, NFL.com, top 5 position
this
groups.
scares me a little bit.
Oh, because it's Bucky?
You should be
Bucky.
scared.
It's Bucky.
Why is Bucky scary?
I love Bucky.
You know it's going to be accurate. It's good journalism.
Sometimes.
Top 5 position groups in the NFL posted on NFL.com. Number 1 on this list is in division. What do you think it would be?
Eagles, O-line.
Or maybe D-line.
It's actually the defensive front. Racked up the 3rd most sacks in a single season in NFL history with 70. Defensive tackle Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith were added in the 1st round. 2nd consecutive national championship draft out of the Georgia Bulldogs. You already have a number of guys.
Gosh, that's scary.
Reddick, Graham, tough players. Jordan Davis, difference-making type of run-stopping defensive tackle. Number 2 on the list, the Cincinnati Bengals. And what group would you be looking at with the Bengals?
Wide receivers.
Probably the wide receivers
for
yeah.
sure.
Indeed. The trio of Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Tyler Boyd, Joe Burrow's targets. Number 3 on the list is a Cowboys 2023 opponent and a 2-time Super Bowl contender against those Cincinnati Bengals. Would be?
Against the Bengals, 2-time
the Rams?
The Niners?
The Niners, that is right.
Yeah.
Played the Bengals
80s.
in Super Bowl 16 and maybe 23 or something like that.
So if it's the
It is their – what group do you think it is?
Linebacker?
Yeah,
Linebackers, yes.
Okay, nice.
Fred Warner
Warner's a
and Dre
beast.
Greenlaw make up the best linebacker group in the entire
It's
NFL.
hard to argue that.
Oh, yeah, it's impossible to argue that.
Second best position group in the NFL. We go to Detroit. What group is it for the Lions?
Running back?
Nah, I think it's gosh.
They could probably say the secondary.
Oh, they did add to this, and they drafted Brian
Kuda,
Branch.
Yeah,
Branch.
corners.
Oh, Kuda they traded, but
They're
they
going-
didn't. They
that's
signed
right,
like Cam Sutton. They signed a few guys.
They son of a gun. I don't know what it would be for Detroit.
It's not the secondary?
Offensive line's getting better there.
They're actually going at the offensive line of Taylor Deckard, Penei Sewell, Frank Ragnow. That trio right there ranks up there with some of the best trios in the NFL. That's tough to give it over Philadelphia's. Dang. But still, it's a damn good offensive
It is a
line.
damn good offensive line.
And maybe something that people are overlooking just a little bit. And number 5 on the list, we're going to stay in the AFC, and we go to a team that Chief knows well. Eric
Miami.
Chiafalo.
The Dolphins.
The Miami
Our
Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins correspondent. What position group is it?
What is their position group?
I mean, is it the secondary?
It is the secondary.
Okay.
And specifically the corners of Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard are going to be a nightmare.
That is sexy.
Now, to my knowledge here, gentlemen, we have something in common with all these teams when it comes to the Cowboys, and that is the fact that 4 out of the 5 are Cowboys opponents coming up for the 2023 season. So quite a few elite units there on that schedule, and some better quarterbacks than previous years.
Do we feel like the Cowboys have? Where do the Cowboys have an elite unit? What's the number one spot on the Cowboys if you're going unit by unit Cowboy power rankings? What's their top dog?
Pass rush?
Just front seven?
Front seven would be up there. I mean, with the addition of Stephon Gilmore, I think the secondary should be looked at as pretty damn
Talk
good.
about Diggs, Gilmore,
and
the
safeties.
Yeah.
The secondary.
Curse, Wilson.
Dorrance,
Wilson.
Tank, Micah, and then what's his
Armstrong?
name? Yeah,
Williams, Sam Williams.
Yeah, Sam Williams, the second-round pick from last year. He's dang good. I think what the Lions are doing is quite interesting, though, if they do, in fact, have an offensive line that plays that well. Going physical, they're going to try to tackle. They're going to try to, maybe not as quite. Yeah, they're not as quite emphasizing. And what's interesting is their head coach, Man Campbell. I don't think anybody would think of him at the top of your head when it comes to team builders. But their GM, Holmes, comes from the Rams. He worked under Jeff Fisher for like a decade, and then he's been working under Brian Sky Lesney and Sean McVay. And I think that is something that could make Detroit very interesting. A perennial failure, bad leadership, the Ford family, maybe not the best ownership family in all of the NFL. It's tough to do it as a mom-and-pop operation, but maybe this guy Holmes can give them, I think that when I think of the Rams and that leadership tree, it's a mindset of being flexible every year, every play, every game. We're trying to be as adaptable as possible, and I think Holmes is zigging while the NFL is zagging, focusing on passing players. He's like, let's be good in the trenches and knock people down. That's what the Eagles and the 49ers have in common.
Absolutely, and they hit on a late-round pick at wide receiver in Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's now potentially a top 10 wide receiver in all in the NFL. But, yeah, they put a first-round pick at center in Ragnow, first-round pick in Sewell.
Yeah, and you mentioned, too, and they also had Marvin Jones, too, from Jacksonville. I think is going to be a pretty good player for them.
Okay.
And I always appreciate just like an organization from top to bottom having a clear vision for what they want it to look like. That clearly matches, hey, this is the head coach we brought in. This is kind of what he's wanting to do, and they bring in those players for that. You see if it works, but I can certainly appreciate that.
Elsewhere in Cowboys-related stories, John Fossil, special teams coordinator on Brett Maher, had a great year. He had a bad game. But he played 22. He had a bad game and a half. I'm proud of what Brett did here. If he gets a shot here or somewhere else, I'm sure he'll perform well. Does that sound like he's closing the door on the idea of Brett Maher? You have Tristan Vizcaino and nobody else right now at kicker for this football team.
I don't know how you go back. I really don't know. I mean, to me, that's all those kicks that were, it just every week it just got more and more difficult to watch him. You got to the point where you're like, he's not going to make this 30, 35 yards, 38. He's not going to make this. I don't know how.
The crazy thing is he missed all the short ones, which told me it's mental.
Yeah. I think
there's something weird going on, and I would just have a hard time trusting that ever again.
The problem that I had with that whole situation was the snapper Overton. There were some times.
That's right. You were telling us about that.
There were some times, like when you were watching the All-22, where they were having to smother the ball to get it, it up. The ball wasn't
threw off his timing, maybe got in his head a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. And so, to me, I don't think you blame it all on him. But Overton, I don't think, was perfect by any means as a snapper.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate everybody coming in on the truckwreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053. If you have questions, if you have feedback on any of these Cowboys stories, you got former Cowboys scout Brian Broaddus right here, Emmy Award winner, and the number one influencer across Cowboy social media. He's standing by at service for the G-Bag Nation. Story today on the Memphis commercial appeal on Tony Pollard. The role player turned NFL superstar is the story back home, right? Not only did he play at Memphis, but he's from Memphis. Despite Pollard's Pro Bowl season with the Cowboys, these three things all remain true today. He was considered the 1,820th recruit in the country by 247 Sports coming out of Melrose High School. Had just two offers, Memphis and Austin, PA. How do you think that happens, Brian? Wrong position?
Nah, I tell you what, though, sometimes, though, you get those early lists, and guys aren't, they haven't seen these players, so they're trusting some other scouts that, hey, you don't need to go to that school, don't need to see this kid play. Yeah, I mean, there's guys that fall through the cracks all the time just because he's not on an initial list.
Yeah.
But, man, I'll tell you what, though, once he started playing collegiately, everybody's like,
damn.
Oh, damn, we missed that
Look
one.
at that guy.
Bad.
There's some guys that grow, too, a lot. You know, like they're 18 years old, you think they're full height, and then next thing you know, they're 6'4".
They develop, too, along
and
the
they
way.
get stronger.
Yeah.
One of my best friends in high school, this guy, I was outlifting him, and I would crush him, right? Every sport, every weight. When he hit like 19 and 20, guy starts eating like a horse, grows like 3 inches. The next thing I know, he's like standing 6'4", 230. Damn. And he barely worked out to get there. Yeah. I'm like, what the crap just happened?
That's crazy.
Then he starts doing steroids.
Yeah.
And I'm like, good Lord, bro. He was like 270, just a Hulk. And I'm like, what happened to this guy, 17, 18 years old? And it was just the late growth type of deal. I don't think that's what happened to Tony Pollard, by the way. But as Brian, clarified, 2,000 recruits, guys slip through.
You do, and you're at the mercy of people that initially go in, or a coach that says, "Oh, you don't need to look at my guys." And
really?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you circle back and like, wait a minute, coach, you told me not to look at your guys. And now you're like, you've missed on a guy.
Now I don't trust you. Now I'm going to come look at all your guys.
Yeah.
Pollard never led Memphis in rushing over 40 college games and did so 10 times for the Cowboys just last season. Never led Memphis in rushing 40 games. He broke 100 yards just once in college. That was his final game when Henderson, who was drafted higher, opted out of the Birmingham Bowl, and the Tigers lost to Wake Forest. He has done so 6 times now in 4 NFL seasons. He was such an unknown. Reading throughout the story, his mom's got quotes. His mom strongly objected to him leaving before his senior year. She said, if you don't get your college degree, you might end up cooking for us in the barbecue restaurant, and you probably want to see if you can do something else. The barbecue restaurant's not going anywhere, but maybe, I don't know, get a degree in something that if football doesn't work out. He said, Mom, I got this. Trust me. She's like, you can't even beat Henderson for the starting job. You've only had one 100-yard game. You're going back to school. And she said in this article, she says, I'll admit it, I've never been so happy to be wrong. I was wrong, and now this is unbelievable as he's picking up the franchise tag now.
And the Cowboys were wrong about him, too. They did not get him involved fast enough.
No, you're right about that.
And let's see if that's on the guy that just went out in L.A. now as the coordinator. That might be the way that he saw the player.
There's just something about when he gets in the game.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah,
it's a different speed.
Well, you're paying him $10 million this year, so he's clearly your RB1.
And hopefully they don't do the same thing to Deuce.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
just
praying they don't do the same thing to Deuce.
Has anybody else stopped and thought about how amazing it is, like with what's going on with Eckler and all these running backs, that he's not holding out at all? He's like, cool, $9 million to be a running back for 1 year. Tag sounds great. This can get sideways, and if that had gotten sideways or still would, the Cowboys would be in a very interesting place, depending on Deuce Vaughn to give
you make
that
a good point, but you're right. I think it was just seeing like the rest of the running back market. Now nobody got more than 8. All of a sudden, hey, $10 million here sounds pretty damn good.
No, you're right about that. It's time now as we broadcast live Globe Life Field in Arlington. Rangers in action tonight. Pregame at 6:30. They're going to host the Braves. Chief, it's best of the weekend, right?
Yes, sir. Let's get you a delicious stat of the day, and we will officially wave goodbye to the process once and for all. That's next.
Let me tell you about my friends over at the Eagles Nest. You need somewhere to watch Game 7 of the Stars and Kraken, or
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation. We're live at Globe Life Field. Best of the weekend, real quick, Chief.
Yep.
Woke up middle of the night, Sunday morning, phone's ringing. Brother-in-law staying with us. Couldn't find the keys. I had the keys. So it's like 3:30 in the morning. I get up and I'm like, kind of scrambling around the house or whatever. I was in my boxers, like whatever. But as I come out of my office and then back into the bedroom and I hand him the keys and I start walking back to my bedroom, I hear him laughing. And I was like, what's so funny? He's like, man, you're missing something back there. And I reach back and like my boxers were totally blown out. Like it was just like waistband. It was like I had a hospital gown on, dude. I felt back there, my whole butt was showing. My whole butt was showing.
You're wearing chaps.
Yeah,
essentially.
Yes,
Yeah, they were
wearing
underwear
chaps.
chaps. I'm not quite sure what happened. Maybe it was an eventful Saturday evening.
You got
but
your back blown out on Saturday night. Congratulations, man.
I did, man.
That's hilarious.
It was
dude.
it was hilarious.
Was he going on just a traditional 3:30 in the morning Whataburger run?
Nah,
I've been on a handful of those.
He was training for some new job.
Well,
gotcha.
What a stud! What a stud!
That's him.
That is great, dude. That is
You ever have that
fantastic.
happen? Like you got a little holey underwear. You're like, whatever. These are good for a couple more years.
Yeah, I can sleep in these.
And
no
then
big deal.
the final blowout happens.
I've had some raggedy sleep undies for sure. There's no question about that. Are you guys traditionally just undie sleepers? Do we go shirtless? Do we go
No, I
shirtless?
got to wear a shirt. You know
Okay.
me, I got to wear a long shirt everywhere I go.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Back and forth, mostly just underwear, depending on how warm the house is.
I'm solo dolo undies.
Undies, no shirt. Actually, yeah. I've noticed that every time we're.
Do you ever fear of having to ever get out of the house and you don't have time to grab a shirt or
No.
anything like that?
No.
Well, I mean, do you fear just walking
don't
out
fear
in
that.
your undies and your T-shirt? You're not wearing any pants.
I'd rather have the T-shirt and the boxers than I would just standing there in the boxers.
Jeremy, I'm not wearing any panties.
877-881-1053. Would you rather be caught in the middle of the night having to go somewhere without your shirt on or without your pants on? Because apparently Broadus is cool with the no pants. He's
No.
not down with the shorts.
I agree. I'd rather have my pants on. I got sexy legs.
Pants
Yeah, you
and shirt. Pants and shirt. Both. Pants and
Yeah,
shirt.
but you're sleeping in your underwear.
So are you just
So
sleeping
you're
in
going-
your outfit for the next day? Is that what you do?
No, you get your boxers and a T-shirt on, man.
Do you have a ready pair of pants like hanging on your bedroom door just in case you got to scramble? Boom, boom, boom. We're throwing those pants on as quickly as
Bro,
possible.
as many hotels as I've stayed in my life, and you worry about like the fire alarms going
Yeah.
off and stuff like that.
see that.
Not everybody can. I was in San Antonio with Michael Irvin and those guys. Michael's standing out there in his shorts, like gym shorts, no shirt. Guys like that get away with that.
No question.
You know, but the rest of
They're
us
hoping
are-
for that. They pulled the alarm.
Yeah, me and Choppy.
Like,
me,
hey, ladies, check me out.
Me and guys like Choppy just hanging out there like, okay, hey, what's going on out here?
Choppy just got sideswiped
Choppy
here.
catching strays.
Oh, yeah, Choppy. Well, anyway, but yeah, I think you have
Yeah,
to
anyway.
be. I've stayed in so many hotels in my life that I'm always prepared if I have to venture outside because of something.
Seems like most of the Tolos are butt naked sleepers that are texted in
Nude
here.
sleepers. I was.
877-881-1053.
That's
I was,
weird.
I was for
I
a
can't do
long
that.
time.
That is like a lot of hair in the bed and stuff. That's just not a good
You just
look.
don't want to ever
It's not
get
about
some.
No.
it's not about the
hell.
hair in the bed,
It's the
bro.
poop particles.
It's the nighttime flatulence that gets her. I'm serious. Science backs this up. I was at in high school.
Oh, now he's
especially,
using science.
he's a
You
nude
notice that?
sleeper.
Oh,
Oh, he'll
science.
throw in
That's-
some numbers every once in a while.
Dude, I'm
Science.
telling you, science has steered me away. I make sure that I go boxers. Sometimes I go shirt. Sometimes I don't. But I want to make sure that everything is concealed in there. Listen, if you're sleeping by yourself, then that's on you. If you're cool with sleeping in your own, flatulence matter, then that's totally fine. But if you have a partner in your bed with you, unless they're fully in
Are
agreement,
you worried about her
I
flatulence?
think it's fair. I think it's fair that
What'd
both
you
of
say,
us
flatulent?
we go ahead and
I
we
said
keep that
something
thing
wrong.
strapped.
I thought I was safe from the flatulence matter with that pair of shorts I had on Saturday night, but I don't think so.
No,
You might have blown him out.
Maybe that's what it was.
That's what it was,
It was
man.
a sleep toot, and you just completely
Explosive.
ripped the backside of your drawers.
Sleep
Is
tube.
there even a guy like Michael Irvin? Is there any man in the world that can look good where he's just wearing a T-shirt? Think about the vulnerability of just wearing a T-shirt. There's no undies.
The Rock.
You're going Winnie the Pooh style.
He
on this
fills
thing.
out those
Does
shirts.
anybody look good in
Yeah.
that? Okay, you think that's a look that anybody can actually pull off and look respectable?
Yes.
I mean, I
All
raised
right.
my hand. I think I pulled it
You
off.
got a V cut and a hammer? You're good, bro. I don't even need a six-pack.
Right, well, I got to rethink the hammer.
I think, but in this scenario, you're going Winnie the Pooh, meaning you have your shirt on, but there is nothing on you covering anything from the waist down.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So
there's magazines dedicated to those looks.
Yeah, I'm a walking Winnie the Pooh.
Men's
here.
Health. Have you seen one? Dude standing there all the time like that.
Yeah, that's true. I've seen many of those. All right.
Yeah, of course you have.
Let's get to the weekend. The weekend that was.
I'm coming out.
We re-welcomed Ja Wick into the group chat this weekend, which was not something that I was expecting. I don't know that anybody had this on their weekend bingo card where we're going to get another Ja Morant firearm flash on an Instagram Live. This was not something I was anticipating. Now you have rival executives, according to Chris Mannix, believing that a half a season or more is not out of the question when it comes to the inevitable Ja Morant suspension. And so this is just one of those head-scratching, weird things that I can't understand how he continues to do this. I don't understand what the motivation is. Like, you just want people to think you are that guy.
Is it like an NBA rule you can't show a gun on social?
Well,
I don't know.
I think it becomes just a bad look after you got suspended for it, right?
Yeah.
Like that.
There's just
I don't
a
know
carelessness.
if it is or not.
There's a carelessness that I think any business would say, hey, you probably want to. It's not that what you did was illegal, but it's certainly not a great reflection on your maturity levels that you feel like at any moment you can just flash this thing for no apparent reason.
And that's fine,
Can
but
he go
I
on a
just don't
duck
think
hunting trip at all?
you can't suspend a guy a half season for a bad look.
I don't necessarily think he's deserving of a half season either,
Yeah,
but
that's what executives are saying.
But yeah, and now if you're the NBA, you feel like, hey, we gave you the the opportunity to go do you did the counseling thing, you had a small
You did
little
the apology
whatever it was
stuff with
outing
Jalen
definitely,
Rose.
and now it feels like the NBA is probably going to take it even more personally. Like, okay, this is kind of strike 2 on this or whatever.
It's a
3.
lot of strikes. I mean, and there's no doubt that what's going on is a little bit concerning. I just don't know if it should be punishable. What state did it happen in? You know, there's guns all over Instagram, yours included, Chief.
100%.
You know, like to some extent, I'm just hanging out with my friends and I showed a gun. It was proper firearm safety. I had the index finger down the slide, not on the trigger.
Yep.
You know, I think this one's an overreaction. And if this had happened last year, everybody'd be like, so what? But because of what happened with Ja Morant and his leave of absence, this is being a big deal. I don't see it as a big deal.
Well, I think, I hear you.
I'm struggling with it because of everything that's happened to this point.
I don't think it's just the flashing the gun. I think what the NBA has done, apparently, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, just listening to him earlier today on SportsCenter, they've done a full-on investigation of Ja for numerous things that have happened, including the fight with the high school kid, right, that he apparently flashed a gun at as well. So I think they're taking all of this into account, and maybe the NBA just says, hey, we're going to make an example of you type of thing. I hear exactly what you're saying. I mean, it just shows a lack of awareness on Ja's part, because even his buddy, when he's filming the video, he sees Ja with the gun in his hand. He immediately pulls it over to his shoulder like, damn it, bro, we can't be showing this.
Yeah, it was shocking and it was surprising. I just think we should be more careful to add this to the list of infractions. Now, if we're creating zero tolerance for Ja Morant, and that was made clear to him from the league, we're giving you a pass on this one. Don't let anything close happen again. I guess I could see it, but I'm really conflicted between, hey, we're a pro-gun society. You know, our laws are supporting that. Maybe not everybody agrees with that, but we're doing a lot of gun stuff. And a quick flash in an Instagram video is, you know, he still hasn't really hurt anybody. You know, now in Colorado, in a nightclub, multiple felonies are being committed.
Correct.
But in Tennessee, you don't even need a concealed handgun license. You don't have to do any sort of jumping through hoops to be like, yeah, I got a pistol on me. What's the problem? It's America. You know, so I do see both perspectives. It's quite a story, though. It really shocked me. I was looking at it like, am I getting butt cracked? How did this really happen again?
I know.
I thought
me
too. I didn't think it was real at first.
I mean, he's got to realize, bro, they'll come and take your career away.
Yeah.
Go ask Randy Gregory. Got his career taken away for weed.
Unreal.
You know?
Yeah, it comes across as a little bit of a carelessness,
Mhm.
you know?
Absolutely.
And so I'm sure the league is frustrated by it in a big way. The only person that may have had a worse weekend than John Morant was, of course, Doc Rivers. At it now,
Ooh.
33 times in elimination moments that he had the chance to win, and he did not. That's, of course, an NBA record. And now we wave goodbye to the process, I believe, forever. Trust that process, Sam Hinkie and the Philadelphia 76ers and people like Micah Parsons that have been on this Philadelphia bandwagon.
Stop dragging Micah into
for
this.
over a decade. He drug himself in there.
No,
I'm
he
not
didn't.
dragging
You
anybody.
keep bringing it up.
The door opened and he voluntarily
You keep
walked in
bringing
with a
this up.
Philadelphia
This is a you
Sixers
thing.
jersey on.
He jumped through that door.
And so, unfortunately, now you have Philadelphia 76ers fans who have watched this process unfold. It started with a half decade of unwatchable basketball that turned into a couple of years of maybe having a chance, and then it just completely
Is
fell
it
by
over
the
now?
wayside, and now they have not even made it to a conference finals. The process resulted in second-round playoff series that netted you nothing in the way of even an Eastern Conference Finals representative banner.
So the
which is very
76ers have
sad.
become the Cowboys? Is that who they become?
Oh, crap.
All right, well, Chuck, those are fighting words.
You can bleep right off.
I'm going to kick his ass.
Why don't you
right
go
now
work
in
for the
ballpark.
Eagles again, Brian?
Nice
Wow,
job by Tatum, though.
dude. Yeah,
Ooh.
Tatum, 51 points. That's a record setter in a Game 7. But Mr. Game 7 himself, courtesy of Tommy Beer, Bill Russell played in a total of 10 Game 7s in his NBA career. He was 10-0. He averaged 19, 33 boards in those 10 games. And then over his entire career, including NCAA, Olympics, and NBA, when Bill Russell played in a winner-take-all game 21 times. 21
Shut
0.
up, dude.
That's unbelievable.
Oh, my goodness.
The only person that I would think has like a equal elimination game kind of
Come on.
resume
Bring it.
is Pete
Bring it.
Bleekin
Let's
Four,
go.
ladies
Let's
and
go.
gentlemen.
Yes. Pete DeBoer.
Gosh,
Pete
the
Joe
double seems to be on
Pavelski's
fire tonight.
6-3 in game
not
game
bad.
7.
It's not bad.
Pavelski's
not,
killing
It's
it.
not elite like DeBoer, but we're on our way there. Captain America's a beast.
That's Jordan. That's Joe Montana. That's Pete DeBoer.
That's
and
right.
Bill Russell.
Amen.
Yeah.
That's today's recipe, boys and girls.
Who gets to the peak of the mountaintop and then always finishes the fight and starts throwing people off? This is my peak.
PDD.
That's right.
Red Bull, win, and then post-game beers.
We got Chris Young coming up at 4:20. There's a winner.
Hell yeah.
Wooly Bully's top 10 is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Man, it is National Burger Month, and something we've debated on this show, the top 10 fast food burgers. Plus, who are the experts predicting happens and wins tonight with the Stars and Kraken next on the Fan?
Bill Russell's a winner, Pete DeBoer's a winner, and you can be a winner as well. Thanks to the good
Bob
folks at
Cousy's a winner.
at Southern Leisure. Thank you.
Midwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Globe Life Field in Arlington as the Rangers host the Braves tonight. Quarter pole hit, and these Rangers are in first place at 25-15 on the year. Very exciting. Braves are 25-15 as well. Dare I say a possible World Series preview tonight at the Globe.
Oh, I love that.
Chris Young's going to join us in 20 minutes. We'll see what he thinks of that and other thoughts. But here's the Wooly Bully with your top 10.
Thank you very much. It's Game 7 Monday. All right, we're all partying. We're ready to go. Big sports tonight. What's your plan? Because you've got an amazing matchup with Rangers and Braves tonight. 2 teams above, 10 games above 500, and then Game 7, Stars and Kraken. How's your plan? What's your watching situation going to be? Are you going anywhere? Are you going to one of these games? Let us know. 877-881-1053. We'll slide in the top 10 here in just a moment. What is your favorite fast food burger in America? I got the top 10 for you. America's top 10 favorite fast food burgers. Now, looking at who the experts on ESPN, where tonight's Stars game will be on. And a shout out to Bob Wischusen, who was on this morning with Sean and RJ. He was fantastic. Hit that radio or the Odyssey rewind and go back and listen to that. But we've got the final score predictions. One's going Kraken, 5-3. Bleep them.
What a loser.
Another one, we got Stars 6-3 over the Kraken.
Okay, either way, this is making me feel good about my over bet.
Yeah, the over's good because the over right now, the over understood at 6.
I believe so, yeah.
So
we've
got Stars 5-4, and then the other one is Stars 4-2. I like Stars 5-2 tonight, and I think it's an empty netter situation like they got the other night. Now they're looking at who could be the key player tonight for the Stars. We haven't talked a lot about the captain, Jamie Benn. Jamie is 3-1. In Game 7s. They write he could set the tone, and he's a guy that, he played great against Seattle when they really needed that win to go up 3-2 in the series. And Jamie is, when he wants to turn it on, you've been able to see that at times during the playoffs. He has moments where he decides, you know what, I'm going to set the tone, and he can still look arguably like the best player on the ice. I think you will get an invigorated Jamie Benn tonight. Obviously, the other options, Joe Pavelski, Jake Ottinger. The exact stat, 4-0 in the playoffs after a loss, 23-2-3 after a loss overall this season for Otter. And then, of course, your head coach, Pete DeBoer. We've talked all day long. 6-0, a remarkable 6-0 postseason record in Game 7s. Let's bleep and go. Dallas Stars advance to the Western Conference Finals and bring on the Vegas Golden Knights, shall we?
I'm in on that. Well, Chuck, 100%, 469 wants to go Stars 2-1. Wyatt Johnston, game-winning goal.
And a happy belated birthday to Wyatt. He is now 20 years old.
That's amazing, dude. Ahead of his time.
He is. He's the next Rope. I mean, to me, I see a lot of similarities in their game, the speed in which, and the stick handling. I think him and Wyatt Johnston
moves
are
different.
The future.
Yeah, you need Rope tonight. There's been times where the Kraken really haven't handled his speed all that well. And it seems like on home ice, they kind of get him going. They're trying to get him the puck a little bit more in his end, in the Stars' end, and let him bring it, that kind of thing, because they don't handle his speed. When he's really skating and they're chasing, you see a lot of defensive problems for the Kraken. Maybe tonight's something like that to keep an eye on.
Let's go first goal predictions for the Stars. Who do you think gets the first goal tonight? Brian?
Joey P.
Joey P?
Yeah,
Pavelski, okay?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I'm going Captain America.
You're going Joe Pavelski?
Yeah.
I like it.
He's a vet, man.
You can bet.
I'm kind of thinking that maybe there's going to be some kind of Jamie Benn's going to get this one.
I kind of am liking
Jamie
Ben.
Ben, there's going to be a shot, a big rebound, quick hands, boom. Jamie Benn's
yeah,
going to get that.
I can lean. I lean maybe Jamie as well. I really do think you're going to see him play maybe his best postseason game.
Nobody picked
tonight.
Robinson, huh?
Nobody picked Robertson.
Very close.
But maybe he can get another 3-assist game tonight, and then we'll feel decent about Robo's chances heading into the next round. All right.
He's the guy that gets you to the playoffs.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, clearly in the regular season, he's a step above. But he's
not talking about trading him or anything like that.
No.
I had the thought. It was just a bubble.
Yeah. Let's not do that. All right. Coming up, here we go. Top 10.
It was a bubble.
It was a bubble.
It was only a bubble.
It was just a bubble. Top 10 fast food burgers in America. Let's head back to the Pimp Cup. Our buddy Lucius Alexander. Lucius, your number one fast food burger, if you got to pick one on National Burger Month.
If I have to pick one, because I'm not really the fast food burger guy, I like the fast casual kind of vibes.
Okay.
But yeah, Burger Street is fire.
It is.
Yep.
And a Sonic's burger is never bad for me.
Sonic is up their burger game. They certainly have. I used to not like Sonic.
The Supersonic double cheeseburger Lucius is completely on.
Yeah,
Is that
but
right?
I mean,
Yeah.
and even some of their advertising, like they're making me want to go and get a Sonic burger.
Yeah.
That's interesting because I tried a Sonic burger like 2 decades ago, swore them off. Maybe it's time to come back.
Maybe.
Sounds like they're doing good work.
It sounds like the Burger King trajectory and the Sonic trajectory have taken two different angles over
That might
the
be
last
what it sounds
20
like
years,
to
30
you.
years.
I think Sonic's trying to catch BK.
Yeah.
But, you know, I appreciate your consistency on this matter.
I mean, Sonic was a staple for me growing up there. We had one. It was like one of 2 restaurants near my high school, so it was like a great opportunity to go hang out. And they got a well-versed menu. But I am a huge advocate of the Sonic cheeseburger. I really am.
Yeah, I wouldn't dabble with the burgers a lot. There'd always be, the coney or the sides or the breakfast, the all-day breakfast. I would get at Sonic.
The breakfast.
Oh, the breakfast.
I'll tell you the best item on that Sonic menu, though, is those Cinesnacks.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
fantastic.
They're like a gourmet pastry, bro.
Those Cinestacks are pretty good.
I don't know how they pull that
The
off.
French toast sticks. I used to be a big fan of those.
There's something for
prior
everybody
to
at
soda.
Sonic, dude. Something for everybody.
We got the Patty Melt from Whataburger getting texted in. Fat Burger from Panther2U and Rowlett. Whataburger, of course, the double meat being texted in from the 817 numerous times. Don't worry, I see you. Brahms has a very underrated burger.
Yeah,
That's
they
from
do.
Ron from the 817. I couldn't agree more. Brahms does not get enough love.
Outstanding burger. You're right about that.
Very fresh.
You can pick up like a dozen eggs and a quart of milk as well
You
inside.
absolutely could.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Great
Yeah.
ice cream,
Oh, geez.
obviously. Tacos are underrated.
Ooh, I've never had them.
That's
Wow.
right. Yeah.
Okay.
Where's
All right.
where's the grease factor on those?
High, very high. 8
That's-
out of 10.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
talking
You
about.
want the grease,
Yeah.
right?
Hell yes.
Yeah, you want that grease.
Yes.
You need to head over to Burger Street then.
I'm also having
All right.
a heart procedure too, so I have to.
Well, we're thinking about you, buddy.
I really am. I mean, seriously.
So no more cheeseburgers for you then?
I don't know, man. They got to clean out my heart. They said so. I got to go on June 6th. I'll miss you guys that day.
Oh, jeez.
So yeah.
469 said Burger Street, but damn, it's expensive. Whataburger, there's no other options. In-N-Out, then Sonic. Culver's is trash, apparently. And,
oh, no, Culver's is good.
I've never had Culver's.
Me neither.
And Culver's might make an appearance, but Burger Street I've only had one time in my entire life. And I didn't think it was bad, but Burger Street, we got another Burger Street #1 from the 214.
Yeah.
People are vouching for Burger Street here.
It was a nice change up for me. I had the Whataburger fastball, and then I switched it up from time to time with the Burger Street.
Yeah, but the Burger Street thing is kind of a high-end gourmet burger,
Is
though, isn't
it?
it?
I don't know.
I remember, like, I think I went and got a couple for my mom and dad. Dad's like, oh, grab me a burger. So I thought, oh, I'll be cool. I'll roll into Burger Street. I thought it was like a $20 burger.
It's a dang good burger. I don't know if it costs that much, but most of them do have a drive-through, which would kind of throw you off. But it's a damn good burger.
We got some love for Pete Terry's, which is an Austin staple from the 571.
What?
Dairy Queen and Griff's is getting a lot of love here as well.
Dairy Griff's.
Oh, man.
Griff's I have not had.
Is that the one on, like, Mockingbird and Toll Road with the green and yellow sign?
see.
Get off and take a ride.
Oh, I think that's Chips.
Chips, that's right.
Chips
is good.
Yeah, Chips is good.
Chips is good.
Yeah, I used to frequent Chips after doing some like Highland Park lacrosse games, and we'd always go there as a team, and that was pretty good stuff right there.
It looks like the Griff's Hamburgers logo is like an emo Pillsbury Doughboy.
Yeah, it does look
chef
like an emo.
situation.
Yeah, it does. Like maybe he's even in prison.
Never had Griff's.
An
Never
incarcerated
and
Pillsbury Doughboy.
I've never had the.
Oh, we're beating the Braves today. Yes, ma'am. We're getting that dub.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Beating the brakes off the Braves.
Hell yeah,
Yes,
we are.
we are.
As we're broadcasting live from Globe Life Field, Braves getting ready to take batting practice as soon as the Rangers are done behind us. All right, here's the list. Number 10, and I've never had this place. I have seen them around. It's Freddy's Original Double Burger.
I've never had Freddy's either. Me and my wife have exchanged the conversation multiple times of we need to try Freddy's, and we've yet to do it.
See, the only time I've ever heard of Freddy's is in the show House of Cards. He used to hang out at a rib place called Freddy's. Was the rib
Oh,
place.
yeah?
Yeah, it's where he used to get his rack of ribs.
It's his rack of ribs.
Yeah.
All right. Number 9, we got White Castle Sliders.
Can't speak on it.
I tell you, that's a gut bomb. That is just a gut bomb.
I had
No.
them one time. I
No.
went to a wedding in Michigan, and I thought they were solid. But you're right.
Not much to them. It's the onion,
It's
the
simple.
meat, and the like on a biscuit.
Simple. Yeah, and they're kind of like Hawaiian Hawaiian rolls.
Yeah, we were at the combine one time, and one of the scouts gave a guy, one of the interns, $100 and said, "Go get us $100 worth of those White Castles." We were all timing players up there. You talk about a stench.
Oh, I bet.
Like we're all smelling like onions and letting it out, kind of a thing. Like you're sitting there timing and you're all together. The smell that came from those sections of all those guys timing, eating those White Castles.
Yeah, you're right. We made
Oh,
a
my
mistake.
God.
We picked up the Crave case because it was me and a couple of the other guys that.
How many did you have? 20?
I mean, I probably put down at least 10, but we left the case in our room. It still had some burgers left
Yeah.
over. When we came back after the reception, the room stunk so freaking bad, dude. And it's the onions. It's the onions for sure.
The burgers, but then what coming out of you after you're eating the burger?
It's like if you had some soy sauce or orange juice. You know?
Easy,
I got you.
easy.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Number 8 is Whataburger's Double Meat Whataburger.
That's number what?
Number 8.
yeah.
Okay.
Now, this is an America list, and keep in mind, Whataburger is not national. So
It's a Chicago
it
company,
might
though,
be
isn't it?
docked. It might be docked down a little bit for us. We might not be happy with the placement here. Number 7 is In-N-Out's Animal-Style Double-Double.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm going to be offended by the fact that that's ahead of Whataburger.
Hey, I
but
get it. We're in Texas, right? Whataburger's going to be number
It is
1.
good. You have to admit it.
But it is good.
I sub the spread, the In-N-Out spread, whatever that salad dressing is that they put on their burger.
It's like Thousand
inexplicably.
Island.
Yeah, and I obviously
You don't like it?
I put mustard on there. I'll say no spread. Please put mustard on it. 'Cause I'm
Man,
an
I
American.
think the spread is good. I wouldn't mind adding mustard, though. Number 6 is Shake Shack's Shack Burger.
That's expensive.
Shake Shack is very expensive.
They're proud of their food.
I will say
Yeah.
the one that they just opened up by my apartment in Plano, not that I've gone to it, but it does have a drive-through.
Yeah. You thinking about stopping by someday?
No, maybe when I hit the maintenance plan,
Yeah.
I'm getting really close.
Yeah.
Getting really close.
There you go.
Number 5.
Meet with your financial advisor first.
Yeah, I
before you
probably
go there.
should.
That is
Number 5
third
is
job, maybe.
Five Guys Cheeseburger.
Yeah, dude, Five Guys. I guess we're considering that fast food.
Yeah, I guess we are going with the fast casual route here,
Yeah.
Lucius. So if you wanted to, throw in another place that you like better than the fast food option,
No,
fast
dude,
casual works.
I love me some Five Guys, and that's another burger place that thinks highly of themselves.
And I've seen the TikTok hack. You get the grilled cheeseburger. Like you basically get the grilled cheese. You add a patty. People are loving that thing, man.
That's good.
Number 4 is Culver's Double Butter Burger with cheese. And I've never had Culver's. You swear by it, though, Brian.
I think it's pretty good.
We've got number 3 is Hardee's or Carl's Jr. Superstar with cheese.
See, this is another one that there is.
Carl's Jr. is a California company
Yes.
a lot, right?
And
a lot
they're
of them, yeah.
big time in whenever I was visiting my wife's family in Mexico.
Oh, really?
In Merida.
Very, very popular, huh?
That was the most popular fast food spot. Like, it felt like every time you were seeing a fast food spot, it was Hardee's or Carl's Jr. or whatever.
Interesting. Yeah, we don't have a ton. I mean, I know there's one in Denton, I remember, but I don't think I've ever been to it. Number 2 is Wendy's Baconator.
Oh man, do you guys miss the Wendy's Big Bacon Classic?
Ooh, I don't know if I ever tried.
I'm kind of a single with cheese guy.
You turned me on to the single with cheese.
I
because
think
we've
the
talked
bacon.
about
I think
this.
the bacon could be a little rubbery. A little rubbery.
Ooh, you go to a bad location, doesn't make the bacon well.
Or it's
Maybe.
not fresh. It's like, as they say in Mexico, plastico.
There you go, buddy.
It's no bueno. No
It
bueno.
is no bueno.
Dude, but that Wendy's Baconator dipped in that Wendy's honey mustard, whew, so fire.
Oh, that Wendy's honey mustard is next level. Number 1, though, the best
Big
fast
Mac.
food burger, according to America, it's not the Big Mac. It's
Oh,
an
my
upset.
gosh.
It's McDonald's double quarter pounder with cheese.
That's not bad either.
That's the best burger they got.
Oh, what?
The double quarter pounder with cheese is better than the Big Mac.
The Big
I
Mac,
haven't had it,
the
man.
messy level of the Big Mac, how it looks in that.
You like grease. You like grease. You like the double quarter pounder with cheese.
It definitely seems greasy.
You get the grease that comes down the palm and
No,
then
no,
down
I
the
like
wrist
Jack
and
in
into
the Box
forearm.
tacos because of the grease.
Now that's greasy.
Yeah.
Now, did you guys notice the lack of Burger King love on the top?
It
10
was
list?
an honorable mention.
Honorable mention.
It was 11.
It was 11.
Yeah.
Oh,
The-
my rear
the-
end.
the
it was
Whopper.
11.
The Whopper.
11, 12, 13, 36.
Hey, listen,
But it
whatever.
didn't crack the top 10.
It's not the best.
None of your burger takes are any good anyway over there, Chief.
I don't know what to say about that other than the fact that you're wrong.
Turtle.
Thanks, guys. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Chris Young set to join us. Did you get through that top 10?
Yeah,
Sorry, I got pure chaos
we're
happening.
good, buddy. I
over
saw
here.
you take a call. You're all.
What's
you're all
going on
good.
over there, man?
Dawson's life is falling apart the same way as boxers did in the middle of the night.
It's soccer related,
What do you
right?
got? The launch codes
I
over
wish.
there? We got the end of the world. What are we doing over there?
I can't talk about any of it.
He said, "I wish it was soccer related."
I'll tell you guys in about 20 seconds. Actually, make that a minute and 20 seconds here. Chris Young joins us next year. I got to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you because if you need to get your edge back, Men's Tea Clinic. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day as it's time to talk with Chris Young here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Pregame is coming up tonight at 6:30 with the first pitch at 7 o'clock. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultations always free at truckwreck.com. And CY is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and by Cars for Kids. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We are doing outstanding. Now, do you agree in general with the whole thing that an evaluation at the quarter pole is pretty accurate for how good your team is?
Well, I think it's a good indication of the talent you have, and certainly the way the teams come together. You'd certainly rather have it this way to get off to a good start than the opposite. But I also recognize how long the season is. There's a long way to go, and really, I think the beauty of our team is that we take it one day at a time. The guys have shown great perseverance and resilience. Some trying moments, whether it's been via injury or tough losses, and those are characteristics that I think matter, and I certainly am excited about what we've shown thus far.
Do you feel like you know this team, its strengths and weaknesses well, and there is almost like nothing else to learn or nothing else that could surprise you about who they are?
Oh, I think we knew that coming into the season in terms of the character of the group and the strengths and weaknesses of each individual player from a talent perspective. But, there'll be things that pop up and unexpected surprises, both positive and negative, as we progress throughout the year. But, we had a pretty good idea coming in terms of our personnel, what they do well and maybe some limitations. And then it's our job to put them in the best positions to succeed.
CY Cody Bradford gets his introduction to the show tonight for your ball club against the Braves. A lot of excitement for this series. Why now for Cody Bradford, and what can you tell us about him for maybe some Ranger fans that are unfamiliar?
Yeah, Cody, first and foremost, is a local guy, which is really exciting for our fan base, for our North Texas community here. Pitched at Baylor, had kind of a tough way to start his professional career with surgery. But I think he's shown tremendous resilience, perseverance. He's really gotten better as he's gone over the course of his minor league career. He's gotten off to a great start, AAA in Round Rock. He's been a lot of fun to watch, and he's put himself in position to make this start tonight, which we felt like from a timing perspective made a lot of sense coming off a tough road trip where we were on the West Coast. The team played great, but the guys have been pushed, changing time zones, having to bounce between three cities, and then now coming home and playing a tough team in the Braves. We felt like it'd be a good time to just push the rotation back a day, give them an extra day's rest, make sure we prioritize their health, and a great opportunity for Cody to make his debut in front of friends and family here in Arlington.
Being a former pitcher yourself, CY, when it's a young guy getting the call up like that, do you kind of get in his ear a little bit, or do you just kind of let Bochy and Maddox do those things?
No. He's got enough on his plate. The last thing he needs is the general manager, looking over his shoulder. So aside from, welcoming him to the team and wishing him well, there's nothing for me to say. That he's ready for this. He's waited his whole life for this moment. I'm really excited to watch him. I think debuts are special days in general, and when you have a starting pitcher from the area making his debut here, it's even more special.
Did you ever want to be a coach?
I wouldn't be good at it. I know my strengths and I know my own limitations, and being a coach would not. It doesn't line up with my skill set.
Hey, CY, over the weekend we saw with Corey Seager getting some opportunities, getting some at bats. Can you give us any kind of update of where you're at with his progress and going forward here?
Yeah, absolutely. Corey's return is imminent. He's really passed all the tests physically. I think that we've gotten him enough at bats. We'll sit down today and make a decision on when he's activated, whether it's tomorrow or sometime this week. But I think that we're very close here and excited to have Corey back soon.
And to follow up on Brian's question, any updates on Mitch Garver?
Yeah, Mitch is doing well. He's continuing to pass all the tests in terms of his rehab progression. I think he's still about a week to 10 days from going out on rehab, but the knee has responded favorably. He's in a great spot, and our hope is that it continues that way as we build him back up. Obviously, as a catcher, he's got to squat and put some pressure on the knee, so we want to make sure we do this the right way. But nonetheless, he's going the right direction, and we're excited for him to get out and to be on rehab soon.
Hey, CY, Mike Bassick and I were talking about something earlier today about player evaluation when you look at a player that's, say, from the Dominican or the Caribbean or something like that, and they get to a certain age, and you're thinking they have to be in the league or they have to be signed by this time. But we look at college players and you carry them a little further. What's the difference between, say, a Caribbean ball player and a college ball player when you evaluate, as far as the age gaps?
Yeah, guys. I mean, it's probably a longer conversation than what we have time for today. But I think really the biggest thing is that just the rules of the game sort of determine when domestic amateurs and when international amateurs enter the system. And I'll be the first to admit, making predictions on 16-year-olds is a lot tougher than making predictions on 21-year-olds. And so you find out a lot in those 5 years. And so, it's really, really tough. It's not an easy way to do it, but it's the nature of the business. And so, I always say people mature at different phases of their life. And, some mature physically, but not emotionally or mentally, and vice versa. And so you never know how it's all going to come together. But I think ultimately as an organization, you try to evaluate and make good decisions based on the information you have and what you know and what your strengths are as an organization in terms of development. But to say that, comparing, it's a little bit apples and oranges comparing, those younger international players to, the older domestic ones.
Do you think it'd be better for the player if they could start their pathway to professional ball a little bit earlier, like a lot of countries and a lot of other sports do?
Oh, that's a great question. And, philosophically, I'm not sure I have a perfect answer for you. I mean, I think in general that the professional environment most players do well with, but I think some of it depends on the maturity of the individual and the ability to handle the challenges, the adversity, and some of the things that you really see at this level, and this level meaning professional baseball. It's really, really tough. I always say for any young kid who's thinking of signing, maybe out of high school, to go out to spring training and watch a few days of not major league spring training, but go back to the backfield and watch minor league spring training and see how many guys are out there all competing for 26 spots on a big league roster. And that's every player's goal, and that's happening across 30 organizations. So it's highly competitive. And, a lot of players, most players are cut out for it by the time they sign professionally, but there's some that aren't. And so I think it depends on the individual.
It is Chris Young here with you in the G-Bag Nation, Rangers GM. Where does Adolis Garcia belong in the pecking order of the best players in the game?
Oh, I'm biased, obviously, but I think he's right at the top. And I think what we're seeing on the field and the production he's giving our team, especially when we've lost someone like Corey, between he and Marcus and Jonah and Nate, and there's just been so many players that have stepped up. And Adolis has certainly been a bright spot. He just continues to get better. It's really fun watching him. I know how hard he works and what his commitment has been to our organization. I'm very thankful for the way he goes about it, and I certainly have him as one of the top players in the league.
CY, I mean, this is probably a good problem to have, but you mentioned the imminent return of Corey Seager with guys like Ezekiel Duran and Josh Smith that have played so well in his absence. How do you navigate playing time for everybody moving forward?
Well, ultimately I leave it to Boach to figure it out. But all joking aside, I think that's one of the beauty of our group is that we do have some depth here, and we've got guys that can step up and fill in. And Zeke and Josh have done that nicely in Corey's absence. But we're looking forward to get Corey back, and I think that at that point we'll find creative ways to get those guys both in the lineup, to get them enough at bats. Duran's, his bat has been so hot that we can't take him out. So between playing, a little bit of third, perhaps spelling Corey at short, every now and again, playing left field and DH, I think we've got enough spots, and those guys provide enough versatility that we'll be able to manage it.
Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Battle of 25 and 15 teams tonight. Is it a barometer game?
It's tough. I think a lot of times it's not necessarily who you play, it's when you play them. And we're playing a very good team at a point in which we're coming off a great road trip. We played good baseball, but, we're coming back 2 time zones, and, you could see a little fatigue. So I think it is a good barometer because you always want to play the best and see how you measure up. But I don't think we're going to put too much into it one way or another. If we win, it's because I think that we're a pretty solid team. And if we don't win this series, I think it's because we're playing a really, really good team.
Yeah, I understand you're doing all that, Chris. I was saying earlier maybe it's a World Series preview though.
Yeah,
you take
Gavin went World Series preview.
We all
Chris.
co-signed it.
Yeah, that's why you're the
I
GM.
like the way you're thinking. I like the way you're thinking.
I love it. Hey, CY, you mentioned the road trip, and the starting pitching was phenomenal for the majority of it. Evaldi continues to be great. John Gray taking a no-hitter late in that one. Heaney yesterday. Even without Jacob deGrom, how pleased are you right now with what the expectation was as an elite starting rotation, but that's really bearing out for you?
Yeah, these guys have been tremendous, and I really believe I subscribe to, not because I was a starting pitcher, but I know that you need solid starting pitching to win, and our guys have been great. The way they've picked up in the absence of Jacob and gone out and just been just ultimate professionals in doing their job, giving us a chance to win night in, night out, whether it's been Nate or Martine, John Gray, Andrew Heaney, and then certainly Dane Dunning, the way he's filled in for Jacob. It's been a lot of fun watching these guys, exactly what we expected. And I think our success as a team is going to be determined on their ability to continue to do that and fill in for each other when if they have to miss any time individually.
CY, watching the game, the John Gray, in the way that he was pitching the other day, and he's carrying the no-hitter throughout the game. So I'm listening to Jared Sandler talk about it, but he's talking about the no-hitter as the game's going on. Is that one of those baseball rules that players they don't talk about it and the announcers are okay? How do we navigate that as we're dealing with no-hitters?
It's a great question. I don't know exactly what the right thing is. If you want me to give Jared a hard time for in response to the no-hitter being broken up, I'll gladly throw him right under the bus and say this was Jared's fault. Yeah. So, no, I always say I'm not a superstitious person. So, from my perspective, an announcer saying that is not the reason a player has the no-hitter broken up. But nonetheless, if we need to throw some blame at Jared, I'm happy to do so.
I love it.
There you go, Chris. I knew you had it in you.
Is there a teammate or anybody that, like, when you think of superstitious baseball player, somebody that comes to mind for you that you're like, my gosh, this guy was dedicated to these superstitions?
Oh, man. Well, if you ask any baseball player who has superstitions, they say it's my routine. They don't like to admit it's a superstition. But, yes, there were some that pushed the boundaries of being maybe, OCD at times. And it was actually one of the best pieces of advice I got early in my career. It's from my pitching coach for the Rangers at the time, Oral Hershiser. And he said, have routines, don't have superstitions. If you're in Cleveland and can't get your Smoothie King at 2 p.m. on a Saturday, don't let it throw off your day and think that you can't win that night. And I thought it was great advice. So, I think that just balancing that and the difference between a superstition and a routine is important. But, yes, I've seen some interesting ones over the course of my career.
He shut down one of the greatest lineups in the history of postseason baseball in Oakland there that year. Chris, how are you going to disagree with the Oral Hershiser on stuff like that, right?
He was, at that point in my career, being a young player, Oral was probably the best pitching coach I could have. And just in terms of the mental side and being able to really teach me some lessons that were valuable, I'm really grateful for the time I had with him.
Legendary figure from my youth and watching baseball. But, Chris, you're our guy, and I just want to let you know that we thank you for making all the right moves. And I wouldn't bet against you having a Hall of Fame coaching career if you set your mind to it as well.
I can promise you guys that would never happen, and I'd be terrible at it. But nonetheless, I appreciate the confidence. So thanks for having me again, and looking forward to talking to you next week.
Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you. There he goes, Rangers GM Chris Young here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, what to watch for in Stars Kraken? We'll take another look at this series and some of the top storylines going in. Early start tonight, and we're back live from Globe Life Field here in the G-Bag Nation.
Speaking of that,
Braves come to town to start a 3-game series with the Rangers tonight. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Chief was just showing me a photo of this burger he got yesterday. I think you should be a burger photographer or a food photographer, dude. That's good stuff.
I appreciate that. Yeah. We got the.
Is that the live focus?
Yeah, that's the focus.
Yeah.
That's the portrait view, blurs out the background, really highlights
that
what's
looks
going
like
on in there.
8K dang near.
That was a Fat Daddy burger.
I need you to photog my orange magic wings.
Ooh, yeah. I'd be happy to.
Hey, what are you watching for in tonight's Stars and Kraken at 877-881-1053? Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous right here in the G-Bag Nation. We got to let you know that it's an early start, okay? You're looking at 7 o'clock, so don't dork around too much. Get home, get in front of a TV, and let's make this happen. The theme in the Seattle locker room Saturday was that, they just had their energy up, and the result is they were just on their game in a way that Kraken fans were even kind of surprised by, like, wow, who's this team? They looked to me like a Stanley Cup favorite the way they played with that desperation. But their technical abilities, it all seemed enhanced. You put yourself in that sort of a desperate mode where you're confident, you're locked in, you go out there and execute, and they played way above and beyond what they're capable of. If they play like that again tonight, I don't think the Stars win, but I don't think they will play like that again. It might be another year before the Kraken play that good of a game, Brian. I'm confident going in.
Well, the thing with the Kraken that I feel like tonight is, when they're in a situation that they've played a Game 7. They've already been through the experience of having to go win on the road at a very difficult arena there in Colorado. That is something that they can draw on. The Stars, they had a chance to go and end this thing in 6. Mm-hmm. Didn't get it done. Now you're coming home, but the Kraken are like, listen, we're cool. We've been here. We've got on an airplane and traveled into a hostile environment and come out of there with a win. And a very close one, 2-1 game.
Right.
So they're comfortable playing any style. And the thing with the Stars tonight, they can't get lackadaisical with their effort and with the way they play on defense.
Oh, I know.
They cannot allow
especially that damn Lindell.
Oh, jeez.
What's going on with this guy?
Well, I mean,
he's out to lunch sometimes.
Yeah, and Lindell's a guy who's been one of their, if not their most reliable defender outside of Heiskanen.
Yeah.
So, really? Lindell's a veteran. He's a guy that you usually can trust on and rely on, but he definitely had a bad game.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. But Brian hit on it. The turnovers, right?
Yeah.
And Lindell was a problem with that. Hakanpää's been an issue with it. Turning the puck over with your defenseman in your own zone.
Yeah.
You can't allow golden opportunities right in front of Ottinger, and Seattle's cashed in on a lot of those. The thing is, I think if this is a close game, if this goes to overtime, if it's a one-goal type of game, it favors the Kraken. They're probably the best team remaining in the Stanley Cup playoffs when it comes to just one-goal games. The Stars need to create a little bit of breathing room and separation in this one, much like they did at the last time at the AAC.
Well, I love their style. I like their aggressiveness. I like getting guys forward, but they've given up way too many goals now. 3.98 for the entire playoffs for Ottinger, which is just huge. And now Seattle's outscored you 25-24 through 6 games. I don't think these are things that you can overlook at all.
No.
And your goaltender's been pulled twice. So I know anxieties are on high. The excitement is probably off the charts for some of you Stars fans out there. Let's see what you got. Chris from Frisco, desperation's the key. Pedal to the metal from the opening drop and protect the home ice.
Amen.
Let's go. Don't forget Otters 22-2 after a loss. It's just insane.
4-0 this postseason.
I'm going to give you like an X Factor player tonight in this thing.
Oh, I love a good Game 7
This
X Factor.
is just a Game 7 X Factor player that I don't think the Kraken have handled very well when he gets going. It's Max Domi.
There you go.
When Max Domi, you watch how Max Domi, like when he has the puck, how he moves without the puck, how he's always around. He's always trying to kind of get involved in things. He puts himself in good position for rebounds and opportunities and stuff like that. He's one of those guys. He had, the last time that they played here, that the success that he was able, the goals that he got, the good game. He's due for, I think, another one of those types of games. He's just that type of player, especially in this series. I kind of feel like he's the one guy you've been able to kind of rely on a little bit.
Well, and to your point, a guy that's fed him on that line is Dodonov. Who they got they got both at the trade deadline,
man.
but he's been a guy that's really been a nice pairing with Domi. But I do think, for the Stars, you need Jamie Benn tonight. You need Tyler Seguin. Certainly, we talk about Rope and their headliners. A defenseman that I think has played really well in this series, that has scored for them as well. We talk about Miro and how he's good offensively, but Thomas Harley, man. Thomas Harley's impressed me in this series. Maybe he's able to bang one home for you.
Okay, I think we're all expecting the Otter bounce back, but is there any scenario where you could envision not letting him play this entire game?
No.
Okay, you ride him no matter what.
You have to. It's a game 7.
That's just is what it is.
It is what it is. But I don't think you're going to be in a situation where you need to pull him.
I don't even want to imagine a scenario like that.
I don't either. I can't believe I brought that up.
I think there is a time though for it, and maybe down 4 in the third period. Down 4 in the third period, I'm going to Wedgwood.
I think that's fair,
especially if we give up like 2 in short order.
Well, you've probably lost at that point.
Yeah, but we're going to keep these guys out of the crease. We're going to pin them to the boards, and we're going to go home victorious. That's what's going to happen.
You don't need to see what happened. I believe it was 2016. The last time they played a Game 7 at home, and it was a 6-1 shellacking by the Blues. It was bad from the word
Yeah, that
go.
was bad.
Wow.
So you can't, whatever you do, don't let that happen. It's got to be about the jump. It's just got to be about the energy. If the Kraken are going to talk about their energy at home, you match that with this crowd will be ready to get you that energy. You just got to show them, give them the reason to cheer for you that way.
It's hard for a goalie when your defenders don't get back in their spots on time, says the 972. Your dead ball's on right about that. I just feel like the goaltender and the defense are out of sync, and the goaltender's not playing well enough to make up for their mistakes. Like, every mistake is getting punished with a beautiful goal from Seattle. It's not a sweaty goal. It's a good goal. Start getting one-on-one shots all the time. It's not good. Tater and Dallas limit odd man rushes, exit the zone, clean line changes. Those are the keys to winning this game. That sounds like a hockey guy right there, Tater.
The clean line changes, that's a good point. The Stars have been caught on a couple extra men on the ice penalties.
We got to run, Nation. We got 3 down, an hour and a half to go. Takeaways from the Cowboys coordinators talking over the weekend. Got some Cowboys news here for you. As we're broadcasting live, Globe Life Field. Rangers and Braves coming up. You just missed a conversation with GM Chris Young if you want to go back and listen to that 420. All right, we're back with some Cowboys content. I want to chat D&M Leasing, though. They won big awards for exceeding customer expectations across the board. So if you're looking to start a new car lease, D&M offers the best leasing experience in the entire
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, Nation. It's hour number 4. We're live at Globe Life Field. A majestic scene unfolding behind us as the Rangers and Braves are preparing to play at least 8.5, maybe 9 innings of baseball tonight. And the fans are entering, heading to their favorite concession stands, getting their seats, getting a bevy. And if you're swinging by, we would love to see you right here. The G-Bag Nation broadcasting over the center field wall. We're up here on the perch. I don't know. Good 80 feet or so from the playing surface. We're having a good time here broadcasting. We have Cowboys news. It is a Stars Game 7 night. We have been getting so fired up throughout the show talking about this and what is key. And FC Dallas coming off a big dub. I'm hanging on to 60 seconds on soccer. We can maybe deliver that. Got to win in a derby. And, of course, the Cowboys are never far off from our topics of discussion. And a huge night tomorrow for the Mavericks. Look at this, guys. Tomorrow night for the Mavs, the NBA draft lottery and the chance to reshape your franchise's history. If, you get Wembanyama, that's great. If you get picks 2 or 3, the shooter from Bama or Scoot Henderson, the little point guard, a number of potentially transcendent talents coming through this draft. And, of course, what you really want to do is make sure you don't fall out of the draft altogether, which there is a 19% chance of that happening. So we'll be all over those stories and more with you as we soldier on into the night. It is the G-Bag Nation. LA Live's coming up in about 40 minutes. LA Live with Lucius Alexander every night about 5:40. Okay, John Machota here in The Athletic has some takeaways from the Cowboys rookie minicamp. Again, Mike McCarthy was out, so the coordinators were very popular people to ask questions.
Did we get an injury report from McCarthy? Like, if this was a game day weekend, would he have been questionable? Would he have been doubtful? Or was he surefire out?
I figure
it back surgery.
It had to be very uncomfortable, and it had to come out of nowhere, right? Because you wouldn't plan to have that. Well, maybe Mike would, but I would say at least 31
Did you just
head
catch
coaches.
yourself when you said that?
No, I've been preparing to do that all day.
Are we sure it was back surgery and not back massage?
We're not sure, but I do think that was part of the procedure.
Yeah. Well, we know Mike was out and he was a back. That's the only thing we can confirm, and I imagine one of these OTAs soon he'll be extrapolating on those ideas. So anyway, the coordinators were popular. So Schottenheimer talked, Dan Quinn talked, and John Fossil, special teams coordinator, talked to the media. And one of the topics was what's going on with Micah Parsons here. He'd been talking about putting on weight for more of a full-time position change to
more body armor.
Yeah.
Quinn said, well, he's a pass rushing linebacker. If you ever need position changes, come to me. What I think he was probably trying to say is I'm really emphasizing some pass rush into my offseason. What's going on here? A pass rushing linebacker? How many different kind of linebackers do we got? We got an outside linebacker. We got a pass rushing inside linebacker. We got an inside linebacker.
You got a hole plugger. You got a thumper. You got a nickel linebacker ready to
sub
do some
linebacker,
coverage.
Yeah,
the sub guy.
Dime linebacker.
Yeah, the dime guy.
Don't forget the nickels.
So, I think the bottom line is Mike is not changing that much. He's just putting on an extra 5 pounds, right? Is that how you guys interpret this story?
I think it might be closer to 10, 12. But, yeah, I don't know. There's a national narrative of like, oh, is this going to be an issue here? Does Micah want to be a designated defensive end so that when it does come to payment time, he's obviously a defensive end and he gets paid like the top defensive end in the league instead of the top linebacker? So I don't know if there's any friction there at all. In my mind, I don't necessarily connect those dots that way, but I've seen those dots be connected.
It sounds like talking to several people in the organization about this, because when it all came down where it's like, oh, wait, he's playing defensive end, he's bulking up and all that, I said, is he trying to play with you guys as far as the contract, what position? And my guys over there are like, it is what it is. It's just,
he's going to break the bank either way.
They just know that he's,
no doubt.
It doesn't matter. He's going to be, he's one of the top 3 defensive players in the league.
Right, and he played 80% of his snaps last year at defensive end.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can call him whatever it is. He wants to add this weight because he knows that's what he's going to be doing the majority of the time. You saw him wear down towards the end of last year.
Yeah, he's a matchup nightmare. That's what you have right there in Micah Parsons, no matter what spot he's at. New OC, all three coordinators, including OC Brian Schottenheimer, spoke. And Brian talked about, being brought in to kind of take this thing to the next level and said, look, the system is not broken. They won a lot of games here. Mike's been around for that. They've scored a ton of points. I have a ton of respect for Kellen Moore, Doug Nussmeier, Skip Pete, and Joe Philbin and those guys. I've coached with most of them before. Yeah, nothing is broken. But
except the relationship between the head coach and the former OC.
Yeah.
That's what's broken.
You had a lot of good stuff going on. I think Mike McCarthy, the relationship and probably a belief that it could be better. It could be more consistent. You could not shoot yourself in the foot at Lambeau like Kellen Moore did.
Yeah, he realizes that he can walk down the hall and have a conversation with Brian Schottenheimer. He couldn't probably do that with Kellen Moore with any kind of confidence. You know, that's where this is all about. And what's interesting is the fact that he lost his offensive line coach too. Yeah. With his contract being up. I bet you that McCarthy didn't expect to lose Joe Philbin. That was one of those that I'm not, maybe Jerry Jones saying, I'm not too interested in paying a guy $2 million a year to be a line coach. Something like that, Well,
I think the biggest thing was, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe you have the analytics that prove me wrong on this, but.
Me, analytics?
I don't think Kellen Moore, I was looking at Chief, not you, Brian.
Oh, did you see what Chief just did?
He stepped on his cord.
He stepped on his
okay?
He pulled down his pants and we stepped on his shorts and he pushed him over.
That would have been great. Well, Chuck, you missed an opportunity.
Mm-hmm. If Ted Nichols Payne had been here, he'd thrown you off this. You'd be down in the center field by now, disrespecting the court like that. What were we talking about there?
Analytics,
the
offensive
offense.
linemen.
Yeah.
I don't think Kellen Moore respected the running game enough to truly balance the offense.
Oh, hell yeah. I agree with you 100%. I think the Packers game, we've talked about that. I think that was the final
I think
straw.
that was the end.
It's not just the quantity of the calls, but it's in how much emphasis and priority you put on it in practice. We have to be great at executing this. And I don't think he was obsessed with executing the run game enough to put Dak in an advantageous position.
We talk a lot about McCarthy and Schottenheimer and how this offense is going to work. You mentioned Dak. I think that's the most important thing in all of this. When's the last time you ever saw a team win a Super Bowl and there wasn't a great relationship and tremendous communication between the head coach and the play caller and or the quarterback and the play caller?
Yeah.
Dak and McCarthy, how's that relationship? How's Dak feel about all these changes? We'll see when we get to training camp, but I'm really interested to see how this dynamic unfolds because we saw that not end well with Rodgers and Green Bay and McCarthy.
It's incredible. You look throughout history, these combinations are so important, whether it was Montana and Walsh or Jimmy and Troy, and now it's Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, and how it sets you apart. Once you've got that and it's something that can work for a long term, it could be a tremendous blessing for an organization. Sean Payton and Drew Brees, they got one. Maybe it should have been even more. They should have at least been to another one.
Sure, absolutely.
Probably two back-to-back years ripped off. In terms of his goals for the offense, Schottenheimer specifically mentioned being physical, putting players in a position to play fast. The next thing I want to see, which is where we're kind of focused, fundamentally sound, we're in the process where we can't get in pads, we can't hit, we can't use helmets. We can throw in cash, but really the magic of what we're trying to do right now is the next couple of weeks leading up through the break is develop those fundamentals.
I think
you're right. This is boring stuff.
I think Broadus just hit the snooze button on old Shoddy, man.
Yeah.
We want to be tough. We want to be physical. We want to be fundamentally sound.
Yeah. That's what his offenses are going back to Seattle.
I wish he would have just come out and said, listen, Mike didn't trust Kellen Moore to run the football anymore. I'm here to try and help us run the football. We need to figure out the left guard spot. We need to figure out what's going on at right tackle. We've got this tight end that we think can block a little bit. I promise you, we're going to try and run the ball a little bit better and run it more consistently. Just stuff like that. Don't just snooze me to death with, we're going to try and work on fundamentals and all that crap.
You should be doing that anyway, right? That goes without saying.
What are we trying to do here? Be honest. Come out and tell me exactly what you're trying to do here. You know, hey, by week 6, I'd probably be calling the plays.
Yeah.
Mike's going to get bored. He's not going to want to call the plays
He's
anymore.
going to call 40 passes, and we're not running it enough.
Yeah,
You can't be honest in this league. They're all friends.
Why not?
Well,
Why not?
They don't want to. They don't
That's
want
how
to
he
end up
got
like
a
you.
job. He got a job because that's true. He ended up, he could be on the radio.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But,
oh no!
But see,
you were too honest to Parcells, man. He was messing up.
I
You got to let him
told
mess up.
I told Parcells, I go, you just spent $27 million on 3 guys that can't play.
Yeah.
And that'll get you fired.
Who were the 3?
Yeah.
Oh, it was Henry and
Ferguson, Jake Ferguson, the
Jake
defensive
Ferguson,
tackle
yeah,
for the Jets.
and all those
But
guys.
even after you got fired, you still had some buddies out there who were going to bring you into the Raiders, right?
Oh, no, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. I had opportunities to go, and I just couldn't leave.
See,
because
that's
of
what
Bennett.
Brian's doing. You can't fry Kellen Moore right now. You can't fry Joe Philbin. They might be in a spot to hire you in 2 years.
Well, in hindsight, the best way to win would have been to listen to Brian. He wanted Charles Woodson. What did he do? Win a Defensive Player of the Year award in Green Bay.
Hey.
Honesty's the best policy, baby.
I'm just telling you, though, to me, these coaches, just be honest. Just be honest. You know what? Hey, that guy down there in Tampa that used to be the coach down there that had to retire.
Bruce Arians.
Bruce Arians. Bruce Arians is he might be lying to you, but he might be honest too. He's like, hey, we really like this guy. We really like
Kyle
it.
Trask
Well,
fella.
Baker Mayfield.
Oh,
He goes,
Baker, yeah.
we really like Baker Mayfield. You know,
Shanahan's doing the same thing, though. He's propping up Sam Darnold. He's propping up everybody that he's got in the quarterback room.
But Schottenheimer, we know in week 6 you're going to be calling the plays. You know, okay, get ready. Be honest about it, you know. Don't tell me you're going to have to work on fundamentals in the next couple of weeks. That's such BS.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. If you want to put me in charge over there, I'll talk some sense to them. They'd probably chase me out.
I would love Gavin Dawson post-game pressers.
Oh,
gosh,
how about
those would be
this?
great.
How about this one? Hey, I was on the defensive side of the ball. We did a nice job over there. I think I helped him a little bit. But on the other side, Dak throws a lot of interceptions. We need to correct that.
Hey, Dak, be better, bro.
You know, I'm over on the headset clicking over to Dan, and I'm like, Dan, get ready. You got to go back out there. He just read cover 2 wrong. He didn't see the linebacker. You know,
first and 10 at the Cowboy 40.
Yeah.
His receivers don't know the route tree.
Yeah.
Dan,
click. Hey, Dan, we just gave him another one. Be ready. You know, that's the honesty I want. Seriously. Hey,
right.
I was just a slappy coach. I really didn't have any responsibility. I was helping the defense, but what I noticed, we're not very good on offense when this quarterback throws the ball 45 times a game. Or, you know, that's the honesty I want.
Man, salute to Will Chambers, by the way. He did some research. I threw a statement off the cuff last week. And it was, when the Cowboys throw for more than 35, I don't think you're going to get more points. It's actually 5 points of difference.
Yeah.
Since he came into the league, you throw it 35 times plus, you're at 22 points per game. Under 35, it goes to 27.5.
See,
it's unbelievable.
Right, but what's the win-loss ratio? That's the one that was bad. Like when Dak threw it over 35 or 40 times a game, he was terrible.
They both are bad.
Yeah.
You throw more, you're scoring 5 points less per game.
See,
he cannot throw unless you condition the defense to expect run.
Gosh, that's shocking.
See,
he'll put up stats against bad
teams. That's what we talked about in the post game. Remember all the time we always say, what are Dak's best stats? 23 of 28, 262 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Yeah, the 20 to 30.
That's a Cowboy victory.
That's the sweet
That's
spot.
a Cowboy victory. Every single time, there's certain numbers you can look at with him and go, victory. That's what you got to do.
It's usually under 30 attempts. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the fan. We got Tolos coming by. Remember this guy from this spot in Arlington, right? Was it Academy?
I think
it was Rally House.
Rally House.
Yeah.
But by the way, Ramon is over here, and I love you, buddy. But you've got a Texas Tech T-shirt, and now you've put a Texas A&M Aggie hoodie over it. Can we do this?
I saw him bend over. He's got some Longhorn undies on.
What is going on, buddy? You're representing all the Texas schools.
He's just trying to be comfortable, you know.
He ran all the way to his car to get that.
Wow.
My man's got to be in incredible shape.
He's got boxing cardio, bro.
Yeah.
That's
Gavin and I almost didn't make the walk over.
I was not sure that the Rangers even wanted us here today when they showed me where I was parking.
Well, that's what happened.
Are you in the midst of the trees as well?
He's over at Jerry's spot over at the stadium.
You're 10 games over 500. You don't get the prime spots anymore for the media.
I turned off of Division to get to my parking spot. And if you're familiar with Arlington and the ballpark, that shouldn't be a thing.
If this team had the same record as the A's, you'd be right outside the stadium.
That's true. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, as much fun as it is wondering about how much we're wanted here on a day like this, I can smell Hurtado barbecue in the air.
Too. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm watching the Rangers warm up, and I don't care if I have to walk 8 miles from the parking lot to get here. That's a team worth walking
Amen.
for.
I'm smelling Hurtado, and I'm tasting victory.
I forgot the Braves have Ron Washington as a coach.
Yeah, you get to see Ronnie, too.
Yeah, how about that?
Throw him a high five and a fist pump. It's time now. I look up at the clock for 60 seconds on soccer. That is right. You think I forgot? Wrexham has confirmed they're in talks to retain goalkeeper Ben Foster. The former Man United and England international came out of retirement to help the Hollywood team earn promotion to the English Football League.
Yeah.
Now Foster's like, man, this is pretty sweet. I'm on this TV a bunch. Saved a 97th-minute penalty to preserve a 3-2 win against their closest rivals and help them earn promotion. Might want to keep his career going, Brian.
Yeah, but you also see what other transactions they had. They got rid of 11 players.
They did. They got rid of 11 players, just like Dion.
Yeah.
Just like Deion Sanders making room. They're bringing Louis.
There you go.
And they did ask Gareth Bale, but he was like, no, mate, I'm done. I don't want to play soccer anymore. So Gareth Bale not coming back to Wrexham, but maybe the goalie is. They lost 11 players. FC Dallas won in Austin 1-0 Saturday. Jesus Ferreira tallied in the 89th minute on a breakaway.
God, that's late.
Our rivals to the south falling on very hard times. I think they made the Western semifinals last year.
I drove by Q2 Arena in Austin.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot.
Nice.
But they are now 12th in the West, and FC Dallas
Oh, that's a shame.
is 4th.
God, I hate that.
Yeah, it's a derby. We're supposed to love that, Brian.
No,
they're our rivals.
No, I hate that. Yeah, I hate that Houston or Austin's losing game.
Oh, he's got a little bit of a soft spot for Austin now.
So you can support Austin FC, but not the Longhorns' actual football team?
No, I support my son and all that. I'm not going to support their soccer team. Get out of here. I'm not doing that.
He was being sarcastic.
Oh, okay. I'm confused. What'd you think of the Martha Stewart SI?
Whoa.
81 years old.
How does she look?
Yeah.
Does she look good?
She looked like an attractive 70-year-old.
Very guilty.
She looked 11 years younger than her age.
Easily, yeah. I think she's.
Did they suit her up right?
They did.
Really?
They managed to stack her and position her to make her look pretty desirable.
One pieces.
Yeah, they did it.
Yeah, one piece.
Told her to use
Is that the first picture you looked at?
Oh, it was Megan Fox's.
Yeah, it's a dual. I guess it's a dual cover situation. You have Megan Fox and Martha Stewart.
Yeah, bikini in one piece.
So I think my LSU gymnast gal is in this thing too.
Yes,
Liv.
I think she
What's
is,
her
and
name?
I think your basketball girl is too, Angel Reese.
Okay, go Tigers.
All righty, G-Bag Nation. When we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. You get 35 uninterrupted minutes of content. You got LA Live with Lucius coming up 5:40. I believe Baskey at 5:30 is going to sit down and talk baseball and sports with you right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Window Nation. right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content here. LA Live with Lucius Alexander's coming up in about 15 minutes. We heard Mike Bassick was going to sit down with us and have a baseball and or sports conversation. He's always, got a topic in his mind about the Mavericks and, of course, Bally Sports Southwest there with the Texas Rangers. So he'll have the post-game show tonight. Mikey B's going to sit down with us. What a great place to have a baseball, and I do love the old Globe. I think when you walked in and you saw that field and you got more smells on the outdoors, and there's no doubt sports on the inside is not quite as majestic, but dang it, this is magical. And this will do, especially when the AC kicks on and you realize how much more comfort you're getting. I'll take the trade-offs.
Yeah.
This
thing's built for comfort.
Yeah, you're talking
for speed.
You're talking to a guy that was at the original place in like the 1970s.
Yeah.
When it was metal benches and 9,000 degrees. Yeah.
You got to bring your own towel. Bench.
Oh, yeah. You literally. Oh, there he. Speak of the devil. Look at
Mikey
him.
B.
Oh, my gosh.
Mikey B. Mikey B.
What's up, bro? Mikey B.
Yeah, we're on the air.
He's wearing the tie.
He looks sexy as hell, dude.
He's got the J's on.
Ramon.
You want to come down?
Yeah, set this guy up.
Let's have a little bit of a.
He looks good. Jeezy looks good.
I just thought as I walked up here, because I'm next to Hurtado's, that I should have brought you guys some Hurtado's up here.
Yeah, Hurtado's loves you guys, man. You guys
might send you down there with
good.
with the credit card after this.
No.
No?
Oh.
Yeah, with
he's got
Bronco.
no.
Okay, all righty. Mikey B with us.
Have you ever broadcasted on Bally's television with barbecue sauce or remnants on your tie or your
So
nice
here's
shirt?
one yes on the tie, but sometimes on the shirt, the jacket covers up the
there you
stains.
go.
I'll be honest, I don't get all my shirts dry cleaned all the time, and I'm like, the jacket will cover it up.
So what, you just pop it in the traditional washer and
No,
dryer?
eventually I take it to the dry cleaners, but I get good use out of it before I dry clean it.
Is there anything here that compares to Hurtado Barbecue, you think, from the other concession items? A lot, they've gone really next level as far as everything they've brought in with their partnerships, but I think Hurtado's the best, right?
I think it's the best. Now, I haven't tried all the new stuff. Like, you tried the 2-foot burger.
Did I ever?
I haven't tried all the new stuff that they presented.
Pizza dog.
The pizza dog.
That thing looks good, bro.
Where's that?
I don't even know where it's at.
Yeah.
But
Okay, we're at the quarter pole here, Mike. A lot of Rangers fans pulling up. They're excited about this baseball team. Give us your honest assessment.
Good team. Going to be over 500. Today I said I predicted them to win 84 games before the season. I'm going to stick with that for now. But if they make a couple of really major – they can't make a trade this week, right, Chris?
No.
Yeah, it's going to – if they make a couple major trades and they get a 9th inning guy, move Will Smith back to the 8th inning, get a 7th or 8th inning guy to pair up with Will Smith, I think then that can take them to 90 or more wins for the season. But we'll see. They're about to play the Braves.